Cheng Tianyuan explained to his in-laws. Juan wanted to pick us up, but I said no. His car is too small and he has to work. We can't ask him to take time off. It's easy to get a taxi, we'll just spend a little money. Shua's father nodded. Work is important. We travel a lot, so we should just take taxis. Can't always trouble others. They called 2 taxis and headed downtown. The kids were excited, chattering as they looked out at the familiar city streets. Cheng Tianyuan sat in the front seat, the 4 kids in the back, and his in-laws in the other taxi. The driver, ears ringing from the noise, couldn't help but ask, "Brother, are all these kids yours?" "Yes," Cheng Tianyuan replied. The driver chuckled. "You and your wife are really something." Cheng Tianyuan laughed. "We have a set of twins. My wife's an only child and I'm the only son in my family, so we wanted a few more kids. Makes things lively." The driver nodded. "It sure is lively. Raising kids isn't easy. My kid's just a few months old and I get a headache every time I go home. I'd rather work hard outside than go home." "That's not right," Cheng Tianyuan said. "It's a parent's responsibility. You can't shirk it. When kids are little, there's so much to do at home. After work, you should go home and help out. Otherwise, how can their mom handle it all alone?" The driver laughed. "Do you help out a lot?" "More than my wife," Cheng Tianyuan said honestly. The young driver looked at him in disbelief, then grinned to himself. Cheng Tianyuan didn't think there was anything embarrassing about it, and calmly looked out at the city streets. The young driver, clearly bored, kept chatting with him. "Brother, you're out with 4 kids by yourself? That must be exhausting, right?" Cheng Tianyuan replied, "It's not too bad, once you get used to it. Now that they're older, it's easier. When they were little, needing to be held and fed, that was much more work." The driver shook his head with a wry smile. "Just 1 is enough to drive me crazy. I can't imagine how you manage with 4. "You just take it one day at a time," Cheng Tianyuan said. "Isn't that how everyone lives? No one's born a teenager. You raise them day by day." Hearing the 4 kids chattering in the back, the driver couldn't help but ask, "Brother, isn't it expensive raising 4 kids? My wife couldn't breastfeed, so we had to buy formula. So expensive. Sometimes what I earn in a few days is just enough for 1 can." Cheng Tianyuan explained, "Mine were all raised on formula too. It's expensive, and there are all sorts of other costs on top of that." The driver shook his head. "That's why everyone's for the 1-child policy now. I'm definitely sticking to one. I can't handle more. The pressure is too much. My kid's only a few months old and I already feel like I'm going to collapse." Cheng Tianyuan just chuckled, saying nothing more. Young people who've just become parents often feel this way. If you have elders to help, it's easier. You can at least get a break. If you have to do everything yourself, the pressure is huge. The driver, hands on the wheel, asked curiously, "Brother, with so many kids, didn't the neighborhood committee fine you? Where are you from?" "My hometown's in the south. My wife's from here. All my kids are registered with the local committee here, and no one's bothered us. We have 4 kids from 3 pregnancies, so if there's a fine, it'd only be for the 3rd. Doesn't matter. Once the kids are registered, it's fine. Wherever you go, you follow the local rules." The driver was envious. "Your committee never came after you? That's wild." Cheng Tianyuan explained, "We live downtown, but my wife's household registration is in the south of the city. Maybe it's too far for the committee to bother, so they just leave us alone." "Oh." The driver nodded. "That's great. You can have as many as you want. If it were me, I wouldn't dare. 2 would be my limit." Cheng Tianyuan just smiled. In the back, Zhao Cheng and Zhao Xin started arguing, and soon Zhao Xin burst into tears. Cheng Tianyuan had no choice but to turn around and scold Zhao Cheng. "Why can't you be nicer to your sister? Yang Yang, hold your sister." Yang Yang, holding Grandma's bag, protested, "I can't. Let Big Brother do it." Ran Ran, busy looking out the window, didn't even turn her head. Not holding her, so annoying. Cheng Tianyuan sighed and called, "Zhao Xin, if you want to sit with your brothers, you can't cry. Otherwise, come here and let Daddy hold you." Zhao Xin sniffled and muttered at Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng turned away, ignoring her. Once the crying stopped, Cheng Tianyuan turned back around. The young driver looked at him with a mix of sympathy and pity, sighing, Brother, it's really not easy for a man to take 4 kids out by himself. Why doesn't your wife help? Is it always you? Of course she helps, Chung Tianyuan explained. I just do a bit more. She's busy with work. The young driver snorted. Women are all like that. If you ask them to stay home with the kids, they complain there's endless work and they're exhausted. If they go out to work, they just make a little money and leave the house and kids behind. A real man should be out working, not staying home cleaning and looking after kids. That's a woman's job, not a man's. Chung Tianyuan smiled and countered. Family is the responsibility of both husband and wife. It shouldn't be divided. If you're always keeping score, how can you live together? You have to compromise and share the load. Just go to work and leave the kids to your wife, the driver insisted. It's not safe for women to work outside. I drive a cab and sometimes see women out drinking with their bosses, getting taken advantage of. All for a bit of money? Women should just stay home and let men provide. If life's tough, just put up with it. Chung Tianyuan narrowed his eyes and said quietly, There are a lot of hardships in the adult world. If you could stay home, wear gold and silver and not work but still have everything, who wouldn't want that? You're still young. You don't know how many people are just barely holding on every day. The young driver, still inexperienced, didn't really take it in. Maybe, but no matter how tough it is, you have to keep your pride. And what can women do anyway? They're not strong, not capable. They should just stay home and let men support them. If life's hard, just make do. Chung Tianyuan just smiled, unconvinced. The real problem isn't making do. It's when you can't make do anymore. That's when life gets really hard. Young people just starting out often think they're invincible, that they can handle anything and tend to oversimplify things. The driver asked, Brother, did you say you're from Runghua Mall? Yes, Chung Tianyuan replied. This road is fine. Sometimes I take the overpass, but this way is about the same. The driver was curious. You know how to drive too? Yes, Chung Tianyuan said. I've been driving for over 10 years. The driver was amazed. Wow, you must have your own car, right? What kind? At this point, Yang Yang piped up from the back. My dad has 2 cars. Mom has one. Dad's got a big one and a small one. The big one can fit 7 or 8 people. The small one's bigger than yours. The driver was full of admiration. Brother, you don't look that old, but you're really something. 3 cars in one family. That's rich. We get by, Chung Tianyuan said. I built up my savings bit by bit. When I was your age, I hadn't even gotten married, didn't have money for a wife. My family was so poor we could barely eat. Don't rush. Work hard and you'll make money eventually. The driver was incredulous. That poor? And in just over 10 years you bought all those cars? You must do big business, right? No, Ranran chimed in with a laugh. All Dad's cars were bought by Mom. Ask him if you don't believe me. The driver was even more amazed. Chung Tianyuan just smiled, not explaining further. The driver glanced at Ranran in the rearview mirror. Little guy, we're talking about real cars, not toy cars. Ranran replied, I'm not wrong. My mom's really good at making money. Dad says everything valuable at home was bought by Mom. The driver chuckled. Then your mom must do some really big business. She does, Ranran said proudly. My mom runs lots of big businesses. Even your denim jacket was made in my mom's factory. The young driver listened to the conversation, nodding along as if he understood everything, but he couldn't help glancing at Chung Tianyuan with a look of half belief, half doubt. Big brother, is your wife really in big business? Yes, Chung Tianyuan explained. Didn't I just say? She's very busy, so most of the time I'm the one looking after the kids. Wow, if that's the case, then you're basically both dad and mom to the kids. It's not so unfair after all. Chung Tianyuan raised his eyebrows and asked, Unfair in what way? The driver grinned. It's not unfair. Your wife makes a lot of money and you take care of the kids. It's the opposite of most families, so you must feel a bit wronged. But look at your wife. She earns so much and even bought you a car. No matter how wronged you feel, it can't be that bad. Chung Tianyuan shook his head, amused. I don't feel wronged at all. Oh, come on, the driver said. A grown man taking care of 4 kids. That's gotta be exhausting. Chung Tianyuan explained. I have my parents and my in-laws helping out. It's not that tiring. The driver still shook his head. It's still pretty tough. They chatted all the way until they finally reached the city. Soon they arrived at a spot diagonally across from Ronghua Mall. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at the meter. It was already over 20 yuan, but he didn't care about the money. He said, "It's a bit dangerous to get out here. There are too many cars. Can you drop us off across the street?" The young driver replied, "Big brother, the meter's about to tick over again. If I loop around, it might cost 2 yuan more." He thought Cheng Tianyuan would mind the extra money, but to his surprise, Cheng was very generous. Cheng Tianyuan said calmly, "If I can afford a taxi from the airport to the city center, I don't mind a little extra. Let's just cross the street first." Seeing that Cheng wasn't anxious about saving money, the driver had no choice but to do as he asked. Yang shouted excitedly, "Look, we're home!" All 4 kids crowded by the window, craning their necks to look outside. "Wow, we're home! We're home! Daddy, we're home!" Cheng Tianyuan smiled and coaxed, "Sit properly, don't move around." The young driver asked, "Big brother, you live around here? This is a great area. I heard from friends that this is the best and most expensive neighborhood in the whole city. Can I ask, how much does a 100 square meter apartment cost here?" Cheng Tianyuan, having spent the whole ride with this chatty driver, didn't mind. It used to be cheaper, but now it's gotten expensive, and there aren't any for sale anymore. The driver couldn't help asking, "So how much did you pay back then? You bought it a long time ago, right? Was it really cheap?" The 2 older kids in the back started laughing. The 2 younger ones didn't know why their brothers were laughing, but they giggled along anyway. Yang shouted, "We didn't even have to buy our home." "That's right, our house is huge." The driver was completely confused, but soon turned the car around and pulled up next to the plaza in front of Ronghua Mall. Cheng Tianyuan got out first, then went to the back to open the door and lift out his youngest daughter and son. The driver took the opportunity to ask Ran, "Little buddy, why didn't your family have to pay for your home? When did they start giving away apartments here? I'm a local and I've never heard of that." Ran replied with a big grin, "My mom built this mall. As soon as it was finished, we moved in. We didn't have to pay a cent, isn't that awesome?" The driver was dumbfounded. He'd heard from older cabbies over meals that Ronghua Mall was built by a woman from the capital. Turns out it was this family. Cheng Tianyuan took out his wallet to pay, then led the kids across the plaza and left. Just then, another taxi pulled up behind them. Grandpa and Grandma Shui got out. Cheng Tianyuan quickly told his 2 older sons to hold their younger siblings' hands, then ran over to get the luggage. The whole family, smiling and laughing, headed into the mall. They took the elevator upstairs and were soon home. Once inside, everyone collapsed onto the sofa. The kids, tired from the flight and the car ride, sprawled out on the couch, some sitting, some lying down. Cheng Tianyuan was tired too, but he didn't dare rest. He hurried to the kitchen to boil some water. Meanwhile, Ran and Yang excitedly recounted their conversation with the driver to their grandparents. Grandpa Shui, having lived in the capital for many years, was especially safety-conscious. He put on a gentle smile and said quietly, "Kids, remember what Grandpa says? Never talk about our family's affairs in front of strangers." Yang, leaning against Grandpa's leg, lazily asked, "Why not?" Grandma Shui smiled. "Because you can't let others know about our family's business, right? Things like how much money your mom and dad make, or what valuables we have at home, those are things you can't tell anyone. If by chance that person is a thief, it could be dangerous." Grandpa Shui continued, "There's a saying, the speaker means no harm, but the listener takes it to heart. You might say something without thinking, but the person listening could remember it. They might come upstairs and when we're not paying attention, steal from us. Some thieves even kidnap people and demand ransom. When we're out, we mustn't talk about our family's situation, or we could be in danger." Cheng Tianyuan happened to walk out just then, and was startled. He hadn't really thought about this before. The kids were at an age where they were talkative and curious, but they were innocent, and had no concept of not showing off wealth. It was his fault for overlooking this. Remember what Grandpa and Grandma said? From now on, no matter who you meet, even classmates, don't say that Mom is in big business or whether we have a car at home, okay? Grandpa Shua nodded in agreement and said quietly, "We don't wear expensive clothes when we go out, just to keep a low profile. Lingling has made quite a bit over the years, and when a tree grows tall, it catches the wind. Some people might get jealous. We must never harm others, but we must always be on guard. Always pay attention, especially to keep the kids safe and not give anyone a chance to hurt them." Ran and Yang faces turned a little pale, and they nodded obediently. Grandma Shue stood up and waved. "Come on, let's go wash our hands, then have some water. If you're hungry, we'll go downstairs to the restaurant to eat and come back to rest after." Cheng Tianyuan said, "Mom, the kids are tired and so are you. Don't run up and down. I'll take a big pot and go get some food to bring up." "All right," Grandpa Shua said. "That's even better. We'll watch the kids. You go downstairs." Cheng Tianyuan noticed that after being away for more than 10 days, there was a thin layer of dust at home. He didn't have time to clean, so he grabbed a big pot, washed it, and hurried downstairs. Grandpa Shue let the boiled water cool, then poured it into small bowls. Grandma Shue told Ran to turn on the TV and watch with the younger siblings. Then she came in to help wipe the table and boiled more water to sterilize the bowls and chopsticks. Grandpa Shue said quietly, "Yuan is still young. He doesn't think as far ahead as us old folks, and sometimes he overlooks things." "It's not his fault," Grandma Shue smiled. "He probably doesn't even know how much your daughter is really worth. Lingling is very tight-lipped. If I didn't ask her in secret, she'd never tell me. I bet she's still holding back and hasn't told me everything." Grandpa Shue chuckled. "It's fine. As long as we remind him, he'll understand." Grandma Shue reminded, "Kids have short memories. They might forget as soon as they turn around. We need to teach them often and remind them regularly, not to talk to strangers, especially not about our family. People can be dangerous, and you should never show off your wealth." In the evening, as Cheng Tianfang got off work, she noticed the warm, familiar lights glowing in the apartment across the street. Delighted she couldn't even be bothered to go home first, and hurried over, calling out, "Dad! Mom!" She knocked on the door energetically, and it was quickly opened. Ran called out with a smile, "Auntie?" Cheng Tianfang ruffled his hair and asked, "When did you all get here?" Ran replied, "We got home at noon." In the living room, Yang was playing checkers with his little sister. He looked up and called, "Auntie?" Then buried his head back in the game. Zhao Chong and Zhao Xin were playing by themselves and without any adult prompting, didn't think to greet her. Cheng Tianfang walked over, scooped Zhao Xin into her arms and gave her a big kiss. Zhao Xin struggled, fuming. Let go! Let go!" Cheng Tianfang had no choice but to put her down. Zhao Xin immediately bounced over to her brothers, shouting, "It's my turn, my turn!" Watching the kids all huddled together, Cheng Tianfang's heart melted. For a woman who's never been a mother, especially as she gets older, children are the easiest to move her. Just then, Grandma Shui poked her head out from the kitchen, smiling. "Ah, Fang, you're here? Have you had dinner yet? Stay and eat with us later." "Okay," Cheng Tianfang grinned from ear to ear as she walked into the kitchen, only to find her big brother there, but not her own parents. "Big brother, where are Dad and Mom?" Cheng Tianyuan didn't go into too much detail about Ahu's family. They haven't seen Ahu's family in a long time, so they went over for a visit. Ahu didn't want them to leave and insisted they stay for a month or two. Their family situation was complicated, and with things like the miscarriage, the fewer people who knew, the better. "What?" Cheng Tianfang exclaimed. "That long?" Cheng Tianyuan said, "It's all family. Ahu is just being filial. Since he wants them to stay, let them stay." Cheng Tianfang couldn't help but laugh. "I heard Ahu's been doing really well lately. Got a new luxury car and bought a house." "Seems so," Cheng Tianyuan said. "Your sister-in-law said Ahu once monopolized the wholesale jeans market in 2 southern provinces. He must have made a lot during that time." Cheng Tianfang was envious, clicking her tongue. "Business really does make more money." While slicing potatoes, Grandma Shui glanced up. Ah Fang, have you lost weight lately? Your face looks thinner. Really? Cheng Tianfang was delighted. I'm on a diet. Grandma Shui frowned, like all elders who dislike young people being too skinny. Why diet? Chubby is cuter. Don't follow your sister-in-law's example, she's too thin. You're just right, don't lose any more. Cheng Tianfang giggled. My sister-in-law is just right. Not fat, not thin, just a bit on the slim side, but I really need to lose weight. I had 3 layers of belly fat recently, it scared me to death. Grandma Shui shook her head. I can't tell. I say, eat when you should, don't starve yourself. Cheng Tianfang explained. I still eat 3 meals a day, just no fast food or soda. I eat less meat, more veggies. I try to go to bed early so I'm not hungry for late-night snacks. Plus, I run in the morning and do sit-ups at night. Only exercise really gets rid of fat. Grandma Shui looked at her waist and smiled. It does look a bit firmer. Cheng Tianyuan, busy frying fish, asked, The Lantern Festival is the day after tomorrow. Do you have to work? Yes, Cheng Tianfang explained. A co-worker went home, so I swapped shifts. I'll be busy for the next few days. Cheng Tianyuan took the fish out of the pan. It's just the 3 of us adults and 4 kids tonight. There's plenty of food. Stay and eat more. Okay. Cheng Tianfang took a deep breath, grinning. It smells so good. I won't eat meat. I'll have more fish. By the way, did my sister-in-law go to work? She just got off the plane at noon. Why did she rush out again? Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. You didn't know. She went abroad with Ah Heng. They left on New Year's Day. He thought Uncle Ji Lan and Auntie would have told her by now, but apparently not. What? Cheng Tianfang was shocked. They went together? Yes, Grandma Shui explained. They said they'd travel and look for new business opportunities. They called us from overseas 2 days ago. They were supposed to come back for the Lantern Festival, but there's a big snowstorm, so they'll book tickets in a couple of days. The factory was supposed to reopen after the festival, but if they can't make it back, it'll be delayed. The factory is run by the 2 of them. Without them, it can't open. Cheng Tianfang frowned, lost in thought. I thought Ah Heng went alone. Turns out my sister-in-law went too. She couldn't believe her sister-in-law hadn't told her. She'd thought Xie Heng left on purpose to avoid her. Cheng Tianyuan guessed what she was thinking and lowered his voice. Ah Heng was kicked out by you and has been staying here. You kept giving him the cold shoulder and wouldn't forgive him. What was he supposed to do? Those days you were never around, even if your sister-in-law wanted to find you, she couldn't. I tried to find you the night before I left, but you were fast asleep, so I couldn't tell you everything. Oh, Cheng Tianfang replied awkwardly. So he just went on business. Cheng Tianyuan gave her a look. You know the answer. Has he called you lately? Doesn't your office have a phone? Doesn't your home? Cheng Tianfang fell silent, disappointed again. Well, when he comes back, I'll apologize to him. Cheng Tianyuan didn't say anything more. Soon, everyone brought the food to the table. Grandpa Shui came in from outside, and Cheng Tianfang quickly greeted him. The old man smiled. I just went to see your father and mother-in-law. They're about to have dinner too. Ah Fang, stay and eat with us. Go tell your in-laws. Cheng Tianfang said, I cook for myself now. I don't eat with them anymore, so there's no need. Grandpa Shui smiled. You young people like to cook what you want. It's more free that way. Cheng Tianfang nodded. Grandma Shui poked her head out. By the way, is Xiao Yi about to give birth? It must be soon, right? Next month, Cheng Tianfang replied. Her belly's gotten much bigger these past 2 months, but the doctor says everything's normal. Cheng Tianyuan called, Mom, Dad, dinner's ready. Ran Ran and Yang Yang took their younger siblings to wash their hands, then quickly gathered around the table. Zhao Chong and Zhao Xin needed help from the adults to get food and be looked after. Cheng Tianyuan took care of Zhao Xin, while Grandma Shui looked after Zhao Chong, eating as she helped. The kids didn't understand the subtleties between adults. Yang Yang looked up and said, Auntie, I asked Mom to buy me lots of foreign toys and cookies. Did you ask Uncle to get you gifts? What did you ask for? Cheng Tianfang blushed and replied softly, I haven't said anything yet. Yang Yang grinned. Last time I had a box of imported cookies, they were delicious. You should ask Uncle to buy you snacks too, and cookies. All you think about is eating. Cheng Tianyuan glared at his second son. Eat your food, no more talking. Yang Yang ducked his head and kept eating. Xiao Xin giggled, a little schadenfreude in her eyes. Yang Yang made a funny face at her when no one was looking. On the day of the Lantern Festival, Cheng Tianyuan made tangyuan with the kids, and following the local tradition in the capital, also prepared a plate of dumplings. Grandpa Shui had invited third uncle over for dumplings. When third uncle arrived, he was as energetic as ever, holding up a small cake. "Kids, come have some cake!" The children, hearing there was cake, immediately swarmed over, clamoring excitedly to eat it. Grandpa Shui asked curiously, "Third brother, it's not your birthday today. Where did the cake come from?" Third uncle explained, "My eldest, Sheng's daughter, Xue Changqian, got married 2 years ago, far away. Yesterday she and her husband came to the capital and stopped by to see me. I remembered today was her birthday, so I ordered her a cake, but her husband got called away on business at the last minute and had to fly out today. Since they couldn't eat the cake, I brought it over for the kids." Grandma Shui called out with a smile, "Everyone, thank your great uncle!" The kids all thanked him excitedly. Third uncle smiled, eyes crinkling, and handed the cake to Grandma Shui. "Sister-in-law, cut it up small so the kids can have some." "Of course," Grandma Shui replied. "Yuan is in the kitchen making dumplings for you, your favorite chive and pork." "I can already smell it," third uncle laughed. "Yuan really knows my taste." He lived alone and usually ate light meals. Making dumplings for one was a hassle, so he rarely did it. Grandpa Shui couldn't help but ask, "I heard from Lingling that the building by Ming Lake hasn't started construction yet, right? Did Sheng go help out?" "I heard he's just keeping an eye on things." Third uncle waved his hand. "He can't really help much, just acts as a go-between. Only Lingling trusts him enough to give him a little extra pay." Grandpa Shui lowered his voice. "Don't say that. He's already retired and you still treat him like a kid. That's not right. No matter how old a child gets, they're still a child in their parents' eyes." Third uncle chuckled and sighed. "It's not that I look down on him, he just really isn't that capable." Grandpa Shui explained, "I bought that land by Ming Lake 12 years ago, at Lingling's suggestion, so it's in her name. Later, she and San Yuan bought the old fertilizer plant site, which is where we are now. San Yuan didn't have much money then, so he only bought a small piece, planning to build a villa. Later, Lingling wanted to develop Ronghua Mall here, so she couldn't leave a separate plot. She swapped a piece by Ming Lake with San Yuan. San Yuan thought a single house here would look odd, and he was distracted by his gambling ex-wife, so he agreed quickly. Now his family has grown and he started building a big villa there at the end of last year. But Lingling also wants to build a high-rise there." "What's the issue?" third uncle asked. "Aren't the plots separated? Isn't there a big lake in between? That area has water, trees, and a park nearby, perfect for a villa." Grandpa Shui gave a wry smile. "Yesterday San Yuan came to me. His villa's architect told him that Lingling's planned building is huge, over 20 stories. He's worried that with one side so heavy and the other so light, it'll affect the villa's foundation." Third uncle thought for a moment. "Did you tell Lingling?" Grandpa Shui shook his head. "The cell signal isn't great, probably because she's abroad. I plan to call her again this afternoon, or maybe she'll call home. She checks in every day or two." Third uncle said quietly, "This could be tricky. Building a high-rise by the lake is complicated. Did San Yuan suggest any solutions? We're all family, so we have to talk things through and not let it hurt our relationships." "Exactly," Grandpa Shui agreed softly. "Once relationships are damaged, it's hard to fix. If we lose money, we can always earn more. I plan to advise Lingling not to build so high. The architect suggested balancing the weight by building more on the other side of the lake, but she's already invested so much in this one building, it's not realistic to do more. So it's better not to build too high. Third uncle said, "Let's wait for Lingling to come back and let her decide. The land is hers after all." Grandpa Shua nodded. Of course. It's her call, but she should consider Sanyuan too. He did her a big favor by swapping this land for Ming Lake. She should take his needs into account, not just her own. She will, third uncle chuckled. Lingling's a businesswoman, but she's not the type to put money above family. Only people with good character go far. Lingling understands that. Grandpa Shua smiled and shook his head. You always praise her. She deserves it, third uncle shrugged. If I weren't so old, I'd go work for her new company myself. Grandpa Shua laughed. And what would you do? Help watch the door, at least, third uncle joked. I'd take half pay as long as I have something to do. Grandpa Shua burst out laughing. Just then, Chung Tian Yuan came out with a big bowl of dumplings and some chili sauce. Third uncle, the dumplings are ready. This is sweet chili sauce, not too spicy. Give it a try. Third uncle quickly thanked him. Chung Tian Yuan asked, Dad, there are both tang yuan and dumplings. What would you like? The kids are all eating cake and making a mess. I'll bring your food out so you can eat with third uncle. I'll have tang yuan, Grandpa Shua said. Just a few. I like the sesame ones. Chung Tian Yuan agreed and went back to the kitchen. Third uncle chuckled. Our big family has both northern and southern traditions. Festivals are so lively. Dumplings for those who want dumplings. Tang yuan for those who want tang yuan. Grandpa Shue said warmly. A Yuan is a great cook. Everything he makes is delicious. We're lucky to have him. Lingling isn't as attentive as he is. Third uncle laughed heartily. At that moment there was a knock at the door. Grandpa Shue hurried to open it. It was Zheng Sanyuan. Oh, Sanyuan, you're not working today. Come in. Ayuan is making dumplings and tangyuan. Third uncle called out, Come join us, in-law. Zheng Sanyuan managed a smile. Third uncle, you eat. I need to borrow Shue for a word. No problem. You two go ahead, third uncle said, focusing on his food. Grandpa Shue raised an eyebrow in curiosity, stepped out, and half closed the door. What's up? Zheng Sanyuan frowned and spoke quietly. Shue, my ex-mother-in-law came to see me. She said my ex-wife isn't doing well after remarrying and asked me to help out, saying I can't just stand by and do nothing. It's awkward. I know them. If I help once, there'll be a second time. I can't let Achin know about this. She's always been understanding, but it's not fair to her, right? Grandpa Shue thought for a moment. So, are you going to help or not? She's supposedly sick, Zheng Sanyuan said quietly. Even if it's just an acquaintance, you can't ignore someone in need, let alone the mother of Daetong and the others, right? Right, Grandpa Shue said. It's a separate issue. She's done wrong, but she's still their mother. You want my advice, don't you? Yes, Zheng Sanyuan said softly. The bank's closed for the weekend and I don't have much cash on hand. I was hoping to borrow a little from you. Grandpa Shue couldn't help but ask, She's sick? Is it serious? If it's serious, help if you can. After all, even if she'd made terrible mistakes, she was once his wife and the mother of his 3 children. You can't just turn your back on someone in need. That would be too heartless. Zheng Sanyuan said quietly, They say it's a stomach illness and it's pretty serious. Grandpa Shue asked, Is 1,000 enough? Or 2,000? 1,500 for now, Zheng Sanyuan replied. The kids don't know yet. Grandpa Shue went back to his room and soon returned with an envelope, handing it to him. Zheng Sanyuan thanked him. Grandpa Shue grabbed his arm and said in a low voice, I just thought of something. Why don't you give the money to Daetong and have him deliver it? And let him say it's from himself. If their mother is sick, it's only right for her child to help pay for treatment. Don't say it's from you. That way your ex-mother-in-law won't keep coming to you. And even if Achin finds out, she won't mind. She's a good, honest person, but still, you should be considerate. Zheng Sanyuan nodded in realization. You're right. I'll do as you say. He took the money and hurried off. Grandpa Shua closed the door and went back to the living room to eat tang yuan. Third uncle couldn't help but ask, "How come I haven't seen your in-laws?" "They went to visit their godson," Grandpa Shua replied. "Remember Ahu, the tall, strong one from years ago?" I remember. Third uncle nodded with a smile. Grandpa Shua said warmly, "He's been helping Ling Ling with business in the provincial capital and has done well these past years. Things have been busy at home lately, so his godparents went over to help and spend more time together." "That's nice." Third uncle put down his bowl, sighing contentedly. "I'm full." "Want a few more tang yuan?" Grandpa Shua asked. "I'll wait a bit," Third uncle replied gently. "At my age, I shouldn't eat too much at once." The kids finished their cake and gathered in a corner of the living room to play chess. Third uncle went over, smiling kindly. "Can I join you?" Yang Yang and Ran Ran both nodded with big smiles. Xiao Xin blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, "Do you know how to play?" Third uncle quickly shook his head. "I don't. Can you teach me?" Xiao Xin laughed happily and nodded. "Okay, I'll teach you." On the sofa, Grandpa Shue nearly laughed himself to tears. The next morning, before work, Zheng Sanyuan came to see Grandpa Shue. Datong took the money over, left it there, told her to take care of herself, and then left. Grandpa Shue said gently, "That's good. Have him go again on the weekend when he's off work." Zheng Sanyuan frowned, troubled. The kids still resent her a lot. Luckily it was Datong. If it were Xiao Duo, he definitely wouldn't have gone. Grandpa Shue patted his shoulder and said quietly, "Just let Datong go. Don't talk about it too much at home." Zheng Sanyuan nodded. "I'm off to work. I'll pay you back later." "No rush," Grandpa Shue waved. "This afternoon the school is letting students pick up their books early. I need to wake the kids and get their bags and notebooks ready." Zheng Sanyuan left. 3 days passed quickly, but Xue Ling and Xue Heng still hadn't returned. Xue Ling called to say the blizzard there was severe. Their business was done, but the city's airport was snowed in, so flights were unreliable. They'd have to stay nearby for a couple more days. Cheng Tianyuan told her to be careful. She agreed, but the signal cut out. "Daddy, I want to listen." Zhao Chong hugged his leg. Cheng Tianyuan smiled wryly. "The call's already dropped. Next time, okay?" Zhao Chong was very disappointed and muttered, "When is Mom coming back? I miss her." Cheng Tianyuan's heart ached. He picked him up. "She'll be back soon, just a few more days." Zhao Chong stayed quiet, sulking. Just then, the phone rang again. Zhao Chong thought it was his mom calling back and jumped up excitedly, but it was Ah Hu. "Ah King and I are both in Rongcheng. Godfather and godmother are doing well in the provincial capital. The kids are about to start school, so I'm letting them stay home for now. It's just kindergarten, no rush." Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. "Is Wang Qing doing better?" "Much better. Last time, after I told her about her family, she insisted on being discharged and coming back to Rongcheng. I rushed to get her out, even though the doctors didn't want to. They couldn't stop her once they heard about the family situation. After we got here, I helped with her younger brother's affairs and she took care of her mother in the hospital. Having someone to care for gave her more energy." Cheng Tianyuan laughed. "See? I told you, people have unlimited potential. When she has responsibility, she'll be fine." "You're right. Doing the opposite really worked. My mother-in-law is much better and my brother-in-law's situation is almost resolved. When I got back, I took him to the police, and we're handling everything by the book. That family is a mess, using the old lady's injury to keep demanding money. My brother-in-law is naive and easily scared, so he just kept giving them money." Cheng Tianyuan said, "Once this is settled, your mother-in-law's health will improve. Half her illness is from worry and shock. Once things are resolved, she'll get better." "Most likely. She's always been frail, and all this stress made it worse. I gave her money and also gave 2,000 to Wang Ting's sister-in-law to help with the family. Oh, there's something else I wanted to tell you." Cheng Tianyuan asked, "What is it?" "Do you remember Wang Ting's old boss, old Liu, the chubby director at the newspaper related to Liu Xing?" Cheng Tianyuan remembered. "Of course. What about him?" "He's in the hospital. Serious hypertension, got dizzy but luckily got there in time. The doctors said it could have been a brain hemorrhage. Coincidentally, he's in the room next to my mother-in-law, so Wang Qing ran into him. They talked a lot and your wife came up. He seems to have some misunderstanding about her. Cheng Tianyuan thought of old Lu's daughter, Liu Xincheng, and asked, "What kind of misunderstanding?" "I'm not sure. Old Lu didn't say much, just that your wife helped his daughter a lot, and even though they don't work together anymore, he's still grateful. But Qing said he seems a bit unhappy with your wife, just doesn't say it. I heard your wife invested in a company, got a 10% share, and they made audio and videotapes for about 2 years, right?" Cheng Tianyuan replied, "Yes, but they split up at the end of last year. Lingling told me that Zhao Lu was always pushing the limits, trying to make more money with shady, even illegal tapes. Lingling refused, so they argued and eventually split. At year-end, Zhao Lu took her share of the profits and left. Lingling started building a high-rise next to the factory. The foundation's already done. She doesn't have experience or the right people, so she's just investing, not running it herself. When it's finished, she'll rent out part and invest the rest in the entertainment industry." "Oh, I see. It's better not to get involved in shady business. Even if the profits are big and you don't get caught for now, it's not worth it if you can't sleep at night." Cheng Tianyuan frowned slightly. Maybe Zhao Lu didn't tell her father the truth, or even bad-mouthed Lingling. Otherwise, why would old Lu say something like that? "That's probably it. Don't worry, I'm at the hospital every day with my mother-in-law, and she'll be discharged the day after tomorrow. When I go tomorrow, I'll talk to old Lu and clear things up so he won't misunderstand." Cheng Tianyuan said, "Forget it. Don't say too much. After all, they're father and daughter, and it's not our place to get involved. Otherwise, Zhao Lu might think we're trying to drive a wedge between them." "Really? How could someone as good as Lingling be slandered? I can't stand people who stab others in the back." But Cheng Tianyuan was more philosophical. "It doesn't matter. At our age, you start to let things go. Lingling isn't petty, as you know. Zhao Lu is old Lu's daughter. If he doesn't understand his own child, that's just how it is. There's a saying, time reveals a person's heart, right? We don't need to worry. We've only met old Lu once since moving to the capital, so whatever misunderstanding he has doesn't affect us." He was already 40 and had learned to take things in stride. Small misunderstandings like this were trivial and not worth the effort to explain or clarify. Zhao Lu was so aggressive. People like that are bound to get into trouble eventually. If something happens to her and she's punished by the authorities, old Lu will naturally start to wonder, where did his daughter go wrong? Why did Lingling stop working with her? With time, the truth will come out. After all, they're father and daughter. If Ahu says too much, it might actually hurt their relationship. Better not to add to the misunderstandings and make it look like someone's trying to stir up trouble. "All right, I'll leave it then. By the way, are Lingling and Shui Heng still not back? Why is it taking so long? Did Lingling get everything done? Did she find an investment project?" Cheng Tianyuan replied, "There's a blizzard over there, so flights are grounded. She said there are still a lot of procedures to go through, and she's asked the embassy staff for help. The laws are different in each country, so everything has to be checked carefully before buying any patents. I don't know the details yet." "No worries. As long as Lingling makes money, I make money too. I've always had faith in her." Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help asking, "Is the jeans business really that bad now? When I was in Yincheng, I saw young people everywhere wearing jeans. It's the same here in the capital. How come the business can't go on?" Lingling said the competition is fierce and they can't get better fabric. She said sooner or later they'll be squeezed out of the market. She also said she doesn't have any new ideas. Cheng Tianyuan, not being an expert, said, "That's probably it. She and Shui Heng plan to keep the branch factory for jeans orders, but sell all the main factory's machines and start a new business." "Do you know what kind of business? They're selling all the machines? That must mean something totally different, right?" Cheng Tianyuan replied, "She hasn't said yet, just that she hopes to buy the technology and machine blueprints soon. Maybe it'll take a few months. I'll ask her when she's back." "All right, I'll call you in a few days. Godfather and godmother are doing well, so don't worry about them. When Wang Ting and I get back, We'll take good care of them for a while before letting them return. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. Whatever you think is best. Then he hung up. A few days later in the evening, She Heng and Xue Ling finally came home. Everyone was overjoyed, especially the 4 kids who surrounded Xue Ling, hugging and kissing her, shouting, "Mom!" in excitement. Grandpa and Grandma Xue were all smiles too. The two had spent a day and a night on planes and were exhausted, but seeing their family again made them happy. We had to transfer flights, so it took a lot longer. It's just good you're back safe, Grandpa Xue called out. Ron, go pour some warm water for your uncle and mom. Okay. Ron ran to the kitchen. Xue Ling smiled. There's a whole pile of toys and snacks in the suitcase. Go, let Dad open it and get them for you. Wow, thanks, Mom. Mom's the best. Mom is awesome. Xue Heng collapsed on the sofa, laughing. Even little Xin knows how to say awesome now. She really is awesome. Cheng Tianyuan explained. It's been on TV a lot lately. Kids pick things up fast and use them everywhere. Xue Heng yawned and asked, Where's Ah Fang? She's on duty tonight? I saw the gate at her place was closed. Mrs. Chen, busy unpacking, looked up and smiled. She's working tonight. You should have told her you were coming back. She's been waiting for you, thinking about you every day. It's not easy being alone for almost a month, especially over the new year. Xue Heng's eyes softened, lips moving as if to say something, but he quickly fell silent. I know. I'll rest a bit, then go pick her up from work. Mrs. Chen huffed. You're confused. Look at the time, she's almost off work. Even if you drive now, you won't make it. Xue Heng was stunned, then burst out laughing. We had blizzards every day over there. Sometimes it was so dark you couldn't tell what time it was. Sometimes by 3 PM it was already pitch black. I've had enough of that. Xue Ling sipped the water Ran brought, looking at her kids with a heart full of sweetness. It doesn't matter, we're home now. No foreign sun can compare to our own at home. Xue Heng rolled his eyes and joked, You make it sound like there are a bunch of suns in the world. There's only one sun, Yang giggled. And only one moon. Our textbook says the sun is really, really far away. The teacher said the earth goes around the sun. At first I didn't believe it. I thought the sun just hid underground at night and came out in the morning. That's what it looks like. Everyone burst out laughing. Xue Ling ruffled her son's hair. Listen to your teacher. Everything in the textbook is checked by scientists and experts before it's printed. Yang snuggled into his mom's arms, acting spoiled. Mom, you're finally back. Little Xin stood up, hands on her hips, and declared, Share! You can't hog Mom, we're all Mom's kids. Yang stuck out his tongue at her. Little Xin pouted. Mom, second brother stuck out his tongue, he's dirty. Xue Ling laughed. It's fine, I'll talk to him. Go to Dad and get your doll. I bought you a cute little bear, so soft and cuddly. Little Xin dashed off to find her dad. Mrs. Chen couldn't help asking her son, Ling bought so much. What did you get? All I see are dirty clothes and socks. Xue Heng smiled wryly. Mom, don't go digging through my stuff. Luckily, it's just family, or I'd be embarrassed. I bought some supplements, a sweater for you, and 3 necklaces. Mrs. Chen's eyes lit up. Really? Where is it? Mrs. Chen hurriedly rummaged through the suitcase even faster. Xue Heng had no choice but to squat down and help, explaining, The supplements are for Xiao Yi's recovery. 1 necklace is for you, 1 for Aunt, and 1 for Ah Fang. They're all the same style, very new and pretty. Mrs. Chen asked, Are they gold? Xue Heng shook his head. They're platinum with some small diamonds, very sparkly and shiny. He quickly found them, handed 1 to his own mother and another to Mrs. Xue. Mrs. Xue refused at first, smiling. Oh, I can't accept this, it's too expensive. You should save it for your wife. Xue Heng shot her a look and said quietly, Auntie, every time you and Uncle go out, you always bring me gifts. You two have always spoiled me. How can you not let me show a little filial piety? Well then, I won't be polite, Mrs. Xue said, accepting it. Thank you. When you make a fortune, you can buy everyone more gifts. Xue Heng let out a long sigh. Let's hope we can pull this off in the next 6 months. Grandpa Shui perked up, curious. It'll take that long? How far along are you? Shui Heng explained. We've agreed on a price with the other side, but we still need to check the local laws and regulations. We just need to buy the patent and blueprints, then manufacture the machines ourselves. Shui Ling smiled. We came back to get everything sorted out here, then we'll go sign the contract and bring it back. Can't you just make the machines over there and ship them back? Grandpa Shui asked. Shui Ling gave a wry smile. Dad, you think it's as easy as doing business at home? Their technology is more advanced and they're very guarded. It was already hard enough to quietly buy a private patent and blueprints. If you want to openly ship their machines out of the country, it's a huge hassle. The embassy told us it's basically impossible to buy new machines. The only way is to buy their old, obsolete ones and bring them back to install and repair ourselves. I thought about buying old machines at first, but Ling Ling wouldn't have it, Shui Heng added. Shui Ling shrugged. Those old machines are 20 or 30 years old, why buy them? If we're going to do this, we need something advanced. If we mess around with outdated stuff, we'll lose our edge in a year or two. I'd rather spend more up front. Advanced technology is the real way to make money and have confidence in the future. Grandpa Shui nodded in agreement. Mrs. Shui shook her head and sighed. The food abroad must be terrible. Look at you two. You've both gotten so skinny. Shui Heng pouted. It was awful. At first the hotel was nice and the food was okay, but once the blizzard hit, the food, don't even ask. All we had was milk and some hard bread, cold and tough. It made my teeth hurt. We'll make sure you eat well now. Mrs. Shui laughed. Ah, Heng, I made your favorite fried pork chops. Shui Heng's eyes lit up. Thank you, Auntie. Mrs. Shui hurried off to the kitchen. Chung Tianyuan ladled out a bowl of chicken soup with a chicken wing and handed it to Shui Ling. This is the old hen I stewed this afternoon. Take your time and eat. Shui Ling grinned and started eating heartily. Big brother, I want some too, Shui Heng called out. How can you be so biased? Chung Tianyuan laughed. Yours is ready too, what's the rush? Shui Heng laughed happily. The two of them finished a bowl of chicken soup and fresh chicken, looking completely satisfied. Shui Heng sighed. I feel like I'm finally alive again. Silly, Shui Ling teased. A little food and you're over the moon. Exhausted, Shui Heng slumped on the sofa, dozing off. Grandpa Shui draped a coat over him and went to help in the kitchen. The kids played with the building blocks their mom had bought, their laughter echoing from the other room. Shui Ling was exhausted too. She went to her room, changed, washed her face, and fell asleep on the edge of the bed. Chung Tianyuan, seeing how tired she was, gently closed the door for her. Mrs. Chen helped carry the luggage home. I'll go make dinner. Ji Lan and Ah Huan should be getting off work soon. Grandpa Shui reminded her, if Ah Heng is sleeping deeply, don't wake him for dinner. We'll keep some food warm for him and Ling Ling for when they wake up. Mrs. Chen apologized softly. Isn't that too much trouble? Nonsense, Grandpa Shui said. When Ah Fang comes, tell her to. No need to cook, just come eat with us. Mrs. Chen nodded with a smile and left. As night fell, the kids had cookies and snacks and weren't hungry. Mrs. Shui made a few bowls of millet porridge for them, making sure each had a bowl. Grandpa Shui smiled. The weather's getting warmer and there's no wind. I'll take the kids downstairs to walk around the mall for a bit. There are too many kids for one person to watch, Mrs. Shui said. I'll come too. They took the kids downstairs. Chung Tianyuan had 2 bowls of porridge and some meat, then cleaned up the dishes. Just then the door opened. Chung Tianfang came in, still wearing her coat and carrying her bag. She froze. She looked at Shui Heng, who was much thinner, lying on the sofa snoring softly, and for a moment she couldn't process it. He was really back? He finally came back. She suddenly felt a wave of sadness, her eyes filling with tears. After a long moment, she quietly walked to the kitchen. Chung Tianyuan saw her and asked, Off work? Have you eaten? There's porridge and chicken soup on the stove. Chung Tianfang shook her head. No appetite. Brother, When did they get here? This evening, Chung Tianyuan replied. About an hour ago. Chung Tianfang's eyes were red as she whispered, He didn't even say a word. Chung Tianyuan said, The signal abroad isn't like here. Your sister-in-law called, but it kept cutting out. What did he say? Chung Tianfang choked. He's staying here, isn't he? Chung Tianyuan's eyes flickered. He didn't say. He's just too tired, so he's sleeping here. Chung Tianfang wiped her tears and whispered, I get it. He's still mad at me. If he wasn't still angry, how could he not call her even once? She was either at work or at home, and both had phones. If he wanted to reach her, even with bad signal, it couldn't be that there was no signal for over 20 days. Clearly, he just didn't want to contact her. He came back, but didn't want to go home. He'd rather sleep on his parents' sofa than go back to their own house. Their home was just a few steps away. No matter how tired he was, could it really be that hard to go that little distance? Chung Tianyuan wiped his hands, scooped a bowl of millet porridge, and handed it to her. Wash your hands and sit down to eat. He's probably still upset. Just apologize to him when you get a chance. I heard he bought 3 necklaces. One for you, one for your mother-in-law, and one for my mother-in-law. If he really didn't want anything to do with you, would he have bought you a gift? Chung Tianfang was stunned, but soon managed a small smile. Really? A necklace from abroad? Chung Tianyuan nodded. Chung Tianfang's mood improved a lot, and she quickly lowered her head and ate her porridge. Soon she put down her bowl. Chung Tianyuan asked, Want more? There's plenty left in the pot. No, Chung Tianfang said. I'm dieting, so I don't want to eat too much at night. She sat in the kitchen for more than 10 minutes, but She Heng was still sound asleep, showing no sign of waking up. Looking at her husband sleeping on the sofa, Chung Tianfang suddenly felt a wave of sadness. She sighed softly and said in a low voice, Brother, I'll go home and get the bathwater ready. When he wakes up, don't tell him I was here. And don't try to persuade him to come home either. Chung Tianyuan turned and shot her a cold glare. Are you out of your mind? Is this really the time to keep sulking? No, Chung Tianfang choked. I just suddenly don't know how to face him. If he wakes up, I really don't know what to say. Chung Tianyuan thought for a moment, then said quietly, Go on home. When he wakes up, I'll tell him you're waiting for him at home. Go get the water ready. He'll definitely want a hot bath. They were stuck over there for days, and he must feel filthy. Okay. Chung Tianfang got up and left. She Heng was so exhausted that he slept deeply, completely unaware she'd been there. Over half an hour later, Mrs. She and Grandpa Shui came back with the kids. The children's chatter soon woke Shui Heng. Mrs. She said gently, Heng, go eat dinner in the kitchen. After you eat, go home, take a bath, change your clothes, and get a good night's sleep. Okay. Shui Heng stretched, pinched Yang Yang's chubby cheek and said, I'll go eat first. Grandpa and Grandma Shui took the kids to bathe. Chung Tianyuan ladled out a bowl of porridge for him, along with a plate of fried pork chops and some side dishes. Eat up. When you're done, go home. Ah Fang is waiting for you. She Heng's eyes flickered. He asked quietly, Big brother, she knows I'm back today? She knows, Chung Tianyuan replied. She came to see you after work, heard you hadn't bathed in days, and went home to get the water ready. She Heng murmured an oh. Chung Tianyuan didn't know what he was thinking, but said quietly, There's no point in holding grudges between husband and wife. What's done is done. She regretted it a lot, cried several times, and I even scolded her. Shui Heng looked up in surprise. She cried several times? Apparently his big brother hadn't been too harsh on her. Chung Tianyuan nodded. Shui Heng quickly finished his porridge and said softly, I'll go home as soon as I'm done. Chung Tianyuan went about his business, calling out, Ran Ran Yang Yang, you two go bathe. Don't make a racket and wake your mom, okay? Okay, Ran Ran replied. Chung Tianyuan thought for a moment, then said, Never mind, you're still too little. I'll carry the hot water over for you so you don't scald your feet. When he finished helping the kids, he found that Xue Heng had already gone home. Once the two of them were together, they'd surely make up soon. Time flew by, and more than 2 months passed. Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying returned, and Cheng Tianyuan drove to the airport to pick them up. It was late March, the weather was warm, and spring was everywhere. At midday it was even hot, and some people on the street were already wearing short sleeves. Liu Ying laughed. "Ah, whose mom is still so spry? She walks upstairs faster than I do." Cheng Muhai added, "Ah, who just wouldn't let us come back early." After the young couple returned to the provincial capital, Wang Ting was in great spirits and took us sightseeing for days. Ah Hu took us out to eat every day. He must have spent a fortune. Suddenly, Liu Ying remembered something. "By the way, did Xiao Yi have her baby? How much did he weigh? It's been over a month, right?" "Almost 2 months," Cheng Tianyuan replied with a smile. "It's a boy. Looks just like Ah Huan. Xiao Yi's finished her confinement, and now Aunt and she are taking care of the little one together. Third uncle picked the name, Xue Yue." Liu Ying, who couldn't read, asked curiously, "A boy with a name like Yue, isn't that for girls? Like Moon?" "No," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "It's the Yue from Chao Yue, meaning to surpass. It's a great meaning. Uncle Jilan really likes it, and so do Ah Huan and his wife." Liu Ying nodded, grinning. "I really don't get these things." Cheng Muhai thought for a moment and asked, "By the way, I called home yesterday, but no one answered for a long time. What was going on?" Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. "My parents went next door to see what was going on." "What was going on?" Liu Ying asked. "Something happened at Sanyuan's? His daughter had a baby, so now he's a grandpa." Cheng Tianyuan sighed. "You don't know, but it wasn't a happy occasion. Early yesterday morning, just after dawn, Sanyuan's ex-mother-in-law showed up with his ex-wife, crying at their door." "She still has the nerve to show up?" Liu Ying huffed. Cheng Tianyuan replied, "Uncle Sanyuan asked what they wanted. Turns out his ex-wife is sick, supposedly very ill, and can't pay her medical bills. She says she's just waiting to die. The ex-mother-in-law wanted Datong and Uncle Sanyuan to help pay for treatment and even take her daughter in." "You're kidding?" Liu Ying frowned. "What kind of world is this? How can people be so shameless?" Cheng Muhai shot her a look and said quietly, "Don't talk like that. Datong is still her son. If she's sick, he does have a responsibility to help. Parents get old and sick, and it's natural for children to care for them." Liu Ying shrank back and asked her son, "So what happened? Was Ah-chun upset? She's always been so good-natured." Cheng Tianyuan explained, "Uncle Sanyuan was in a tough spot and had Datong take them to the hospital to settle his mom in. When the ex-mother-in-law saw Ah-chun, she said some really nasty things, accused her of forgetting the old for the new, said that decades of feelings couldn't compare to a younger woman. Uncle Sanyuan got angry and said it was her daughter who left the family, and that they were divorced and had nothing to do with each other. Datong hurriedly took his grandma and mom away. I heard he took his mom to see Ah Huan, and Ah Huan quickly arranged for a gastroenterologist to take care of her." "Is it serious?" Cheng Muhai asked. Cheng Tianyuan replied, "Sounds like it's pretty bad. She needs minor surgery. The cost is high, but Uncle Sanyuan can afford it." Liu Ying grumbled, "That old woman is really something. Saying things like that is just too much. Ah-chun must have felt awful. That's so hurtful." Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, "Ah-chun hid in the kitchen and didn't come out. Little Ironhead got mad and yelled at the ex-mother-in-law, but Uncle Zheng quickly pulled him back and told him not to say anything. In situations like this, Ah-chun is the one who suffers most. My father-in-law advised Uncle Sanyuan not to get too involved. Let Datong handle it. Datong is over 20 now, old enough to get married so he can take care of his own mother. But he's so busy with work he can't do everything. Lately, Xiao Yi goes to the hospital during the day and Datong takes over at night. Duo still has school. She's only 15 or 16, so it's not right to ask her." Liu Ying lost interest and changed the subject to her own daughter-in-law. "Lingling went abroad again? Did Ah Heng go with her?" Cheng Tianyuan replied, "Yes, and even more people went this time. Lingling found 5 or 6 technicians in the capital, got their passports and tickets sorted, and it took over a month to get everything ready. Liu Ying asked curiously. What exactly are they doing? Cheng Muhai interjected. If Ling Ling thinks it's worth it, then it must be. We don't understand, so let's not ask too much. Cheng Tianyuan wasn't like his father. He didn't know the details either. I heard from Ling Ling that it's not certain yet if they can buy the technology. If it works out, those technicians will be able to build the machines, and when they come back, they'll set up a new factory. Another 2 months passed in a flash. Night fell and lights glowed in every home. Cheng Tianyuan checked his 2 sons' homework, then went to the kitchen to help. Liu Ying and Mrs. Xue were chatting as they cooked. Yuan, is Ling Ling coming home for dinner? She left so early this morning she didn't even eat breakfast. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. She said she won't be back, and Dad won't either. The factory's machines are being moved out. Buyers brought a lot of workers to haul away the sewing machines. With so many people and so much going on, they have to keep a close watch in case anyone tries to steal something. Mrs. Xue asked. Yuan, how much have they sold so far? Have you helped out these past few days? I have, Cheng Tianyuan explained. They've sold the sewing machines and a lot of other odds and ends, about 50 or 60% of everything. Dad says the rest will probably have to be sold as scrap. Mrs. Xue felt a pang of regret and frowned. Honestly, how could he let her sell so much? They spent a fortune on those machines back then, and now they're just selling them for scrap. What a waste! Cheng Tianyuan shrank his neck and said quietly, Mom, you can't look at it that way. Most of those machines are over 10 years old and have already been phased out by the market. People buying secondhand are just looking for a bargain. The really old ones we could still use to make money, but no one else wants to buy them at a loss, so we have to sell them as scrap. Mrs. Xue sighed. She just wants to make money from everything. Look at Ming Lake. If Liu Xiaoyu and Boss Liao weren't helping supervise, that building project wouldn't be going anywhere. They're getting paid to take their time, and what can you do about it? Luckily, it's all contracted out, and you can just hire someone to supervise. Liu Xiaoyu even left her whole pig farm to come help. She's really something. Liu Ying just chuckled, not daring to comment. Ling Ling probably just wants to achieve more, she said. But if it were me, I'd feel it was enough already. Who knows how much money a person needs in a lifetime? As long as you have enough to spend, that's enough, right? Cheng Tianyuan said helplessly. Mom, what's enough? She's working hard while she's still young, all for this family. Ling Ling's worked so hard. If we can't help, let's not say things that discourage her. I didn't mean it that way, Liu Ying muttered. I just meant I'd be satisfied already. Mrs. Xue quickly reassured her. It's fine. Yuan just misunderstood. Your mom didn't mean anything by it. She's very content, not criticizing at all. Don't take it the wrong way. Cheng Tianyuan turned to serve the rice. Let's drop it and get dinner ready. Yang Yang was just complaining he's hungry. In the apartment across the street, Zheng Xiaoyi was holding her sleeping son, lost in thought. Xue Huan came in, loosening his tie, and smiled fondly. The little guy's asleep? Zhao Yi, who'd been staring out the window, jumped a little, then smiled. Oh, Daddy's home. Xue Huan quickly washed his hands and came over. You must be tired. Let me hold Zhao Yue. No need, Zhao Yi said softly. He's sleeping soundly. I'll put him down in a bit. Xue Huan looked at his chubby, sleeping son and felt his heart melt. Was he good today? Any fussing? Zhao Yi shook her head. Very good. Eat, sleep, eat. But he's sleeping a bit less than before. Probably will keep sleeping less as he grows. That's normal, Xue Huan explained. Newborns just eat and sleep, but gradually they're awake more until it stabilizes. Zhao Yi looked at her son and sighed softly. Xue Huan heard her and took her hand. What's wrong? Worried about something? Summer break is next month, and in 3 months you can go back to school. Don't worry about your studies. I'll help you. The only hassle is you'll have to transfer buses to get to campus, but I'll try to pick you up whenever I can. Zhao Yi smiled faintly. That's not it. The bus transfer isn't a big deal. There's a stop right downstairs, so it's convenient. I'm just upset about my mom. Xue Huan raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Her surgery went really well and she's recovering fine. Is there something else bothering her? No. Xiao Yi shook her head, then glanced at her son and said softly, Ever since I became a mom, I realized how much a child depends on their mother or elders for everything. I started thinking, my mom must have gone through all this too. Shehuan said gently, Is your mom short on money? I'll give you another 500 later. Just pass it to her quietly for me. No. Xiao Yi lowered her eyes. It's that my mom wants to get back together with my dad. My grandma keeps telling me and my brother to persuade Dad to agree. My mom says she regrets leaving him, that she misses us and cries every day. Shehuan's eyes flickered. Are you and your brother going to try to talk to your dad? We're both torn, Xiao Yi sighed. Dad isn't someone we can persuade, and Aunt Chun has always been good to us. If we did that, that's definitely not okay. Shehuan interrupted. Your mom and dad are divorced? Your dad is married to Aunt Chun now. She may not have given birth to you or raised you for long, but she's done a lot for your family, taking care of you, your brother, and your grandpa. You can't let a moment of sympathy make you say something foolish. Think about it. If Aunt Chun found out, how hurt would she be? Tears welled up in Xiao Yi's eyes. I haven't said anything. My brother is struggling too. My mom says she wants to come back, that she never wanted the divorce, that it was Dad who insisted. Now she's all alone, and Grandma can't take care of her. She's in her 50s, can't read, and her health isn't great. She can't do hard work. Shehuan said softly, Your brother has a salary and you have me. We can always give her some money. But she wants to be with us again, Xiao Yi choked. If it were before, I'd have refused. But now that I'm a mom, after 10 months of pregnancy and all the hardships of raising a child, it's hard to put into words. Shehuan put his arm around her shoulders and said gently, Don't be sad. I understand how hard this is for you, but some things just can't be perfect. If you bring this up, you'll definitely hurt Aunt Chun. Besides, your dad would never agree. Even if Aunt Chun hadn't been there, her father would have insisted on divorce. Now he and Aunt Chun were close and supportive. There was no way he'd agree. Xiao Yi sighed. So I really don't know what to do. Maybe my mom brought this on herself, but she's truly sorry and desperately wants to come back. If she had somewhere to go, someone to look after her, we could just give her money. But now she's all alone in a little rented room, and every time my brother and I see her cry, we can't help but feel bad. Shehuan thought for a moment. Once she's recovered, maybe she can find an easy job, make some friends and have colleagues. We can help with money, but for her spirit, maybe that's the best support we can give. Zheng Xiaoyi couldn't help but ask, So, that's it? Shehuan's eyes softened and he said quietly, What else can you do? Xiaoyi, your mom and dad are divorced. Legally, they have nothing to do with each other anymore. She's the ex-wife. That's all in the past. If you and your brother don't keep your boundaries clear, Aunt Chun will be the one who suffers. Zheng Xiaoyi seemed to think of something and said, My mom says she wants to live with us. She feels so lonely renting a place by herself, but my brother is in a tough spot. He has a small dorm at the TV station and suggested Mom stay there for now, but she doesn't want to. Shehuan said quietly, So what does she want? If she wants to come back to the family, that's impossible. Xiaoyi, you must never bring this up to your dad, and especially not let Aunt Chun find out. Okay. Zheng Xiaoyi nodded. Shehuan couldn't help but ask, What about Duo? He probably doesn't know much, right? Zheng Xiaoyi shook her head. He's in high school now and really busy. My brother and I don't tell him everything. Besides, he doesn't have any good feelings toward Mom. When she started gambling, my brother and I were old enough to fend for ourselves. But Duo was still little and hot-tempered. He has no good memories of her. Shehuan didn't have a good impression of his mother-in-law either, especially when she was in the hospital, always nitpicking the staff and using his name, saying she was Director Xue's relative and demanding the best treatment, making things awkward for his colleagues. Luckily, he'd worked there long enough that most people understood, or the hospital director would have called him in for a talk. Then don't tell him. He's close to Ironhead. And if Ironhead knows, Aunt Chun will know too. Not everything in a family needs to be completely transparent. Sometimes that's not a good thing. Zheng Xiaoyi nodded. I understand. She'd thought that with her mother's illness cured and her daughter and son supporting her, she wouldn't cause trouble at the Zheng house anymore. But her mother clung to her, saying she wanted to help take care of the baby so Xiaoyi could go back to school, and wanted to move into Ronghua Mall to help with little Yue Yue. When Xiaoyi brought it up, Shui Huan refused without hesitation. No, your dad and Aunt Chun won't move to the Ming Lake Villa until the end of the year. It's still being renovated and isn't livable yet. If your mom moves in here, we're all on the same floor, always running into each other. Your dad would feel awkward, and so would Aunt Chun, right? Xiaoyi hadn't expected him to refuse and couldn't help feeling a little upset. My brother's dorm is surrounded by male co-workers, so it's not convenient for Mom. Plus, she's not a TV station employee, so it's hard for her to come and go. We have 2 guest rooms and extra bathrooms here. It's a waste to leave them empty while Mom has to rent a place. She Huan frowned. Is that what I said? Did you even listen? I'm worried that if she comes, it'll disrupt your dad and Aunt Chun's relationship and cause trouble at home. Xiaoyi muttered. She just wants to help take care of Yue Yue. I'm starting school next month and Mom alone will be busy with the baby and cooking. If my mom comes, she can help share the load. You're busy at work and I'll be busy with school. We can't leave the baby to my mother-in-law alone. She'll be exhausted. Shui Huan still didn't think it was a good idea. Aunt Chun will help with the baby. Just don't let your mom move in. Xiaoyi couldn't help but grumble. Why do I feel like you really don't like my mom? Shui Huan was startled and quickly shook his head. That's not it. She's your mother and I respect her. But the consequences of this could be bad, so we have to be careful. Xiaoyi, still young, was left speechless by his reasoning. So what should we do? Mom's already packing. When I got home, she was already getting ready. My brother thinks it's fine. He says his salary is still low and he can't afford a bigger place for Mom. After paying for her medical bills, Dad can't really give more. Don't worry about money, Shui Huan said gently. I have some savings. Tomorrow morning I'll get 1,000 from the bank and go to an agency to find her a nice place to rent. If safety's a concern, we can look for a place in a gated community. Xiaoyi felt troubled. It's all my fault. I can't even earn money yet, and I can't take care of my own mom. You're not at the earning stage yet, so of course you don't have money, Shui Huan said with a smile. But I do. We're married. My money is your money. In 3 years, when you graduate, you'll have your own salary and won't have to worry. Xiaoyi stood up. I'll go talk to my brother. Shui Huan wasn't worried that Zheng Datong would blame him. After all, it was their home, and he had his reasons for not letting his mother-in-law move in. Sure enough, after hearing the explanation, Zheng Datong just looked troubled and didn't blame Shui Huan. He's got a point. We all live on the same floor. How could it not be awkward running into each other? Xiaoyi sighed. Brother, when you go to work tomorrow, tell Mom she'll have to put up with it for a few more days. Once Ah Huan finds her a good place, we'll help her move in and clean up. Zheng Datong said quietly. Ah Huan's already spent a lot. Don't worry about that, Xiaoyi explained. His family isn't stingy, and it's his own money, not from his parents-in-law. Zheng Datong sighed in frustration. It's my fault for not being capable. My salary is still so low. Last month I even had to ask Dad for some money or I wouldn't have been able to buy new clothes. When you're just starting out, salaries are always low, Xiaoyi said. I heard from Sister Ah Fang that when she started it was just over 200, but it went up a little every month, and after a few years she's at 500. With bonuses and subsidies, I bet she's at 700 or 800 now. Zheng Datong said quietly, Actually, do you think Mom spends a bit much? She's always saying she needs medicine and supplements, and those things are expensive. My whole month's salary isn't enough for her. You think she's gambling again? Xiaoyi asked in surprise. Zheng Datong shook his head. Probably not. She only gets about 200, not enough to gamble. She's just used to spending freely and can't change. Most likely, Xiaoyi said softly. She bought a dress the other day for over 50. She does buy supplements, fish maw, ginseng, and she's been making a lot of soups lately. Those are expensive too. Jung Da-tong gave a wry smile. If you hadn't gotten a few hundred from Ah Huan, she'd have run out of money long ago. The siblings looked at each other, full of helplessness and frustration. In the blink of an eye, the Mid-Autumn Festival arrived. It was golden autumn, with the scent of flowers and fruit in the air. Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong were now 3 years old, and exactly the same height. Zhao Chong looked a lot like Ran Ran, while Zhao Xin was looking more and more like her mother. Early in the morning, Cheng Tianyuan went to the market and bought a huge pile of groceries. Ran Ran and Yang Yang went with their dad, helping carry the meat and vegetables home. On the way, the three chatted. Ran Ran asked curiously, "Dad, I heard from Tiaju that they're moving soon. Is that true?" "Yes, probably in another 2 or 3 months," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "Remember when I took you to the construction site to see your mom the other day? You saw that big lake from the car, right? Their new place is on the other side of that lake." Ran Ran couldn't help but sound envious. "Tiaju and Duo Duo are moving to a new house. Dad, when can we move?" Cheng Tianyuan laughed. "Move where? Ronghua Mall is already our home. There's probably nowhere in the whole city as spacious as this. We're right in the city center. Everything is close and convenient. Where else could we find a better place?" Yang Yang giggled. "But Mom built a building by that Ming Lake, right? No, a whole tower. My brother and I counted. There are already 12 floors." "Yeah," Ran Ran chimed in. "There's a lake, lots of trees, and a big park nearby. Living there must be great." Even though the two boys were already in their teens, their thoughts were still childlike. They just wanted a place to play. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. "Your mom already said that's an office building, not a place to live." "Can't we just renovate a floor?" Yang Yang grinned. "Most of it can be offices. We just need 1 floor. No, half a floor for the whole family." Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. "Even though there's a park and fun places nearby, it's not suitable for us to live there. First, your little brother and sister are still too young and can't swim. Being near water is dangerous. Second, office buildings are noisy, not good for living. Your grandparents and great-grandparents are old and need quiet. They can't live somewhere noisy." The boys were disappointed. "So when can we move?" "Isn't the 18th floor good enough?" Cheng Tianyuan countered. "When you grow up and earn your own money, you can buy your own place. You can live wherever you want as long as you can afford it." The boys fell silent, not daring to argue. Cheng Tianyuan teased, "Every holiday your grandparents take you all out to play. Haven't you stayed in enough places? This summer you went up north and stayed at the foot of a mountain for half a month, remember?" Yang Yang laughed and quickly changed the subject. "Dad, Duo Duo bought a game console, the kind with Tetris blocks that fall and stack up. It's so fun. Can I get one too?" Cheng Tianyuan frowned. "Didn't you already have one? You and your brother broke 2 of them," Ran Ran mumbled. "They broke, but there's a new version now. The games are better and it's not as easy to break." "Yeah, right," Cheng Tianyuan scoffed. "Dad!" Cheng Tianyuan laughed. "Do I look that easy to fool?" Yang Yang muttered, "If you won't buy it, we'll ask Grandpa. He always buys us what we want." "No way," Cheng Tianyuan snorted. "If you dare to pester Grandpa, you'll get a beating from me. If you both improve your grades by 5 places next month, I'll buy it for you." The boys immediately wailed, "Dad, 5 places is too much." Cheng Tianyuan smirked. "If you can't improve, don't even think about it. No game console, period." Neither boy was a top student. Decent, but never great. Looking at their report cards used to make Cheng Tianyuan so angry he nearly spat blood. He'd always been first in his class, and Ling Ling's grades were never bad either, so how did their sons end up so average? We'll try our best," Cheng Tianyuan grunted, not holding out much hope. Of all the kids, only Zhao Xin had a remarkable memory. She could mimic TV commercials after hearing them just a few times. When her brothers studied, she'd listen in and remember everything. He guessed Zhao Xin would be the best student in the future. A strong memory is key to good grades. Of course, she'd still have to work hard. Zhao Chong and Zhao Xin will start kindergarten next year, and then they'll be learning too. As big brothers, you need to set a good example. If you don't work hard now, I'll take away everything, not just the game console, but snacks too. The three reached the building and were about to take the elevator when they saw Zheng Sanyuan and Zhu Achun hurrying out. Yuan, have you seen T2? Cheng Tianyuan shook his head, noticing their anxious faces and Zhu Achun's red eyes. What's wrong? It's a holiday. T2 should be home. Zheng Sanyuan explained anxiously. Datong said a bunch of harsh things and T2 argued with him. He got so upset he packed up and left, leaving a note saying he'd come back soon to take his mom away. What? Cheng Tianyuan was shocked. Ran Ran and Yang Yang were startled too. Oh no! T2 ran away from home. Where did he go? Did he take any money? Cheng Tianyuan didn't have time to answer them. When did he leave? Zhu Achun choked up. I don't know. The two brothers argued last night, but I don't know the details. When I went over, T2 just said he was fine and closed the door. Today's a holiday, so I thought he'd sleep in, but when I went to get him for breakfast, he was gone. The bed was cold. He must have left last night. I have no idea where or when he went. He's always been so impulsive. It's my fault. I should have asked more last night. If I'd talked to him, maybe he wouldn't have left. Sob. Zheng Sanyuan hugged her. Let's go look for him. Don't blame yourself. It's all Datong's fault for saying such things. T2 must have been really upset. He's always been a good kid. Datong must have gone too far. Cheng Tianyuan said quickly, Let's check the bus and train stations. Teenagers are impulsive. If he left a note, he's probably gone far. He tossed the grocery bags to his sons. Take these home and help look after your siblings. I'm going with Uncle Zheng to look for him. With that, the three of them rushed off. Ran Ran and Yang Yang finally snapped out of it and hurried to carry the groceries into the elevator. Neither two boys were strong, and despite the heavy load, they quickly got all the groceries home. Grandpa Xue and Cheng Muhai were playing chess by the window. When they saw their grandsons struggling in with bags slung over their shoulders, they couldn't help but laugh. Put your backs into it! Hurry up! Grandma and Nana came out to help. Liu Ying fussed. Why is it just you two? Where's your dad? Look at you, sweating buckets. Tired, aren't you? Mrs. Xue just smiled. It's fine. Let them rest a bit. They're big boys now. Doing some hard work is good for them. Zhao Chong and Zhao Xin were riding their little bikes in the living room, chasing each other and giggling. Ran Ran, too busy to even get a drink, wiped his sweat and said, Tai-tu ran away from home. What? Mrs. Xue was stunned. Liu Ying asked, Where did he go? Why'd he leave? Isn't he still in high school? Did he get into college somewhere far away? No, Yang Yang shouted. Grandma, you got it wrong. He argued with Datong, wrote a note, and then disappeared. What? T2's missing? Grandpa Xue and Cheng Muhai rushed out, asking, What happened? Tell us clearly. Mrs. Xue seemed to recall something. No wonder there was a commotion next door earlier. I think I heard Achun crying. Ran Ran explained. T2 and Datong argued, and last night he packed up and left. Dad, Uncle Zheng, and Auntie all went out to look for him. Everyone was shocked, struggling to process the news. Cheng Muhai said, Last night, I think I heard something next door. I thought it was Duo and T2 playing, so I didn't pay attention. Didn't expect it was this serious. Liu Ying said quietly, They usually get along well. How did it get so bad all of a sudden? Boys, Grandpa Xue said with a sigh. Teenagers are impulsive, especially at 17 or 18. They're stubborn and hot-tempered. T2's always been a good kid, Mrs. Xue reminded. It must have been something really harsh, Datong said. Grandpa Xue shook his head. He's a good kid, but that's just on the surface. He's actually very strong-willed and mature for his age. You can't treat him like a little kid. How old is he now? Almost 16? Liu Ying asked. Mrs. Xue thought, He'll be 16 at the end of the year. So he's not even an adult yet? Tsk, tisk. How did it get so bad? We should help look for him. Right, Grandpa Xue agreed. Let's figure this out. You two stay and watch the kids and handle the kitchen. Muhai and I will go help search. Mrs. Shui was calm. You'll need to drive. Walking won't do. That boy's got long legs, he could be far by now. You two old men can't keep up. Grandpa Shui agreed and went to get the keys. Chung Muhai put on a light jacket. If we can't find him, we'll come back by evening. You all eat lunch yourselves. We'll call for updates. Take the big cell phone, Mrs. Shui reminded. The one Ling Ling gave to old Shui. Just press a few buttons and you can call. Very handy. Soon Grandpa Shui and Chung Muhai headed out. Mrs. Shui watched them go, worried. I hope they find him soon. May the gods keep him safe out there. Around noon, Zheng Xiaoyi came by with little Yue Yue in her arms. Auntie, where are my dad and auntie? Duo went to tutoring this morning and won't be back till afternoon. Did auntie go out with my dad? Usually, if no one was home, the two families would let each other know or leave a spare key, so no one got locked out. Xiao Yi had been busy with schoolwork, and now that she finally had a break, she came over with her son, craving Auntie Achen's cooking. Mrs. Shui realized she didn't know yet. Should she tell her? Xiao Yi noticed her hesitation and asked, Auntie, what's wrong? Ran poked his head out. Xiao Yi, Titu ran away from home. Didn't you know? Xiao Yi was startled. Ran away? What happened to Titu? Mrs. Shui knew the news would spread soon and decided not to hide it. We don't know the details, Ran and Yang told us. Your dad and auntie went out to look for him after 8 this morning. They met Ayuan downstairs and he went to help. The 2 old men went too. No one's back yet, so I guess they haven't found him. Xiao Yi panicked. Why did he run away? Did auntie hit him? Did my dad scold him? Ran answered. Datong argued with him last night. Xiao Yi's eyes flickered, her face turning pale as she seemed to remember something. What about my brother? He's not back yet? Mrs. Shui shook her head. No one's come back. It's Mid-Autumn Festival. Usually Datong would be out early covering news. Xiao Yi said anxiously. I'll go find my brother. I'll help look for Titu too. Wait, Liu Ying called, frowning. Silly girl, you're still holding Yue. Mrs. Shui waved. Right, give the baby to us, we'll watch him. No, I'll take him to my in-laws. He gets fussy with strangers and cries. I'll go now. Mrs. Shui and Liu Ying watched her rush off, both feeling heavy-hearted. Such a big holiday, and something like this happens. The 2 old men were too worried to eat, so they just made noodles for the kids. After playing, the little ones napped in their beds. Yang and Ran took out their textbooks to do homework, giggling and playing as they worked. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the window. Do you need to joke around while doing homework, They looked out and saw Xie Ling, holding a small bag, arms crossed, glaring at them. She snorted. How many times have I told you? When you study, focus on studying. When you play, you two never listen, always chatting and playing while doing homework. No, Mom, Ran grinned. We just took a break for a few seconds and then you came back. Yeah, Yang chimed in. Just a few seconds. Mom, you're home early. Come eat mooncakes with us? Xie Ling shot him a look. I finished work and came home. Enough chatter. Get back to your homework. The boys quickly buried their heads in their books, pretending to be serious. Xie Ling changed her shoes at the door, noticing how quiet it was. Probably the little ones were napping and the elders too. Where's your dad? Out? Ran seized the chance and told her all about Titu. Yang joined in, not wanting to miss out. After hearing the story, Xue Ling frowned deeply. Still no news? Has anyone called home? Ran shook his head. No, Yang added. Sister Xiao Yi went out to help look, and she hasn't come back either. Just now, Auntie brought little Yue over, but saw the door next door was still closed, so she went back. Even though their parents always told them to call Xiao Yi aunt or aunt-in-law, the kids were so close to Titu and Duo that they all called each other brothers, and over time, the family titles got all mixed up. Xue Ling didn't bother correcting them. They were all familiar, close in age, so it didn't matter much. Even the 2 little ones had started calling everyone brother and sister. Xue Ling motioned for them to be quiet. Grandma and Nana are resting. Don't wake them. She went inside, washed her hands, and quickly poured herself a glass of water. Then she used her new Nokia phone to call Chung Tianyuan's old big cell phone. After a moment, he answered. Ling asked anxiously, "Any news? Did you find him?" Chung Tianyuan sounded worried. "We've checked all the stations, but there's no sign of him. Aunt Achin and Uncle Zheng went to look near their old house. Still nothing." Ling thought for a moment. "Call the police. He's still a minor, technically a kid. If you file a report, the police will help look. The city's so big, 10 million people, finding one person is like looking for a needle in a haystack." Chung Tianyuan asked anxiously, "But where would the police look? They don't know Titu." Ling said seriously, "Are you thinking straight? They don't know him, but they have surveillance. At bus and train stations they can check the cameras and see who bought tickets and where they went. If Titu were younger, he probably wouldn't leave the city, but at his age he might go farther. Looking for someone in a city this big is impossible without help from the police." "You're right. I didn't think of that," Chung Tianyuan said quickly. "I'll take them to the police now," Ling added. "Ask Aunt Achin if Titu has any close friends. He's been in school for years. He must have good friends. Call his teachers and ask them to help check. Maybe he stayed with a friend last night." "Okay," Chung Tianyuan agreed. Ling hung up, quickly changed clothes, and called Cheng Tianfang. "Fang, do you know which department Datong works in?" "Yes, the editorial department." "Is he still at work? When does he get off today?" "It's mid-autumn, so after 3 in the afternoon. The editorial department is flexible. Once he turns in his article, he can leave. Sis-in-law, do you need him for something?" Ling forced a smile. "It's urgent. Let him know to come home as soon as he's done." "Okay, sis-in-law Ah-heng and I are coming to your place for dinner tonight." Ling absent-mindedly agreed and hung up. Just then, someone shouted outside, "Mom, Duo-Duo's back." Ling hurried out and saw Duo-Duo, backpack slung over his shoulder, chatting and laughing with Ran-Ran and Yang-Yang. A teenage boy, tall and handsome, still with a hint of youth in his features, but already confident and lively. "Lingling," Ling smiled and waved him over. "No one's home at your place. Come hang out with Ran-Ran and the others for now." Duo-Duo knocked on his door, then asked, "Where are my dad and Aunt Achin? It's mid-autumn." Ling didn't know how to explain, so she said quietly, "They had something urgent. Duo-Duo, I need to ask you. Do you know if Titu has any really close friends?" "Of course." Duo-Duo grinned, patting his chest. "Me!" Ling couldn't help but laugh. "Then do you know where he went? Has he been acting strange lately? Seemed upset? Did he say anything to you?" "No," Duo-Duo said, puzzled. "Why? Did something happen?" Ran-Ran piped up. "He ran away last night." "What?" Duo-Duo's eyes widened. "Ran away? Where'd he go?" Ling shook her head. "If we knew, it'd be easy. Your dad, Aunt Achin, and Ayuan have been out looking since 8 this morning. No news yet. Your sister went to look too." Duo-Duo was stunned. Why would he run away? Did Dad or Auntie scold him? No way. He's a good kid. Good grades, helps at home, never needs scolding. Dad always says he's 100 times less trouble than me. Ling's eyes flickered. She didn't know the details, so she didn't say more. Ran-Ran remembered what Aunt Achin said that morning and explained. "Aunt Achin said Titu and your brother argued last night really loudly. Then he shut his door and in the middle of the night left a note and snuck out." Duo-Duo's face darkened. "What's my brother's problem? Did he say something awful?" Yang muttered. "If they argued, he probably did." Duo-Duo punched the wall, frustrated. "What a mess! On a holiday, too!" Ling waved him over. "Come in and have some water. I'll take you to visit Titu's close friends and see if he's hiding out at someone's place." "Okay," Duo-Duo agreed immediately. A moment later, the two of them hurried out. Ran-Ran and Yang went back to their homework, but without their parents watching, they soon started playing again. The noise woke Zhao Chong, who got up, still sleepy. He watched his brothers wrestling, laughed, and cheered, "Go, go!" Zhao Xin woke up too, rolled over and yawned. Brother, I need to pee. Ran and Yang looked at each other, stopped wrestling and jumped up. One scooped up their sister, the other carried their brother, and they rushed to the bathroom. A while later, Ran poured water for everyone. Come drink water, then wait for Mom and Dad to come home. Zhao Xin pouted. I don't want water, I want food. Yang sighed. You have to drink water after a nap. No water, no cookies. Zhao Xin glared at him but gave in and sipped her water. Zhao Cheng, already thirsty, gulped his down and climbed onto his big brother. Big bro, let's wrestle too. Ran picked him up and tossed him on the sofa, teasing, With your little arms you can't beat me. Wrestle? Zhao Cheng huffed and ran off to ride his tricycle. Ran called, Yang, go tell Grandma and Nana the little ones are awake. Why don't you go? Yang grumbled. Why do I have to do everything? Ran puffed out his chest. Because I'm the big brother. Because I'm your brother. Yang twisted his chubby body and shouted, Zhao Cheng, go next door and call Grandma and Nana. Tell them little sister is awake. Zhao Cheng, pedaling his tricycle, piped up, Why me? I'm the little brother? Yang put his hands on his hips, annoyed. Because I'm your second brother. Second brother. Zhao Cheng giggled. But you're not the big brother. Yang, half laughing, chased after the tricycle. I'll spank you. Don't run. Zhao Cheng laughed and pedaled away as fast as he could. Seeing that neither of his brothers was reliable, Ran sighed and went himself. Grandma Shui yawned and opened the door, ruffling his hair. Did you finish your homework? It's already after 3. Grandma needs to start dinner. It's Mid-Autumn Festival, so we'll make lots of good food. Ran, what do you want to eat? Ran grinned. Sticky rice cake. All right, Grandma Shui agreed right away. I'll make it soon. Ran turned. I'll go call Nana. Go ahead. Grandma Shui rubbed her eyes. Your Nana said she felt dizzy at lunch, so I told her to sleep a bit longer. Usually she's up by now, but maybe she's sleeping in because of the dizziness. She went to the bathroom, then to the living room for water, and then into the kitchen. But just then, Ran came running in, flustered. Grandma, Nana, she won't wake up. Grandma Shui froze, suddenly feeling something was wrong. She dropped her pot and rushed to Liu Ying and Cheng Muhai's room. Liu Ying was lying on the bed, her face ashen, completely still. Grandma Shui cried, Quick, open the curtains! Ran dashed over and pulled the curtains open, flooding the room with light. Grandma Shui rushed to Liu Ying's side, grabbed her hand and called, Yingjie! But there was no response. Oh no! Something was definitely wrong. Grandma Shui's mind went blank. She turned to Ran. Quick! Go get Uncle Zilan. He's home. He's a doctor. Hurry! Ran nodded and sprinted out. A moment later, Shi Zilan arrived, slightly out of breath. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? What happened? Grandma Shi pointed at Liu Ying on the bed, voice trembling. Yingjie. She won't wake up. She's breathing, but she won't wake up. Shi Zilan's eyes widened in alarm. He quickly rolled up his sleeves and did a quick check. Grandma Shui explained, She's been dizzy these days. At first we thought it was a cold, so she took some medicine, but it didn't help. She still felt dizzy at lunch, so I told her to rest. Just now, I couldn't wake her up. Shi Zilan stood up in a panic. Don't move her. She might have had a brain hemorrhage. I'll call an ambulance right now. Don't touch her. He rushed to the living room. Grandma Shui was beside herself, bursting into tears. Yingjie, you can't have something happen. Ah Wu and Muhai aren't here. You can't scare me like this. Ran's face was pale. He patted Grandma's back. She turned and hugged him, sobbing. Just then, Shi Zilan came back. Sister-in-law, I've called the hospital. An ambulance is on the way. I'm going to get my wife. She's more experienced with this than I am. He rushed out. Yang, hearing the commotion, brought his brother and sister over. They saw Grandma hugging their big brother and crying, while Nana lay motionless on the bed. Yang was terrified. Big bro, what's wrong? Ran said. Nana's sick. She won't wake up. Yang swallowed hard, hugging his siblings tightly. Zhao Cheng and Zhao Xin, only 3, didn't really understand, but sensed something was wrong and huddled close. Ran, being the oldest, stayed calm. Grandma, we need to call Dad and Mom home. I'll call them. Grandma Shui nodded frantically. Ranran ran to the living room, grabbed the phone, and dialed the number he remembered. A moment later, Chung Tianyuan answered. Ranran, his voice hoarse and crying, shouted, "Dad, come home! Nana's sick, she won't wake up!" Chung Tianyuan was stunned. "What happened?" Ranran sobbed. "Nana was dizzy, went to sleep and won't wake up. Uncle Zhilan says she needs to go to the hospital. Don't move her. The ambulance is coming. Uncle Zhilan went to get Auntie. Dad, come home!" "Okay, I'll be right there," Chung Tianyuan said. Ranran, now more experienced, quickly called Mom and Grandpa too. Soon, Xue Jilan and Chen Shi arrived. Chen Shi rushed in first, Xue Jilan carrying little Yue Yue, both flustered. Chen Shi, a former surgeon, was experienced. "It's likely a brain hemorrhage. Don't move her. Her breathing is shallow, her hand still trembles a bit, so she's probably still conscious, just can't wake up." Xue Jilan said, "The ambulance should be here soon. I'll go downstairs to meet them. Sister-in-law, help watch Yue Yue. I'll go wait." "Okay." Grandma Xue, forgetting her tears, took Yue Yue. Chen Shi checked Liu Ying's hands and feet. 10 minutes later, Xue Jilan returned with the ambulance crew and a stretcher. They quickly moved Liu Ying onto the stretcher and took her down in the elevator. Xue Jilan and Chen Shi went with them, telling Grandma Xue to stay home with Yue Yue and have the younger ones go to the hospital when they got back. Grandma Xue nodded. Please take care of her." Ranran, crying, wanted to go too. Xue Jilan stopped him. "Stay home and help with your siblings. This is serious. Call your parents and tell them Nana's been taken to Central Hospital. Have them go straight to the ER." "Okay." Ranran nodded and ran back inside. Grandma Xue watched the elevator doors close, hugging Yue Yue and crying again. Yang came over and took the baby. "Grandma, don't cry. Nana will be okay." Zhao Xin, seeing Grandma cry and Nana being taken away, was terrified and burst into tears. Grandma Xue quickly hugged her. Xiao Cheng was scared too, clinging to Grandma and looking around with wide eyes. A moment later, the elevator opened again. Xie Ling rushed in, her face pale, calling, "Mom! Mom!" The kids saw their mom and immediately burst into tears, clinging to her. Grandma Xue looked at her daughter as if seeing her anchor. Zilan called the ambulance and they took Yingjie to Central Hospital. The ER. Xue Ling took a deep breath, hugged the kids, and forced herself to calm down. What happened? What did Uncle Zilan say? Grandma Xue was too flustered to remember. Ranran, calmer, said, "Uncle said it might be a brain hemorrhage." Xue Ling's eyes widened in shock. "Oh no, that's serious?" Grandma Xue urged. "Ranran already called a yuan to go to the hospital. You, go too." "Wait!" Xue Ling took a deep breath. "I need to find Mom's ID first. Yes, get her ID and I need to bring more money. If it's brain surgery, it'll cost a lot." "No matter how much, we can afford it," Grandma Xue said. "I have tens of thousands saved." "I do too," Xue Ling said quickly. "You go look for Mom's ID in her room. Ranran, help her. I'll go get the money." The three split up, each heading to a different room. Yang, holding a dazed little Yue Yue in one arm and Zhao Xin in the other, stood by. Zhao Chong clung to his leg, looking around nervously. Xue Ling quickly grabbed several bundles of cash and a bank book. She hurried out. Yang was on the verge of tears, whispering, "Mom." Xue Ling's eyes reddened. "Something's happened at home, and we don't know what's wrong with Nana. You're a big boy now. You need to help your brother take care of your siblings and Grandma." Yang held back his tears and nodded. Just then, Ranran rushed out, holding up an old ID card. "Mom, this is Nana's, her name's on it." "Good." Xue Ling took it and put it away. Ranran said, "I also found Grandpa and Grandpa Cheng. They went to the hospital. Dad went too." "Good." Xue Ling ran to the elevator. "You and Yang take care of things at home. We'll be back soon." Ranran nodded, then took Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong by the hand. "Come on, let's go watch TV. Yang, hold Yue properly. He's slipping." Yang nodded and adjusted his grip, hurrying after his brother. Central Hospital, emergency room. Xue Ling rushed in and saw several familiar faces, all looking grim. "Ling, Cheng Tianyuan hurried over. Xueling quickly took out her mother-in-law's ID. "Where's Mom?" Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. "The doctors are scanning her brain right now. Did you bring money? I need to go pay more at the cashier." They'd left in a rush that morning, and between him and the two grandpas, they'd only scraped together a few hundred yuan. "I have it." Xueling handed over 5 bundles. "Here's 50,000. Deposit it for now." Cheng Tianyuan took it and hurried off. Grandpa Shui stood with his hands behind his back, brow furrowed. "Your mom's at home with the little ones, right?" "Yes." Xueling glanced at Cheng Muhai. "Dad, don't worry. Mom's always been healthy. It won't be anything too bad." Cheng Muhai's eyes were red as he nodded, wringing his hands anxiously. She'd complained of dizziness lately, but he'd thought it was just the change of season, maybe a mild cold. She'd always said she was fine after a nap, so they hadn't thought much of it. Never expected it to be something serious. She'd been fine that morning, even reminding them to bring water and check the park nearby. But then the call came. She wouldn't wake up. They'd been at a loss, not knowing what to do. On the way home, Ranran called to say the ambulance had already taken Nana to Central Hospital. So Grandpa Shui turned the car around and rushed to the hospital. He could only hope it wasn't serious, that the doctors could wake her up. It was Mid-Autumn Festival, a time for family reunions. If she woke up, they could all go home together. After a long wait, Shi Jilan and Chen Shi came out with 2 doctors. The 3 hurried over. The senior doctor explained, "The scans show a small area of bleeding on the right surface of the brain, about 1/2 centimeter. It's a cerebral hemorrhage. She has high blood pressure and unfortunately it wasn't managed. She felt dizzy but didn't lower her blood pressure, so this was to be expected." Chen Shi frowned. "When can you operate?" The doctor asked, "Are you family? Immediate relatives?" Shi Jilan explained, "She's our in-law." "We're immediate family," Xueling said quickly. Cheng Muhai asked nervously, "What kind of surgery? You have to operate? Where?" Grandpa Shui calmed him. "Let's hear what the doctor says first." The doctor nodded and looked at Xueling. "You need to be prepared. After such a major surgery, even if she recovers, she may have some speech or memory delays, but other functions shouldn't be too affected. If you don't operate and she wakes up, she'll likely be paralyzed on one side because the brain nerves are compressed. If the surgery fails, she could be paralyzed or even become vegetative." "What if we don't operate?" Grandpa Shui asked. "If she wakes up, she'll be paralyzed? And if she stays asleep, will she get better on her own?" The doctor shook his head. "She'll remain in a coma. If you're lucky, she might live a few more months." Everyone fell silent. If they didn't operate and she woke up, she'd likely be paralyzed. If they did, there was only a 50-50 chance of success. If it failed, they'd have to care for her for the rest of her life. Cheng Muhai staggered, nearly unable to stand. Grandpa Shui and Xueling quickly supported him. "Muhai, you have to hold on. The family's in chaos. You can't collapse too." Chen Shi and Shi Jilan were red-eyed too, shocked by how serious it was. The doctor added, "Also, the surgery is very expensive and the follow-up medication will be a big ongoing cost. Be prepared." Chen Shi asked, "Should we operate? Is it better to do it as soon as possible?" "Yes, the sooner the better," the doctor said. "Don't delay, or the outlook gets worse." "We have to operate," Xueling said urgently. "Get the best doctors, use the best equipment, do everything you can." The doctor's eyes softened. "Brain surgery is very expensive and risky. There's only about a 50% chance of a cure. If it fails, she'll be bedridden, and you'll need to be ready for long-term care." Cheng Muhai was stunned, looking helplessly at Xueling. Grandpa Shui was also at a loss, then looked at his daughter. Xueling reached out and took both their hands. "If we don't operate, Mom won't survive. As long as there's hope, we have to try. 50% is actually a lot. We can't give up. The worst case is we care for her for the rest of her life. Don't worry. With me and Ayuan here, we'll take care of Mom. That's our responsibility. If we're too busy, we'll hire help. We can afford the surgery and care. Don't worry. The two fathers, out of ideas, nodded in agreement. Xue Ling turned to the doctor. Please arrange the surgery right away. My husband is paying the deposit now, 50,000 up front. We'll add another 50,000 tomorrow. Please use the best medicine. The doctor, seeing the family's determination, was reassured. All right, we'll do all the necessary tests and arrange the surgery as soon as possible. Everyone thanked him. Chen Shi helped push the patient for tests, with Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling assisting. Xue Zhilan sat with the two older men, all looking grave. Dad! Xue Heng and Cheng Tianfang rushed in, faces pale. Cheng Tianfang was so flustered she nearly fell, but Xue Heng reacted quickly and caught her. Careful! Cheng Tianfang didn't care about anything else, looking around anxiously before grabbing Cheng Muhai's arm. Dad, where's Mom? Is she all right? Cheng Muhai's eyes were red as he shook his head. She needs surgery. Brain surgery. Both Cheng Tianfang and Xue Heng knew exactly what that meant, and they were instantly terrified. Cheng Tianfang's eyes rolled back and she almost fainted. Xue Zhilan and Xue Heng quickly supported her and helped her sit down. Grandpa Xue shook his head and sighed. You young ones have to stay strong now. From here on, it's up to you to take care of things. You can't fall apart first. Cheng Tianfang burst into tears, burying her face in Xue Heng's arms. Xue Zhilan said softly, Don't be too sad. The doctor said there's a 50% chance of success. If the surgery goes well, your mother-in-law can recover and be discharged. Xue Heng held his wife, his mind in turmoil. Let's get the surgery done as soon as possible. Where's Ah Huan? He should find the best neurosurgeon in the city. Xue Zhilan explained. The lead surgeon is someone I know, one of the top neurosurgeons in the capital. Your mom knows him too. He said that, while there are risks with a craniotomy, your mom was brought in very promptly and has no other underlying conditions, so he's quite confident. Xue Heng breathed a sigh of relief. Then let's do whatever needs to be done. Dad, what should we do now? Xue Zhilan replied. Your mom, Lingling, and Yuan have already taken your mother-in-law for tests. Don't crowd them. Today is mid-autumn, so there aren't many patients, and it shouldn't take long. Wait here and follow the doctor's instructions. I heard the surgery is tentatively scheduled for 8 p.m. The sooner, the better. Xue Heng nodded. Cheng Tianfang, still worried about her mother, sobbed quietly. Night fell, and the emergency room hallway was cold and quiet, with only a few people sitting in silence. Xue Zhilan suddenly remembered, Ah Heng, no one's had dinner yet. We'll be waiting for the surgery all night, so we need to eat something. Let's go buy some food. Everyone should eat a little. Xue Heng immediately stood up. I'll go. Just then, someone rushed in. It was Xue Huan. He greeted everyone quickly. Xue Zhilan gave him a brief explanation and asked, Why are you here? Did Xiao Yi go home? You need to help take care of Yue. Xue Huan shook his head, frustrated. She went home, but Titu still hasn't been found. My father-in-law and Aunt Achen are still out searching. Duoduo went home and I asked him to help look after his sister. I didn't know how things were here, so I came to check. Auntie was crying so hard, she wanted to come too, but I was afraid she'd be too upset, so I told her to stay and watch the kids, and I drove over. Xue Zhilan frowned. Duoduo hasn't found him either? He's closest to Titu. How could he not know? He said Lingling took him to visit a few friends, Xue Heng explained. All Titu's classmates, but none of them had seen him. The teacher said they'd help ask around and told the family to call the police. There's still no news from the police. Xue Zhilan sighed. Why is everything happening at once? Xue Heng couldn't help but ask, What happened with Titu? He ran away from home, Xue Huan said quietly. I asked around. Daitong said something too harsh last night and hurt his pride. Titu is introverted and mature for his age, and boys like that are often very proud. In a fit of anger, he packed up, left a note for Aunt Achen, and left. Xue Heng and Cheng Tianfang were stunned. He left? Where could he go? Xue Huan shook his head. I really don't know. I helped look this afternoon, but there's no clue at all. He said he wanted to go out and make something of himself, and when he succeeded, he'd come back for Aunt Achin so she could enjoy life. That's ridiculous, Xue Heng said. He's only 16 or 17. He should be in school, not running off. What if he gets mixed up with bad people? It's too dangerous. She Huan scratched his head, a bit annoyed. It's all Datong's fault. He lost his temper and said all sorts of things. My father-in-law hasn't even come home yet. When he does, I bet Datong will get a real beating. Grandpa Shi frowned. What exactly did Datong say? Muhai and I searched all day, parks, malls, every corner, but still couldn't find him. Shi Huan's eyes flickered, and he said quietly, He admitted he said too much in the heat of the moment. My mother-in-law came back to the capital recently saying she wanted to return to the family, but Uncle San Yuan is already remarried. There's no way they'll get back together. She kept pestering Datong and Xiao Yi to persuade Uncle San Yuan. Datong probably got fed up and blurted out that if it weren't for Aunt Achin and Titu, the family could be reunited. That's nonsense! Grandpa Xue was furious. He saw what happened when his parents divorced. He wasn't a little kid. If they could have been a family, his dad wouldn't have gone to court for a divorce. No wonder Titu left after hearing that. Chung Muhai, who knew Ju Achun well, added, Achun is gentle, and Titu is her whole world. If something happens to him, it'll destroy her. Back then, it was San Yuan who wanted to marry Achun, and all 3 kids agreed. Now that their mom is back, does that mean Achun and her son have to leave? Everyone liked Achun and her son, and they all agreed that this was Datong's fault. His parents divorced first, and only then did Achun and her son come into the picture. It was never Achun's fault, and blaming her and Titu was completely unfair. She Huan, who knew right from wrong, said, I agree. Titu is sensitive and has endured a lot for his age. He's both sensitive and strong. Datong's words were too hurtful. I think Titu might go far away. How so? Grandpa Xue asked. What makes you think that? Shi Huan explained. I've talked to him. He's ambitious. He always said that when he grew up, he wanted to travel the world and make lots of money so Aunt Achin could have the happiest life. He might take this chance to go south or even overseas to work, especially the south. He always said the market there is more active and it's easier to make money. The south? Grandpa Xue said. Going overseas isn't easy, but if he goes south, where? G City? X City? Shi Huan shook his head with a wry smile. Uncle, I really don't know. But with so many people and him determined to leave unless he comes back on his own, we won't find him just searching blindly. Everyone sighed. This mid-autumn festival, truly a season of troubles. Night fell, and the moon rose above the willow branches. A bright full moon climbed higher, soon illuminating the earth. Grandma Xue sat in the corridor with the children, anxiously waiting as they watched the moon. Children are simple-minded. They quickly forget their worries. Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong raced their tricycles, circling around and around, their laughter echoing. Ran Ran sat beside his grandma, chin in hand, watching his younger siblings play. Yang Yang was absorbed in his handheld game, lost in his own world. Just then, Duo Duo arrived, carrying little Yue Yue stiffly in his arms. Auntie, has there been any news from the hospital? Is everyone all right? Grandma Xue forced a smile and shook her head. Not yet, but all the young people have gone over, and with them working together, I believe we'll get good news soon. Have you eaten dinner? Duo Duo nodded. My sister made noodles. We're full. Grandma Xue couldn't help but ask, any news about Titu? No. Duo Duo pursed his lips. My sister went to the property management office this morning to check the surveillance cameras. He left after 2 a.m. carrying a travel bag. Your big brother hasn't come back yet? No, Duo Duo explained. He, my dad, and Auntie all went to the police station to check the surveillance footage. Grandma Xue comforted him. With the cameras, they'll soon know where he went. Don't worry, he's not a little kid anymore. He won't be abducted. Once he calms down, he might come back in a few days. But Duo wasn't so confident, because he knew T2 well. That guy was stubborn. Once he set his mind on something, he'd go through fire and water to get it done. In his arms, little Yue peeked out, watching Xiao Xin and Xiao Chong play, his face full of joy. Seeing him so well behaved, Duo just quietly held him and watched. Xiao Xin and Xiao Chong were now expert tricycle riders, weaving and chasing each other, giggling as they went. A while later, Zheng Xiaoyi arrived. Grandma Shui saw her worried face and waved her over. "Come sit and enjoy the moon with us. Let's pray for our loved ones." Tears shimmered in Xiaoyi's eyes as she nodded and sat down. Grandma Shui said softly, "Everyone's busy now, but you need to take care of yourself, since you still have to look after Yue." Xiaoyi hugged Yue close. "Auntie, I know. I just hope T2 is safe. Otherwise Aunt Achen will be heartbroken. My brother was too impulsive, saying such reckless things. He's crazy." Grandma Shui understood the situation but didn't say much. "Your brother spoke out of turn, but your dad won't let it slide. Right now, the most important thing is to find T2, not to blame anyone." Zhao Yi sighed softly. "Auntie, sometimes I feel so conflicted. But after what happened with my mom, I've learned a lot. Some things, once missed, are gone forever. My mom, even if she regrets it now, some things can never be undone. She's pitiful in her own way." Grandma Shui never liked Tang Hong much. "Achun is pitiful too, but she's managed to make her life better and better. Your mom, on the other hand, had a good life but let it slip away. She's your mother and you should be filial, but you also need to know your boundaries. Your dad is divorced and has a new family. No matter how pitiful she is, she shouldn't come back and disrupt someone else's happiness." Zhao Yi had nothing to say to that and nodded. "I know. I just hope T2 comes back safe so our family can be whole again." But Grandma Shui had a bad feeling. She was also deeply worried about Zhu Achun. If T2 couldn't be found, Achun might leave everything behind to search for her son, no matter how far. If that happened, this hard-won family might fall apart again. Sigh. Some people just seem born to bring trouble. "Second brother, I want to play too." Xiao Chong pestered Yang Yang for the game console. Yang Yang was in the middle of a crucial level and snapped, "Go away, this is the most important part, I can't lose now." Xiao Chong pouted, "But you've played forever, it's my turn." Xiao Xin came over curious and tried to grab it. Yang Yang was furious but didn't dare hit his siblings, so he just clutched the console tightly. "Go away, go ride your tricycles, go play tag with Big Brother." But Xiao Xin wouldn't give up. "I want to play, I want to play." The three of them started squabbling. Ranran, the eldest, put on his big brother face and barked, "What's all the noise? Yang Yang, you've played long enough, let your brother and sister have a turn. Xiao Chong gets 10 minutes, then Xiao Xin, no cutting in line." Xiao Xin pouted, "No, I want to go first." Ranran glared, "Listen, if you don't get to play at all." Xiao Xin, seeing no way out, ran to Grandma to complain. Grandma Shui chuckled softly. "With your parents gone, you have to listen to your big brother, do as he says." Seeing no sympathy, Xiao Xin ran to Duo and hugged his leg. Duo, I want to find T2, I want to play hide and seek with him." Duo was taken aback, remembering all the times they'd played together, and his eyes reddened. He's not here. I'll play with you for now. When he comes back, we'll gang up on him together." Xiao Xin loved T2 best because he always spoiled her. "I don't want you. I want T2. Duo, clearly rejected, muttered, "I'm good at hide and seek too. I'm the best." But Xiao Xin still didn't want him, and went to find her big brother. After a while, Xiao Chong played, and Yang Yang got frustrated, shouting, "Left, right, come here, no, wrong, that's a square, put it here, no, don't mess it up." Grandma Shui watched the kids play, their attention diverted, and felt a little better. A while later, the phone rang. Grandma Shui jumped up and rushed inside. Zhao Yi quickly picked up Yue and followed. Grandma Shui spoke on the phone for less than 10 seconds before hanging up. She turned to Zhao Yi. her eyes anxious. "They've started the surgery." Zhao Yi frowned. "Surgery? What kind?" Her in-laws had rushed to the hospital that afternoon, and when she arrived, no one was home. She only found Yue left here. Grandma Shui had been feeding him rice cereal, and the little one had cried pitifully when he saw his mom. Grandma Shui said softly, "Brain surgery." Zhao Yi froze, her face changing. She was a medical professional and knew exactly how serious brain surgery was, but she didn't want to add to Grandma Shui's worries. "Auntie, she'll be all right. She's such a kind person. Heaven will protect her." Grandma Shui wiped her tears and nodded. "She'll be fine, she'll be fine. Ayuan just said she's in surgery now and it'll take a long time. He told me to get the kids to bed early and not wait up. Your parents and Huan will be back soon. They're staying at the hospital for news." Zhao Yi hugged Yue tightly, feeling uneasy. What a mid-autumn festival. Who could have imagined it would turn out like this? Late at night, outside the hospital operating room, the hallway was cold and empty, with only the bright operating room sign glowing. She Ling leaned against Cheng Tianyuan's arm. Both of them looked pale, their eyes filled with numb worry. Cheng Tianfang rested in Shui Heng's arms, the young couple's faces sorrowful, their eyes red from crying. On the other side, Cheng Muhai and Grandpa Shui had dozed off, covered with blankets borrowed from the nurse's station by Chen Shi. Shui Ling shifted, trying to get comfortable. "What time is it?" Cheng Tianyuan snapped out of his daze and whispered, "Past midnight." They exchanged glances, their worry deepening. The hallway was so quiet that Shui Heng overheard them and couldn't help but frown and whisper, "It's been hours. Why isn't it over yet?" Everyone looked exhausted. Cheng Tianfang started quietly crying again. Shui Heng sighed and patted her back. "Don't worry, Mom will be fine. She's always been healthy. She'll be okay." Cheng Tianfang sobbed into his shoulder. "Mom, she said she'd help us with the kids. She can't have anything happen. I haven't even taken her traveling yet." Shui Heng nodded, murmuring, "There'll be time." Across from them, Shui Ling's eyes stung, her heart twisting with pain. There's nothing more painful in life than parting from loved ones, and the greatest fear is losing family forever. Separation can be mended, but death, there's no second chance. Memories of her mother-in-law's loving smile and gentle nagging flooded her mind, and suddenly, tears streamed down her face. She took a deep breath, burying her head in her husband's shoulder. Cheng Tianyuan's eyes were red too. He held her tightly, saying nothing. How much longer would this agonizing wait last? The two elders weren't really asleep, just too exhausted and unable to face the anxiety, so they pretended to rest. Sitting there, all they could do was pray. The worst part was being utterly helpless. Another hour passed. Shui Heng couldn't sit still and paced the hallway with Cheng Tianfang. Xie Ling yawned, slumping tiredly in her chair. Cheng Tianyuan went to get some hot water for everyone. The four of them drank in silence, not knowing what to say, their hearts full of worry. Finally, after 2 a.m, the light above the operating room went out. Cheng Tianyuan noticed first and hurriedly nudged his wife. "Ling, the surgery's over!" Xie Ling jumped up, clutching his hand nervously. Cheng Tianyuan swallowed hard, just as anxious. Shui Heng quickly pulled Cheng Tianfang to her feet, voice trembling. "It's done! It's done!" Cheng Tianfang sobbed. "Should we wake up Dad and Grandpa?" "No," Shui Heng whispered. "They might actually be asleep." A moment later, the operating room doors opened. 2 or 3 doctors came out together, removing their masks, all looking exhausted. Everyone rushed over, too nervous to speak, eyes fixed on the doctors. The lead surgeon wiped his brow and said tiredly, "The surgery was very successful. She's being moved to observation. If she wakes up in 3 days with no complications, she'll recover well." Everyone burst into tears of joy. Xie Ling bowed slightly. "Thank you. Thank you, doctor." Cheng Tianyuan shook the doctor's hand, voice trembling. "Thank you. Thank you. You've worked so hard." The doctors left, A while later, nurses wheeled the bed out. Everyone stepped forward, but the nurses wouldn't let them get close, pushing the bed to the ICU. A nurse came out and said, "No visitors for now. Family members should go home and rest. If anything happens, we'll call you. Leave a contact number or one person can stay. Everyone else should go home." The four of them breathed a sigh of relief and discussed who should stay. Schelling disagreed. "Everyone's exhausted. Go home and rest. We can't go in anyway, and if something happens, we can't help. Leave a number and go home." The surgery was a success, but we'll need our strength to care for her during recovery. Rest now, then come back. Chung Tianyuan agreed. "Staying here won't help. Go home, sleep, and we'll take turns coming back. Once Mom leaves the ICU, we'll rotate care." As the eldest, they had to make the decisions now that the elders were down. She Heng and Chung Tianfang nodded obediently. They woke the two elders and helped them leave. Back home, the children were all sound asleep. Grandma Shui hadn't slept at all, sitting on the sofa waiting. When she heard the door open, she jumped up, voice trembling. "Is it okay? Is everything all right?" Grandpa Shui smiled. "It's okay. The surgery was a success. Now we just wait for her to recover." Grandma Shui wept with joy, choking out, "I knew it. Yingjie couldn't bear to leave us. She couldn't." Chung Muhai nodded, wiping away tears. Grandma Shui asked, "Do you want something to eat? I'll cook." "No," Shiling yawned. "We're too tired. Let's all sleep first and eat in the morning." Chung Tianyuan said gently, "Dad, Mom, go rest. Ah Fang and Ah Heng, you too." All right, let's all rest." The next morning, when the children woke up, they found Dad and Mom home and Grandpa Cheng too, but Grandma was missing. Ranran was worried. "Grandma, why isn't Nana back yet?" Grandma Shua smiled kindly. "She needs to stay in the hospital a few more days. The doctor said once she's better, she'll come home." Yang yawned. "How many days? I already miss Nana." "I want Nana," Xiao Xin cried. Xiao Chong rubbed his eyes. "Me too." Grandma Shue's eyes reddened as she hugged them. "Go brush your teeth and wash your face, then change your pajamas. When Dad and Mom wake up, we'll go visit Nana at the hospital." "Okay." With trouble at home, the kids were unusually well behaved, taking care of themselves and helping their younger siblings. Ran even helped in the kitchen, making sure everyone ate breakfast. After eating, the four of them played chess and rode tricycles quietly in the corridor. Just then, the elevator doors opened. Zheng Sanyuan came in, supporting a haggard Zhu Achun, with a downcast, wooden-faced Zheng Datong following behind. Ranran dropped his chess piece and ran over. "Uncle Zheng, Auntie, did you find T2? Where is he? When is he coming back?" Zhu Achun shook her head, eyes red. Zheng Sanyuan sighed. "Is your Nana all right? Are your parents home?" Ranran replied. "They're back, all sleeping. Grandma said Nana's surgery was a success, but she needs to stay in the hospital a while longer." Zheng Sanyuan managed a faint smile. "That's good. We'll go rest first. This afternoon we have to go to the station to check the surveillance again." He helped Zhu Achun home. Zheng Datong followed, head hanging, steps heavy. They had just entered the door when Duo rushed out. "Dad, Auntie, Big Brother, did you find him?" No one answered him. Only Zhu Achun shook her head. Zheng Sanyuan said in a low voice, "Go. Pour your aunt a glass of water." Duo darted into the kitchen, quickly poured 2 glasses of water, and handed them to Zhu Achun and Zheng Sanyuan. He turned around again and poured a glass for Zheng Datong. Zheng Datong took it, closed his eyes, and took a sip. Zhu Achun drank a few sips, turned and went back to her room, closing the door behind her. Zheng Sanyuan hurried in after her. There were low voices coming from the room. After a while, Zheng Sanyuan came out, holding 2 cups, and went back to the kitchen. Duo followed him in and whispered, "Dad, really not a single bit of news?" Zheng Sanyuan replied quietly, "His homeroom teacher has already contacted his classmates and asked them to check with each other. If anyone hears anything about him, they'll report it immediately." Last night, we went to the North City train station to check the surveillance footage, together with 3 police officers, but unfortunately there was no sign of him. At 2 this afternoon, we'll go to the South City train station to check. The police are all helping us look. Duo couldn't help but snort. That guy? Where on earth did he go? Jung Sanyuan glared outside and said coldly, If your brother hadn't gone crazy and said those things, would it have come to this? I already warned him. If we can't find T2, I won't let him off. Duo shrank his neck, remembering his big brother's pitiful, haggard look, feeling both angry and sorry for him. Dad, he just spoke without thinking. He definitely didn't mean it. Jung Sanyuan gruffly replied, It's not that he spoke without thinking, it's that he has no brains. Seeing his father so angry, Duo didn't dare try to persuade him further. Dad, you should rest first. This afternoon, I'll go with you and Auntie to check the surveillance. Jung Sanyuan sighed helplessly and went back to his room. The house quieted down. Duo walked out to the living room and found his big brother lying on the sofa, motionless, staring blankly at the ceiling, as if he didn't even know how to blink. He curled his lip and went over. Bro, hurry up and help find T2. For the past 2 years, they had slept together every day, played together, and gone to and from school together. T2 had already become an indispensable part of his life. Jung Datong turned his face away, burying it in the sofa. You think I don't want to? I just said a few things in the heat of the moment, and that kid couldn't take it and ran off. I was just too angry at the time. Jung Duo rolled his eyes. What's wrong with you lately? I see you in a bad mood every day. Isn't your job going well? Why are you always in a bad mood? Why are me and T2 your punching bags? What kind of brother are you? T2 really sees you as his big brother. Jung Datong was quiet for a moment, then finally spoke in a low voice. I've almost been driven crazy lately. I know what I said was really out of line. But I really was just caught up in the moment. Jung Duo couldn't help but ask. What exactly did you say? Jung Datong shook his head. That's all. Just those few sentences, and he couldn't take it. What more could I have said? Bullshit! Jung Duo was angry, fuming. Words can hurt like knives. One sentence is enough to kill. You said those things. How do you think Auntie Chun feels? If T2 doesn't come back, she'll be heartbroken. Jung Datong lowered his eyes and closed them. It was Mom who pushed me. Then he told everything about how their mom had always wanted to return to the family, how she came to the capital for medical treatment, how Xuehuan and he helped her rent a place and gave her living expenses. Jung Duo listened, dumbfounded. Jung Datong said irritably in a low voice, A few days ago I wrote a letter to a girl I really liked, but she rejected me. I was already in a bad mood. At that time, Mom was insisting on living with us. She said she wanted to take care of us, that only if the family was harmonious and reunited would I not be laughed at by others. She also said that when people see our family as a blended one, they'll think it's too complicated and won't want to date me. I was confused at the time and thought maybe she had a point. Jung Duo retorted, So then you argued with T2 saying he and Auntie were ruining our family reunion? Yeah, Jung Datong said quietly. That's exactly what I said. T2 got really angry and said he'd take Auntie Chun and leave right away. I mocked him, said he didn't even know how to earn his own money. How could he take care of Auntie Chun? If she followed him, could she have the same conditions as with our family? He slammed the door in anger, and later when Auntie Chun came over, he just gruffly said, I'm fine, and closed the door. I regretted it afterwards. I thought with the holiday coming up, everyone would eat together and it would blow over. Who knew? He'd pack up and leave in the middle of the night. Jung Duo was so angry his liver hurt, fuming. You're out of your mind! You actually believe that disgusting woman Tang Hong? Are you brain damaged? You must be. Jung Datong was stunned, his face flushing awkwardly, and snapped, Shut up! She's our mom! Our real mom! Even though she'd made mistakes, the three of them were all born and raised by her. Duo, have you really thought about it? Who's our real mom? She gave birth to us, gave us life. She just has a gambling problem, but she still loves us. Auntie Chun has only been in this family for 2 years. How can she compare to our mom? Jung Duo glared at him, then spat. Who wants to compare with that disgusting woman? She's the one who abandoned this family. Yeah, she was good to us when we were little, but what about later? We were hungry, had nothing to eat. We were sick, no one took care of us. All she cared about was gambling. Did she ever think about us as her kids? She didn't. When she remarried, did she think about us? Now that she can't get by, she wants to come back? What does she take us for? Trash she can throw away whenever she wants and pick up whenever she wants? Jung Da-tong hadn't expected his little brother to be so worked up, and couldn't help but recall some things. She just made a mistake, but now she's turned over a new leaf. We should give her a chance, right? Jung Duo snorted. And then, give her a chance so Auntie Chun and T2 have to leave? Jung Da-tong looked away, speaking softly. We're the real family. T2 and Auntie Chun have only been with us for 2 years. How can they compare to our mom? They just can't. Auntie Chun had treated the 3 of them very well, but after all, she wasn't their biological mother. Besides, she had T2, her own son. Before building the villa, their dad had made it clear that all his income and property would go to his 3 sons. That meant Taitu would get a share in the future. He and his brother were full brothers, but T2 wasn't. Dad giving him some support, raising him, paying for his schooling, that was enough. But Dad actually wanted to give Taitu a share of the inheritance. That was unfair to the 2 brothers. Blood brothers are blood brothers, but T2 was just an outsider. He couldn't be treated the same. Jung Duo stared at him in disbelief, poking his chest with a finger. You can actually say things like that. No wonder Dad won't let you off. Jung Da-tong looked a little embarrassed, his eyes darting away. You're still young, there's a lot you don't understand. Dad's health isn't great, and after a few more years of work, he'll have to retire. The sweater factory isn't doing as well as before, and our family's money is only so much. After building the villa, there's not much left. If we have to split another share, you and I will get even less. Pah! Jung Duo cursed at him. All you see is money. You're just like Tang Hong. Jung Da-tong got angry, his voice low and stern. What do you know? You just have everything handed to you. You have no idea how expensive things are out there. I've been working for over a year now, and even with my salary and bonuses, I only make 400 or 500 yuan a month. Buy a few nice clothes, treat some friends to a few meals, and the money's gone. You've never had to run a household, you don't know how important money is. Mom's right. When Zhao Yi gets married, her husband will take care of her. Dad's money should belong to the 2 of us. It shouldn't be split up any further. Jung Duo snorted. Shut up. When I can earn money, I won't ask Dad for a single cent. Why does Dad pay for our schooling? Why does he want us to work hard to get into college? Isn't it so we'll have the ability to earn our own living? My money will be my own, and when we grow up, we'll rely on ourselves. I'm not like you, always thinking about Dad's money. That little bit of money? Jung Da-tong sneered. Do you even know how much? Do you? Dad's factory makes hundreds of thousands a year, sometimes even over 1 million. Business hasn't been as good these past 2 years, but he still has plenty of money. The villa cost at most a few $100,000. Last year he bought more than 10 apartments, and then he bought the factory land, which is also worth a lot. Do you know how long it takes to earn 10,000 yuan? Do you know how long it takes to earn 1 million? Ignorant kid. Jung Duo sneered back. You know everything. You're so great, Jung Da-tong. If you know so much, then you can have it all. Taitu's gone. I don't want anything either. From now on, all of Dad's money is yours. Damn it, Taitu was making and saving money since he was 10, never relying on anyone. He earned his tuition just by collecting and selling cardboard boxes over the summer. He's younger than both of us, but he already knows what it means to be self-reliant. You're nothing compared to him. Jung Da-tong, I look down on you. With that, he turned away in a huff and slammed the door. Jung Da-tong was left fuming, his face flushed with embarrassment. He rolled his eyes, put his hands on his hips, waved his arms, and finally let out a tisk, turned, opened the front door, and stormed out. At that moment, Jung Sanyuan gently pushed open the door, his face ashen. Beside him, Ju Achun was streaming with tears, looking utterly desolate. Jung Sanyuan's eyes were brimming with tears as he put his arm around Ju Achun's shoulders. I'm sorry. I didn't raise my sons well. Don't worry. I'll help you find Titu. In my heart, Titu has always been my good son. Ju Achun leaned against his chest, choking with sobs. Should I leave? Actually, Daetong was right about one thing. You're the real family. Titu and I are outsiders. Nonsense. Jung Sanyuan shook his head, hugging her tightly. You're my wife, my legal wife. Our marriage certificate, that red booklet in the cabinet, it's stamped and official. The state recognizes it. Ju Achun couldn't stop crying, not knowing what to say, just silently shedding tears. Taitu, please. Nothing must happen to you. Jung Sanyuan said softly. If Datong wants to acknowledge his mother, I can't stop him. She gave birth to them, that's a fact. But she and I are divorced and there's no feeling left between us. That's also a fact. Achun, you're my wife now. Ju Achun, exhausted, said quietly, I don't care about any of that. And I never wanted anything from your family. I just want Titu to be safe. Nothing else matters. Titu was her life. If anything happened to him, she wouldn't be able to go on living. Jung Sanyuan comforted her. Don't be like this. Taitu has always been independent and strong-willed. He's not a little kid anymore, he's a 16-year-old young man. Even if he's gone far, we don't need to worry too much. Don't worry, I'll help you find him. Exhausted from crying, Ju Achun fell asleep in his arms. Jung Sanyuan let out a low sigh. Ever since Tang Hong showed up, trouble had come one after another, and now she'd even managed to turn his eldest son against him, causing all this to tear the family apart. That woman, she really is a curse. They say husbands and wives owe each other debts. Just how much did he owe her in a past life for her to keep coming back to collect like this? A little after 1 in the afternoon, Duo knocked on their bedroom door. Ju Achun and Jung Sanyuan woke up. Jung Duo called softly, Dad, Auntie, it's already past 1. Get up. We still have to go to the police station, then to the South Station to check the surveillance. Ju Achun scrambled up, answering quickly. Jung Sanyuan said, We'll change clothes and head out. Duo, have you had lunch? Jung Duo replied, I ate downstairs, and I bought 2 servings of fish porridge for you and Auntie. Ju Achun opened the door and managed a smile. It's my fault for oversleeping and not making you lunch. Jung Duo quickly shook his head. Auntie, don't say that. Then he handed her half a cup of warm water. Have some water first. I'll go cool the porridge for you and Dad. Jung Sanyuan looked at his son's back with gentle eyes and patted Ju Achun's shoulder. Drink some water and eat some porridge so we'll have the strength to look for Titu later. Ju Achun murmured an For the next 2 days, Xue Ling's family was busy taking care of her mother-in-law in the hospital, while Jung Sanyuan's family was busy searching for Titu. 3 days later, Liu Ying was moved out of the ICU and into a regular ward. She was awake, but slept most of the time, only occasionally waking up for a short while. She recognized everyone and could even manage a small smile. By the 5th day, she could call everyone by name and could remember things from years ago. The doctor was pleased to confirm that her memory was undamaged and said she was recovering quickly. She'd probably be discharged in half a month. The patient has no other underlying conditions and her blood pressure is now under control. In the future, just monitor her blood pressure, take her medication on time, and adjust her diet. There shouldn't be any major problems. Everyone was delighted to hear this. Xiao Xin and Zhao Chong even jumped up, cheering and clapping. Yang stroked Liu Ying's face and said, Grandma, did you hear? You'll be able to come home soon. We've all been waiting for you for so long. Liu Ying was moved to tears, looking at her 4 grandchildren at her bedside, her heart full. Xue Ling was also crying, leaning against Cheng Tianyuan's arm. Thank goodness, Mom's okay. Cheng Tianyuan smiled gently and nodded. Chen, using her old work connections, found Liu Ying the biggest and cleanest ward. She and her husband visited every day. Xue's parents brought the grandchildren to the hospital early every morning and only left at dusk. Chung Muhai stayed during the day and let his son take over at night. Finally, there was good news on this side, but unfortunately there was still no news about Chen Tiaju next door. The police found that he had bought a ticket from the South Station to Yincheng in the south, but there was no record of him arriving in Yincheng. A few days later, news came that 3 days after that, he boarded a ship and went out to sea, but since it was a fishing boat that moved around, his whereabouts couldn't be determined. Zheng Sanyuan immediately bought plane tickets and took Zhu Achun south to Yincheng. But Yincheng was so big, with more than a dozen large and small ports along the coast. They carried Titu's photo, asking many people, but unfortunately found nothing. Half a month later, Zheng Sanyuan and Zhu Achun returned. Both had lost weight and were much tanner. Zheng Sanyuan, already getting on in years and having had major heart surgery, really shouldn't have taken long flights. But to find Titu, he risked it anyway, and fell ill after coming back. Zhu Achun stayed by his side day and night, caring for him, while also searching for Titu through TV, radio, and newspaper ads. 2 months later, Zheng Sanyuan recovered. By then, winter had arrived, with snowflakes swirling in the air. The missing person ads had almost never stopped, but there was still no news at all. The following spring, the new building at Ming Lake was finally completed, named Mingtian Tower, Tomorrow Tower. Boss Liao and Liu Xiaoyu both worked themselves thin. On the day the building was finished, Xue Ling gave Boss Liao 2 storefronts, and also gave Liu Xiaoyu 2. Both of them refused, saying they already received monthly salaries and couldn't possibly accept such valuable shops. Xue Ling insisted, sincerely grateful for their help overseeing the project, especially Liu Xiaoyu, who stayed on site 24/7, even sleeping there at night. Boss Liao explained that his wife, Kai Yunyan, loved gardening, so he'd give her the shop to open a flower store and sell potted plants for a leisurely life. Liu Xiaoyu, thinking of his wife and children back in Rongcheng, asked Boss Liao to sublet his shops and collect rent, then hurriedly took the train home. The scenery at Ming Lake was beautiful, making it the most relaxing spot in the city. Not long after completion, an international hotel wanted to rent 10 floors. Xue Ling agreed, but only allowed them the top 10 floors, then put up a huge ad for leasing, emphasizing it was strictly for office use, not for any noisy businesses. Shan Yu and Chen Shuiyu asked her why she didn't invest in entertainment, since the audio and videotape business was getting worse, and their daughter Shan Yu, who studied music, hoped to find a company to launch her as a singing star. Xue Ling said she had no experience, but was willing to invest, and asked friends to help look into it. "You still have money to invest in entertainment?" Xue's mother asked suspiciously. "I heard from Ah Heng that your new factory's machines cost over 30 million, and Mingtian Tower took more than a year to build. You still have money?" Xue Ling grinned. "Most of what I earned in the past few years is almost spent, but I'll earn it back soon. Besides, I still have all the rent I've collected. Plenty to invest in a company." Hearing this, Xue's mother couldn't help but mutter, "So many years of hard work and it's all gone in a flash. Always so restless." The clothing factory had made a lot over the years, but she immediately invested in these 2 big projects. Money came in like a tide, but went out just as fast. Xue Ling shrugged and smiled. "Money is for spending. As long as it's spent and invested right, I'll earn it back. Mingtian Tower and Ronghua Mall are my retirement funds. Even if I stop working, I'll still have income, so there's nothing to worry about." Xue's mother asked, "Aren't the machines in the factory already installed? Why haven't you started production?" "We're still testing," Xue Ling replied. Liu Ying, who was picking vegetables nearby, couldn't help but ask, "Ling, what exactly is your new factory going to make? Last time I asked Ah Yuan, he hemmed and hawed, and I couldn't understand a thing." Xue Ling giggled and explained, "Mom, it's sanitary pads, for women to use during their period." Liu Ying was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing, her face full of wrinkles. "In the old days we used cloth, then straw paper. Now I hear there are cotton pads. You're going to make those?" Xue Ling shook her head. "Not just those. Ours have adhesive, so they stick to underwear and stay in place. Plus they have wings, so they don't shift around. They work really well." Liu Ying and Xie's mother both laughed. Even little things like this are so advanced now. Amazing. Xie Ling's new factory spent over 2 months testing the machines and finally produced the first batch of winged sanitary pads. She immediately invested in advertising, which worked well, and soon merchants came to place orders. Business was booming. The factory was fully automated, needing only a team for packaging and shipping, so not many workers were needed. Xie Heng still managed the clothing branch, but he invested $3 million in the new factory, and Xue Ling gave him a 10% share. He also kept his share in the branch. The new factory was on the old site, and Xue Ling registered the trademark Mile, happy, and applied for a domestic patent. The factory was officially renamed Mile. Xie's father liked the name as soon as he heard it. Happy and harmonious. What a good meaning. Older folks always like auspicious names. Summer vacation arrived quickly. Hu brought Wang Qing and their 2 kids to the capital for more than half a month, explaining that the clothing wholesale business was still good, and he wanted to keep at it, but needed to expand his supply channels since the capital's goods were no longer enough. Xue Ling smiled. Hu, we've worked together for so many years, and you've always done the hard work while I just collected profits. At first, you did the work and I put up the money. Later, our shares became 50-50. After all these years, you've built up a lot of capital. It's time for our partnership to end. Hu quickly shook his head. No way. You're the one who helped me make money. Otherwise, I'd have nothing today. I can take a smaller share, but I can't end our partnership. I'm not an ungrateful person. It's not that, Xie Ling said softly. You already have enough capital, and I haven't helped much lately, so it's not right for me to keep taking money. If you want to repay me, just visit us in the capital more often. Xue Ling was firm, so Hu had to give in. Sis-in-law, if you find any good business in the future, remember to bring me in. Xie Ling laughed. For the next 5 or 6 years, maybe even 10, I'll be in the sanitary pad business. The domestic market is just opening up, so I'm not in a hurry to switch. Hu couldn't help asking, do you have distributors in the South? Maybe I can wholesale some too. Sure, Xue Ling explained. But you'll need a big warehouse because these take up a lot of space. Try it out first, and if it works, you can take more later. Hu nodded. It's a deal. Wang Qing still wrote essays, publishing a book every year or 2. She used to write about young love, but now wrote about family and life. Most of my readers are older now, and sales are actually better. I have a new book coming out, and old Lu read it and praised it, insisting on writing the foreword. Xue Ling smiled. When you contact him, send my regards. Wang Ting's eyes softened and she nodded. The publisher is organizing some book signings, and there'll be one in the provincial capital. Old Lu will definitely be there. If you have time, let's have a meal together. Xie Ling chuckled. I really don't have much free time, but if I happen to be free, I'll definitely go. The kids are older now, so it's easier to get out. We're planning to go back to our hometown for the New Year. I've already given the house key to brother Lu Xiaoyu and asked him to have someone clean the Wang Zhangyuan house every month. Really? Hu laughed. Then we must have a good get-together when the time comes. But Yincheng was so big, with more than a dozen large and small ports along the coast. They carried Titu's photo, asking many people, but unfortunately found nothing. Half a month later, Zheng Sanyuan and Zhu Achun returned. Both had lost weight and were much tanner. Zheng Sanyuan, already getting on in years and having had major heart surgery, really shouldn't have taken long flights. But to find Titu, he risked it anyway and fell ill after coming back. Zhu Achun stayed by his side day and night, caring for him, while also searching for Titu through TV, radio, and newspaper ads. 2 months later, Zheng Sanyuan recovered. By then, winter had arrived, with snowflakes swirling in the air. The missing person ads had almost never stopped, but there was still no news at all. The following spring, the new building at Ming Lake was finally completed, named Mingtian Tower, Tomorrow Tower. Boss Liao and Liu Xiaoyu both worked themselves thin. On the day the building was finished, Xie Ling gave Boss Liao 2 storefronts and also gave Liu Xiaoyu 2. Both of them refused, saying they already received monthly salaries and couldn't possibly accept such valuable shops. Xieling insisted, sincerely grateful for their help overseeing the project, especially Lu Xiaoyu, who stayed on site 24/7, even sleeping there at night. Boss Liao explained that his wife, Ka Yunyan, loved gardening, so he'd give her the shop to open a flower store and sell potted plants for a leisurely life. Liu Xiaoyu, thinking of his wife and children back in Rongcheng, asked Boss Liao to sublet his shops and collect rent, then hurriedly took the train home. The scenery at Ming Lake was beautiful, making it the most relaxing spot in the city. Not long after completion, an international hotel wanted to rent 10 floors. Xieling agreed but only allowed them the top 10 floors, then put up a huge ad for leasing, emphasizing it was strictly for office use, not for any noisy businesses. Shan Yu and Chen Shuiyu asked her why she didn't invest in entertainment, since the audio and videotape business was getting worse, and their daughter Shan Yu, who studied music, hoped to find a company to launch her as a singing star. Xieling said she had no experience but was willing to invest, and asked friends to help look into it. "You still have money to invest in entertainment?" Xie's mother asked suspiciously. "I heard from Ah Heng that your new factory's machines cost over 30 million, and Mingqian Tower took more than a year to build. You still have money?" Xieling grinned. "Most of what I earned in the past few years is almost spent, but I'll earn it back soon. Besides, I still have all the rent I've collected, plenty to invest in a company." Hearing this, Xie's mother couldn't help but mutter, "So many years of hard work, and it's all gone in a flash. Always so restless." The clothing factory had made a lot over the years, but she immediately invested in these two big projects. Money came in like a tide, but went out just as fast. Xieling shrugged and smiled. "Money is for spending. As long as it's spent and invested right, I'll earn it back. Mingtian Tower and Ronghua Mall are my retirement funds. Even if I stop working, I'll still have income, so there's nothing to worry about." Xie's mother asked, "Aren't the machines in the factory already installed? Why haven't you started production?" "We're still testing," Xieling replied. Liu Ying, who was picking vegetables nearby, couldn't help but ask, "Ling, what exactly is your new factory going to make? Last time I asked Ah Yuan, he hemmed and hawed, and I couldn't understand a thing." Xieling giggled and explained, "Mom, it's sanitary pads, for women to use during their period." Liu Ying was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing, her face full of wrinkles. "In the old days, we used cloth, then straw paper. Now I hear there are cotton pads. You're going to make those?" Xieling shook her head. "Not just those. Ours have adhesive so they stick to underwear and stay in place. Plus they have wings so they don't shift around. They work really well." Liu Ying and Xie's mother both laughed. "Even little things like this are so advanced now. Amazing." Xieling's new factory spent over 2 months testing the machines and finally produced the first batch of winged sanitary pads. She immediately invested in advertising, which worked well, and soon merchants came to place orders. Business was booming. The factory was fully automated, needing only a team for packaging and shipping, so not many workers were needed. Xie Heng still managed the clothing branch, but he invested 3 million in the new factory, and Xieling gave him a 10% share. He also kept his share in the branch. The new factory was on the old site, and Xieling registered the trademark Mile, happy, and applied for a domestic patent. The factory was officially renamed Mile. Xie's father liked the name as soon as he heard it. Happy and harmonious. What a good meaning. Older folks always like auspicious names. Summer vacation arrived quickly. Ahu brought Wang Qing and their 2 kids to the capital for more than half a month, explaining that the clothing wholesale business was still good, and he wanted to keep at it, but needed to expand his supply channels, since the capital's goods were no longer enough. Xieling smiled. "Ahu, we've worked together for so many years, and you've always done the hard work while I just collected profits. At first, you did the work, and I put up the money. Later, our shares became 50-50. After all these years, you've built up a lot of capital. It's time for our partnership to end." Ahu quickly shook his head. "No way. You're the one who helped me make money. Otherwise, I'd have nothing today. I can take a smaller share, but I can't end our partnership. I'm not an ungrateful person." "It's not that," Sheling said softly. "You already have enough capital, and I haven't helped much lately, so it's not right for me to keep taking money. If you want to repay me, just visit us in the capital more often." Xueling was firm, so Ahu had to give in. "Sis-in-law, if you find any good business in the future, remember to bring me in?" Xueling laughed. "For the next 5 or 6 years, maybe even 10, I'll be in the sanitary pad business. The domestic market is just opening up, so I'm not in a hurry to switch." Ahu couldn't help asking, "Do you have distributors in the south? Maybe I can wholesale some too." "Sure," Xueling explained, "but you'll need a big warehouse because these take up a lot of space. Try it out first, and if it works, you can take more later." Ahu nodded. "It's a deal." Wang Ting still wrote essays, publishing a book every year or two. She used to write about young love, but now wrote about family and life. "Most of my readers are older now, and sales are actually better. I have a new book coming out, and old Lu read it and praised it, insisting on writing the foreword." Sheling smiled. "When you contact him, send my regards." Wang Ting's eyes softened and she nodded. "The publisher is organizing some book signings, and there'll be one in the provincial capital. Old Lu will definitely be there. If you have time, let's have a meal together." Sheling chuckled. "I really don't have much free time, but if I happen to be free, I'll definitely go. The kids are older now, so it's easier to get out. We're planning to go back to our hometown for the new year. I've already given the house key to brother Lu Xiaoyu and asked him to have someone clean the Wangjiangwan house every month." "Really?" Ahu laughed. "Then we must have a good get-together when the time comes." Wang Ting chuckled softly. "She's the youngest in the family, the little sister, so she's not very independent. Once she becomes a mother and has to take care of a whole family, she'll naturally mature. I only realized after becoming a mom myself that a woman is truly tested when she becomes a mother and someone's daughter-in-law." Liu Ying glanced outside and said quietly, "Luckily, that girl has good fortune. Her husband is always attentive to her. Her in-laws treat her like their own daughter, and even if she makes mistakes, they pretend not to notice." Wang Ting, who had met Xue Zhilan and her husband, said warmly, "They really are kind and generous people." At that moment, Cheng Tianyuan came out of the kitchen with a bowl of soup and handed it to Liu Ying. "Mom, time to drink this. I added a bit of ginger today. Third uncle said it's good for the stomach." Liu Ying agreed and took the soup, sipping it slowly. Cheng Tianyuan explained to Wang Ting, "After Mom's brain surgery, her body was very weak and her blood pressure was high. Luckily, third uncle is a medical expert and often makes herbal soups for her. Her good recovery is largely thanks to him." Wang Ting was envious. "It's wonderful to have such a relative." Liu Ying quickly clarified, "He's Ling Ling's third uncle. By the way, today Ling Ling's parents went back to the old house with him. There's a small room leaking, so they're getting someone to fix it and helping clean up. There have been a lot of summer storms, and last time there was even lightning. Maybe the old house was struck." Cheng Tianyuan frowned and said quietly, "Mom, don't exaggerate. It was the power lines in that area that got hit by lightning, causing a short circuit. The house's wiring is too old and a small section burned." Liu Ying laughed. "I only heard half of it, so I didn't really understand." Just then, Ahu came over. "Godmother, my wife and I are planning to go out for hot pot, so don't cook tonight. Ching, I saw that new Nokia phone sis-in-law bought. It looks really nice." Wang Ting frowned and said, "You want a new phone again? The Motorola you bought at the end of last year cost several thousand, and you've only used it for half a year. 1,000 a month, plus expensive calls, you spend over 1,000 a month. Such waste. If you keep being so extravagant, people will talk." Ahu shrank his neck and muttered, "Sis-in-law said good communication makes business easier." "You're not convenient now?" Wang Qing retorted. "Has anyone called you and you missed it? Seeing Wang Qing's firm tone, Ahu immediately fell silent, secretly envious of Xue Ling. "Sis-in-law, you're lucky. You can spend as you like. My wife manages all my money. I don't get to decide anything." Xue Ling stifled a laugh. "Then I'm much better off. I spend my own money and my husband's money is mine too. Heh, Ahu teased. You're kidding me. As far as I know, the money from clothing wholesale, the rent Amin collects for you, and the shares Sister Jinhua gives you from raising pigs, all of it is collected by Ah Yuan. He manages your money. You think he'll give you his earnings? Shuiling shrugged. I just ask him to look after it. The money he earns he keeps for now, but if I ever need it, all I have to do is say the word and he'll hand it over right away. She turned to Cheng Tianyuan. Isn't that right? Cheng Tianyuan smiled and nodded. Ahu rolled his eyes and joked, You two are almost 50 and still showing off your love. Ah, Yuan, Ran is almost 15 now. Everyone burst out laughing. That evening, both families went out for hot pot together. Wang Ting glanced at the kitchen next door and noticed Zhu Achun frying spring rolls. She whispered, So someone does live next door. It's been so quiet lately, I thought no one had moved in. Xueling explained, Uncle Zheng is a good friend of my dad's and also my business partner. He's like family, so I sold him this apartment. The whole 18th floor is just us. No outsiders. Wang Ting nodded. That's great. No strangers coming and going. It's safer and more reassuring. Exactly. Xueling seemed to remember something. Uncle Zheng used to have a villa by Ming Lake, but only the shell was built, never finished inside. At the end of last year, he sold his old factory and scrapped the machines. He rents out the old factory building now and only keeps the one we run together. Ahu was curious. There's still business in sweaters. When I placed an order, he said the old factory was closed and he was taking fewer orders. I couldn't believe it. Why sell? As long as you can knit, you can make money. Shelling sighed. You only know part of it. The machines were too old and outdated, so it made sense to sell them. But Uncle Zheng really didn't have the heart to manage two factories. He sold the old machines and kept just the new factory. This past year, he and Sister Achun have been out looking for their youngest son, Titu, and haven't had the energy to focus on business. Ahu asked, Is that the boy in the photo Ayuan faxed me? Still not found? No, Xueling said quietly. It's been almost a year. We've helped look for a long time, and we still ask customers to keep an eye out, but there's been no good news. Someone called recently but turned out to be a scammer, almost tricked the old couple. This past year, whenever there was a customer from out of town, no matter where, she'd give them a photo and ask them to help look. They'd posted missing person notices on almost every TV station and in all kinds of newspapers and magazines. Uncle Zheng spent a lot of money on this, but never minded. He just wanted to find Titu as soon as possible. There were all kinds of missing person ads, and Titu must have seen them, but the boy never responded. Xieling and Cheng Tianyuan privately guessed that maybe the boy was no longer in the country. Otherwise, seeing such heartfelt messages and knowing how much his mother missed and worried about him, how could he not come back? Of course, the police's other theory, that something bad had happened, was something they really didn't want to believe, something they couldn't bear to face. Zhu Achun had been anxious and miserable for over half a year and still hadn't recovered. Fortunately, Uncle Zheng stood by her, and the two took care of and comforted each other, determined to keep searching year after year, day after day. In recent months, Zhu Achun's health had improved a bit. The two of them weren't as frantic as before, more calm, still searching but not as desperate, careful not to wear themselves out or fall into a scammer's trap. After all, there are all kinds of people in the world, and some prey on the desperation of families searching for loved ones, making money off their pain. Listening to Xueling's detailed explanation in the car, the always sentimental and melancholy writer Wang Qing couldn't help but burst into tears. This mother really has it hard, but if the boy was close to his mom, why hasn't he come back after so long? It's been a year. How could there be no news at all? Doesn't he know how much his mother misses and worries about him? Xueling looked out at the scenery flashing by and said softly, Maybe. He has his reasons. I hope so. Little Shin, sitting between them, piped up, Titu Gege will come back. Auntie Achun said so. Hearing this, Xueling stroked her daughter's soft black hair, her own eyes shining with tears. As a mother, Sister Achin was enduring a pain no mother should have to bear. If not for hope, she probably would have broken down long ago. All they could do was hope he would return home safe and soon. Wang Ting chuckled softly. She's the youngest in the family, the little sister, so she's not very independent. Once she becomes a mother and has to take care of a whole family, she'll naturally mature. I only realized after becoming a mom myself that a woman is truly tested when she becomes a mother and someone's daughter-in-law. Liu Ying glanced outside and said quietly, "Luckily, that girl has good fortune. Her husband is always attentive to her. Her in-laws treat her like their own daughter, and even if she makes mistakes, they pretend not to notice." Wang Ting, who had met Xue Zhilan and her husband, said warmly, "They really are kind and generous people." At that moment, Cheng Tianyuan came out of the kitchen with a bowl of soup and handed it to Liu Ying. "Mom, time to drink this. I added a bit of ginger today. Third uncle said it's good for the stomach." Liu Ying agreed and took the soup, sipping it slowly. Cheng Tianyuan explained to Wang Ting, "After Mom's brain surgery, her body was very weak and her blood pressure was high. Luckily, third uncle is a medical expert and often makes herbal soups for her. Her good recovery is largely thanks to him." Wang Ting was envious. "It's wonderful to have such a relative." Liu Ying quickly clarified, "He's Ling Ling's third uncle. By the way, today Ling Ling's parents went back to the old house with him. There's a small room leaking, so they're getting someone to fix it and helping clean up. There have been a lot of summer storms, and last time there was even lightning. Maybe the old house was struck." Cheng Tianyuan frowned and said quietly, "Mom, don't exaggerate. It was the power lines in that area that got hit by lightning, causing a short circuit. The house's wiring is too old, and a small section burned." Liu Ying laughed. "I only heard half of it, so I didn't really understand." Just then, Ahu came over. "Godmother, my wife and I are planning to go out for hot pot, so don't cook tonight. Ching, I saw that new Nokia phone sis-in-law bought. It looks really nice." Wang Ting frowned and said, "You want a new phone again? The Motorola you bought at the end of last year cost several thousand, and you've only used it for half a year. 1,000 a month plus expensive calls, you spend over 1,000 a month. Such waste. If you keep being so extravagant, people will talk." Ahu shrank his neck and muttered, "Sis-in-law said good communication makes business easier." "You're not convenient now?" Wang Ting retorted. "Has anyone called you and you missed it? Seeing Wang Qing's firm tone, Ahu immediately fell silent, secretly envious of Xue Ling. "Sis-in-law, you're lucky. You can spend as you like. My wife manages all my money, I don't get to decide anything." Xue Ling stifled a laugh. "Then I'm much better off. I spend my own money, and my husband's money is mine too." "Heh," Ahu teased. "You're kidding me. As far as I know, the money from clothing wholesale, the rent Min collects for you, and the shares Sister Jinhua gives you from raising pigs. All of it is collected by Yuan. He manages your money. You think he'll give you his earnings?" Xue Ling shrugged. "I just ask him to look after it. The money he earns, he keeps for now, but if I ever need it, all I have to do is say the word and he'll hand it over right away." She turned to Cheng Tianyuan. "Isn't that right?" Cheng Tianyuan smiled and nodded. Ahu rolled his eyes and joked, "You two are almost 50 and still showing off your love." "Yuan, Ranran is almost 15 now." Everyone burst out laughing. That evening, both families went out for hot pot together. Wang Ting glanced at the kitchen next door and noticed Ju Achun frying spring rolls. She whispered, "So, someone does live next door. It's been so quiet lately, I thought no one had moved in." Xue Ling explained, "Uncle Zheng is a good friend of my dad's and also my business partner. He's like family, so I sold him this apartment. The whole 18th floor is just us, no outsiders." Wang Ting nodded. "That's great. No strangers coming and going, it's safer and more reassuring." "Exactly." Xue Ling seemed to remember something. "Uncle Zheng used to have a villa by Ming Lake, but only the shell was built, never finished inside. At the end of last year, he sold his old factory and scrapped the machines. He rents out the old factory building now, and only keeps the one we run together. Ahu was curious. There's still business in sweaters. When I placed an order, he said the old factory was closed and he was taking fewer orders. I couldn't believe it. Why sell? As long as you can knit, you can make money. Xueling sighed. You only know part of it. The machines were too old and outdated, so it made sense to sell them. But Uncle Zheng really didn't have the heart to manage 2 factories. He sold the old machines and kept just the new factory. This past year, he and Sister Achun have been out looking for their youngest son, Titu, and haven't had the energy to focus on business. Ahu asked, Is that the boy in the photo Yuan faxed me? Still not found? No, Xueling said quietly. It's been almost a year. We've helped look for a long time and we still ask customers to keep an eye out, but there's been no good news. Someone called recently but turned out to be a scammer, almost tricked the old couple. This past year, whenever there was a customer from out of town, no matter where, she'd give them a photo and ask them to help look. They'd posted missing person notices on almost every TV station and in all kinds of newspapers and magazines. Uncle Zheng spent a lot of money on this but never minded. He just wanted to find Titu as soon as possible. There were all kinds of missing person ads, and Titu must have seen them. But the boy never responded. Xueling and Cheng Tianyuan privately guessed that maybe the boy was no longer in the country. Otherwise, seeing such heartfelt messages and knowing how much his mother missed and worried about him, how could he not come back? Of course, the police's other theory, that something bad had happened, was something they really didn't want to believe, something they couldn't bear to face. Ju Achun had been anxious and miserable for over half a year and still hadn't recovered. Fortunately, Uncle Zheng stood by her, and the two took care of and comforted each other, determined to keep searching year after year, day after day. In recent months, Ju Achun's health had improved a bit. The two of them weren't as frantic as before, more calm, still searching but not as desperate, careful not to wear themselves out or fall into a scammer's trap. After all, there are all kinds of people in the world, and some prey on the desperation of families searching for loved ones, making money off their pain. Listening to Xueling's detailed explanation in the car, the always sentimental and melancholy writer Wang Qing couldn't help but burst into tears. This mother really has it hard. But if the boy was close to his mom, why hasn't he come back after so long? It's been a year. How could there be no news at all? Doesn't he know how much his mother misses and worries about him? Xueling looked out at the scenery flashing by and said softly, Maybe. He has his reasons. I hope so. Little Shin, sitting between them, piped up, Titu Gega will come back. Auntie Achun said so. Hearing this, Xueling stroked her daughter's soft black hair, her own eyes shining with tears. As a mother, Sister Achun was enduring a pain no mother should have to bear. If not for hope, she probably would have broken down long ago. All they could do was hope he would return home safe and soon. Hearing this, Xueling's eyes dimmed a little. She didn't dare continue the topic and wanted to change the subject, but unexpectedly, Zheng Sanyuan brought it up himself. Maybe he needed someone to talk to, or maybe he was just feeling emotional. He said quietly, Over these years, I've changed so much. I've gotten old, and my heart has grown old too. Xueling glanced at his graying hair, her eyes flickering. Getting older is natural. Your hair is still a bit better than my dad's. In the past 2 years, my dad's gotten a lot more gray hair. Lately, he's been losing hair badly. Maybe soon he'll be bald. Just an old bald man. Zheng Sanyuan smiled softly. Old Shui isn't old. Even if he looks older, his heart is still the same. He was so cheerful and open-minded years ago, and he's still the same now. He hasn't changed at all. He sighed deeply. Compared to him, I'm not so lucky. I didn't manage my family well, didn't handle my ex-wife, didn't raise my son right, and I couldn't even take care of my stepson. At this point, his voice choked up and he couldn't go on. He quickly wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes. There's still no news about Titu, not a word. As long as he doesn't come home, I won't forgive that brat. I almost cut him off as my son. What kind of son did I raise?
Seeing how agitated he was, Xue Ling quickly tried to comfort him. Uncle Zheng, you can't get upset. The doctor told you not to get too emotional, especially not angry. Sigh. Zheng Sanyuan squinted his eyes, picking up the kettle to make tea. Xiao Shui, I actually really envy your dad. Xue Ling smiled a little and asked, Envy him for what? For being older than you? Everyone has their troubles. The richest man in the world has troubles, and so does the beggar on the street. Uncle Zheng, every family has its own difficulties. That's really true. There's no need to envy anyone. Actually, a lot of people envy you. Zheng Sanyuan gave a self-mocking laugh. What's there to envy about me? Other than a bit of success in business and as a person, there's nothing else. My family was torn apart, and I tried desperately to piece it back together, but the hearts are still scattered. If a family falls apart, you can try to bring it back together, but if the hearts are scattered, there's no way to fix it. Xue Ling knew he was blaming Zheng Daitong. Since Titu couldn't be found, Zheng Sanyuan, in a fit of anger, sent Zheng Datong to live in the TV station dormitory and made it clear that as long as Titu didn't come home, he wouldn't forgive him. Zheng Datong, being young and hot-tempered, got angry after being scolded by his dad and said he was the real son, accusing his dad of favoritism. Zheng Sanyuan slapped him and told him to get out. Since then, Zheng Datong hadn't come home. Zhu Achun, being kind-hearted, always tried to persuade Zheng Sanyuan to bring Datong back, and often had Xiao Yi and Duoduo visit him. When Duoduo came home on weekends, she would cook a lot of food for him, and pack up Datong's favorites for Duoduo to take to the TV station. At New Year, Zhu Achun asked Cheng Tianfang to go to the TV station to invite Datong home for the holiday. But Datong didn't come back. He just called Zhu Achun to wish her good health for the new year. Afterwards, Datong cried in secret. Xue Ling sighed softly and said, Uncle Zheng, maybe Datong was just confused for a while. There's no need to stay angry for so long. He's a good kid. But he's so narrow-minded, Zheng Sanyuan snapped. Just like his mother, all he sees is money. I worked so hard to raise him, but he couldn't resist a few months of his mother's scheming. Whatever she says, he listens. My money will only be left for myself and Achun. They can spend whatever they earn. Raising them and paying for their education is my responsibility, but my property isn't for them to covet. People have to rely on themselves. If all they think about is my little bit of money, they'll never amount to anything. Xue Ling nodded in agreement. All right. Don't get worked up. Blood is thicker than water. He's still your son. Treating him like this makes Sister Achun feel bad too. She cares a lot about all three of them. Seeing you and your son at odds makes her sad. She's already worried sick about Titu. Don't add to her troubles. Zheng Sanyuan shook his head and sighed. Xiao Shui, you don't understand. If I don't do this, I'll feel even more sorry for her. Really, Taitu is such a good kid. If anything happened to him, there mustn't be any accident. If something did happen, not only would she not be able to take it, I'd collapse too. Taitu running away is partly my fault.
Xue Ling said quietly, At this point, it's not about blaming anyone. Uncle Zheng, Titu will come back sooner or later. There are still missing person notices in the papers and on TV. Datong is still helping look for him. Zheng Sanyuan said irritably, If he didn't look, could he live with himself? Could he spend his life with that guilt and regret? He has to look. Then don't blame him anymore, Xue Ling couldn't help but say. You're torturing yourself and Datong. Sister Achun is caught in the middle and feels even worse. Zheng Sanyuan said in a low voice, There's nothing I can do. This is the only way. If I forgive him too easily, he'll never wake up. His heart is too selfish and calculating. I can't let him off too easily, or he'll only have a harder life in the future. He's had a good education, and Titu lived with him for over 2 years, called him big brother for so long, and yet he could say such heartless things. I'm so disappointed in him. Maybe if I make him suffer a bit, he'll come to his senses. Xue Ling couldn't persuade him, so she changed the subject. Aren't you going to finish the villa at Ming Lake? I think you're still okay financially. Zheng Sanyuan shook his head. I can't spend all my money. I need to save some for our retirement and some to keep searching for Titu. All those missing person ads on TV and in the papers cost money. I sold the old machines and rented out the old factory to have a stable income. That way, I have more time to look for T2. I really can't manage 2 factories anymore. Partly because I'm old and tired, partly because I don't have the time. Now, I try to invest everything I earn into finding him. As long as I can get him back safe and sound, I'll spend whatever it takes." Seeing his eyes fill with tears again, Xueling said softly, "Living here with us as neighbors, things will be livelier." Zheng Sanyuan nodded. "Now it's just the 2 of us at home. Duo only comes back on weekends. Zhao Yi is busy with classes and taking care of her kids, so she doesn't come much. She's married now, with her own family and children. This big house feels empty with just us. Being neighbors with you, chatting with your dad, playing chess now and then, it makes life a bit better." Xueling said, "Then don't worry about finishing the villa for now. The shell is done, so whenever you want, just add water and electricity and finish the inside and you can move in." Zheng Sanyuan smiled. "When are you going to build a villa? The scenery at Ming Lake is beautiful and the tower is on the other side. There's still a big piece of land left." Xueling waved her hand. "No money for now." Zheng Sanyuan laughed, not believing her at all. "Boss Xue, don't joke like that. You'll hurt other people's self-esteem." Xueling was amused, but quickly composed herself and explained seriously, "I spent a lot investing in Mingchen Tower, and the new factory cost over 30 million. What I earned in previous years is almost all spent." "What's there to be afraid of?" Zheng Sanyuan said. "That tower you invested in will bring you and your descendants income for over 100 years. I believe this new factory will have you raking in profits within a few years." Xueling was confident about that. "I plan to take it easy for the next few years. Rent out everything else and just manage this new factory. Ah Heng is looking after the branch factory, and he still gets his share." "Take it easy?" Zheng Sanyuan shook his head with a laugh. "You call that taking it easy? In other people's eyes, you're making a fortune." Xueling chuckled. "I'm just making my way of earning money simpler and more automated. Didn't you see the news? In the coming decades, technology will be the primary productive force. In the future, production should move toward modernization and intelligence, or you'll be eliminated by the market sooner or later." Zheng Sanyuan shook his head gently. "I really don't understand all that. Xiao Shui, maybe that's the difference between us. You're well-educated and knowledgeable, so your businesses are always highly profitable and go smoothly. My vision isn't as broad, and I don't have the guts for big investments, so I've always stuck with these 2 factories and never branched out. You're different. You never stop, always moving toward broader and longer-term goals." He truly felt inferior in this regard. "Your dad is honest and gentle, does business with integrity, and handles things just like his personality. Calm and steady, with no big ups and downs, but reliable. That's a good way, but it doesn't allow for big leaps, mainly because of his temperament?" Xueling couldn't help but laugh. "I was taught by my dad, so I'm like him, but also not like him." Zheng Sanyuan nodded in agreement. "That's true. On the surface, you're like him, gentle and calm, but your boldness and vision are in your bones, in your heart. That's why you dare to develop new industries and your business is always booming. The reason I never made it big is mostly because of my temperament and lack of education. With less education, my perspective is limited. That's why I've always told my kids to study hard. I'm already set in my ways, but they still have hope. They shouldn't give up." Xueling agreed. Datong has already graduated, and Xiao Yi is in her 3rd year of college. I believe they'll both do well in the near future. Duo's grades aren't as good, but he has a good nature. Kind, cheerful, and confident. As long as he learns enough, he'll achieve just as much as his brother and sister." Zheng Sanyuan laughed softly and shook his head. "None of them can compare to T2. It wasn't false modesty, nor was he just praising Chen Tiaju. That kid is truly outstanding. He had a tough childhood, but never wallowed in self-pity. He's resilient and determined. He's young, but more mature than many adults. Hard-working, not afraid of hardship or exhaustion. As long as a young person like that is given enough opportunities, he'll achieve more than most." Xueling couldn't help but think of little Titu, and her heart ached. Let's hope heaven protects him and keeps him safe. Zheng Sanyuan's eyes reddened, and he said quietly, Lingling, do you think he might be abroad? There are missing person notices everywhere in the country, but not a single word about him. That fishing boat goes all over. Maybe he went to another country? He's almost 18 now, about to be an adult. He's grown a lot in the past 2 years. If he showed up now, he'd probably be a head taller. Xue Ling couldn't answer, her throat tight. Lost in his own regret and longing, Zheng Sanyuan sighed. If I'd paid more attention to Datong, if I'd spent more time at home, maybe none of this would have happened. Datong's mom and grandma had a big fight before, and Titu was already very upset. But I didn't take it seriously, thought young people just get angry and then forget about it. Who knew he'd keep it bottled up? And then Datong said even worse things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have packed up and left, never to return. Xue Ling said softly, Uncle Zheng, don't say that. Taitu will come back safe. You need to take care of your health and look after Sister Achun and wait for Taitu to return. Zheng Sanyuan explained. The reason I sold the factory was to have more time to spend with her and take care of the family. Just then, Xue Ling noticed Secretary Liao peeking in through the window, as if he had something to discuss with Zheng Sanyuan. Uncle Zheng, your secretary seems to need you. I'll head out. Let's have tea again soon. Zheng Sanyuan smiled and nodded. Come by whenever you like. This factory is yours after all. Xue Ling smiled and turned to leave. Boss Xue, wait! Unexpectedly, Secretary Liao hurried over, grabbed her arm, and said in a low, anxious voice, I've been trying to find a chance to talk to you these past 2 days, but with the accounting error, I haven't had time. Xue Ling raised an eyebrow suspiciously. What is it? You were signaling just now. Do you have something to say to me? Not to Uncle Zheng? Yes, Secretary Liao said with a fawning smile, lowering his voice. It's about old Zheng, and I hope you can help talk to him. Xue Ling walked out as she asked, What's going on? Secretary Liao's eyes flickered as he explained, A few days ago, Datong and Sister Tang Hong came by and said they wanted to look at the factory's accounts. I refused, saying the books are for old Zheng to review and are kept in the cabinet. Sister Tang Hong told Datong to get them himself. When I tried to stop him, I got a good scolding. Xue Ling paused, instantly guessing what was going on. What were they trying to do? Falsify the accounts to trick me and Uncle Zheng. The missing money in my account. Did they take it? Secretary Liao shook his head awkwardly. I don't know. But Xue Ling's gaze turned cold. All these years, Uncle Zheng has managed the company's accounts. After he got sick, Datong took over for quite a while. He'd finish the books and bring them to the office for review. There's never been a mistake in all these years, but now, as soon as they show up, my account is short. Don't you think that's suspicious? I just have my doubts, Secretary Liao said awkwardly, forcing a smile. Datong told me not to say anything. Old Zheng doesn't like Datong, so I didn't dare. Old Zheng may be old, but he's always been sharp with numbers. He quickly found the error these past 2 days and just finished sorting it out. I hope it really was just a mistake. Xue Ling glanced at him. Secretary Liao, we've known each other for years, haven't we? Over 10 years, Secretary Liao replied with a laugh. Xue Ling nodded slowly. You used to work for Uncle Zheng and also helped with my factory. Now that Uncle Zheng's factory is rented out, you've all moved here. This land is mine, the factory is mine, and I risked my life to buy the machines. If I say stop, this factory is gone, and you and the dozens of workers here will all be out of a job. Don't you think so? Yes. Secretary Liao lowered his eyes awkwardly. Yes. Xue Ling smiled slightly, her expression full of confident authority. I hope this time it really was just an accident. Don't you? Secretary Liao instantly shrank, forcing a smile again and again. I think he just looked at the books. He definitely wouldn't dare mess with them. Xue Ling nodded, smiling. That's for the best. But my partner is Uncle Zheng, not Zheng Datong. I own half the factory's profits, so I have the right to protect my own interests, don't you think? Right, Secretary Liao agreed quickly. Of course you have to protect them. She Ling remained calm and composed. I trust Uncle Zheng and I trust you and the accountants. Uncle Zheng and I don't keep score between us. I'd lend him hundreds of thousands in a pinch. But for anyone who disregards my interests and bites the hand that feeds them, I never show mercy. I'd call the police immediately, make sure they get what they deserve, and see to it they can never work in the business world of the capital again. With that, she turned and strode away. Secretary Liao's face went pale. His lips moved a few times, and he quickly made up his mind. Never again. Zheng Datong and Tang Hong, weren't they just dragging him down with them? They were only bold enough to mess around in the office because they were old Zheng's ex-wife and son. They wouldn't dare touch old Zheng's interests, but figured Boss She was too busy to check the books herself, so they tried to quietly skim a little from her account. If something really did happen and it blew up, the accountants and he, the secretary in the office, would be the prime suspects. Now, She Ling was an important member of the capital's business association, and all her contacts were big business people. If he offended her, he'd never be able to make a living in the capital again. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, swallowed, and felt a lingering fear. Luckily, this time it was just a small amount, and old Zheng quickly found and fixed the error. If it happened again, Boss Shui might take direct action, and then it would be serious. No, there absolutely can't be a next time. But still, Zheng Datong was working at the TV station now, making over 1,000 a month. Why would he need to come to the factory for such a small sum? Maybe he thought Boss Shui had so much money she wouldn't care, that she never checked the books? But just because Boss Shui trusted old Zheng and had a lot of money, didn't mean she didn't care about it. Otherwise, how would she have made so much? Besides, old Zheng was a careful man, always double-checking the accounts for errors. Even if Boss Shui didn't check, old Zheng certainly did. Luckily, this time old Zheng thought it was just a little extra reported for raw materials and covered it from the general account. If he'd known the truth, he'd have been furious. Secretary Liao took a deep breath and made a silent vow, never again. A few days later, Cheng Muhai and Uncle Chang flew south with Ahu's family. Uncle Chang hadn't been back in years and missed every blade of grass and tree in Chengjia village. But now there wasn't even a place to stay. No matter how much he wanted to go back, there was nowhere to go. At first, when he heard Cheng had bought him a plane ticket, he was both surprised and delighted, and insisted on paying for it himself. Cheng Tianyuan refused, saying there was no need. It was to hire him to accompany his own father back to Chengjia village. Uncle Chang was moved and grateful, but after the excitement he hesitated. My son Tianshuan already sold the old house, and even the land in the village is gone. Back home, all that's left is my name in the family register. Nothing else. Even if I go back, there's not even a corner to stay in. What's the point of going back? What's the point? At this, the old man started to cry. Cheng Tianyuan understood his pain and reassured him, saying they'd build a small house for him and his dad to live in. Don't worry, our old house collapsed too. It's unlivable. A few days ago, brother Liu Xiaoyu already went over, talked to the village chief, and is building a temporary house for you and my dad. He brought 20 workers. Maybe the house is already done. Uncle Chang was delighted. 20 workers? Are you guys renovating or rebuilding? Cheng Tianyuan explained. Ling Ling decided to tear it down and build a small villa. Our yard is big and the land in front is ours, so it should be pretty spacious. Liu Xiaoyu will handle the design, and you and my dad will supervise and help out a bit. Great, Uncle Chang said happily. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. I'll do my best. No. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. The workers will do the work. You and my dad just need to visit the neighbors and keep an eye out for any lazy workers. Don't do any heavy lifting. You actually have a very important secret mission this time. What mission? Uncle Chang asked. Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. Keep a close eye on my dad. Don't let him do any work, especially heavy work. You know about his arm. Light things are fine, but heavy work is absolutely not allowed. Right. Uncle Chang nodded quickly. I know. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Then I'll pay you half a year's wages in advance, up to the end of the year. Uncle Chang waved his hand. No, I can't take wages for not working. How does that make sense? I eat your food, live in your house, and save all my money. Don't worry, even if I don't earn any more, I won't have to worry about money for years. Chung Tianyuan said, You're helping me watch the new house and my dad. That's a big job. You have to take it, or I won't let you go back. Uncle Chang turned his head, pretending to sulk. Just then, Chung Muhai came in and asked, What's wrong? Still not settled? Uncle Chang huffed, This kid wants to pay me. No need. Chung Muhai chuckled. Isn't it good to get paid? Why not take it? He's your boss now. If your boss pays you, why not take it? He makes more than you. Whatever he and Lingling get, I'll take the same. Uncle Chang muttered, He's your son. Whatever he gives you, you can take. I can't. Chung Muhai lowered his voice. You've been at the warehouse, watching the goods come and go every day. That's all money. Yuen's made a lot these years, you know that. Lingling's made even more. She pays for all the food and everything. Yuen hardly spends any of his own money. You should give him a chance to spend some. Uncle Chang chuckled. You're as bad as your son, trying to talk me into it. Good thing you're talking me into making money, or I'd have starved long ago. Fine, I'll take it. We old guys should buy lots of good things from the capital to take back for the folks in the village. The two of them bought several big bags of stuff. Food, daily necessities, decorations, everything. Luckily, Ahu was strong and could check the luggage, or Chung Tianyuan wouldn't have dared let them go back, afraid they'd be crushed by the bags on the way. He drove them to the airport, checked the luggage, and only left after they'd gone through security. It was the weekend, and Lingling wasn't at the factory. She stayed home with the kids. He'd shipped out the morning's goods early, so he drove straight back to the city. There was some traffic in the capital, so by the time he got home, it was over an hour later. As soon as the elevator reached the 18th floor, he saw Zheng Xiaoyi holding her son, crying as she rushed over, with She Huan chasing after her, looking anxious. Chung Tianyuan hurriedly opened his arms to block Zheng Xiaoyi. When she saw him, Zheng Xiaoyi's tears fell even harder, and she choked out, Brother Yuen, don't stop me. I can't stay here anymore. Chung Tianyuan quickly said, Don't get upset, don't cry. By then, Shui Huan had caught up, grabbing Zheng Xiaoyi's arm with one hand and scooping their son into his arms with the other. Little Shui Yue recognized Chung Tianyuan. Maybe he'd been frightened by his parents' argument, because the little guy looked at Chung Tianyuan timidly and reached out his chubby arms. Seeing this, Chung Tianyuan quickly took him into his own arms. The child is still young. Don't argue in front of him. You'll scare him. Shui Huan was apologetic and said quietly, Brother-in-law, it's my fault. I was too loud just now. Chung Tianyuan patted the child's back and said gently, Every couple argues. Once you talk it out and apologize, it'll pass. Xiaoyi, don't storm out with the child when you're angry. It's not safe. I'll take Yuer to our place so you two can talk things over. No, Zheng Xiaoyi sobbed. I want to take my son and leave. I don't want to stay here anymore. Shui Huan frowned and sighed. Don't get so worked up, okay? Let's talk this out calmly. With red eyes, Zheng Xiaoyi shouted, Do you know how stifling it is to stay home taking care of a child every day? It's the same thing, 24 hours a day, feeding, laundry, changing diapers, sweeping, mopping, cooking, washing dishes. When the baby sleeps, I have to work. Even when I sleep, I have to keep waking up to take care of him. And you? You just go to work, come home and sleep, that's it. You have no idea how tired I am. You don't know. I know, Shui Huan said quietly. I know it's hard for you to take care of him alone, but my mom has to look after my sister-in-law lately. She's on bed rest for her pregnancy and needs someone with her. I understand, Zheng Xiaoyi said gruffly. I didn't stop your mom from helping, but when I wanted my own mom to come help, you wouldn't let her. I have a ton of homework this summer. It's not like I have nothing to do. I'm anxious about unfinished assignments and overwhelmed with chores. Do you know how stressed and frustrated I am? I'm sorry, Shui Huan said, frowning. But let's not fight. Let's find another solution, okay? Zheng Xiaoyi started crying and demanded, Why won't you let my mom come help me even for a few months until your sister-in-law gives birth? Why do you always dislike my mom? Why? She's never done anything to you. She's my real mother and your attitude toward her really hurts me, you know? She Huan quickly shook his head. It's not that. I don't dislike your mom. I've explained so many times. We live here and your dad and Aunt Achin are just a few dozen meters away. I just don't want them to run into each other and feel awkward. Enough! Zheng Xiaoyi choked out. You always use that excuse. Aunt Achin is busy looking for T2 every day, glued to the radio and TV. She doesn't have time to come out. All she cares about now is T2. Cheng Tianyuan frowned slightly and said quietly, Xiaoyi, don't say things you don't mean when you're upset. Aunt Achin worries about T2 because that's what mothers do. If you needed her to help with Yue, she'd definitely help. You know what kind of person she is. Zheng Xiaoyi fell silent, sobbing softly. Xue Huan sighed, took her hand and said, Let's not stand here. Everyone will notice. Let's go back and talk. If it's really too much at home, I'll hire a nanny. No, Zheng Xiaoyi said firmly. You don't trust my own mom, but you'd trust a stranger? Xue Huan was taken aback, then said, That's not what I mean. Then what do you mean? Zheng Xiaoyi shook off his hand, fuming. If I'd known it would be like this, I wouldn't have had a child so soon. I have classes in school, and now I have to take care of a baby. I was so stupid. Xue Huan's face darkened, and he said sternly, That's enough. Zheng Xiaoyi rarely saw him angry. Now, seeing him suddenly raise his voice, she was stunned, then felt even more wronged and burst into loud sobs. Her crying startled little Yue, who also began to wail. Cheng Tianyuan quickly comforted the child. I'll take Yue to our place. Don't worry, we're free. He can stay with us for lunch. Xue Huan quickly thanked him, then pulled Zheng Xiaoyi into their apartment and closed the door. Zheng Xiaoyi shook off his hand again and tried to leave, but Xue Huan grabbed her and held her tightly. She struggled, but he only hugged her tighter, not letting her go. Zheng Xiaoyi fumed. Xue Huan, let go. I don't like it here. I want to leave. Xue Huan was angry too, and said in a low voice, You don't like me. You don't like our son. You want to leave us. Xiaoyi, can you calm down? Zheng Xiaoyi shouted, How am I supposed to calm down? I need help with the baby. I need a break. Is that so wrong? You leave early every morning, sometimes don't come home until late if you have surgery. Have you ever thought about helping me out? I have, Xue Huan said. I've never left everything at home to you. I know I haven't been around much lately. I've been busy with a new drug launch, plus all the usual work and a mountain of paperwork. I leave before the baby wakes up, and when I get home, you and the baby are already asleep. I admit it's my fault. I've neglected you and the baby lately. I sincerely apologize. But please, just bear with me for another half month. I promise I'll finish up and then make time for you and the baby. Zheng Xiaoyi calmed down a bit, still crying but no longer struggling or angry. Xue Huan sighed, gently stroked her hair, and said softly, I know you're exhausted. I always have. From the moment we decided to have Yue, we both took on the responsibility of being parents. It's our first time, and we're both overwhelmed. You have school. I'm at a critical point in my career. We're both busy. Before, my parents helped and things were easier. Now my sister-in-law is pregnant and the baby isn't stable, so she's on bed rest. My mom spends most of her time with her and can't help with Yue. She thinks you don't have school, so you should be able to manage. But I've only been thinking about my own work. He gently stroked her back and said quietly, You're under a lot of academic pressure and still have to care for the baby alone. I understand how hard that is. Next time, don't get angry. Just hit me a few times to let off steam. But don't argue in front of the baby, especially not loudly. He's too little to understand, and it scares him. Thinking of how her son had just cried, Zheng Xiaoyi's heart ached with guilt and regret. I really went too far just now. With that, she broke down again, throwing herself into his arms and hugging his neck. Honey, I'm just under so much pressure. I can handle school but not the baby. When I'm at school, I worry if he's eaten or slept well. When I'm holding him, I worry if a teacher will suddenly assign a ton of homework, or if I'll have to turn in a paper or lab report. Sometimes I really feel like a failure, a bad student and a bad mom. Woo. She Huan held her tightly, sighing with heartache as he gently cupped her slender neck. Don't think like that. You're still young and it's your first time being a mom. It's normal to feel overwhelmed. Medical school is already more demanding than other majors, and on top of that, you're running back and forth taking care of the house and the baby, and still keeping up with all your schoolwork. That's why you feel so much pressure. Other students only have to worry about their studies, but she has to juggle both home and school. In my eyes, you're already a great mom. Your grades are always above average at school, which is really good. Relax a little. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. You're doing more than enough, really. Zheng Xiaoyi sniffled. Really? I don't feel that way at all. Every time I get home, I can't help but get irritable and angry. The baby needs to eat, drink, and makes a mess. I have to do housework and study, and sometimes I just lose my temper with him. Then I regret it. He's so little, but I keep demanding too much from him. I'm really afraid that one day I'll just snap from all the pressure. She Huan shook his head. No, just try to relax. Here's what we'll do. I'll still be busy for the next half month and really can't get away. I'll ask Uncle and Auntie to help watch Yue for us, okay? You can focus on your studies during the day and bring Yue home at night. That way you'll have a little time for yourself. Zheng Xiaoyi's eyes dimmed. After thinking for a moment, she finally spoke. Why, can't you just accept my mom coming here to help me? She really loves Yue and always says she wants to help take care of him. They'd rented her mom a few places before, moving again and again until her older brother moved in too, and things finally settled down. But now her brother had a girlfriend, and things were going well. The woman was a local elementary school teacher, pretty, and her brother liked her a lot. He was even planning to get married by the end of the year. But her girlfriend's parents insisted on having a house before marriage, which put her brother in a tough spot. Her mom told her that if she moved in with them, she could free up a room for her brother, and she could also help take care of Yue, easing her daughter's burden. She Huan lowered his eyes and said quietly, Because she once stirred up trouble between your brother and the family, which ultimately led to Titu running away and never coming back. I'm worried that if she comes, something else might happen. Xiaoyi, she and your dad see each other all the time here. They're bound to clash. Titu's still missing, Aunt Achin is in bad shape, and your dad's been in a bad mood. If we add more fuel to the fire now, it's just too risky. She won't anymore, Zheng Xiaoyi said softly. It was my brother who said the wrong thing. You can't blame my mom. She's truly sorry and won't gamble anymore. Xue Huan countered. Isn't she living with your brother now? Isn't that fine? I can't afford to buy a house yet. Prices in the capital keep going up and it'll take me a few more years to save enough. When I can buy a place and we move out, then we can have your mom live with us. But right now... Zheng Xiaoyi hesitated, unsure if she should say more. Xue Huan had never had a good impression of her mom, and she was afraid that if she said more, he'd be even less likely to agree. He raised an eyebrow. What is it? Zheng Xiaoyi said quietly, Honey, could you borrow some money from my brother? He wants to buy a house. Xue Huan was surprised. Doesn't your brother already have a dorm at the TV station? Why does he suddenly need to buy a house? Zheng Xiaoyi thought for a moment. He has a girlfriend now and wants to save up for a place. Housing prices in the capital keep rising, and my mom thinks he should buy as soon as possible before it gets even more expensive. No problem, Xue Huan said. But it'll have to wait a few months. When the new drug launches, there'll be an awards ceremony at the hospital and I'll get a bonus. Our research center will get a reward too. If I add my salary, I should be able to put together over 10,000. I'll lend it to Datong for the house then. Hearing it would take a few months, Zheng Xiaoyi grew anxious. Can't you borrow from my brother first? When you get your bonus, you can pay him back? Xue Huan couldn't help but ask, Is Datong in a hurry? Zheng Xiaoyi thought of something and said quietly, Actually, Dad originally planned to give each of us a house. My dowry included one, remember? I remember. Xue Huan nodded. Zheng Xiaoyi sighed. But after my brother said those things and drove T2 away, Dad sent him to live in the dorm and hasn't been nice to him since. He even said none of the family property would be touched or divided until T2 comes back, and only then will he distribute it to the next generation. Xue Huan's eyes flickered. I understand your dad's thinking. He treats T2 like his own son, and after what happened, he's heartbroken. He has to punish your brother and warn you all. But, Zheng Xiaoyi said, my brother's salary barely covers rent and taking care of Mom. He hardly has anything left. Now he suddenly needs a big sum for a house, and it's impossible. Huan, if you don't help, he really can't afford it. Xue Huan nodded. I'll help, but it'll take a few months. If it's urgent, I'll ask my own brother. He invested in the new factory last year, put in $3 million for a 10% share. He told me that with Ling Ling's help, he's made several million over the years. The branch factory is still doing well, so his income should be steady. I can ask him for 30 or 50,000, no problem. Zheng Xiaoyi breathed a sigh of relief. I'll let him know. Suddenly, she remembered her mom's earlier suggestion and felt uneasy, but didn't dare say it out loud. Honey, do you think we should tell my dad? He's still the head of the family and he has plenty of assets. Normally, when kids get married, parents help with the house. If they can afford it, they buy a big one. If not, a small one. Even if they can't buy, they'll borrow and help as much as they can. Xue Huan thought for a moment. We should tell your dad. It's a matter of respect. Besides, even if he sounds harsh, he still loves your brother. Think about it. T2 isn't his biological son, but he loves him like his own. Your brother is his blood. Of course he cares. He's just angry and said some harsh things. Now that Datong has a girlfriend, your dad is probably happy for him. Maybe this is a chance to ease the tension between them. Having worked for years and matured, Xue Huan's analysis was calm and logical. Zheng Xiaoyi nodded. Okay, I'll call my brother and tell him to talk to Dad. Once things are out in the open and discussed, conflicts can be resolved, and everything will soon be back to normal. After comforting his wife, Xue Huan went over to Cheng Tianyuan's home. Xie Ling and the kids were all across the hall, 2 little ones playing, 2 older ones doing homework. Yang Yang called out excitedly, Uncle Huan! Xue Huan flashed a handsome smile and asked, Everyone studying? Why not take a break during summer vacation? Xie Ling, looking troubled with her textbook, shook her head. Can't rest until the summer homework is done. If we don't finish, the new semester will start soon. Xue Huan laughed. Did you all go out to play again and skip your homework? Ranan and Yang Yang giggled sheepishly. Xie Ling tapped their heads with her book, scolding, Get to work, no more slacking off. The 2 boys quickly buried their heads in their homework. Xie Ling smiled. You're here for little Yue, right? Mom and Dad are playing with him across the hall. Yes. Xue Huan's eyes flickered as he leaned on the doorframe, smiling apologetically. Sis, I wanted to ask you something. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows. Sure. Should we talk outside? No need, Xue Huan chuckled. I just wanted to ask if Uncle and Auntie could help watch Yue for us. I've been really busy lately and Zhao Yi's schoolwork is heavy. My mom is busy taking care of my sister-in-law, so she can't help. Since Uncle and Auntie aren't traveling this summer, I was wondering if... Of course, Xue Ling interrupted. We're family, no need to be polite. If you need help, just bring the child over. Xue Huan smiled gratefully. Thank you so much. Uncle and Auntie can watch him during the day, and we'll bring him home at night. Sure, Xue Ling said. We'll help as much as we can. The older kids can help watch him too. Little Yue is over a year old now, loves playing with toys and runs fast. With Xiaoxin and the others to play with, he won't be lonely. Xue Huan thanked her again and went across the hall. The little one was eating an apple. When he saw his dad, he lit up, bouncing over and hugging his leg. Xue Huan bent down and picked him up. Uncle, Auntie, was he good? Xie's parents smiled. He's always good. Liu Ying poked her head out of the kitchen. Huan, no work today. Come have lunch with Zhao Yi over here. Xue Huan, a little embarrassed, explained why he'd come. No problem, Shua's mom said. We're not busy. Ranan and Yang Yang go out to play with friends when they're done with homework, and the little ones play and eat by themselves. Yue is happy with his siblings. Shua's dad smiled. Why do you think we live so close? So we can help each other when needed. You young people work, we help with the kids. As long as you trust us, we'll do our best. Thank you, Uncle and Auntie, Xue Huan said gratefully. We'll leave him with you during the day and pick him up in the evening. Shua's mom said, It's hard for Xiao Yi to cook for just herself. Since there are more people here, have her come eat with us in the evening, then take Yue home. We'll just make a little more rice, it's easy. Just then, Xiaoxin and Xiaochong came running in, laughing and playing. Little Yue saw his siblings and wriggled out of his dad's arms to join them. Xue's dad called, Don't run too fast, take your brother to play with blocks in the room. Xiaoxin and Xiaochong took Yue into the room. Xue Huan smiled. Uncle, Auntie, and Mom, thank you for taking care of Yue. We're really imposing. Don't mention it, Liu Ying laughed. We're just at home anyway. Xue's mom handed them some zongzi. These were made this morning, just heat them up. Yue just had some rice cereal, so he shouldn't be hungry. Bring a couple of outfits and some diapers for him. We have everything else. Okay. Xue Huan took the zongzi and hurried home to get the things. Xue's mom and dad exchanged a look, saying nothing, but both guessed that Xiao Yi and Zhu Achun weren't as close as before. If they were still as close as before, Xiao Yi could have just taken Yue next door for Zhu Achun to watch. She was always so kind and experienced with kids. Why come to them instead? Clearly, she didn't want Zhu Achun to watch him. Because of Titu, Zheng Sanyuan was angry with Daitong and even sent him to live in the dorm. Since then, Xiao Yi rarely went home, and she and Zhu Achun had grown distant. Zhu Achun was still as good to them as ever, but the siblings didn't seem to appreciate it. If this went on, even Zhu Achun might leave the family next door. Luckily, Duoduo was still close to her, coming home on weekends and always asking for Zhu Achun's cooking. But if even Duoduo started to drift away, unimaginable. That evening, Zheng Xiaoyi and Ah Huan came to pick up Yue after dinner. Xue's mom bathed the little one, made him smell fresh and clean, and said with a smile, Just give him some water before bed and he'll be fine. Zheng Xiaoyi thanked her repeatedly, and the family of 3 went home. Seeing it was still early, Xue's dad took Xiaoxin and Xiaochong out to the mall. Renan and Yang Yang hid in their room playing Super Mario, their excited shouts echoing. Cheng Tianyuan lounged on the sofa, flipping TV channels with the remote. Xie Ling, freshly showered, pouted and flopped onto the sofa, curling up in his arms. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. What's wrong? The kids' grades can't be rushed, they'll improve in time. For some reason, the kids' grades always hovered in the middle, no matter how much they were pushed or how diligently they did their homework. Xie Ling sighed. The oldest is about to start middle school, and with these grades, he'll be left behind. Cheng Tianyuan smiled wryly. He only plays a little on weekends and during summer. If he really can't learn, don't force it. He can't focus. The teacher says he's always distracted. He's not attentive, has a poor memory, and no real interest. How can he do well? The only good thing is he's cheerful, loyal, and gets along with everyone. Xie Ling rolled her eyes. Fine. At least he has some redeeming qualities. We'll do our best and not stress about the results, right? That's a more Zen attitude than Buddha himself. Cheng Tianyuan laughed and with no kids around leaned over to kiss her and sneakily squeezed her waist. What else can we do? Not everyone can be number 1. There's only one top student. Someone has to be in the middle, someone at the bottom. Otherwise, how would there be a number 1? As long as we're not at the bottom, that's enough self-consolation. Xue Ling giggled and playfully hit his chest. I have something even more annoying. Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. What is it? Isn't the factory doing well? Fully automated, fewer workers, less work, and you're more relaxed. I heard from Ah Heng that orders tripled after the ads. Xue Ling shook her head and laughed bitterly. I just found out after my shower. I've gained weight again. Cheng Tianyuan tried hard not to laugh. You used to be too skinny. Isn't it good to finally put on a little weight? You look great with a bit more roundness. Honestly, you don't look fat at all. Xie Ling arched her brows, unable to resist asking, "Are you sure? My face is definitely rounder. How could you not notice? You see me every day. Of course you don't see the change. The real problem is, my little belly and back have so much extra fat now. Woo!" Cheng Tianyuan pulled her into his arms, soothing her. "It's nothing. Just a little extra. You haven't been busy lately, so it's normal to gain a bit. Besides, you've had a few pregnancies. Especially with the twins, your belly stretched so much. Even the most elastic skin can't handle that over and over. A little extra around the waist is totally normal." "I can't accept it!" Xue Ling clung to his neck, swaying and whining. "I can't accept this reality. It's too cruel. I can't take it. I'm not even 40 and I'm already getting chubby. No, no, no!" Cheng Tianyuan laughed, pulling her closer. "Stop shaking. My neck hurts." But Xue Ling didn't settle down, running her hand over his chest. "Why do you still have muscles? Why aren't you fat? You even have abs." "No way. You're over 40, older than me, but I'm the one getting fat first. So unfair." Cheng Tianyuan couldn't stop laughing. "I'm still moving goods at the warehouse every few days, helping out with the heavy lifting. Maybe that's why I'm still in shape. But I don't work as hard as I did when I was younger, so I'm not as muscular as before." Xue Ling grumbled. "So unfair." Cheng Tianyuan teased her, lowering his voice. "Stop touching, or we'll end up back in the bedroom." He was over 40 now, not as energetic as before, but with his wife teasing him like this, he couldn't resist. Xue Ling snuggled in his arms, whining, "Hubby, I don't want extra fat." When no one else was around, Xue Ling loved to be clingy with him. Cheng Tianyuan loved it when she stuck to him, enjoying their rare, quiet time together. He said softly, "The only way to get rid of fat is to turn it into muscle, so you'll have to exercise." Xue Ling sighed. "I heard the more you exercise, the hungrier you get and the heavier you get." Cheng Tianyuan laughed. "Who told you that?" She answered honestly, "Xiao Jiashu." Cheng Tianyuan burst out laughing. "She's a special case, don't believe her. With her weight, even if she wanted to exercise, she couldn't move." A couple of years ago, Zhao Jiaxue finally got married to a foreigner who taught English at a university in the capital and spoke some Chinese. He didn't mind her being nearly 160 jin, about 80 kuars, quickly fell for her and proposed. Zhao Jiaxu was delighted, and her parents were relieved. The foreigner was also big and tall, so he didn't look especially fat. They lived happily together, and he never asked her to lose weight. In fact, he gained even more after marriage. With no one nagging her to diet and a husband who kept gaining, plus the lure of good food, she lost all control and put on even more weight. Now she was heading toward 180 jin, about 90 kdares. Xue Ling explained, "She drove to the factory the other day asking if I had any leftover denim so she could make big jackets and skirts. I had the secretary find her 12 meters, enough for several skirts." Cheng Tianyuan tried not to laugh. Xue Ling grumbled, "Hubby, I'm worried I'll end up like Xiao Jiaxu." "You won't." Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. "Your body type is different, but if you don't exercise and don't watch your diet, the fat will keep piling up." Xue Ling sighed. "So, what should I do? Run?" "You can," Cheng Tianyuan said. "Running is good for you, and moderate exercise is healthy." She hadn't exercised much in years, always busy with work. Now that she had money, her health was clearly not what it used to be. Nearing 40, she couldn't slack off anymore. She needed to exercise. Xue Ling nodded. "All right, I'll start running in the park tomorrow." "Try to go in the morning or evening," Cheng Tianyuan said. "Running on an empty stomach is best, and those are the only times you're free." Xue Ling pouted, lazily leaning against him. "I already feel too lazy to move. I probably won't stick with it. Hubby, is there any reward?" Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. "What kind of reward do you want?" "Money," Xue Ling giggled. "I don't seem to lack anything except money." Cheng Tianyuan nuzzled her face. "You still need money? I thought you had plenty." Xue Ling laughed. Who doesn't want more money? Even the world's richest man wants more. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. How much do you want? 1 yuan for every run? What can I buy with 1 yuan? Xie Ling muttered. A pack of cookies. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. If you run and then eat cookies, you'll just gain more weight. Xie Ling bumped her head against his chest. I'll knock you out. Cheng Tianyuan laughed and hugged her, and they collapsed together on the sofa. Just then, Yang Yang opened the door, saw his parents playing on the sofa, and laughed as he headed to the bathroom. Dad, Mom, carry on, I didn't see anything. Xie Ling rolled her eyes. There's nothing you can't see. Go ahead. They never hid normal affection from the kids. Hugging and holding hands was normal. Letting the kids see their parents love each other was a good thing, helping the family stay close and teaching the kids about healthy relationships. Cheng Tianyuan kept his arm around his wife, watching TV. Yang Yang came out of the bathroom, peeked at them, and said seriously, If there's nothing I can't see, then I'll watch a bit more. Dad, Mom, want to hear some good news? No, Xie Ling said, pretending to be annoyed. Don't interrupt our TV. Yang Yang, not getting the reaction he wanted, blurted out, My brother, he likes a girl. Huh? Xie Ling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged a look and both smiled. Yang Yang continued, The girl sits right in front of my brother. My brother was chatting with friends and got carried away and just blurted out that he likes someone. The boys started teasing and asked the girl if she liked him, but she said she didn't. Xue Ling burst out laughing. Why? Was your big brother upset? Yang Yang shook his head. He said it's fine. It was just a little crush. With that, he shrugged and went back to his room, slamming the door to continue his game. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling laughed until their sides hurt, finally cuddling together, eyes full of emotion. In the blink of an eye, their eldest son had become a young man. At 14 or 15, he was entering adolescence, starting to notice the opposite sex and feel the first stirrings of affection. Xue Ling squinted and murmured, In another 10 years, we might be grandparents. Yuanga, we're getting old. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. When the kids grow up, we're old. We look forward to them growing up, to them becoming adults, Xie Ling said with a soft laugh. But while we're waiting, we've already hit middle age, and soon we'll be old. She gave a wry, self-deprecating laugh. I don't want to get old. It scares me. Cheng Tianyuan gently stroked her hair, his voice low. Don't be afraid. I'll grow old with you. I'm older than you, I'll get old first. No! Xie Ling shook her head, unable to accept it. Let's not talk about this. I already can't stand seeing my skin start to sag in the mirror. If I imagine myself all wrinkled, no, let's not. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled softly and said no more. This kind of peaceful, slow aging together was actually pretty nice. At dawn, Xue's parents got up to help prepare breakfast. Liu Ying was already busy in the kitchen. Ah Feng's appetite is better these days. Last night, Ah Heng came by to tell me she wants sweet Chinese yam for breakfast. Luckily, we still have some at home. I'll slice it thin and make a porridge. Yam is good. Xue's mom smiled. It's nutritious and even used in medicine. Liu Ying squinted, voice low. It's been 3 months. Yesterday, Ah Heng brought third uncle to check her pulse. He said it's steady now. With a few more days of rest, she won't need to stay in bed anymore. Xue's mom beamed. That's wonderful. Ah Feng won't have to stay cooped up at home and can go for walks. Exactly, Liu Ying said. I told her to walk in the park morning and evening. Xue's dad noticed a bag of trash in the corner, picked it up and set it in the hallway. The whole building's cleaning was handled by the property staff, except for the 18th floor, which was all family. Xie Ling had told boss Liao not to send anyone up, they'd handle it themselves. Every few days, Liu Ying and Xue's mom would clean the hallway. As for household trash, the elders always took it down to the big bin when they went out. Xue's dad set down the trash, about to turn back, when he noticed the neighbor's door open, lights still on inside. Strange. Why was their door open and lights on so early? Since T2 went missing, Aunt Achin stayed up late every night listening to radio and TV missing persons reports. She'd be up all night and only have breakfast late in the morning. She's dad, curious, walked over. He saw Jing Sanyuan lying on the sofa, face pale, clutching his chest and gasping. Shue's dad was terrified and rushed over. Sanyuan, Sanyuan, what's wrong? Jung Sanyuan looked up weakly, unable to speak, clearly in pain. Shue's dad looked around. Where's Achun? Don't worry. I'll go get Yuan, Lingling. We'll get you to the hospital. Don't panic. Just then, Zhu Achun and Xue Jilian rushed in. Xue Jilian was clearly just woken up, still in pajamas, hair messy, eyes bleary. Zhu Achun was crying as she ran. In-law, please hurry. Sanyuan is in pain. Xue's dad dashed out, shouting, Jilian, hurry, come on. Xue Jilian rushed in, saw how bad Zheng Sanyuan was, and immediately started first aid, shouting, Wu Gei, quick! An ambulance might not make it. Have Yuan drive the big car. Hurry, get him to the hospital. Xue's dad nearly stumbled in his panic. Zhu Achun quickly steadied him, voice trembling. Sir, are you all right? Hold on. He steadied himself and nodded. I'm fine. I'll get Yuan. You stay and help. Then he ran out. Soon, Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling arrived, both still groggy, pulling on jackets as they rushed in. Xue Jilian called, Yuan, help carry him, get him to the ER now. Cheng Tianyuan did as told. Xue Ling stayed calm. You all go down first. Aunt Achun, get Uncle Zheng's ID. Dad, get Jilian Uncle's clothes so he can change in the car. Okay! Xue's dad ran out. Aunt Achun nodded and ran to the bedroom. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Jilian carried Zheng Sanyuan downstairs. Xue Ling ran home, quickly washed up, grabbed her phone, car keys, and a wad of cash, and rushed out. Aunt Achun had already gotten the ID. Xue's dad came running with Jilian's shirt, panting, Got it, all set! Xue Ling took it. Dad, Aunt Achun and I will go to the hospital. You take care of things at home, then come to the central hospital. Okay. He nodded. At dawn, most people were still asleep, so the elevator was empty and quickly took Xue Ling and Aunt Achun down. In the elevator, Aunt Achun's eyes were red, hands shaking with nerves. Xue Ling frowned. Aunt Achun, Uncle Zheng might be having an attack. He's had 2 heart surgeries. He barely survived last time. The doctor said he must take his meds and avoid stress, especially anger. He knows this, and so do you. His health has been stable for years. Why did he suddenly get sick? Did something happen? Aunt Achun's tears fell, and she just shook her head. It's my fault. I couldn't calm him down. Seeing her so upset, Xue Ling knew she wouldn't get an answer now, so she comforted her. Don't worry. Medicine is advanced now. We're going to the hospital right away. He should be fine. The elevator doors opened. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Jilian had already driven off. Xue Ling grabbed her keys and drove Aunt Achun after them. The city was quiet in the early morning, with few cars on the road. Cheng Tianyuan drove fast, and at a red light, Xue Ling caught up. They soon reached the central hospital. Cheng Tianyuan pulled up at the ER, carrying Zheng Sanyuan inside. Xue Jilian helped, shouting, Quick, get Dr. XX from cardiology. Aunt Achun and Xue Ling parked and rushed in. Cheng Tianyuan waited outside, stopping them. The doctors are working on him. We can't go in. Jilian Uncle is inside, explaining everything to the doctors. Xue Ling felt uneasy and called Xue Huan's house. A moment later, a sleepy Xue Huan answered. Xue Ling kept her tone light. Uncle Zheng's not feeling well. We brought him to the hospital. You and Xiao Yi get ready. Bring Yue to our place for my parents to watch and come see if you can help. He paused, then immediately agreed and hung up. The 3 of them sat on the plastic chairs in the hallway. Xue Ling was still holding Xue Jilian's shirt, listening to the faint sounds of chaos from inside. All 3 were anxious and uneasy, especially Zhu Achun, who was holding back her sobs but already had tears streaming down her face. Xue Ling took some tissues from her bag and handed them over. Don't cry. Uncle Zheng will be okay. Zhu Achun wiped her tears, unable to say a word. It took a long while before she calmed down a little. Cheng Tianyuan's eyes flickered and he asked quietly, Aunt Achun, did you 2 have a fight last night? I vaguely heard Uncle Zheng shouting, but I couldn't make out what he was saying. He sounded really agitated. Zhu Achun choked. was yelling at Datong. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows, unable to help asking, "Did Datong come over?" Ju Achun shook her head and explained, "I'm not sure of the details. It seems Datong went to the factory and did something with the accounts. When Sanyuan found out, he was furious. Last night he called Secretary Gong, then the accountant, and then Datong, and really let him have it. I tried to calm him down, even went to get his medicine. After he hung up, he clutched his chest and wouldn't speak. I quickly gave him his medicine. He said he wanted to sleep, so I stayed by his side, not daring to leave. But his face just got worse and worse. I wanted to call an ambulance, but he refused, saying he just needed to rest. When morning came, I went to knock on the in-laws' door." Xue Ling quickly recalled the previous incident. Things had been calm for over a month. Could Datong have messed with the factory accounts again? The first time there was an accounting error, Uncle Zheng had already covered the shortfall. Secretary Gong didn't dare say much, and the matter seemed to have blown over. Unless Datong had done something again, and this time Uncle Zheng caught him, which made him so angry he got sick? Xue Ling's face darkened. Cheng Tianyuan, not knowing the full story, couldn't help but ask, "Datong's been working at the TV station for a while, right? He shouldn't be involved with the sweater factory anymore. The accounts are handled by the accountant. If there's a problem, Uncle Zheng should be mad at the accountant, not Datong. Why get so angry at him?" Ju Achun shook her head gently, voice low. "I don't know the details. But from what I heard, it sounded like Datong deliberately falsified the accounts and even took over 20,000 yuan. That's what I heard, but he was in such a bad mood and looked so unwell I didn't dare ask." Xue Ling, sitting in the middle, rolled her eyes, anger rising. She really wanted to punch Zheng Datong. That brat. Cheng Tianyuan frowned, sensing this was serious. Just then, Xue Huan and Zheng Xiaoyi rushed in. Zheng Xiaoyi anxiously asked, "Auntie, what happened to my dad? What's wrong with him?" Ju Achun shook her head, choking up. "He's still being resuscitated." Cheng Tianyuan quickly explained, "Uncle Jillian is inside helping. He knows Uncle Zheng's condition and is talking to the doctors." Xue Huan took Xiaoyi's hand, whispering, "Stay here. I'll go check." But just then, Xue Jillian came out. He looked terrible, and when he met everyone's eyes, he looked away, clearly unsettled. Everyone immediately surrounded him. "Dad, how is he? Is my dad okay? Dad, what did they do for him? Was it just trouble breathing, or were there other symptoms? Did they do a CT?" Xue Jillian swallowed, at a loss for words. Cheng Tianyuan's heart sank. This didn't sound good. Xue Ling stepped forward and helped him put on his shirt. Xue Jillian's hands and body were stiff as he dressed slowly. He took a deep breath, his voice hoarse. "Well, it's not good. The doctor said at most there's only half an hour left. You should go in and see him." Everyone was stunned, a deathly silence filling the air. Zheng Xiaoyi stood frozen, then suddenly fainted. Xue Huan and Cheng Tianyuan hurried to catch her. Xue Ling quickly grabbed Ju Achun, who nearly stumbled as well, and pulled her down to sit. Xue Huan pinched Xiaoyi's philtrum, frowning. "Wake up! We need to see your father! He needs you! Wake up, Xiaoyi!" Ju Achun was in shock, motionless and trembling. Xue Ling gripped her arm tightly, tears streaming down her own face as she choked out, "You have to hold on! Uncle Zheng is still waiting for us inside." Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Huan helped Xiaoyi sit down. As soon as she came to, Zheng Xiaoyi burst into loud sobs. Xue Jilian's eyes were red as he said hoarsely, "There's not much time. Ah Huan, let's all go in and see if he has anything to say." Everyone supported each other, following Xue Jilian inside with heavy steps. They saw Zheng Sanyuan surrounded by machines, on oxygen, his face deathly pale. "Dad," Xue Huan choked out. Zheng Xiaoyi fell to her knees at the bedside, sobbing, "Dad, wake up! Dad, don't scare me! You're joking, right? This isn't funny! Not funny! Please get up, let's go home, let's go home!" Ju Achun rushed forward, trembling, her hands blindly searching Zheng Sanyuan's face and neck, mumbling, "No, it's not. No." Xue Ling covered her mouth, burying her face in Cheng Tianyuan's chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Maybe he was woken by the noise, or maybe he sensed his family's presence, but Zheng Sanyuan slowly opened his eyes, struggling to speak. Zheng Xiaoyi immediately quieted, staring at him in a daze. Zheng Sanyuan's jaw moved, and finally he managed a faint sound. "Don't be like your brother. Don't listen to your mom. Live a good life." Then his eyes moved to Xue Huan. "Take care of her. You're a good man." Xue Huan wiped his tears and nodded hard. Zheng Sanyuan's gaze shifted to Zhu Achun, so close. "Xiao Chun, I'm sorry. Titu still hasn't come home. You have to live well. Wait for Titu. He'll come back. I'll help you find him." Zhu Achun shook her head blankly, eyes empty, saying nothing, just shaking her head. Zheng Sanyuan tried to smile. "To marry you. Happiness. These years, I've been happy. You're so good. I don't deserve you. Live well. I'll find Titu, and be good to you." Xue Ling couldn't take it anymore, her voice trembling. "You have to hold on. We'll find the best doctors to save you. I'll go now." "Uncle Zheng, don't scare us. This is a dream, right? A nightmare I haven't woken up from." Cheng Tianyuan, eyes red, hugged her tightly. Zheng Sanyuan's hand moved, reaching for them. Xue Ling rushed forward, gripping his hand, sobbing. Zheng Sanyuan took a deep breath, and after a long pause, managed to speak again. "Xiao She, I don't want the sweater factory anymore. I'm too tired. Can't do it. Use my remaining money for Duoduo's tuition. The rest, give to Achun." Xue Ling nodded hard, unable to speak. Cheng Tianyuan choked out, "Don't worry, we'll take care of Aunt Achun." Xue Jilian added, "Don't worry, we'll look after Duoduo and Achun." Zheng Sanyuan tried to smile, mumbling, "Thank you. My assets. Lingling will handle. No one else. Tell Wuge, next life. Let's play chess again." With that, his hand fell. The monitor in the corner began to beep urgently. "Dad? Dad! Uncle Zheng, Uncle Zheng." The doctor sighed and pronounced the time of death. "My condolences. Please take care of yourselves." Xue Jilian wiped his tears. Maybe it was his age, or maybe it was his years working in the hospital and seeing so much life and death, but he was much calmer than the others. He quietly told his son, "I'll call the funeral car. You need to get your two uncles here as soon as possible. Even if they can't see him alive, at least let them say goodbye." Xue Huan nodded and went to make the calls. Zheng Xiaoyi was inconsolable, clutching Zheng Sanyuan's hand. Dad, wake up. Don't joke with me, don't scare me, don't lie to me, please, get up, let's go home, right now. Zhao Yue hasn't even called you grandpa yet, you love him the most. No, wake up." Juachun was motionless, tears streaming down her face. Xue Ling was also heartbroken, unable to believe that the friend she'd just had tea and chatted with 2 days ago was suddenly gone. Cheng Tianyuan helped her sit down, then called home. Half an hour later, Zheng Datong arrived, his face full of shock and disbelief. He froze, staring at his lifeless father, eyes unfocused, shaking his head over and over. No. Zheng Xiaoyi sobbed, murmuring "Dad" over and over, her face haggard and devastated. "Dad passed away half an hour ago. Myocardial infarction. They couldn't save him." Zheng Datong suddenly gasped, his voice rough. "No, this isn't real, it's not. Dad was fine yesterday. He even called to yell at me last night. He was just mad at me. He never said he was going to die. No! Zheng Xiaoyi wailed, collapsing onto her father's body, shaking him. "Dad, you're not dead, right? It's wrong, all wrong, it's not real." Xue Huan, eyes red, pulled her up and held her tightly, whispering, Don't. Zheng Xiaoyi sobbed into his shoulder. With a thud, Zheng Datong fell to his knees at the bedside, tears streaming down his face. Xue's father soon arrived, having taken a taxi as instructed by Cheng Tianyuan, who told him not to drive. He stumbled into the hospital, following the sound of crying to the ward, and stood at the door for a long time, unable to move. Cheng Tianyuan hurried over. "Dad, don't be too sad. The doctor said Uncle Zheng's heart gave out and he missed the best window for rescue. The funeral home car is on its way. We'll take his body there and start the funeral arrangements." She's father's face was ashen, tears streaming down. "You all handle it. Where is he? I want to see him." He stepped inside, staring blankly at Zheng Sanyuan's lifeless body. "Old Zheng, I'm here. How could you leave without a word? We've been brothers for so many years, always talking things over. For something this big, you didn't even say goodbye. You're going to scare your old friend." Cheng Tianyuan supported his arm, quietly saying, "Uncle Zheng said, in the next life, he'll find you to play chess." Tears dripped from She's father's eyes as he nodded slowly. "All right. Old Zheng, I'll set up the chessboard and get the pieces ready. I'll wait for you." Cheng Tianyuan turned away, unable to listen any longer. Zheng Datong remained kneeling, unmoving. The funeral home staff arrived to take the body. Suddenly, Zheng Datong jumped up, shouting, "Don't touch him! Don't touch my dad! No! Get out!" The staff, used to such scenes, simply stepped back and looked to Shui Jilian and Cheng Tianyuan. Cheng Tianyuan and Shui Huan quickly restrained Zheng Datong, soothing him. "They're just taking him to the funeral home." "No, no," Zheng Datong wailed. "Dad, listen to me. You can't die. I regret it. I was wrong. I'm sorry, Dad. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. I was a fool. I let you down. Don't just lie there. Hit me. Yell at me. Dad, I was wrong." Shui Huan held him down, voice rough. "Datong, calm down. Dad's gone. He can't hear you." Zheng Datong screamed, sobbing. "I was wrong, Dad. I was a fool. Ah!" Cheng Tianyuan, eyes red, snapped. "Datong, calm down. You're the eldest son. You have to handle the funeral. You're the head of the family now. Do you understand?" Zheng Datong collapsed against him, sobbing. Dad! Jilian directed the staff, and soon the body was taken away. Cheng Tianyuan drove them, following the hearse. Ling pulled Zhu Achun into the back seat, called Zhao Yi over to sit with them, and then drove slowly behind. The car was quiet, everyone lost in their grief. Ling, too sad to comfort anyone, just said, "We have to prepare for the funeral now. You're the family. You have to pull yourselves together." Zheng Xiaoyi wiped her tears and quietly asked Zhu Achun, "Aunt Chun, what exactly did my brother do wrong? Do you know?" Zhu Achun was stunned, then shook her head, murmuring, "Xiaoyi, as long as he knows he was wrong, that's enough. There's no point in talking about it now. Your dad loved this family. If you three get along and live well, he'll be at peace." Tears fell from her eyes again. "Your dad, he couldn't bear to leave us." Zheng Xiaoyi sniffled, not asking further, but she suspected her father's sudden heart attack was closely related to her brother. Suddenly, Zhu Achun remembered something. "Wait, where's Duodo? Will he come to the hospital?" Ling replied, "Don't worry. If he comes, the staff will tell him where we went. The funeral home's name and address are at the nurse's station." Zhu Achun nodded, choking up. "He has to see him. He has to. Sanyuan loved Duoduo the most, always worried about him." Not long after they arrived at the funeral home, Duoduo rushed in by taxi. The teenage boy was completely unprepared, unable to accept it, and broke down crying. Shui Huan and Cheng Tianyuan struggled to hold him back. Seeing him like this, Zhu Achun cried even harder, nearly fainting. Shui Jilian bustled about, helping with arrangements. "Do you have any other relatives in the capital? Should we notify them?" Zheng Datong shook his head. Zheng Xiaoyi's eyes flickered, and she said quietly, "Just my mom, my grandmother, and a few uncles." Shui Jilian said, "You should let them know. Old Zheng had a lot of friends. Let's notify them so they can come pay their respects and say goodbye." Zheng Xiaoyi said softly, "I'll call my mom." She's father went to notify old Zheng's business friends. Xie Ling called the Sanling Sweater Factory, telling them not to take new orders from today, to finish the current ones, and then close the factory. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and gave a helpless, quiet smile. "Yes, It really does take someone who can hold things together to handle this. But as for Sister Akin's situation, we need to be extra considerate. He had thought she'd finally found a good home and could live out her days in peace. Who would have thought that in just a few years she'd lose her husband and her own son would go missing? Such blows are more than most people can bear. Xie Ling nodded. Don't worry, I'll make proper arrangements. Uncle Zheng probably doesn't have much left, but at least there are still a few properties. Cheng Tianyuan reminded her quietly. Duo isn't old enough to be on his own yet. You should keep him with Sister Achun. She can't be left alone or she'll be even more heartbroken. Xue Ling sighed. No rush. I'll take a closer look once Secretary Gong and the others finish settling the accounts. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but give a wry smile. I think this is going to be a tough job. Since Uncle Zheng entrusted it to us, we'll just do our best. Xue Ling nodded. At that moment, She Heng arrived in a hurry, frowning as he got out of the car. Seeing the couple outside, he walked over. It's all so sudden. I really can't believe it's true. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. They couldn't save him. He said a few last words, and then he was gone. Xue Heng shook his head. Just like that, he's gone. The morning before last, I ran into him in the elevator on my way to work and we had a great chat. Not even 50 hours later, he's gone. Cheng Tianyuan explained, Huan is inside with Xiao Yi. Uncle Jilan is helping set up the morning hall and my dad is there too. But Xue Heng couldn't bring himself to go in. He said quietly, I still can't process it, I just can't accept it. Xue Ling couldn't help but say, then don't go in. Come back tomorrow for the memorial. Some people can handle things better than others. Those who are sensitive and easily saddened are the ones who struggle most with things like this. I'm scared. Xue Heng frowned, sitting down beside them. He explained, the reason I didn't study medicine was because I was afraid of facing this kind of helplessness. Doctors can save lives, but they're not omnipotent. I'm terrified of that feeling of powerlessness, watching a life disappear right in front of you. It's just too frightening. Cheng Tianyuan patted him on the shoulder and said gently, there are all kinds of professions and every field has its experts. You chose to be a businessman, and that's great too. Xue Heng managed a smile and chatted a bit more, glancing inside. Brother, how's Sister Achun? Where is she? After all this, she must be devastated. Cheng Tianyuan explained, she's helping out at the morning hall. Suddenly, a woman's shouting came from the direction of the morning hall. The three exchanged glances and hurried into the funeral home. They saw Zheng Xiaoyi and Zheng Datong holding onto Tang Hong, trying to calm her down. Tang Hong's eyes were red as she cried and shouted, Old Zheng, how could you leave us like this? How could you be so heartless? It's all your fault. You vixen, you jinx! You ruined your first husband and now you've killed your own son. Now you've killed my old Zheng too. You really are a bringer of misfortune. Whoever marries you is doomed. Even your own son couldn't stand you. Zhu Achun stood there in a daze, frozen. Xue Jilan was displeased and raised his voice. In-law, please watch your words. His heart was never good. He's been on medication for years. In his condition, even a little carelessness could be fatal. You can't blame Akin for this. You're being far too harsh. Tang Hong wailed, I'll curse her if I want. She's a jinx. If it weren't for her, old Zheng would never have left me. I was with him for over 20 years. I gave him 3 children. We had real feelings. It's all her fault. She stood between me and old Zheng, kept us from getting back together. She didn't take good care of him, and now she's killed him. It's all you, you wretched woman. Xue Ling frowned and said gruffly, Enough! Shut up! Do you know where you are? What are you making a scene for? Zheng Datong said irritably, Mom, calm down. Zheng Xiaoyi also tried to calm her, telling her not to say such things. Your father's dead. She killed him. How can I calm down? Tang Hong sobbed. Old Zheng is gone. How can I calm down? I was waiting for him to get back together with me. And now he's just gone. Oh heavens, why? It's all this Jinx's fault. Always bringing misfortune. If it weren't for her, I'd have been with old Zheng long ago. Our family wouldn't be so broken. Shut up, Zheng Duo shouted. What are you doing? Dad's dead and you still won't let him rest in peace? You're the one who ruined our family. What does Aunt Achen have to do with it? When Dad divorced you, Aunt Achen didn't even know him yet. Tang Hong cried uncontrollably, pointing at Zheng Duo. You unfilial son. I'm your real mother. I carried you for 10 months and raised you. I gave birth to you and raised you, and now you yell at me for an outsider. Do you have a conscience? Oh, old Zheng, do you see? The woman you brought in has ruined my relationship with my children. She's a curse. Now even you've been killed by her. Out, out! She Ling, fed up, waved her hand. Xiao Yi, get her out of here. Don't let her make a scene. Zheng Xiaoyi and Shui Huan hurried to drag Tang Hong out. Shui Heng, standing by his father, couldn't help but frown. That woman is really unreasonable. Xue Zhilan frowned and said quietly, maybe she's just too grief-stricken. Old Zheng's death was so sudden she can't accept it, so she's lashing out. Cheng Tianyuan stepped forward and helped Zhu Achun sit down. Sister Achun, don't take her words to heart. Uncle Zheng treated you well. You know that better than anyone. Zhu Achun sat there in a daze, not responding. Cheng Tianyuan sighed and went off to help with other things. Zheng Duoduo slumped on a bench nearby, silently shedding tears. Cheng Tianyuan wanted to find Shui Ling to comfort Zhu Achun, but she was busy ordering funeral wreaths and discussing what to write on the elegiac couplets, so she couldn't get away. He turned to look for Shui's father, but the old man was so grief-stricken, sitting in a corner looking haggard, that even with Tang Hong's commotion, he didn't have the strength to intervene. Worried about the old man, Cheng Tianyuan went over and said quietly, Dad, are you all right? Let me take you home to rest. We'll handle things here. You don't need to worry. All right. She's father weakly leaned on his shoulder and stood up. Seeing how pale he looked, Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but say, Sit back down for a bit. I'll get you a glass of water. She's father sat back down and nodded. At that moment, Xue Zhilan came over and said quietly, Yuan, your dad didn't eat lunch, and probably didn't eat breakfast either. 2 meals missed. His blood sugar might be low. Go buy some sugar, add a little salt, and have him drink it before heading home. Cheng Tianyuan quickly agreed and rushed out. There was a grocery store near the funeral home. He bought a bag of sugar and a bag of salt and hurried back. He mixed the sugar and salt with hot water, cooled it with some of his own water until it was just right, and handed it to his father-in-law. After drinking it, She's father seemed much better. Cheng Tianyuan took his arm and helped him into the car, then drove him back to Ronghua Mall. He didn't want the old man to go upstairs alone, so he made sure to see him to the door. Ranan and Yang Yang were playing chess, Zhao Xin was watching TV with Grandma, and Zhao Chong was still napping. Cheng Tianyuan reminded them, Ranan, keep an eye on your grandpa and the others. With your parents out, you 2 older ones need to look after the elders and your younger siblings. Got it, they replied. Cheng Tianyuan didn't linger and drove back to the funeral home, but as soon as he reached the entrance, he saw Shui Ling anxiously searching for something. Wife! Cheng Tianyuan called as he opened the car door. Shui Ling rushed over, her voice trembling in panic. Sister Achun is missing. Ah? Cheng Tianyuan was shocked. Missing? What do you mean? Wasn't she just sitting inside a moment ago? At a time like this, her disappearance could mean anything. No one dared imagine the worst. Shui Ling choked up. There's still no news from T2. Uncle Zheng was her pillar of support, and now that's gone, she's on the verge of collapse. The awful things Tang Hong said earlier must have pushed her over the edge. Cheng Tianyuan hurriedly said, Let's look for her. We have to find her now. Zheng Duoduo came running from the other side, panting. She's not over there, I asked. The nearby shops all said they didn't see a woman in green pass by. From another direction, Shui Huan ran out, shaking his head. Nothing on this side either. Shui Ling shouted, Let's split up and search. Hurry. She can't have gone far in such a short time. Ask if there are any lakes or rivers nearby. Oh God, Ming Lake. Isn't Ming Lake just over there? Quick, let's check the lakeside. Having grown up in the capital, she was familiar with the area. Once she calmed down, she immediately figured out the direction. Chung Tianyuan pulled her into the car. Quick, let's drive over. Zheng Duoduo yanked open the back door and jumped in. Brother Yuan, hurry! She Huan dashed to his own car. Chung Tianyuan sped toward Ming Lak, running 2 red lights along the way, horns blaring behind him. He didn't care, just rushed straight to the lakeside. Soon the tall Mingtian Tower came into view. She Ling and Zheng Duoduo peered anxiously out the windows, searching everywhere. Zheng Duoduo said nervously, We're taking the main road, but if she went on foot, she could have cut through the old city's alleys. That'd be much faster. She could reach Ming Lake in less than 10 minutes. Xue Ling reminded, Don't go toward the tower. Uncle Zheng's villa by the lake isn't finished yet. He was building it for the 2 of them to retire in. Maybe Sister Achin went that way. Got it. Chung Tianyuan turned the car in that direction. Zheng Duoduo grew more anxious. Ming Lake is huge. There are so many trees along the shore. How are we supposed to find her quickly? Screech! Chung Tianyuan slammed on the brakes. We'll split up, circle the lake. If we go around, we'll cover everything. Xue Ling shouted. Wait, that's not going to work. If she's really thinking of doing something, we might be too late by the time we finish searching. Look, there are big trees over there. One of you climb up and look from above. Right, Zheng Duoduo said. I'll do it. He rubbed his hands, took a running start, and scrambled up the tree. Chung Tianyuan looked up, panting. Thank goodness Duoduo's so agile. I can't climb trees anymore. Used to do it all the time as a kid. Within seconds, Duoduo reached a big branch and scanned the area. Xue Ling called, Hold on to the branches. Be careful as you go higher. Duoduo did as told, climbing and looking, then pointed ahead. In front of the villa. She's really over there. Xue Ling took off running. Chung Tianyuan called, Careful coming down. Here, give me your hand. Duoduo climbed down, crouched, and with Chung Tianyuan's help, jumped to the ground. The 2 of them sprinted toward the villa. Xue Ling had put on weight recently, but to lose it, she'd been jogging in the park every morning and evening. With that training and her current anxiety, she ran incredibly fast. When she reached the villa, she saw Zhu Achun already wading into the lake, water up to her waist. No! Sister Achun! Xue Ling was terrified, tripped and fell, but didn't care. She scrambled up, waving her arms. Don't scare me! Zhu Achun had been lost in her thoughts, startled by someone suddenly bursting from the woods. When she saw it was Xue Ling, her lips trembled and tears fell. Madame, I'm tired. I'm really tired. San Yuan is gone. T2 is gone. There's no point in me living anymore. Xue Ling got up, staggered to her feet, her voice shaking. You're not going to look for T2 anymore? He's just run away for a while. He'll come back. He told you to wait for him here, that he'd come get you when he made his fortune. Did you forget? How could you forget? He's just out earning money. He'll come back. Zhu Achun shook her head in pain. If he were still alive, why wouldn't he send me a letter? Or even just a phone call? He knows our address. He knows our number. He went to sea. The waves are rough and he can't swim. If he were alive, he wouldn't have gone so long without a word. Everyone else knows he's probably gone, but I kept clinging to the fantasy that he'd just run away. I need to face reality. These days I could hold on because San Yuan was with me. Now he's gone and nothing matters anymore. I don't want to live. No, Xue Ling choked. Besides Uncle Zheng, you still have Duoduo. You have us. You have Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong. Our whole family is your family. Zhu Achun wept, but slowly smiled. Madam, the happiest years of my adult life were those spent in your home. Even though it was busy, everyone got along so well, and the feelings were deep. Your family treated me and T2 so well. But you have your own lives. I shouldn't trouble you too much. With San Yuan's true affection and such good neighbors and friends, I have no regrets in this life. Xue Ling shook her head, voice low. Come out first. Let's talk this through. No. Zhu Achun smiled. Madam, I have one last request. Please bury me with San Yuan. I'm his wife. I want to be with him forever. I won't agree. Shui Ling shook her head, crying so hard her vision blurred. If T2 comes back, how will I explain to him? Come out. You still have to help Uncle Zheng take care of Duo Duo. Ju Achun was stunned, lowering her eyes. He has his birth mother and his own brother and sister. I'm just his stepmother. At that moment, Cheng Tianyuan emerged from the woods with Zheng Duoduo on his back, running over, out of breath. Zheng Duoduo, not knowing what was happening, waved and shouted, "Auntie! Auntie!" Ju Achun looked up at him, tears streaming down her face. Zheng Duoduo cried out, "Auntie, don't do anything stupid, Auntie. I've already lost my dad. You can't leave me too. You can't. I'll cry myself to death. I'll die." Ju Achun broke down in tears. Duoduo was only a little older than T2, and she'd loved him like her own son. He'd always been close to her, and for years she'd cared for his meals and studies. Even raising a pet brings feelings, let alone such a bright, lovable boy. In her heart, she'd always treated Duoduo as her own. Cheng Tianyuan set Zheng Duoduo down. Duoduo staggered, maybe twisting his ankle, and as he fell, he simply dropped to his knees. "Auntie, I'm begging you. Duoduo is on his knees begging you. Don't do anything stupid. Don't leave me and T2. Taitu is still alive. He's working overseas. He's going to make a fortune. You have to wait for him." Ju Achun gave a weak smile and shook her head. "Duoduo, you're a good child." Zheng Duoduo sobbed and wailed. "I might be a good kid, but soon I'll be a kid nobody loves. Auntie, I already lost my dad. I can't lose you too. Auntie, Auntie." Ju Achun cried uncontrollably, choking out, "Don't say that. You still have your brother and sister and your mom. Auntie is just too tired. I want to go be with your dad. He's not well. He needs my care and company." "No!" Zheng Duoduo shook his head. "I just want you, Auntie. In my heart, you're my mom. Auntie, Dad treated you so well he'd want you to live well and take care of our family. This family needs you. I need you. Don't leave me, please." Cheng Tianyuan's eyes were red as he shouted, "Sister Achun, don't do anything foolish. What did Uncle Zheng tell you before he passed? He told you to live well and asked us to help take care of you. If you do this, you'll make us all feel we've let Uncle Zheng down. Think of Duoduo. Think of T2. Shui Ling took a deep breath and called out, "Taitu just ran away for a while. He'll come back. Sister Achun, you still have T2. You have Duoduo. And you have all of us, your neighbors and friends." Ju Achun slowly shook her head, her voice low. "No, it's all gone. T2 might never come back. I've been comforting myself, lying to myself. If he was okay, why wouldn't he send a word? When Sanyuan was here, he'd help me, comfort me. I lived for him, he lived for me, we supported each other, but now he's gone. Life has lost all meaning, there's nothing left." "Duoduo, maybe your mom was right about one thing. I'm a hard luck person, a jinx. After I was born, my mother was always sick and died young. Life was hard. My father and I struggled through each day. But fate was cruel. I trusted the wrong people, was looked down on, and my days with my in-laws got worse and worse. I couldn't raise T2 well, and I lost the other child I was carrying. Back then, I almost jumped from the 5th floor of the hospital. If Madam hadn't stopped me, heavily pregnant herself, I'd have been gone long ago. Luckily, Madam and Sir helped us, gave us a place to live and a job. That was the warmest, happiest time of my life. Later I met your dad and we finally had a peaceful, united family. But the good days didn't last. T2 disappeared, and I missed him every day and night, your dad and I both. Your dad was tolerant, understanding, and treated me so well. Without T2, at least I had him, or I couldn't have made it. Now that your dad is gone, I really don't know how to go on. Duoduo, I'm sorry. I can only let you down. Don't try to save me, my heart is already dead. Even if you save me now, you can't save me forever. Let me go peacefully. Bury me next to Sanyuan, and I'll be forever grateful." "No! No!" Zheng Duoduo struggled to his feet and threw himself into the lake. Splash! The water churned. "Duoduo!" Shui Ling and Cheng Tianyuan both cried out in shock. Ju Achun was startled too, panicking. "What are you doing?" Zheng Duoduo staggered through the water, shouting hysterically, "Auntie, If you die, I'll die with you. I don't want to live either. If you all die, what's left for me? No. Ju Achun was frantic, forgetting herself, waving her arms to stop him. Duo, are you crazy? You're so young. You have your whole future ahead. You can't do this. Jung Duo pressed forward into the lake, crying, I want to be with my dad. I want to be with you. If you die, I'll die with you. If there really is an underworld, we'll go together. We'll find my dad. Then our family can be together again. Don't! Ju Achun was terrified, rushing toward him and falling into the water herself. Ah! Xue Ling screamed. Cheng Tianyuan jumped into the lake, shouting, Duo, help! Quick! Jung Duo reached out to pull her, and with Cheng Tianyuan swimming over, they dragged Ju Achun out of the water together. Ju Achun choked on the water, coughing and crying at the same time. Xue Ling rushed over to help, and the three of them supported Ju Achun under a big tree. Ju Achun kept coughing, her face pale as paper, soaked through, her clothes covered in weeds and duckweed. Jung Duo patted her back, choking. Auntie. Ju Achun grabbed his hand tightly, scolding, You child, are you crazy? Jung Duo sobbed, then hugged her tightly. Auntie, I won't hide it anymore. Taitu is still alive. He told me not to tell anyone, but after today I can't keep the promise. Titu is really alive. He wrote me a letter, said he's overseas, in Wenguo. Do you know Wenguo? He said you have to go south along the sea, take a boat for days to get there. Ju Achun was stunned. Really? What country? Jung Duo cried excitedly. Wenguo! Titu said it's a small country but beautiful with a high standard of living. He said he can't speak the language yet, but there are lots of Chinese people there, teaching him how to make money and speak the language. He's working now and plans to go to school there. He said when he's made it, he'll come back in a big ship to get you. He didn't want me to tell you, afraid you'd worry, or that you and Dad would go looking for him. Auntie, I'm telling you everything now. Please don't die. Taitu isn't back yet, but I'll stay with you. In my heart, you're my mom. Ju Achun was stunned, unable to react for a long time. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling exchanged glances, both secretly doubting Duo's story, but at this moment, neither dared question it and just went along. Xue Ling put on a joyful smile. Sister Achun, did you hear? Taitu is doing well. Wenguo is a tropical, developed country with a great environment and economy. Taitu has always been smart and capable. He'll be fine wherever he goes. There are Chinese people there looking after him, and I'm sure he'll make something of himself soon. Cheng Tianyuan quickly added, That's wonderful. So Titu's been secretly in touch with Duo. Maybe he was afraid you and Uncle Zheng would be angry, or maybe he just wanted to prove himself before coming home in glory. Ju Achun slowly broke into a smile, her face lighting up with joy and excitement. Really? Duo, you're not lying to me? Really? Zheng Duo shook his head firmly. No, really, I'm not. Auntie, come home with me. The letter's at home in my locked cabinet. He sent it 2 months ago, told me 1,000 times not to tell you. I'm a man of my word. I couldn't break my promise to my best friend. That's why I never said a word. If you don't believe me, I'll go get it for you. You know Titu's handwriting. You'll recognize it at a glance. And the envelope has Wenguo's paper. I can't read it, but you'll see for yourself. He spoke with such certainty that Ju Achun finally believed him. She grabbed Zheng Duo's hand, unable to speak for a moment, her whole body trembling slightly. Zheng Duo hugged her, crying and pleading, Auntie, please don't scare me again. I was almost scared to death just now. If you're not here, how am I supposed to explain to Titu? He told me to take good care of you. I haven't even started college yet. I haven't earned money to be filial to you. I haven't had the chance to treat you well, so you must live well. Otherwise, I don't want to live either. Auntie, promise me, don't ever scare me like that again. Ju Achun reached out and gently stroked his head, choking up. I'm sorry. Auntie is sorry, Duo. Zheng Duo shook his head. No, as long as you're okay, nothing else matters. Dad is gone, I know you're heartbroken, but you still have me and Titu. You can't leave us. When we can earn money, we'll both be good to you. Duo, my good child. Ju Achun hugged him. The two of them held each other and cried. Off to the side, Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan were also wiping away tears. Xue Ling sniffled and said softly, Even though it's hot, you'll still get cold after being in the water. All 3 of you are soaked. You can't stay out here. I'll drive you back to Ronghua Mall. Come on, let's get up and go home. Chung Tianyuan helped Zheng Duoduo up, then bent down to carry him on his back. He fell and twisted his ankle when we were running over here. It's swollen. Ju Achun, both distressed and guilty, quickly said, "When we get home, Auntie will boil water for you to soak your foot and rub it with medicinal wine." Zheng Duoduo nodded obediently. The 4 of them left Ming Lake in a sorry state and quickly got into the car. As soon as Xue Ling got in, she turned up the car's heater, adjusted the seats, and then pulled out her phone to call home. "Mom, it's Ling Ling. Please put a pot of ginger soup on the stove right away. Start boiling it now." She hung up and drove straight to Ronghua Mall. Once home, the 3 of them each took a hot shower and changed clothes, then drank steaming ginger soup. Ju Achun helped dry Duoduo's hair, then found the medicinal wine and carefully massaged his swollen ankle. Zheng Duoduo hopped into his room and soon brought out a letter, handing it to Ju Achun. With trembling hands, Ju Achun took it, looking at the unfamiliar writing on the envelope and her son's familiar handwriting inside. She quickly covered her mouth and sobbed quietly. Zheng Duoduo put his arm around her shoulders and said gently, "Auntie, don't worry anymore. Taitu said it was really hard at first, but he made it through. Once his life stabilized, he figured out how to write to me. He was afraid you and Dad would go looking for him, so he made me promise not to tell you." Ju Achun wiped her tears and scolded, "That brat. When he comes back, I'll give him a good beating." Zheng Duoduo sighed softly. "Auntie, it's my brother's fault. If he hadn't said those things, Titu wouldn't have run away, and you wouldn't have been separated from him. Titu is impulsive, but he's a man of pride. If I were him, I might have done the same. You and Dad loved each other, and Titu couldn't bear to see you suffer, but he just couldn't swallow his anger, so he left. If it weren't for his eldest brother's narrow-mindedness, always guarding against Taitu and even mocking him to his face, Titu wouldn't have left in anger, and certainly wouldn't have gone so far away." Ju Achun sighed. "Duo, he's still your big brother. Your family, you have to support each other. Don't blame him." Zheng Duoduo's face darkened. He didn't argue, but in his heart he was furious, even resentful. Earlier, he'd overheard his sister scolding their brother, saying he'd done something wrong, which made Dad so angry last night that his heart gave out and he died before they could save him. Everyone in the family knew Dad was sick and had a bad heart. He made Dad so angry. What an unfilial son. If it weren't for him, Dad would still be here today. That bastard. I'll never acknowledge him again. At that moment, Xue Ling brought over 2 bowls of noodles. "You all barely ate lunch, so have some hot noodles while they're fresh. I called Uncle Jilan earlier to let him know we're safe. He said everything at the funeral home is arranged, so we don't need to go back tonight. Later, Xue Huan and Da Tong will keep vigil at the hall. Let's rest up and go over early tomorrow." Ju Achun apologized softly. "It's my fault. I dragged everyone down and made you all worry." Xue Ling said gently, "Don't say that. Taking care of yourself is the most important thing right now. We'll all be busy tomorrow and the day after, so we need to stay healthy." Zheng Duoduo buried his head in his noodles. "Auntie, you eat too." Ju Achun smiled and nodded. Xue Ling went to the next room. A while later, Xue Huan and Zheng Xiaoyi arrived, both looking upset. Zheng Xiaoyi, eyes red with tears, choked out, "Auntie, my mom never thinks before she speaks. Dad's sudden death was too much for her, so she's been saying all kinds of things. No matter what she said, please don't take it to heart. I apologize for her." "No need," Ju Achun sighed softly. "I just couldn't think straight for a while. Luckily, Duoduo and Madame stopped me. Xiaoyi, you take care of yourself too. Madame is right. We need to look after ourselves so we have the strength to handle your dad's funeral. Xiaoyue is still little, she needs you. You and Huan are both tired. Go rest early." Zheng Xiaoyi was indeed exhausted and leaned against Xue Huan's arm. "Auntie, he has to go to the funeral home tonight. Can I stay here with you and Duoduo?" She knew she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight and didn't want to be alone. Not at all. Ju Achun smiled. Of course. I've kept your room clean. I'll make your bed in a bit. You can rest here. I can help take care of Zhao Yue tonight too. Zheng Xiaoyi felt warm inside and nodded through her tears. She Huan said gently, Auntie, please don't be too sad. Dad is gone, but you're the elder now. We all need you to hold things together. Ju Achun nodded. She Huan led Zheng Xiaoyi to the next room. Liu Ying and Shue's mother quickly brought them in and served up hot noodles. Come on, eat up everyone! Zheng Xiaoyi ate as she asked, Auntie, where's Zhao Yue? Has she been good? She's been very good, Shue's mother replied. She played with Xiaoxin earlier, got tired, drank half a bottle of water and fell asleep. After her nap, Renan took her downstairs to play and they just got back. Now they're all across the hall watching TV and playing with blocks. Xue Huan slurped his noodles and sighed. It's a good thing we all live so close or we'd be in chaos by now. With little kids, busy work, and his father-in-law suddenly collapsing, he still hadn't recovered from the shock. The women were all heartbroken, unable to help much, and even needed comforting themselves. If it were just him and Daetong handling everything, it would be a mess. She's mother smiled and sighed. That's why we live close, to look out for each other. San Yuan moved next door for the same reason. It's just a shame he's gone so soon. I still can't accept it. Zheng Xiaoyi, eyes red, whispered, Auntie, I can't accept it either. Liu Ying shook her head and sighed, pointing to the bedroom. Old Shou is so upset he's been lying down since he got home. We didn't dare disturb him and told the kids to play across the hall so they wouldn't wake Grandpa. Everyone felt a deep sadness, unable to say much, only sighing again and again. Night had already fallen. She Ling hid in her room making phone calls. Cheng Tianyuan played with the children in the living room. Listening to their sweet voices and cheerful laughter, the heaviness in his heart eased a little. Being with carefree children seemed to make worries fade away. Daddy! Yang Yang ran over, snuggled into his arms, and grinned. Can we go downstairs for a big meal tomorrow? I really miss the candied taro. Cheng Tianyuan looked at his still chubby face and chuckled, shaking his head. Not tomorrow. Maybe the day after or the day after that. Tomorrow, Daddy and Mommy will be busy. Yang Yang looked a little disappointed. His foodie nature always put eating first. Then I want to order more dishes. I want roast lamb and salt and pepper beef ribs too. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Nearby, Ronan snickered. All you think about is eating. Careful you don't get too fat. Yang Yang lifted his round chin proudly. It's my own fat, not yours, so what's it to you? Renan rolled his eyes and said loudly, Then don't sleep next to me. You're so hot with all that fat. When you roll over at night, I get all sweaty. You never complain about my fat in winter. Yang Yang snorted. Just wait. You'll be begging to sleep next to me when it's cold. Renan was momentarily speechless, then muttered, If you don't lose weight, no girl will ever like you. But Yang Yang was unfazed, his foodie heart always putting eating first. I don't care. So what if they like me or not? I like myself, and that's enough. Renan just laughed coldly. Yang Yang, annoyed, jumped up and pounced on him. The two brothers rolled around on the floor, laughing and wrestling. Cheng Tianyuan watched them, unable to keep from smiling. When he was little, he didn't have many playmates except his little wife. If he'd had a brother, he wouldn't have been so lonely. A while later, Zhao Xin ran in and climbed onto his lap. Daddy. Oh no, I saw Grandpa crying. Grandma, too. Cheng Tianyuan was startled, seeing the fear and confusion in her big eyes, and felt a pang of sympathy. The kids were still too young to understand death, or that it was a part of life. He couldn't bear to tell them. And the adults had all agreed not to mention what happened to Uncle Zheng next door. Little Chong, who was playing blocks with Zhao Yue, looked up and asked, Did you make Grandpa and Grandma mad? You must have been naughty. No, Zhao Xin huffed. It wasn't me. It was you. Little Chong, seeing her so righteously deny it, quickly pointed at the two older brothers. Then it was them. Ranan and Yang Yang stopped playing and sat up. What are you talking about? Xiao Xin explained. Grandpa and Grandma were crying. Renan blinked suspiciously. Dad, are Grandpa and Grandma sick? No, Cheng Tianyuan said softly. They're fine, just a little sad. Yang asked curiously. Why are they sad? What happened? Cheng Tianyuan didn't know how to explain, but figured they'd find out soon anyway, since Xueling planned to take them to say goodbye to Uncle Zheng tomorrow. He decided to put it simply. Uncle Zheng passed away. He went to a very, very far-away place and won't be coming back. Ranan, being older, seemed to realize something and snuggled closer. Dad. Cheng Tianyuan put his arm around his shoulder, giving him a silent look. Ranan quieted down. Little Chong and the others had always been close to Zheng Sanyuan, often running next door to see Aunt Achen and snack. Hearing that Uncle Zheng wasn't coming back, they all panicked. Why? Why isn't he coming back? Isn't he coming home? I want to find him. Me too. Yang, half understanding, remembered how Grandma and Nana had been listless all day, and how Dad and Mom had rushed out early and come home with red eyes. Not just his parents, even Aunt Achun and Brother Duoduo next door had red eyes. Yang's face went pale. He suddenly stood up and buried his head in Cheng Tianyuan's arms. Xiao Xin squealed, annoyed. Don't come over, Daddy's holding me. Cheng Tianyuan opened his arms and hugged all three. Don't be afraid, Daddy's here. Some people leave us early, go to a faraway place and start a new life, never to return. All we can do is say goodbye. We can't change it. Ranan and Yang lay on his chest, not daring to speak, their eyes shining with tears. Xiao Xin didn't understand at all. Little Chong didn't get it either. He tossed a block to Zhao Yue and asked, Did your grandpa go far away to play? Do you know? Zhao Yue understood even less, took the block and giggled. Little Chong quickly forgot about finding Uncle Zheng and ran off to his tricycle. Cheng Tianyuan would rather the little ones didn't understand. He patted his son's head. Tomorrow, Daddy and Mommy will take you to say goodbye to Uncle Zheng. Don't be afraid. He's your elder and always loved you. Don't cry, or Grandpa and Grandma will be even sadder. Emotions are contagious, especially sadness. Renan and Yang nodded obediently. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, One of you watch your siblings, the other go shower first, then switch. Renan went to shower first. A while later, Liu Ying came to take Xiao Yue for a bath. Cheng Tianyuan bathed Xiao Xin and Little Chong. The two little ones loved bathing together, splashing and laughing. Xueling finished her calls and came in to help, scooping Little Chong out and wrapping him in a towel. Little Chong didn't want to get out and whined, Mommy, I want to play more. Xueling paused, looking at the water, and couldn't help but recall Sister Achun walking into the lake earlier. Honey, the two little ones still haven't learned to swim. We need to take them for lessons when we have time. Cheng Tianyuan explained. The older two learned at the beach when I taught them. The public pools are always crowded. I don't think they're very clean. Xueling frowned. Then let's wait until we go to the beach. You know how to swim, so when the kids play in the water, you have to teach them to hold their breath. Okay. Cheng Tianyuan guessed she was still shaken and didn't argue. He got the little ones ready for bed. The older two went to bed on their own. Xueling curled up on the sofa, staring at the TV, her eyes unfocused. Cheng Tianyuan sighed softly and came over. Wife, get some rest. We have a lot to do tomorrow. Don't stay up late. Xueling came back to herself, looking at his face so close, and couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness. I was calling business partners. They all sighed and said they couldn't believe it. Yuenge, when I saw Sister Achun so hopeless, about to jump into the lake, I was really scared. He hugged her tightly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. We'll always be together, never apart. Xueling sobbed softly. Some things. People are powerless to change. Life and death are fate. Wealth is up to heaven. Wealth we can fight for, but life and death are beyond us. Silly, don't overthink it. Cheng Tianyuan knew she was shaken and felt sorry for her. Everyone's situation is different. What happened to Uncle Zheng was an accident. She Ling suddenly sat up and threw herself into his arms, hugging his waist tightly. These years I've made some money, and now the factory runs smoothly and the income is good. From now on, I don't want to push myself so hard. I want to make more time for my parents and for you and the kids. No one can say how long life will last. She'd been given a second chance at life. Already a rare blessing. She didn't know how long this grace would last, so she wanted to cherish it as much as possible. Her parents were already old, at the age where loss could come at any time. She needed to spend more time with them, to be filial. She was afraid that one day a parent might suddenly collapse, or she herself might, and she'd regret not having been more filial, not having spent more time with them, leaving regrets in her heart. In her previous life, she hadn't been able to care for her parents. She couldn't repeat that mistake. Even though they lived together and saw each other every day, she was always out early and back late, and didn't really spend much time with them. Human greed is endless. Earn 1,000, you want 10,000, have 10,000, you want 1,000,000. Now her wealth was stable, and a little progress was enough. She needed to seize the time while her parents were still here, to be good to them. One of life's greatest regrets is wanting to care for your parents, but they're no longer there. She needed to change her lifestyle, because her parents might not have much time left by her side. She had to cherish every day. In the blink of an eye, the kids are growing up. Renan is almost 15, already a young man. In another year or two, he might not want to stick to his parents anymore. Missing out on their childhood would be a huge regret. I should spend more time with them. When children grow up, they'll have their own friends, classmates, colleagues, and families. In 10 years, she and her husband won't be able to fit into their kids' lives anymore. So she should spend more time with them now, before it's too late. Cheng Tianyuan gently patted her back and said softly, "Okay, you've worked so hard these years. I think you should relax too. After Uncle Zheng's funeral, while the kids are still on summer break, let's go visit some scenic spots nearby, climb a mountain, walk by a lake." She Ling hugged his neck and kissed him. "It's a deal." Early the next morning, everyone was awake. The kids were still sleeping. Xiao Yi came over holding Xiao Yue, explaining, "He fell asleep again after his milk." She's mom carefully took him, whispering, "You all go ahead. I'll watch the kids." Cheng Tianyuan said, "After lunch, I'll come pick up Mom and the kids to go to the funeral home." She's mom and Liu Ying nodded. Zheng Xiaoyi looked pale, clearly having slept poorly. Zhu Achun was also pale. She'd made some herbal soup to refresh the mind, poured a bowl for Xiao Yi and said gently, "I've packed some in a thermos. Later pour a bowl for Ahuan and your big brother." Zheng Xiaoyi frowned. "Auntie, did you not sleep last night? This soup takes hours to make." Zhu Achun gave a bitter smile and shook her head. "I couldn't sleep. Drink some first, I'll get a bowl for Duo Duo." Zheng Xiaoyi looked at her haggard profile, drank the soup and couldn't help but cry. Auntie had lost her husband. Her own son was still missing, and her thin shoulders bore so much pain and hardship. Xie Ling finished getting ready and came over quietly. "Xiao Yi, are you ready? Let's go. There's a breakfast shop nearby we can eat on the way." She Jilan and Mrs. Chen had left around 6. She Heng and Cheng Tianfang planned to eat before heading over. Zheng Xiaoyi nodded and went to the kitchen for the thermos. Zhu Achun led the tall Duo Duo out, pushed him into the bathroom to wash up, and hurried off to get his clothes. Duo Duo dressed quickly. Zhu Achun came back with soup, handed it to him. "It's just right. Drink it all." Duo Duo nodded and drank it in one go. Zhu Achun said, "Your clean socks are on the shoe rack. Put them on, we're leaving soon." "Okay." Duo Duo ran to the shoe rack. Zhu Achun called after him, "Your foot just stopped swelling. Don't run too fast. Auntie brought the medicine. I'll rub it for you again at lunch." "Okay." Duo Duo nodded. Zheng Xiaoyi stood at the door, watching all this, and couldn't help but remember how chaotic home used to be. Her little brother without socks in winter, snot running down his nose, backpack on, running out to buy buns and soy milk for breakfast. Back then, Mom was rarely home. No one cooked or cleaned, no one washed clothes. She and her big brother were older and could manage, But Duo was younger, often caught colds from cold baths, and Dad had to rush him to the doctor, then come home to care for the kids and do housework. Once, Duo had a fever and lay on the sofa, tossing and turning, watching Dad fumble around, eyes red, asking why Mom was never home. Dad's face was grim, but he held back his temper and said softly, "Don't be afraid. Even without Mom, you still have Dad. Lie down, take your medicine, and you'll feel better." These years, thanks to Aunt Achin, the new family was cared for, and Duo grew tall, strong, cheerful, and sunny. No wonder yesterday, when he saw Aunt Achin about to jump into the lake, he tried to follow her. Even though she hadn't seen it herself, she could imagine how desperate and heartbroken Duo must have been. Time reveals a person's heart. Auntie's hard work for this family was something both Dad and Duo remembered. "Zhao Yi, let's go," Zhu Achun called. Zhao Yi snapped out of it, forced a smile, and hurried after her. Cheng Tianyuan had already driven off. Xueling drove the three of them, and they arrived at the funeral home at 7. Zheng Datong was in mourning clothes, surrounded by several country relatives who'd arrived overnight. Tang Hong was also in mourning, chattering away. She Ling led Zhu Achun and the others inside. Tang Hong's eyes widened. "You dare show up? Datong, get that Jew woman out of here, now!" Zheng Datong looked embarrassed, dodging her gaze, mumbling, "Mom, Auntie is family too." "What family?" Tang Hong shouted. "I'm your real mother. Now that Sanyuan is dead, she has no place in this family. If she'd taken better care of old Zheng, he wouldn't have died. Get this jinx out. Uncle, second uncle. It was this vixen who bewitched old Zheng, ruined my relationship with my kids, and broke up our family." The relatives all glared at Zhu Achun. Duo, furious, shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Poor Zhu Achun, always honest and gentle, couldn't bring herself to argue. She just tugged Duo's hand. "Duo, this isn't a place for shouting. Don't disturb your father's peace. Let's go in." Xueling glanced at Tang Hong, then stood beside Zhu Achun. "Ignore her. Let's go in." But Tang Hong, like a shrew, spread her arms to block them, shouting, "I won't let you in, Jinx. I'm Zheng Sanyuan's real wife. You have no place here." As soon as Xueling heard this, she got angry and raised her voice. "If you keep making trouble, I'll have you thrown out right now. Uncle Zheng already divorced you. Legally, you have nothing to do with him anymore. Sister Achun and Uncle Zheng are legally married. She's his wife." Tang Hong was the type to bully the weak and fear the strong, and she'd always been intimidated by Xueling. I was his wife, too. I gave birth to all his children. Uncle, second uncle, come here. You're Sanyuan's closest family. You have to stand up for me." A few countrymen hurried over, some older, some younger. Tang Hong cried loudly, "This woman absolutely can't be let in. She only married old Zheng for his money. She hasn't even given him a single child. Now she's always hanging around my youngest son just to get old Zheng's money." "Enough!" Zheng Xiaoyi snapped. "Mom, have you made enough of a scene? Do you know where you are?" "Of course I know," Tang Hong shrieked. "I don't care. I just don't want this woman near old Zheng. She's a jinx. If it weren't for her, old Zheng wouldn't have died so early." A few of the men, swayed by Tang Hong's words, started pointing at Zhu Achun. "She was Sanyuan's first wife and gave him 3 kids. You didn't even give him a single child. How can you face old Zheng's family?" "Don't embarrass yourself here. Old Zheng is dead. What are you still after?" Zhu Achun kept her head down, eyes red. Zheng Duo, furious, stepped in front of her and said gruffly, "Shut up. Tang Hong, you haven't done enough harm to our family. Don't forget you're the one who abandoned us. You lost 5 or 6 million gambling. You even sold our only house. Dad forgave you again and again, but in the end he had to divorce you. Dad ended up in the hospital, had 2 heart surgeries because of you, barely survived. Where were you then? Tell our uncles, where were you? Dad was paralyzed at home for over half a year, and you turned around and remarried. Did you care about Dad? Did you care about us? When Dad got better and made money, you wanted to come back and remarry. Who's really after Dad's money? You! And you country bumpkins. Don't listen to her nonsense. If she was so great, Dad wouldn't have suffered so much." The uncles exchanged glances, remembering how Zheng Sanyuan nearly lost everything paying off gambling debts. Tang Hong shrank back, both angry and helpless with Duoduo, hiding behind Zheng Datong. "What are you standing there for? Get that woman out! If she stays, she'll take your dad's inheritance. There's not much left. Don't let her take it all." Zheng Datong's face twisted, wanting to speak, but when he met Xue Ling's cold gaze, he didn't dare. Xue Ling said sternly, "Zhu Achun is Zheng Sanyuan's legal wife. They registered their marriage at the XX District Civil Affairs Bureau in the capital. She is his wife now. If anyone dares to make trouble or talk nonsense at Uncle Zheng's funeral, I'll have you thrown out. Tang Hong, you better recognize your place. I'm only giving you face for the sake of your 3 children. If you keep it up, don't blame me for calling the police. You're slandering others, disturbing the funeral home, and disrupting the peace of the deceased. Any of those are enough to get you arrested." Tang Hong, frightened, hid behind her eldest son and didn't say another word. The country relatives, unused to the city, were intimidated by Xue Ling's presence and her commanding tone. Hearing her call Zheng Sanyuan uncle, they couldn't figure out who she was. "Who is this niece? Who's this sister-in-law?" Zheng's eldest uncle whispered. "Why does she call your dad uncle?" Zheng Xiaoyi explained. "She's Dad's business partner and one of his closest friends. Before he died, Dad asked her to help distribute all his assets, including the sweater factory. The factory that's left is hers now." The country relatives looked at Xue Ling warily and asked, "But she's not family. How can an outsider distribute the inheritance?" "Yeah, your dad may not be as rich as before, but there's still something left, right? Your brother's an adult. Why didn't your dad leave it to him?" "That's strange. Where we're from, it's always the elders in the family who handle inheritance. Was your dad confused? Why let an outsider do it?" Zheng Xiaoyi quickly shook her head. "That's what Dad said before he died. My husband and I can both testify. My father-in-law was there too. He can vouch for it." Xue Ling said calmly, "Uncle Zheng asked me before he died to take care of Sister Achun. He also asked me to distribute all his assets. I've worked with him for over 10 years. I know exactly how much he made every month, every detail, every cent. The factory's accounts are all clear. I've already asked Secretary Gong and the accountant to tally up the remaining orders and accounts. Once the funeral is over, while you're all here, we'll distribute the assets fairly and openly. You can all help check. I'll handle everything fairly. But right now, the most important thing is Uncle Zheng's funeral, not arguing about inheritance." The country relatives had nothing more to say. Xue Ling lifted her chin. "Duoduo, take your aunt inside." Duoduo quickly nodded and helped Zhu Achun into the funeral home. Zheng Xiaoyi glanced at her big brother, ignored him, and went in herself. Soon, more and more people arrived to pay their respects. Zheng Sanyuan had spent decades in the capital, made many friends, and had lots of business contacts. Many people had driven or taken the train overnight just to say goodbye to an old friend. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan were busy, greeting guests and preparing return gifts. Luckily, Xue Huan and Xue Heng helped, running in and out. Zhu Achun knelt at the front, while Zheng Datong led his siblings in bowing to guests. She Zhilan and Mrs. Chen helped on the side, and Cheng Tianfang, pregnant, sat quietly in a corner. 6th Master arrived, bringing several strong men and a few older gentlemen, a large group. He led them in bowing to Zheng Sanyuan's portrait. "Old Zheng, safe journey. We'll be friends again in the next life." Cheng Tianyuan handed out return gifts. 6th Master smiled. "Mr. Cheng, no need. We didn't bring much, and we don't need these. We're people of the underworld, not so many rules." Xue Ling hurried over, speaking gently. "This is an old tradition from Uncle Zheng's hometown. A little sweet, a little fruit with good meaning, wishing the living a better future." 6th Master nodded and told his men, "Take one each." Everyone did as told. 6th Master looked at Xue Ling, hesitated, then said, "Boss Xue, could I have a word?" Xue Ling nodded and led him outside under a big tree. 6th Master, just say what's on your mind." 6th Master smiled. "You're as straightforward as ever, Boss Xue. Here's the thing. I heard your Mingxian Tower by Ming Lake is looking for tenants, right?" 6th Master was a local power in the capital. Nothing escaped his notice. Xie Ling was sharp too, and guessed he was probably here to act as a go-between. She nodded and explained, 10 floors are already rented out. A foreign hotel group wanted to lease 10 floors at once. They originally wanted the lower 10, but I refused and offered them the top 10 instead. The view is better up there, more open, and they agreed. I also reserved 4 large storefronts on the first floor for them, with 2 elevators going straight up so it's convenient. Sixth Master chuckled and lowered his voice. Here's the thing. A good friend's son wants to rent a whole floor for an office. The kid studied advertising design, graduated a few years ago, and is doing well. His dad's got money and wants him to start his own business. Rents in the city center are getting higher, but the kid's picky. He wants a big space, and it has to be a high-rise so he can put up ads and the company name. His dad asked me to help find a place, said it needs to be several hundred square meters, with space for a conference room and staff area. I've been looking around and your building is really nice. Xie Ling explained. From the start, I designed each floor as open space, planning to rent them as offices. It's not like Ronghua Mall, which was built with shops below and apartments above. Ming Lake is quiet and beautiful, so I turned down small factories and workshops, didn't want to ruin the environment or disturb the hotel guests. As landlord, I have to balance everyone's needs. For an ad company, 1 floor should be enough. Each floor is about 650 square meters. Sixth Master's eyes lit up and he nodded. That's plenty. Perfect. I've walked by a few times, saw security and workers going in and out, but felt awkward about going in. Xie Ling smiled. If you want to look, just go in any time. You're an old friend. No need to stand on ceremony. Sixth Master laughed. You give me too much credit. Boss Xue, we're old friends, so I'll be straight. Ming Lake isn't far from the city center, but it's not super busy. One side's a park, the other's the old city. Luckily, there are 2 main roads around it, so traffic and footfall are good. I noticed someone's building a villa across the lake. Is that yours too? Xie Ling nodded. To be honest, my dad bought that land over 10 years ago. I convinced my mom to buy property in the capital, and my dad used my ID to buy it. Back then, only one of the 2 main roads was built, and my mom hesitated. Later, Uncle Tang analyzed it for her. Said it was close to the city center, and if she didn't buy, she'd miss her chance. So she bought it. When Uncle Zheng and I bought the old fertilizer plant, he got a piece too. A few years ago, I wanted to develop a big mall, so I gave Uncle Zheng a third of the land at Ming Lake plus 100,000 yuan as compensation. So over an acre there belongs to Uncle Zheng. He built a villa, but it's not finished yet. Oh, I see. Sixth Master nodded, then asked, So what's your going rate? Xie Ling explained, The first floor is all storefronts, not rented yet. The first floor is the most expensive, then the next 4 floors are the same price. Above that, the price changes again, up to the 20th floor. Which floor you want, we can talk specifics. For shorter leases, under 5 years, it's more expensive. If you sign for 10 or 20 years, there's a discount. Sixth Master grinned. That's how the market works. What about the 8th floor? I checked, and the higher the floor, the more visible the company name. Xie Ling smiled. It's a new company, so of course they need advertising. There's lots of traffic and people, so it's perfect for self-promotion. As long as the sign doesn't go past the floor or affect the city's appearance, we don't mind. The 8th floor is currently 80,000 yuan a year. If you sign for 10 years, there's a 50,000 yuan discount. For 5 years, a 10,000 yuan discount. Rent is paid according to market practice. I don't set random prices. 80,000? Sixth Master chuckled. Seems a bit steep. Xie Ling nodded. It's a big space, so it's a bit pricey. But in 2 or 3 years, it'll probably be worth even more. You know how property and prices have been in the capital, always going up. It's almost the year 2000 and prices will only rise. The city's not getting any bigger, but the population keeps growing. 15 years then? Sixth Master asked. Xie Ling replied, They pay 5 years up front, then the next 10 in 3 installments. Each floor is priced differently. The top 2 are only 60,000. They rented 10 floors at once, so I gave them a big discount. They pay about 700,000 a year. The higher floors have better views, so the rent is higher. Sixth Master was stunned, then gave a thumbs up and laughed. Boss Xue, you're young and already so wealthy, The rent from Mingqian Tower is enough for your family to live in style. She Ling shook her head and smiled. I invested a lot to build it, plus the new factory, so I was almost strapped for cash. I wanted to develop the whole lake area, but didn't have enough money, so I could only build one main road and fix up the sides. Uncle Zheng's villa is still there, so I have to consider that too. It's not all mine. Sixth Master couldn't help but ask, now that old Zheng's gone, aren't you going to buy it? Then it'd all be yours. No, She Ling said softly. That's not what Uncle Zheng wanted, and I can't go against his wishes. If his kids want to sell, that's up to them. But I'll remind them, if they want to sell, they should talk to me first, since the land registration is in my name. Sixth Master nodded, satisfied. Boss Xue, thanks for being so straightforward. I'm a rambling old man. Hope you don't mind. She Ling smiled. Not at all. You're bringing me business. I'm happy. Sixth Master glanced at her Nokia phone and grinned. Boss Xue, what's your number? Could you write it down for me? If my friend and his son agree, I'll call you right away. Sure. Xue Ling took out a business card and handed it to him. Here's my office and mobile number, and my home number at the end. The office line is usually answered by my secretary. If you need anything, just call my mobile. Sixth Master thanked her and put it in his pocket. Boss Xue, the 8th floor is 80,000 a year, 10,000 off for 5 years, 50,000 off for 10, right? Xue Ling nodded and smiled. Right. That's the best price, just for you. Anyone else wouldn't get it this cheap. Great, thank you. Sixth Master waved. I'll be in touch. See you? Xue Ling agreed and hurried back to the funeral home. Mourners continued to arrive throughout the afternoon. After lunch, Cheng Tianyuan drove to pick up Xue's father and mother, as well as his own mother. Xue's father looked exhausted, clearly having not slept all night. Xue's mother and Liu Ying both had red, swollen eyes from crying. Cheng Tianyuan carried Zhao Yue, Renan held Zhao Chong's hand, and Yang Yang piggybacked Zhao Xin, all following behind. The children had never been to a funeral home before and looked around curiously. Zhao Xin couldn't help but ask, Daddy, where is this? Yang Yang answered, a funeral home. Zhao Xin asked again, What's a funeral home? Can you eat there? No, Cheng Tianyuan replied gently. Uncle Zheng has passed away. You're here to say goodbye to him. Zhao Chong muttered, Grandpa and Grandma are crying again. Renan made a shushing gesture and whispered, Don't shout. You can't talk loudly here. Zhao Chong, too short to see, tugged his big brother's hand and pouted, Big brother, carry me. Renan had no choice but to squat down and give him a piggyback. Cheng Tianyuan led them inside. Xue Huan saw his son and hurried over to take the little one. Xiao Yue smiled happily at his dad, but when he saw his mom in strange clothes, he seemed frightened and hid in his father's arms. Xue's parents led the children to bow before the memorial photo. Zhou Achun led the younger generation in returning the bows. The children were all intimidated by the solemn and sorrowful atmosphere, falling silent. She Ling came over and whispered, Don't be afraid. Daddy will take you home soon. Zhao Xin asked curiously, Mommy, why is Uncle Zheng's photo so big? Where is he? Xue Ling's eyes dimmed as she answered softly, He's gone very, very far away and won't be coming back. We're here to say goodbye. We won't see him again. Zhao Xin protested, No, I don't want that. Xue Ling stroked her hair. Renan, Yang Yang, take your little brother and sister outside. Daddy will get Xiao Yue and we'll take you home soon. Mommy, Zhao Chong muttered, I want to play. I don't want to go home. Xue Ling shook her head. We're going home first, don't be naughty. When Daddy and Mommy get back, we'll take you out for something good to eat. When it's cooler in the evening, Grandpa and Grandma will take you to the park. Cheng Tianyuan returned with Zhao Yue and the 3 elders. He packed everyone into the car and drove them home. After 3 p.m., the crowd thinned, and by evening it was quiet. Secretary Gong arrived with the accountant and a dozen factory workers. Old Jing! Several kitchen aunties cried bitterly. How could you just leave without a word? Now you're gone, the factory's gone too. Secretary Gong wiped her tears and choked out, The accountant and I worked late last night and all day today. All the accounts are here. Boss Xue asked me to tally up the orders too. There are still 70 or 80,000 pieces to finish next month. The accountant took out several passbooks. These are the factory's accounts and public funds. I went to each bank today and withdrew the balances. If you want to hand these to Boss Xue, I'll do it right now, in front of everyone. Tang Hong watched, standing tall and peering over. Xie Ling took the documents and said quietly, "Thank you all for your hard work." The aunties crowded around, asking, "Boss Xue, why shut down the factory? Isn't it still here with you?" "It's such a good factory. How can you just let it go? So many of us rely on it. If it closes, what will we do?" Xie Ling sighed and shook her head. "This was Uncle Zheng's last wish. I have to honor it. You know, my own factory next door has already changed over to new products. I can't manage so much at once. Please, take care of yourselves." Secretary Gong hesitated, then said quietly, "Boss Xue, by labor law, in this situation, the workers are owed an extra month's salary." "No problem," Xue Ling replied. "We'll do everything by the book." The accountant said awkwardly, "That'll be at least 10,000 more, but the accounts are already settled." "Don't worry," Xue Ling said. "It all counts as Uncle Zheng's. A few thousand more doesn't matter. When all the orders are finished, go to my factory office and find Secretary Chen. She'll give you the extra money, and you can pay everyone." The accountant nodded. "Thank you, Boss Xue." The aunties all bowed and thanked her. Secretary Gong led everyone away. By now it was dark. Xue Zhilan had reserved 2 tables at a small restaurant nearby for everyone to eat. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Heng tidied up the venue. "Where's Ah Feng?" Xue Heng explained. "Her back was sore this afternoon, so I took her home to rest. She sat for hours this morning, and with her big belly she can't sit that long." Cheng Tianyuan said, "Let her rest. Just come help tomorrow morning. Don't let her come here." Xue Heng nodded. Everyone went home exhausted and turned in early. The next morning it was time for the final farewell and burial. Tang Hong and Zheng Datong whispered together, then went to talk with some relatives. Soon the eldest uncle, an old man, approached Xue Ling. "You must be Xiao Xue? I'm San Yuan's eldest brother, Daiwan. Before he died, my brother asked you to handle the inheritance. According to our customs, the closest brothers and nephews can all listen in. We're taking the train home tomorrow. How's your arrangement?" Xue Ling patted her small bag. "Everything's ready. Since everyone's here, I'll do it all openly. If anyone has objections, now's the time to speak up." "Good. All right." Everyone found a quiet corner and gathered around Xue Ling. Zheng Duoduo helped Zhu Achun sit down. Xie Huan and Zheng Duoduo stood to one side. Zheng Datong and Tang Hong crowded in anxiously. Xue Zhilan and Xue Heng sat under a tree nearby. Xue Ling took out several passbooks, 3 property certificates, a set of keys, and a contract. "These are all of Uncle Zheng's remaining assets. 3 apartments in Ronghua Mall, a car he bought 2 years ago, and 5 years sublease income from the factory. The sweater factory wasn't his property. He rented it, then sublet it to a toy factory. I checked. The 5 years' rent was already paid back to the original landlord. The toy factory paid 1 year's rent. There are 4 years left, at 60,000 a year, totaling 240,000. Plus Uncle Zheng's passbooks and all factory shares, the total cash is 576,630 yuan. Tang Hong and Zheng Datong both grinned greedily. Zhu Achun, eyes red, quietly wiped her tears. Xue Ling continued. "According to our inheritance law, parents, spouse, and children are all heirs. Uncle Zheng's parents passed away years ago, so his remaining assets should be inherited by his wife, Zhu Achun, and his 3 children. I also understand your local tradition. The eldest son usually gets a bit more. I'll take that into account." Of course, Dayuan nodded. The eldest son should get more. Zheng Datong was secretly delighted, his eyes gleaming. Tang Hong, too, was inwardly smug. She glanced at her eldest son, her daughter, then her youngest son. With all 3 children getting a share, she figured they'd end up with several 100,000 yuan. Xue Ling explained. "The funeral expenses totaled just over 2,000, which will be deducted. That leaves about 574,000 yuan in cash, which will be divided into 4 equal shares, one for Sister Achun and one for each of the 3 children. What about me? Tang Hong snapped. I was his wife for over 20 years. We're divorced, but I'm still his ex-wife. And I gave birth to all 3 of old Zheng's children. I gave him heirs. I worked hard for this family. How can I get nothing? She Ling shook her head and explained, You and Uncle Zheng are divorced. Legally, you're only the biological mother of the 3 children. Duo just turned 18. If he were still a minor, Sister Achun would be his legal guardian and manage his share. But all 3 children are adults and can inherit directly. Sister Achun is Uncle Zheng's legal spouse. You are not, so you don't get a share. What? Not even a little? Tang Hong shouted. No, house, at least give me some money. I'm his ex-wife. I gave him 3 children. Uncle, second uncle, you all judge for me. I was with Zheng Sanyuan for so many years. If not merit, at least hard work. How can I get nothing? I won't accept it. Zheng Daiyuan and his brothers exchanged glances and chuckled awkwardly. Sister-in-law, you're divorced. Why would you get anything? Back home, once you're divorced, you're not part of old Zheng's family anymore. The kids are, but you're not. Exactly. Who told you to divorce our uncle? You can't blame anyone else. They said it. This is the law. If that's how it's set, that's how it goes. Zheng Datong tugged his mother's hand and whispered, Mom, quiet down. Zheng Xiaoyi's face was cold, saying nothing. She Huan didn't say much either. After all, Tang Hong was an elder and his mother-in-law, so as a junior, he couldn't say too much. Xue Ling's expression darkened, her tone serious. Uncle Zheng entrusted me with the inheritance. I'm just following the law and the facts with no personal bias. If you have objections, you can go to the police or consult a lawyer. Tang Hong had no choice but to quiet down. People like her were most afraid of dealing with the authorities. Xue Ling continued calmly. The villa by Ming Lake is very large, several hundred square meters. Though it's unfinished, the main structure is done and it just needs decorating. By market value, it's worth over $1 million. Uncle Zheng built it as a retirement home for himself and Sister Achun to help with the grandchildren. Now that's not possible. Datong is the eldest son, so the villa should go to him. Zheng Datong was thrilled, clenching his fists before quickly relaxing. All right. Xue Ling looked at him and explained. The villa and land are registered in my name. If you ever want to sell, you must offer it to me first. In the past 2 years, land sales in the capital have become very strict. I wanted to transfer it to Uncle Zheng, but the authorities wouldn't approve it. Uncle Zheng said, since our families are so close, he wasn't worried I'd take advantage, so he just built the villa. Datong, you can live in it or rent it out, but if you want to sell, you have to go through me. We can have an agent appraise it and sell at market price. Zheng Datong's eyes flickered. He replied quietly, All right. I won't want to sell it. It's what my dad left me. Very good. Xue Ling smiled slightly and continued. When Xiaoyi got married, Uncle Zheng bought a 150 square meter apartment on the 25th floor of Ronghua Mall as her dowry. There were some family issues, so the keys weren't given to her right away, but Uncle Zheng was a man of his word. The apartment is registered in Xiaoyi's name, so it belongs to her. Zheng Xiaoyi, eyes red, nodded gently. Xue Ling went on. Before the divorce, Uncle Zheng only had 1 property in the capital, but it was sold by his ex-wife Tang Hong. Since it was joint property, he didn't object. After remarrying, he bought 3 more properties. The villa was self-built and not fully registered, but the other 3 have complete paperwork. The apartment they live in now was bought from me a few years ago and is in his name. I'll have Director Liao from the property office help transfer it to Duo. Duo, you'll get the one you're living in now. Duo kept his head down and nodded obediently. Xue Ling continued. The apartment Sister Achun originally rented was from me. After she married Uncle Zheng, he asked to buy it and wanted to give it to Sister Achun and T2. I was grateful for her help with my family, so I sold it to Uncle Zheng at 30% below market price. That apartment should go to Sister Achun, and I'll have Director Liao handle the transfer as soon as possible. Ju Achun nodded quietly. Xue Ling added, The cash will be split into 4 shares, 143,500 yuan each. Give me your bank account numbers, and I'll go to the bank this afternoon to transfer the money to each of you. Zheng Daiwan couldn't help but remind, Boss Xue, isn't there a car too? Xue Ling nodded. Uncle Zheng bought a new car 2 years ago, sold the old one, and got a new model. It's a bit old-fashioned, not really suitable for young people. Uncle Zheng always remembered his roots and cared for his hometown relatives. I suggest selling the car and donating the proceeds to the clan's ancestral hall for good deeds, helping the elders back home. It would be a good thing. Zheng Daiwan and his brothers smiled, neither agreeing nor objecting. Tang Hong, face dark, nudged her eldest son. Zheng Datong swallowed and said quietly, "The car was worth a lot when new, but now it's not. It cost over 110,000, but now it'd only sell for 50,000 or 60,000. Xue Ling wasn't surprised. That's fine. The car belongs to the 4 of you. You can vote. Majority rules. If 3 disagree, sell it and split the money." She turned to Ju Achun, her tone gentle. "Sister Achun, you're the elder. You speak first." Ju Achun kept her head down, but her voice was firm. "Madam, you're right. San Yuan always remembered his roots. No matter how long he was away, he never forgot to help his hometown. Building bridges, donating to the elderly, he was always generous. I support your suggestion." Ju Achun, after speaking, gently took Zheng Duoduo's hand. "Duoduo, what do you think? If you agree, tell Madam your thoughts." Duoduo nodded quickly. "I agree with Sister Xue Ling. This is good. The clan's affairs are always managed by the ancestral hall, and the money will be supervised by the elders. It'll be spent where it should be. Anyway, this is Dad's last bit of money. Using it for something he cared about is a good thing." Ju Achun smiled kindly and said softly, "Well said." Xue Ling turned to Zheng Xiaoyi. "And you?" Xiao Yi looked to Xue Huan, unsure what to say. Xue Huan said quietly, "Say what you really think. Don't ask me." Xiao Yi looked at Xue Ling and nodded firmly. "I think it's good too. Sister Xue Ling, let's do it this way." Xue Ling smiled warmly. 3 out of 4 agree, so majority rules. I'll send the car to a used car dealer, and once it's sold, I'll send the money to Uncle Daiwan. Uncle, please leave your account info and contact number. You're Uncle Zheng's eldest brother, so I'll trouble you to deliver the money to the ancestral hall. Uncle Daiwan grinned honestly. "All right, I don't have a phone, but my neighbor does. Once the money's ready, just call me and I'll take it straight to the clan elders." Xue Ling nodded. Zheng Datong's face was sour, and Tang Hong shot Xue Ling a resentful glare. But with everyone in agreement, even if she protested, she couldn't change anything. Some people pulled Uncle Daiwan aside and whispered. He turned back, a little embarrassed. Boss Xue, you said there's 4 years of rent left? Who's covering that? And what about the factory you and old Zheng ran? I heard it's shutting down. What about the machines? Even if you sell them, that's still money, right?" Xue Ling stood up and explained with a smile. "I'm covering the 4 years of rent up front. According to the contract with the toy factory, they pay once a year for the next 4 years. I've asked Secretary Gong to transfer the contract to my name, since Uncle Zheng's documents will soon be void. To avoid trouble, I'll handle it. It's a hassle to split the rent every year, so I'm just paying it all now and dividing it among you." She continued. "The factory Uncle Zheng and I ran is on my family's land, built by my father, and the machines were bought by me from the south. I provided all the hardware, Uncle Zheng managed operations, and we always split profits 50-50. The remaining orders, after deducting materials, will be split as usual. It's all written here, calculated by Secretary Gong and the accountant. If anyone doubts it, you can check any time. The hardware is mine, so if it's sold, it belongs to me." Xue Huan, a bit unhappy, couldn't help but add, "My sister paid over 200,000 in rent up front and took over 10,000 from her own office for worker severance. She didn't make a cent from this. She did it out of respect for my father-in-law spending her own money and effort. If anyone else were in charge, would they be this generous?" Everyone fell silent. Duoduo snorted. "Sister Xue owns a big mall, several factories, a whole tower by Ming Lake. She's got properties all over the capital and over 100 apartments for rent in Rongcheng. She makes millions in rent every month. Would she care about my dad's little bit of money? That's a joke." Ju Achun tugged his hand, signaling him not to be so blunt. Uncle Daiwan blushed and mumbled, "Old Third always judged people well. If he picked her, it's for a reason." Sheling didn't mind, smiling gently. "If anyone has questions, please ask now. Let's settle everything face to face. If not, please sign and leave a thumbprint on this contract and we'll call it done." Ju Achen signed first. Zheng Datong waited on the side. Suddenly, She Huan spoke quietly. "Sis, Titu is also my father-in-law's son. He should get something." In his heart, he always treated Titu as his own. Ju Achen quickly shook her head. "No need." Tang Hong rolled her eyes and snapped, "He's just a burden, not a real son. Did he ever register in the family? Did he ever worship at the ancestral hall?" She Huan's face darkened, and he fell silent. Xiao Yi frowned and said quietly, "Mom, don't say such harsh things. Ah Huan was just making a suggestion." Tang Hong huffed. "That kid's always been a burden, and who knows where he's run off to. Old Zheng spent so much money searching for him. If he hadn't wasted so much, there'd be more money left, always bringing bad luck." "Mom!" Xiao Yi shouted. "The real burden on this family was you. If not for you, would our family have fallen apart? Dad brought Aunt Achen in to care for us so we could eat and not go hungry. Without her, would Duo have grown up so well? All you did was gamble, curse, and ask us for money. What else did you do?" She was so upset she started ranting, but her attitude made Tang Hong flush with embarrassment and anger. "You're siding with outsiders, you ungrateful child. I'm your mother." Xiao Yi wanted to argue more, but She Huan pulled her away. Ju Achun quickly tried to calm things down. "Let's not fight. Taitu doesn't need anything. San Yuan just passed. Don't disturb his peace." Sheling's face was calm and her voice clear. "Taitu is independent and strong. He doesn't need Uncle Zheng's money. He'll do well on his own. Uncle Zheng loved him, and Titu knows that. That's enough. Once you've signed and stamped, everyone can go." With that, she gathered the documents and left. Cheng Tianyuan picked up Ju Achun and Duo. Shui Heng drove Shui Jilan and the younger couple away. Tang Hong watched them drive off, cursing under her breath. "That car shouldn't be sold. Datong, you don't even have a car, it should be yours. And your dad, why pick an outsider to handle the inheritance and one who doesn't get along with me? Wasn't that just to embarrass me?" Datong shook his head. "Mom, let it go. The villa is the biggest and most valuable, and it's ours." "But it's not even finished." Tang Hong frowned. "It's so big, and renovations are expensive. You only got a bit over 100,000 and you still need to get married and buy a car. It's not enough." She's mother frowned. "Do you really think it works? Spending tens of thousands a month on ads isn't cheap. Even someone like Ah Huan, a top doctor, only makes a little over 2,000 a month." "That's just base salary," She's father explained. "There are allowances, social security, and pensions. Some of it saved for later. They got a raise this year and Jilan's salary went up a lot. Even our retired relatives got a pension increase. Life's better now, and wages keep rising. Jilan said they'll go up every month from now on." "That's great!" She's mother couldn't help but feel a little envious, then realized the topic had drifted. "If the ads don't work, tell her to stop." Back in the day, things like sanitary pads and tissues were hidden away, never discussed even among girls. Now they're on TV, with wings and comfort features. As an old lady, she still felt awkward, especially since her own daughter was behind the ads. If it were anyone else, she might have scolded them, but now she just felt odd. She wondered if the big effect was actually a bad effect. "No," She's father shook his head. "I told you, the kids have their own way of doing business. We shouldn't interfere. She's much more capable than me. If she says it works, it works." "Really?" She's mother muttered. "I just feel embarrassed." He chuckled. "You're a woman, and an old one at that. When you were young, if you saw something like that for sale, wouldn't you have bought it?" "Of course," she admitted. "Back then, we used rags, tying and wrapping, always afraid they'd fall off, so embarrassing and unsafe. If there were disposable ones you could stick in your underwear, Every girl would buy them, even if it meant working hard to afford them. That's the effect of advertising, he explained. It lets people know the product and the brand. If you see it and want to buy it, that's a good ad. She thought about it and nodded. That does make sense. He lowered his voice. I heard from Ah Heng that there are orders almost every day now. Business must be good. That's good. She picked up Xiao Yue, glanced at the clock and said, He should eat. I'll make some porridge. As dinner approached, Cheng Tianyuan came home. He'd been too busy for business lately, but after returning from the funeral home, he rushed out to settle accounts and check the new shipment of tissues. Remembering what the shop owner said, he decided to talk to his wife. The house was filled with the aroma of food. He went to the kitchen to wash up. Ayuan, you're back? She's mother was feeding Xiao Yue. Your dad took the kids downstairs to buy roast duck. They should be back soon. He dried his hands and saw his own mother picking vegetables. Where's Lingling? Did she go out? No, she's across the hall. He went over and found Xue Ling on the phone, apparently booking rooms. She soon hung up. Honey, the scenery at Dingshan in the next city is famous. I just called about a new summer resort halfway up the mountain. There's a waterfall, hiking, and water play, perfect for escaping the heat. I booked 3 big rooms for 4 nights. What do you think? He hadn't expected her to act so fast and smiled. Whatever you decide is fine. She'd already made up her mind, so he just went along, happy to have a family trip. He'd clear his schedule and take everyone out for a break. Xie Ling beamed. It's stuffy outside. Thirsty? I'll get you some water. He thanked her and said quietly, A small shop owner contacted me, an old customer who's been buying tissues from me since last year. His shop is small, so he only restocks once a month. He said lots of women come in asking for the double-wing sanitary pads from the TV ads. He tried to order from the factory, but they only take big orders, at least 5,000 packs. His shop can't store that much, so he asked if I could get some for him. Oh. Xie Ling, a seasoned businesswoman, immediately understood. You want to buy from me? He nodded. My warehouse is big enough to stock more. The factory only does big orders, so small shops can't get stock. They end up buying from middlemen at higher prices. If I buy in bulk, I can sell to them at a fair price. Sure, Xue Ling agreed. I'll have my secretary arrange it tonight. Tomorrow, I'll transfer 10,000 packs from the warehouse for you to try selling. He smiled. Wife, what price will you give me? She winked. You're my husband, of course you get the family price. Too bad it's summer. If you needed to warm my bed, I'd give it to you for free. He laughed, pinching her cheek. I warm your bed every winter. Last night the AC was cold and you still snuggled up to me. Am I just a family price to you? She grinned. Free then. He gave her a teasing look. She glared back. What, you want me to pay you? He nodded. She pretended to be annoyed, snorting. He quickly grabbed her waist and tickled her. You can pay me tonight. Xie Ling burst out laughing. The house had been gloomy for days, but now laughter returned. Just then, Xiao Yue toddled in, peeking around. Seeing them both laughing, he giggled too. Cheng Tianyuan quickly straightened up. Xiao Yue, are you full? The little one nodded, his voice soft. Auntie, uncle, eat. At just over a year old, his words were still unclear, but the meaning was obvious. Cheng Tianyuan picked him up. Xue Ling went next door, where the kids were gathered around Xue's father, drooling over the roast duck. Wow, roast duck tonight? Renan explained excitedly. Mom, the restaurant downstairs is so popular, the line was so long. Xue Ling smiled. We live close. Next time go earlier. Yang shouted, I want sweet and sour sauce, and a big duck leg. Ronan snorted. Careful you don't get fat. Everyone laughed. Xue's father cut off a quarter and put it on a plate. Ronan Duo likes roast duck too. Take some to Aunt Achan and Duo. Okay, Ronan agreed. Xie Ling turned and saw her son delivering roast duck next door. She could faintly hear Achan and Duo's voices and felt a quiet, bittersweet emotion. The departed are gone. Grief is inevitable, but the living must keep moving forward, cherishing life and time. As the sun set, the sky was painted red and brilliant. May the future be even better. The next morning, everyone was busy packing clothes for the vacation resort. Xueling and Cheng Tianyuan still went to work, deciding to set off early the following morning. Cheng Tianyuan went to the warehouse to tidy up, then told the driver to go to the factory to load sanitary pads. Xueling had already instructed her secretary, and was now in her office checking orders from the past 2 days. Suddenly her phone rang. Xueling put down her notebook and pressed the answer button. "Hello? Is this Boss Xue? This is Old Six." Xueling smiled. "Hello, Sixth Master. This is Xueling." "Hello, Boss Xue. Here's the thing. I've told my old friend about your price, and his son thinks it's fair. But as for the size and location, he wants to see it in person." Xueling said, "Of course. Take them to see the place at Ming Lake. There are 2 property staff at Mingtian Tower, both young people. When you arrive, just explain your purpose and they'll take you upstairs to have a look. Their working hours are from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Go whenever it's convenient, and I'll call ahead to let them know." "This afternoon. We'll be there at 3. Xueling agreed, and after hanging up, she picked up the phone and called Zhao Zhang at Property Management. "My old friend, Sixth Master, will bring people to see the 8th floor. Please take good care of them. If they want to see other floors, that's fine too. Of course, the 10th floor is already rented and under renovation, so try not to disturb them." Zhao Zhang readily agreed. Xueling put down the phone and went to inspect the production line. The production line was a sterile environment, so she always had to put on protective clothing before entering. Busy with work, time flew by, and soon it was evening. As the big boss, Xueling didn't have fixed working hours. Once she finished, she drove home. Just as she reached her door, her phone rang again. "Hello, Boss Xue, it's me, Old Six again." Xueling paused and smiled. "The place is big and spacious, the windows are huge, and it's really bright inside. My old friend and his son both like it a lot. They said when you have time, they'd like to discuss signing the contract." Xueling chuckled. "All right, I'm taking my family on vacation tomorrow and will be back in 5 days. Tell them to think it over carefully and we can sign when I return." "Well?" "Boss Xue, my old friend also mentioned something else. His father had some past grievances with your Xue family. His surname is Mo. The old man passed away years ago. He said if you ask around, you'll know who they are. But he doesn't want to hide it. If you can let bygones be bygones, you can be landlord and tenant, maybe even friends." Xueling was momentarily stunned, unable to recall any Mo family. "I'm not sure about that. I'll talk to my dad first." Sixth Master was clearly well informed, having been in the capital for years and knowing almost everything. "Boss Xue, to be honest, this Mo family had serious conflicts with your family's eldest and second uncles, even fought them. But there was no issue with your dad. Old Mo was a real tough guy back then, a local tyrant in the capital, fighting, smashing, robbing, burning, all sorts of bad things. Later he was reformed and changed his ways, and his wife's family saved his life, so he survived. My friend is old Mo's youngest son." Xueling didn't know what to say and replied quietly, "If they were my family's old enemies, then let's not do business. Sixth Master, you know my family was once a noble household. What's past is past, and my family won't go looking for revenge. The building is for rent, but I don't need the money that badly. I can't make my uncles or my dad angry just for some profit." The Xue family had fallen on hard times before. The eldest and second uncles, as the family's pillars, had protected their brothers and cousins, but tragically suffered and died young. The eldest uncle left no children, while the second uncle left only one daughter, Xue Kong. Poor Xue Kong was sent away as a baby, secretly supported by the third uncle, who for years didn't dare acknowledge her. Later, Xue Kong grew up calling him third uncle, though she should have called him uncle. At the time, he didn't care about titles, just wanted her to be safe, hiding her identity as best he could. That disaster had cost many family members their lives. Her own father had remained unmarried for years, hiding away. Her mother waited for him for so long, almost becoming a spinster, before they finally married. That period was the most painful and trying time for the older generation of the Xue family. She was lucky not to have suffered through it, but she should remember that history and not casually do business with those who had persecuted her elders. Sixth Master wanted to persuade her further, but Xue Ling's tone was firm, and she soon hung up. Back home, the family was lively, getting ready for dinner. Xue Ling put the matter out of her mind and didn't mention it again. That night, everyone went to bed early. The next morning, the kids woke the adults with excited laughter. Yawning, Xue Ling asked, "By the way, is Zhao Yue coming with us?" "No," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "Zhao Yi said the trip is a bit far and he's too little to enjoy it. He'd just be trouble. Sister Achun is free at home and will help take care of him. He slept at her place last night and is very close to her." "That's good," Xue Ling smiled. Sister Achun used to be so distracted, always worrying about T2. Now she can finally settle down and take care of the family. With her help, Zhao Yi will have it much easier. Cheng Tianyuan nodded, lowering his voice. After living under the same roof for so many years, it's impossible not to have feelings. Just then, Yang Yang came over. "Dad, Mom, Grandpa says let's eat downstairs so we don't have leftovers at home." "All right, we'll listen to Grandpa." Cheng Tianyuan quickly changed clothes. "Wife, let's go wash up." A while later, the whole family went downstairs for breakfast. The kids were thrilled and ate quickly. She's parents were also happy, and Liu Ying was especially delighted. Since her serious illness last year, she hadn't traveled at all. After breakfast, the whole family got in the car and set off cheerfully. On the way, Xue Ling's phone kept ringing from time to time. Liu Ying, sitting in the back, couldn't help but feel sorry. "Look, Ling Ling finally gets to go out, but she's still so busy." She's mother shook her head and smiled. "She was just born to be busy. Let her be. By the way, did you tell Afang to stay home and rest? Not to go to work for now?" "I did, and she listened," Liu Ying replied. Her in-laws said the same. "Now that her mother-in-law is helping take care of her, I'm relieved." She's father tilted his head, half listening to his daughter's phone calls, frowning slightly. The 7-seater car had Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling sitting in the front. The 3 elders and Zhao Xin sat in the second row, while the 3 boys were in the back row. She's father leaned against the window, having caught most of the details of his daughter's phone conversation. So, when Xue Ling hung up, he couldn't help but ask, "Who were you talking to? That old 6? Xue Ling's eyes flickered and she nodded. "Yes, it was him." "What was it about?" her father asked curiously. "I think I heard him wanting to rent a floor in the building and you turned him down? He sounded like he was pleading with you." Xue Ling thought there was no need to hide it. Since her father had already heard most of it, she might as well tell him everything so he wouldn't have to guess. After she finished explaining, her father was silent for a moment, then let out a long sigh. "In the blink of an eye, decades have passed. Back then I was still a young man and now I'm an old man with gray hair. That bald Mo was at least 20 years older than me. He's already dead." Xue Ling said softly. Sixth Master was trying to plead for them, saying it was just an old grudge between the elders, and there's no need to hold on to it for so many years. But I don't think it's necessary. I built that building without borrowing a cent, so I'm not worried about finding tenants. Even if it's empty, I'll still be fine. Why should I rent to someone who once had a feud with our family? Her elders were still around. Even if she didn't know the Mo family personally, she had to consider her elders' feelings. Xue Ling explained, "They've probably looked all over the capital and found my place is close to the city center, in a great location, and the building is new. Plus there are 2 main roads right by the building so you can advertise directly from upstairs. It's not easy to find a place like that. Maybe they didn't want to show up themselves, so they sent Sixth Master as a go-between. My rental prices are all based on market rates, nothing unreasonable." They were clearly satisfied and didn't even try to bargain, just wanted to sign. Sixth Master is an old hand, values trust and promises, so before signing he explained their background to me. I politely refused. It's not easy for him as a middleman, so he called again to try to persuade me. Her father sighed again. He may be rough, but he's not unreasonable. So many years have passed, and at our age, we've seen through a lot. Bald Mo is already dead. No matter how deep the grudge, we wouldn't take it out on the younger generation. You don't need to worry. If you think it's fine, go ahead and rent it. Ling smiled, looking out at the green mountains and clear water. Dad, I told you I don't need to worry. Mingtian Tower will never lack tenants. Her father chuckled. If old Six calls a couple more times, just agree. He may be a bit crude, but he's got a good reputation in the capital. If he's giving you face, you should consider it. In the back, Shua's mother had caught most of the conversation and said gently, If your dad doesn't mind, you don't need to either. Families rise and fall, just like people. There are always ups and downs. The times were hard back then. And it wasn't just your Shua family. What's past is past. The people involved are all gone, and the younger generation doesn't even know their names. Let it go. But Ling still felt uneasy. Forget it. It's not like I need those tens of thousands. Seeing her insist, her parents figured it was her own business and didn't say more. Cheng Tianyuan had also heard most of it. He wanted to say something, but since it was his wife's building, he decided to let her make the call. The car drove on the highway for over an hour, and soon entered the neighboring city. After another 10 minutes, they arrived at the foot of a towering mountain. Under the blue sky and white clouds, green mountains and trees surrounded them, and a waterfall hung like a white ribbon, magnificent and breathtaking. Everyone exclaimed in awe. The kids stuck their heads out the window, shouting and laughing. Cheng Tianyuan quickly reminded them, Don't stick your heads out, okay? And don't put your hands out either. Ling called out with a smile, We'll be staying right by the waterfall. You'll see it every day for the next few days, so don't be too surprised. There'll be plenty of chances to play. Liu Ying laughed. Actually, there are beautiful mountains and trees near the capital too. We don't have to go far to have fun. Look at this scenery. It's wonderful. Shua's parents nodded in agreement. Cheng Tianyuan explained, Mom, this resort was only built at the end of last year. In recent years, as living standards have improved, tourism and related industries have started to grow. Before, even if we wanted to come, there were no roads or resorts. Couldn't get here, couldn't stay. Liu Ying laughed heartily. The car wound its way up the mountain, round after round. The kids shouted and cheered, and even the 3 elders were infected by their joy, laughing happily. Ling couldn't help but sigh. The only pity is that Dad is still in Chengjia village. We'll have to bring him next year. Yesterday at noon, Liu Xiaoyu had called to say the old house had been demolished, the foundation expanded by half, and after talking with the village chief, the road in front was straightened, giving them a small front yard for flowers and plants. Liu Xiaoyu also said the village chief was very enthusiastic and helpful. With many workers, it only took a day and a half to move the road, but with the extra work, more money was needed. With the foundation and steel, the money she'd sent was almost gone. I hung up and immediately had the accountant transfer another 50,000 to Liu Xiaoyu's account. Dad still has money, right? Remember to call him and check. Don't let him and Uncle Chang be too frugal. Right, her father agreed. Brother Muhai is always frugal, and Uncle Chang even more so. They're both hard-working and probably help the workers too. Working is fine, but they need to eat well. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and explained, Before I got on the plane, I gave him 2,000 yuan. That'll last him a long time. No need to worry, Liu Ying laughed. Things are cheaper in Chengjia village. In the capital, an egg costs over 40 cents, but there it's just 20. 2,000 yuan will last those 2 old men for years. That won't do. Shua's mother shook her head. Too frugal. Ayuan, remember to send your dad some money every month. Don't let him scrimp. Okay, Cheng Tianyuan agreed. Xiao Xin was so excited, she leaned forward, urging, Daddy, drive faster. Hurry up. We want to go to the top. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled indulgently. We'll check in at the resort first, settle in and have lunch, then go to the top. Daddy, the waterfall's back, Renan shouted. It's so beautiful. Yang teased his brother. You can't call a waterfall beautiful. Look how grand and magnificent it is. Renan rolled his eyes, retorting, "If you're so great, you describe it." Yang patted his chest and recited, "The waterfall plunges 3,000 feet as if the Milky Way fell from the sky." Everyone applauded. Xiaochong asked, "Second brother, what are you singing?" "It's a poem." "Who wrote it?" "An ancient person." "Who's the ancient person?" "I forgot." Everyone burst out laughing. The mountain resort was quite large and spacious. Maybe because it was summer vacation, there were plenty of tourists, especially those who liked to gather by the railings to watch the waterfall, enjoying the cool, misty mountain breeze and exclaiming how refreshing it was. Xue and Cheng Tianyuan went to check in. A nearby staff member enthusiastically explained, "There are a lot of negative ions near the waterfall, which are very beneficial for our health. Our resort is known as a healing sanctuary." Xue took the sales pitch in stride and smiled. "All right, then we'll go down and get some healing later." Liu Ying and the three elders took the kids to see the waterfall. When they saw someone selling sour plum juice nearby, they bought a bowl for each child to quench their thirst. Papa Xue didn't like sour things, so after a few sips, he gave up. Yang, the big eater, immediately took over and downed it in one gulp. Xiaochong only drank half before giving up, and Yang happily finished off his brother's leftovers too. Xue was a bit worried and quickly said, "You can't drink anymore, or you'll get an upset stomach." Cheng Tianyuan shot him a look and said in a low voice, "This stuff is refreshing, but too much is bad for your stomach." Yang stuck out his tongue and didn't dare drink anymore. The family went upstairs to get settled. Xue had booked 3 rooms, one for Papa and Mama Xue with Xiao Xin and Xiao Chong, one for Liu Ying and the 2 boys, and one for herself and Cheng Tianyuan. The place was very spacious, with a large balcony and a roomy bathroom. Xue, not used to traveling, was already exhausted from the journey and collapsed onto the bed. Cheng Tianyuan boiled water, washed the cups and thermos, and unpacked their luggage. Xue gazed out at the rolling green mountains, squinting her eyes in contentment. Days like this are wonderful. Open the window and all you see is green. For the first time, I feel so close to nature. Cheng Tianyuan, not the romantic type, replied in his straightforward way, "There are plenty of views like this back in Chengjia village. When I open the window, all I see are shriveled mountains in the distance and a messy forest behind the house." Xue. She laughed in exasperation and threw a big pillow at him. "Then go back to Chengjia village. You can be close to nature every day." Cheng Tianyuan shrugged with a smile. "If I really liked it that much, I wouldn't have moved to the county." Xue couldn't help but ask, "You prefer the bustling city, don't you?" "Not really." He folded clothes as he spoke softly. "Wherever you are, that's where I want to be." Xue was amused and replied sweetly, "I came to the capital and you came with me. It's been over 10 years now. When Yang was born, they'd come to the capital. Now the little guy was almost 11. Cheng Tianyuan paused, then chuckled. "Time flies." After a while, they went downstairs to eat. The resort restaurant was beautifully decorated, but the food was outrageously expensive. Liu Ying kept frowning and muttering, "So expensive, ridiculously expensive." Xue laughed. "Mom, we rarely get to go out and have fun, so don't worry about the prices. Since we're here, let's eat well and enjoy ourselves." "Right," Papa Xue agreed. "Anyway, they're paying, so let them handle it. We have food, a place to stay, fun, and the kids and grandkids with us. All we need to do is be happy." Everyone laughed. Xiao Xin called out, "Mom, I want poached chicken." "Okay," Xue agreed and ordered one. Renan shouted, "I want that, candied sweet potatoes." "Okay," Yang said, "I want sizzling lamb." "Okay." Soon, the server took the menu and brought out some appetizers. The kids, each with their own chopsticks, were delighted. "It's so nice to go out with Mom." "Yeah, Mom picks such fancy, pretty places. And she orders so much food," Cheng Tianyuan said seriously. "That's because your mom has money." Everyone burst out laughing. After a happy lunch, The family went to play by the deep pool beneath the waterfall. There were stone railings around the pool, and a small river wound its way down the mountain. The kids went to the river to wash their hands and feet. The three elders followed. She Ling and Cheng Tianyuan sat by the deep pool, enjoying the scenery and the cool breeze. Liu Ying watched the kids play and didn't stop them. "The air here is so good. The mountain breeze is so cool." Mama Xue nodded. "The waterfall's mist makes the breeze really refreshing." Papa Xue joked, "If it were morning or evening, we'd probably need sweaters." The kids soon got their clothes and pants wet. The elders didn't mind, letting them play, only reminding them not to go into the river. Cheng Tianyuan, a bit worried, went to the hotel kitchen to ask the chef to make a pot of ginger soup. "How much do I owe you?" The chef asked if they were guests, and Cheng Tianyuan gave their room numbers. The chef smiled and said it was free, just come pick it up in half an hour. Cheng Tianyuan thanked him and went back to join the kids. She Ling leaned lazily against the stone railing, half dozing to the sound of the waterfall. Suddenly, her phone rang. She Ling sighed and stepped away from the waterfall to answer. Her secretary explained that Ahu had called the factory that afternoon to place an order for 20,000 packs, hoping to pick them up within 10 days. "Our current orders are booked for over a month. There's no way to squeeze this in." She Ling thought for a moment and said, "Tell him we can rush 10,000 packs in 10 days, and the other 10,000 next month. Also, let him know that from now on, he needs to place orders in advance. Orders are piling up and we can't do next-day delivery like before." The secretary agreed and hung up. Just as she was about to leave, her phone rang again. She Ling glanced at the screen. It was the property management office at Ronghua Mall. "Hello? Xiao Shui? It's old Liao." She Ling smiled. "Yes, it's me. Hello? What's up?" "Xiao Shui." There was a dispute between two shops on the first floor. They argued this morning and even got into a fight this afternoon. Lots of people gathered to watch, and it looked bad. I tried to mediate with security, but they wouldn't listen, and even threatened a price war tomorrow. Shi Ling frowned slightly. "Tell them that breaking mall rules will be punished. If they settle today, fine. If not, they'll have to leave. If there's more trouble, call the police. Our mall is for legitimate business, not thuggery." "Okay, I'll talk to them." "One more thing. These days, a man in his 30s or 40s has been coming to your sister-in-law's shop asking for her. The shop was sublet through me, so the staff and owner don't know your sister-in-law is the landlord. They all say they don't know her. I don't think he's up to any good." Shi Ling's eyes narrowed. "Please keep an eye on him, but don't tell my sister-in-law for now. She's pregnant and resting at home, and she's emotionally fragile. I'll call Shui Heng and have him contact you. You can pull the security footage and let him help identify the man." "All right, I'll get on it. Tell Shui Heng to come before 5 if possible. After work, I might not be here." Xie Ling agreed, then immediately called Shui Heng. "What's up? Having so much fun you had to call and share?" Xie Ling chuckled and lowered her voice. "I actually have something I need you to handle." She then relayed everything Liao Zhongnian had said. Xie Heng paused, then said quietly, "Do you think it could be that Lin Kong from back then?" Xie Ling frowned. "That's my guess, too. Old Liao said the guy didn't look like a good person. From his description, it really could be him." "Didn't we drive him away years ago?" Xie Heng said irritably, lowering his voice. "That bastard actually dares to come back." Xue Ling thought for a moment and explained, "It's been a long time. He probably forgot the pain after the wound healed. People like him, as long as they find a crack, will try to squeeze through. We can't be careless. We have to handle this carefully. Afang is pregnant now and shouldn't be frightened or stressed. You go take care of it yourself, don't let her know. If there's any progress, call me and we'll discuss it." Shui Heng quickly agreed. "I'll drive over to find Brother Liao right now." The next moment, the phone was filled with nothing but the beep-beep of a disconnected call. Xue Ling pursed her lips and put away her phone. The kids had already been called over by Cheng Tianyuan to go back to their rooms and change clothes. Mama Xue was well prepared and brought over a big bag. "I brought clothes for everyone, one set each. Come on, let's all change. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. Mom always thinks of everything. Mama Shui explained with a smile. It's always like this when they go to the beach. I always prepare a set of clothes for each of them in advance. Once they're done playing, they can change right away. The older kids changed quickly. The younger ones needed help from Dad and Grandma. Xueling put away her phone and walked over, teasing. Changing clothes in public. Aren't you all embarrassed? Renan giggled. It's fine. I'm still wearing my undies. Zhao Chong quickly covered his little bird and burst out laughing. Cheng Tianyuan hurriedly grabbed him and put on his shorts. Yang, jiggling his chubby body, asked, Mom, why don't you ever play with us? You're always on the phone. Xueling pinched his chubby arm and explained, Mom has things to do. Cheng Tianyuan frowned and scolded, Yang, hurry up and get dressed. Don't catch a cold. Yang stuck out his tongue and quickly put on his t-shirt. Let's go. Time for ginger tea. Cheng Tianyuan led the group back to the hotel. Papa Shui was reluctant to leave and stayed on the stone bench to enjoy the view and the breeze. Xueling didn't want to leave either, so she sat down next to him to keep him company. Dad, there aren't really any waterfalls in the capital, are there? Papa Shui shook his head. There are only small hills and mountains in the capital. Waterfalls are usually only found in deep or high mountains. I see. Xueling took a deep breath and said, Air full of negative ions and moisture. It really is comfortable. Papa Shui liked it too and explained, Back when we lived in Rongcheng, there was a small waterfall nearby, but it was much smaller than this, maybe 10 meters high at most. In the summer evenings after work, I'd take your mom there. It was a half-hour bike ride. The days were long in summer, so it wasn't too late after work and we could go for a stroll. Back then, my job was stable. Our family was simple and warm and life was pretty good. Those days in Rongcheng must have been happy. Xueling smiled. I never heard you say life was hard back then. Papa Shui nodded with a smile. Transportation wasn't convenient. Bicycles were the best, but you could hardly find one in the whole county. Life was poor, but our spirits weren't. We were content and happy. Maybe it was because life had been so hard before, and finally marrying your mom and starting our own family, going from chaos to stability. By comparison, it felt so much happier. Xueling couldn't help but laugh. Rongcheng is a milestone for our family. After her parents married, they soon moved south to Rongcheng. The three of them lived a peaceful and happy life there for a while. It was also there that they met the Cheng Muhai family. The two families were colleagues and neighbors and became very close. Later, something happened at the factory, and thanks to Cheng Muhai's efforts, Papa Shui's life was saved. That huge favor was why Papa Shui agreed to the marriage arrangement, and even after so many years, he never forgot the promise and insisted on marrying his daughter to Cheng Tianyuan. After marrying Cheng Tianyuan, Xueling settled down in Rongcheng with him, started a business, and began their new life together. All these years, Rongcheng has been so important to us. That's why I named the mall Ronghua Mall. Papa Shui chuckled softly. The most wonderful thing about life is that you never know what will happen next. Anything is possible. Back then, you didn't want to marry Ayuan, but look at you now. So close, with a house full of kids. Xueling smiled, her eyes crinkling. That night, the family watched TV together and went to bed early. The next morning, Xue Heng called. I checked the security footage, but it's not very clear and I can't recognize him. Mainly, I don't know the guy. He's about 1.72 or 1.73 meters tall with a fair face. Hearing this, Xue Ling immediately concluded it was Lin Kong. Among the people Cheng Tianfang knew, aside from those from Chengjia village, there were only her vocational school classmates and colleagues from the capital. Her classmates would have her contact info, and her colleagues even more so. Back then, Lin Kong had met her at the bakery and knew she was the owner. Ah Heng, don't let Ah Feng know about this, you handle it. Xue Heng replied angrily. All right, I'll wait downstairs today and give him a good beating if I see him. Xueling thought for a moment and said quietly, You need a reason to hit someone. If you beat him up for no reason, you'll end up in jail. Hitting someone like that just dirties your hands. He's all talk and can't say a word of truth. Don't believe anything he says. Just tell him you're Cheng Tianfang's husband and ask what he wants. He'll try to find a loophole, but don't give him any. Just say you'll call the police. People like him only bully the weak and fear the strong. He's most afraid of the police. Got it? Xue Heng agreed. Xue Ling put down her phone and went to wash up, but halfway through her phone rang again. This time it was Grandpa Lu. No surprise, he was calling to plead for someone. Xue Ling smiled and said warmly, "Grandpa Lu, you really are patient and persistent. I talked to my dad about this yesterday. He's getting old and forgetful and doesn't want to dwell on the past. He told me not to let old grudges affect the younger generation. If the other party sincerely wants to rent the building, then it's fine. Let's not bring up the past." Grandpa Lu was deeply moved and laughed. "Turning hostility into friendship is best. Your father is a kind man, truly forgiving. The Shi family really is as generous as their reputation." Xue Ling chuckled. "Grandpa Lu, I'll be back in the capital in 3 days. Let's sign the contract on the first floor of the building next Monday morning." "Great. Thank you, Boss Xue," Grandpa Lu said with a wry smile. "My old friend nags me every day to persuade you. Luckily, your father is so magnanimous, and you're generous too, or I wouldn't have dared to ask." "Thank you for your trouble," Xue Ling said. "It's settled then. Goodbye." She hung up and saw a chubby head poking in at the door. It was Xue Yang. He rolled his eyes and grumbled, "Mom, can't you stop being on the phone all the time? We've been waiting forever for you to eat breakfast." All right, I'm coming," Xue Ling replied with a big smile, but the young boy still wouldn't let it go, complaining, "Mom, why do you have so many phone calls every day? We finally get to go out together, but you're always on the phone. Are you sure you're here to play with us? Because it doesn't really seem like it." Xue Ling gave a wry smile and went over to ruffle his hair. "If Mom didn't work hard to make money, how could I afford to take you all on vacation, right? Son, just this big room we're staying in costs over $300 a night. Remember how good the food was yesterday? That big table of dishes cost several hundred, too." Xue Yang stared in shock, frowning. "It's that expensive?" "Yes," Xue Ling explained. "This is a tourist area, far from the noisy city. Everything here is more expensive, especially in a luxury mountain resort like this. It's halfway up a mountain, so all the supplies have to be brought up from below. Of course it's pricey." Xue Yang nodded. Xue Ling continued, "Doing business means I have to take calls. No calls, no money coming in or out. Without money, how could we come to such a nice place? I have to keep my phone on so I can keep taking you all out to play in the future." "Oh," Xue Yang pouted and muttered, "I just wanted you to play with us a bit more." Xue Ling smiled and patted his shoulder. "You all go down and order first. Mom will be right there. Order whatever you like and eat your fill. We're going to hike up the mountain later." The boy grinned happily and bounced away. Xue Ling quickly tossed her phone aside and went to wash up. She never liked wearing makeup and never bought cosmetics. Luckily, she didn't have to attend any formal events, or she might seem a bit underdressed. Almost 40 now, her skin was starting to lose its firmness and wasn't as smooth as before. The only good thing was that she was still fair-skinned, with no acne or blackheads, so she didn't look too bad. She quickly washed her face, dried off, ran a comb through her hair, and hurried downstairs. Everyone was already waiting in the restaurant, and the food was about to be served. Cheng Tianyuan looked a bit troubled. "If we go up and down the mountain, the kids might get hungry on the way. There are only a few little shops here, and everything is crazy expensive." Xue Ling suggested, "Let's buy some tasty biscuits and bring some water. If anyone gets hungry on the way, they can have a snack. The food here is fresh, so let's come back for lunch." "So good," Liu Ying laughed. "That poached chicken Yang Yang ordered yesterday was so tender and smooth. I had several pieces." Mama Xue nodded in agreement. "The chef here is really skilled. Last night's stir-fried chives were so good I ate a whole bowl of rice with them." Papa Xue smiled warmly. "Then let's eat here for lunch and dinner. If the kids get hungry while we're out, they can have some biscuits. If there are little buns, buy a few to take along too." "I'll go buy them," Yang shouted. Ranan chimed in. I'll help. Shi smiled. All right, you boys go pick out what you want. Cheng Tianyuan saw everyone agreed. Even though it pained him a bit, everything was so expensive, he didn't say anything. When you're traveling, the most important thing is to be happy and eat well. If you're always counting every penny, you might as well not go out at all. He thought he should learn from his wife. Money is for spending. Save some, but don't be afraid to use the rest. It was his own fault for not earning enough, which made him so stingy about small expenses. After breakfast, everyone packed biscuits and water, put on sun hats, and happily set off to climb the mountain. Beijing, city center, Ronghua Mall. Zheng Xiaoyi sat at her computer typing carefully. She'd only just started learning, so she wasn't very fast, and a single assignment could take her an hour or two. Finally, she hit save, plugged in her USB drive, and copied her work. She glanced at the clock in the corner of the screen. It was already after 4 in the afternoon. She hurriedly got up and rushed home to her mother's place. The apartment they used to live in had been given to Duo, so now Ju Achun and Zheng Duo still lived there. Duo's summer tutoring had just ended, so he'd been home these past few days. Zheng Xiaoyi opened the door and found Zhao Yue sleeping on the sofa, the ceiling fan slowly spinning, sending a gentle breeze through the room. She smiled and tiptoed over. The little one had a small towel over his belly and was sleeping soundly. Ju Achun was busy in the kitchen. She poked her head out and whispered, "He's been asleep for over an hour and is still sleeping well." Zheng Xiaoyi smiled and went to the kitchen. "Auntie, you have to take care of Duo and Zhao Yue. Thank you for all your hard work." Ju Achun shook her head gently. "It's not hard. Duo is busy with his studies, so I just have to make his meals. Zhao Yue is a good boy, not hard to look after." She'd been busy looking for T2 before and hadn't had time to take care of Zhao Yue full time, but the little one came over almost every day, so they were close and it wasn't hard to take over. Now that we know where that boy is, I don't worry as much. Zhao Yi, Fang needs to rest for her pregnancy, and your mother-in-law can't always watch Zhao Yue. When you start school next week, just leave Zhao Yue with me. Don't worry, I'll take good care of him." Zheng Xiaoyi was truly grateful. "Auntie, I can't thank you enough for helping with Zhao Yue. I'm busy with school and work, out early and back late, and I really can't manage. I'd ask the neighbors to help, but they're getting older and have their own grandkids. I always felt bad troubling them." Ju Achun smiled. "I'll look after him with their help. If I get too busy, I'll ask them to watch him for a bit. I'll also take him to play with Zhao Xin and Zhao Cheng sometimes. Kids need company to be happy." "Thank you, Auntie." Zheng Xiaoyi was moved to tears. "You live close by, so it's easy for me and Huan to pick him up. It's really the best." Ju Achun laughed. "We're family. No need to be so polite. There's soup on the stove. Go have a bowl. I bought a lot of groceries this morning. You and Huan should come here for dinner tonight. Take Xiao Yue home after you eat." "Okay," Zheng Xiaoyi said. "I'll help pick the vegetables in a bit." Ju Achun ladled out a big chicken drumstick and smiled. Duo is still studying, so I'll take this in to him." A moment later, Duo's happy shout came from the room. "Auntie, I love drumsticks the most." Zheng Xiaoyi sipped the fragrant chicken soup, listening to her little brother's laughter, feeling warm inside. Her father was gone, but Auntie was still here, so this was still home. These days, she and her brother and mother had grown distant, but she actually felt more at ease. Huan no longer had to put on a stern face because of their mother, and she didn't have to keep asking him for money for their mom. She'd quietly told Huan that maybe Dad's illness was triggered by Datong's mistakes. Huan was silent for a moment, then said quietly, "If that's the case, just don't get too close to him. Stay family, but don't be too close. The dead are gone. There's no point digging into it now. It'll only cause more trouble. There's an old saying. A gentleman keeps his distance from petty people. Remember that. Auntie Achun and Duo rely on each other and live close to us. You should look after them. Whether Dad is here or not, she's like half a family member to you." She would always remember these words. She'd neglected Auntie before, and even her own father. She'd been foolish. Now she would never make that mistake again. Not far away, in another suite, the slightly plump Chung Tianfang was leaning back on the sofa, watching TV and eating an apple. Chen Shi was sweeping nearby and asked with a smile, "Afang, is the apple tasty?" "It's delicious, crisp and sweet." Chung Tianfang speared a piece with a toothpick and handed it to Chen Shi. "Mom, you have some too." Chen Shi shook her head. "No, you eat. You're pregnant. Eating more fruit is good for the baby." "Mom, it's not like apples are anything rare." Chung Tianfang laughed. "You should try some too, or you won't know how good it is and might not buy it next time." Chen Shi smiled, put down her broom and took the apple. Very sweet." Chung Tianfang stood up, supporting her waist, and slowly walked around the room. Chen Shi reminded her, "That side was just cleaned. Walk over here." After being cooped up at home for days, Chung Tianfang couldn't help but look outside. "Mom, has Xiao Yue been at Aunt Chun's these past few days?" "Yes," Chen Shi replied helplessly. "Xiao Yi has a lot of schoolwork, and the new semester is about to start, so she's busy with assignments. She's studying surgery and has a lot to learn. Her teacher recently got them involved in a research project, so she's been running around like crazy. Ah Huan is busy too, so he can't help at home." For a while, Xiao Yue was with Uncle Wu's family, but they went on a trip, so Aunt Chun has been looking after him. Last night I had time, so I brought him to sleep with us old folks. Before you got up this morning, I took him back to Aunt Chun's. Luckily, we all live close by and can help each other out. Otherwise, it'd be impossible to shuttle him around like this. Chung Tianfang gently stroked her rounded belly and smiled. "I'm in the stable period now, so I don't need as much help. Mom, in a couple of days, you can take care of Xiao Yue. I can manage on my own." But Chen Shi wasn't reassured and said softly, "Your third uncle says you're a bit older, so you're considered an advanced maternal age. You need to be extra careful. I'll keep making your meals and do the shopping. With Xiao Yue's grandma helping, you don't need to worry." Chung Tianfang felt a little embarrassed. "You're running around taking care of everything. It's too much work." "It's not hard when you have grandkids," Chen Shi said cheerfully. "At our age, having grandchildren around is the greatest blessing." Looking at the deepening wrinkles on her mother-in-law's face, Chung Tianfang felt a pang of tenderness. In the blink of an eye, her mother-in-law was already in her 60s, with more wrinkles every day. Yet she still thought of her children in every way, tirelessly caring for her and her pregnancy. When she found out she was pregnant in March, the whole family was overjoyed for days. Especially Xue Heng, who was so happy he started babbling nonsense and even teared up. She was thrilled too, hardly daring to believe it, and kept asking the doctor if it was true. She even had her third uncle check her pulse, and only after he confirmed it several times did she burst into tears of joy in Xue Heng's arms. They had waited so many years for this child. Finally, it had come. She'd drunk countless packets of herbal medicine and tonics, hoping day and night, and finally, their wish was granted. Not only were she and her husband overjoyed, but her in-laws and her own parents were so happy they couldn't sleep for 3 days. Her sister-in-law quickly bought her loose maternity clothes and even prepared a crib to send over, but with the joy came morning sickness, which made her lose a lot of weight. She was constantly nauseous and dizzy, couldn't eat, and spent all day lying in bed, getting up only to feel faint. She suffered a lot, often crying in secret. Xue Heng was very worried and felt terrible for her, never expecting pregnancy to be so hard. He became even more attentive, staying by her side at all times. Her third uncle explained that her age and naturally cold constitution made her symptoms worse. He prescribed some medicine to calm her and the baby, which helped her sleep better and eased her discomfort. She finally made it to the stable period and planned to return to work at the TV station, but after standing for just over an hour, her back and legs ached and she felt unwell all over. Xue Heng rushed to pick her up and accompanied her to ask for leave from her boss. She'd already taken more than 2 months off, and her boss was reluctant to approve more. Only after Xue Heng asked cousin Xue Kong for help did things work out. Cousin Shuekong was very understanding and said that with a doctor's note, she could take leave and focus on her pregnancy, emphasizing that the baby was most important. But her allowance was reduced, or even gone, and only her base salary would be paid. She was a bit reluctant, but knew the child was most important and agreed right away. Her brother was right. A family without children is never as stable as one with them. Her in-laws were open-minded, but deep down they were still traditional elders who hoped for grandchildren and a thriving family. They never said it outright, but their hints and encouragement made it clear. Xue Heng had even argued with her several times about having children. He said he wasn't greedy, 1 or 2 kids would be enough, ideally a boy and a girl. Because of this child, he became even more gentle and caring, often buying her gifts and transferring all his savings to her account, saying it was to make up for her lost allowance. This child's arrival made her feel more valued in the family and greatly strengthened their marriage. So she cherished this child, even more than her own life. She gently stroked her belly and looked out the window. I called my sister-in-law last night. They said they'd be back today. They're probably already on the road. Chen Shi smiled. They haven't really gone out this summer, and the kids have been talking about it every day. Now that Lingling has some free time, they all went out together. She paused, then added, I heard from Ah Heng that the new factory they invested in is fully automated, so they don't need many workers and production is very fast. Lingling isn't as busy as before, but she's earning even more now. Cheng Tianfang nodded. They invested so much money. Of course it's to make money. It was tens of millions. Ah Heng only has a 10% share. Chen Shi was very content and said softly, He's made a lot over the years working with Lingling. Even 10% is a lot. Compared to people who just earn a salary, her son's annual income was more than most people made in a lifetime. To Chen Shi, this was already as good as it gets. But Cheng Tianfang was clearly not satisfied and muttered, Mom, our income is good, but our fixed assets are way behind my sister-in-law's. In recent years, property prices in the capital have skyrocketed. The mall my sister-in-law built, plus the new building, are both going up in value every month. Chen Shi chuckled. We can't compare with Lingling. I used to tell Ah Heng to buy a few more apartments, but he said as long as we had enough to live in, that was enough. So we just bought these 3, got a new car, and that was it. That's why I scold him, Cheng Tianfang snorted. No vision at all. These days you need to know how to make money and how to invest. That way your money grows and your assets keep increasing in value. That's how you really build wealth. And fast, too. Chen Shi couldn't help but laugh, continuing to sweep the floor. Then you should teach him, or have him learn a bit from Lingling. Cheng Tianfang thought of the extra million or so in her account and felt secretly delighted. I've told him, but he might not listen. I've decided I'm going to help him invest next. Chen Shi paused her sweeping, then said a bit awkwardly, Afang, our family can't compare to Lingling's. Brother Wu and his family started their business early, and they've lived in the capital for years, so they've had way more opportunities. Ah Heng was only able to make money at first because Brother Wu brought him in. I heard from Sister Haitong that all those houses and land they have were bought on Lingling's advice over a decade ago. Lingling's business always made big profits, and with Brother Wu and the others backing her up, things developed so quickly. We can do it too, Cheng Tianfang explained. Apartments can only be rented out for a bit of steady income. I'm planning to invest in storefronts. Think about it, Mom. Storefronts are also real estate, but the rent is way higher than apartments. It's still fixed income. The 2 shops my sister-in-law gave me now bring in several thousand a month, almost twice my salary. Chen Shi's eyes widened in surprise, then she smiled. The mall here is in the most prosperous part of the city, so business is booming. Of course, the storefronts here are also the most expensive in the whole capital. Cheng Tianfang leaned back comfortably on the sofa. Having a stable job is great. You get a steady income every month. And after retirement, there's a pension and social security, a lifetime iron rice bowl, nothing to worry about. But compared to people doing business, the income just doesn't compare. She let out a long sigh and continued. When my sister-in-law first went to Rongcheng, she worked as an editor at a newspaper, making just 200 a month. Later, she started doing translations and began to make money, then invested bit by bit, and it just snowballed into the wealth she has today. Cherish was very curious and chuckled. I always knew Lingling was good at making money, but I never dared ask how much she actually has. Afang, do you know about how much Lingling is worth now? Cheng Tianfang paused, thinking it over. I don't know exactly, and even if you asked her, she probably wouldn't tell the truth. But we can try to estimate. She raised her hands and started counting on her fingers. She first invested in the shops in the development zone. Now all that income goes to Big Brother. Then she invested in the photo studio, and that income goes to my parents for household expenses. After that, she invested in Wangjiangwan Phases 1 and 2. Over the years, Chen Min and a little secretary have been collecting rent and managing things for her. Chen Min sends money every month. Last time I wasn't feeling well, Ah Heng and my sister-in-law were abroad, so Big Brother picked me up from the TV station. He said he'd just checked the bank for Chen Min's transfer. I asked about it, and he said sometimes there's more, sometimes less, since tenants pay at different times, but it's usually between 100 and 200,000 a month. That much? Cherish asked in surprise. The rent there is low. How could it be so much? Cheng Tianfang explained. Phase 1 was bought by my sister-in-law, only about 30 units, so that's less. But Phase 2 she built herself, and she couldn't bear to sell some, so she kept over 100 units. Over the years, they've all been rented out, so there's income every month. Cherish was amazed and whispered, That much? Cheng Tianfang shook her head. There's even more in the capital, and in the provincial capital. Later, my sister-in-law partnered with Ahu to wholesale clothes, starting with one shop and eventually getting her own warehouse and a dozen shops. Ahu only had a 10% share at first, but he made enough for houses, cars, and is rolling in money. I guess my sister-in-law made several million a year in those years. And then there's the pig farm. Brother Liu Xiaoyu said the number of pigs grows every year, and my sister-in-law probably makes about 200,000 a year from that. Cherish waved her hand. No need to keep counting, you'll never finish. The most valuable is Ronghua Mall. She invested tens of millions at the start, and now you could add a zero to that. Plus the main factory, the branch factory, and that company, and now there's the new building. It must be at least $1 billion. Cheng Tianfang paused, wiggling her 10 fingers, realizing she couldn't even count that high. It was just too much. She pouted. My sister-in-law said that company doesn't make much, but I bet it's still hundreds of thousands a year. The last couple of years she hasn't done much with tapes or videos, just rents the factory out as a warehouse, which brings in about 100,000 a year. Now her third uncle's eldest son helps look after it. Cherish thought for a moment and shook her head. That's not right. I heard from Chen Shuiyu upstairs, who's from the south, that her daughter is still singing. Cheng Tianfang shook her head. She's not making tapes anymore. It's all VCDs now. Her daughter records VCDs for people or sings children's songs. My sister-in-law didn't invest in that. She said she's waiting for new media. After that company was closed, she just rented it out as a warehouse and stopped doing anything else. Cherish clicked her tongue. Anyway, just those 2 buildings under Lingling's name are enough to make anyone jealous, and after investing in the main factory, she's sure to make a fortune. Cheng Tianfang, who understood finances better, explained, Actually, in all my sister-in-law's investments, her real estate holdings have only increased, and she rarely sells anything. She turned the money she made from jeans into Mingqian Tower and invested in a new production line. She doesn't keep much cash, but she quickly turns it into fixed assets, which then becomes steady income. As her assets grow, her fixed income keeps increasing. This kind of investment is very stable with nothing to worry about. Cherish didn't really understand, but just nodded. Cheng Tianfang smiled. I'm going to talk to Ah Heng and learn from my sister-in-law's investment methods. She has more money, so she invests big. We have less, so we'll just buy storefronts. Mom, a good storefront can earn for years, and the rent is much higher than apartments. Cherish smiled and shook her head. I don't understand this stuff. You and Ah Heng just discuss it yourselves. Both sons were married now, and she didn't want to interfere, especially not with their finances. From the start, they'd agreed. She and old Shui would spend their own salaries, and the sons and daughters-in-law would manage their own money. If you invest well, I have other plans too. Cheng Tianfang giggled. Her job at the TV station was stable, but the hours were fixed, and sometimes she had to work nights with no freedom at all. If she invested well and made good money, she planned to do what Brother Ahu did, apply for unpaid leave so she'd have more free time and could take care of the family. With a child, the family would be even busier, so she'd have to manage her time well to balance both family and making money. The money Ahung gave her was enough to buy several storefronts. If she applied for installment payments, she might even be able to buy a dozen. If each one brought in 2,000 a month, that'd be over 20,000. In a year, that's more than 200,000. She worked herself to the bone for a year and only made about 20,000 in salary. If she invested this money, she could just sit at home and collect rent instead of working herself to death. Then she could take care of the child and the family, and she was sure Aheng would agree. From then on, he'd earn the money, she'd invest and collect it, and the money would keep growing. In just a few years, they could become really wealthy. Thinking of this, she felt delighted. In the blink of an eye, autumn arrived, bringing cool breezes and golden scenery everywhere. Zheng Xiaoyi had no classes that afternoon. She ate a quick lunch in the cafeteria, hurriedly finished and handed in her homework, then caught a bus home. Her father had once bought her a car as part of her dowry, but her older brother borrowed it and later accidentally crashed it into a wall, damaging the engine. Even after repairs, it kept breaking down. In the end, she had to sell the car. But since the engine had been damaged, it fetched almost nothing, barely more than scrap value. Xue Huan suggested she buy another car, using part of the 100,000 plus yuan her father had left her so she could get to and from school more easily. But she was reluctant to spend the money. She'd often had to ask him for money before, and even though his salary was decent, he'd nearly run into financial trouble at one point. She planned to save the money, some for her tuition, some as a family emergency fund. Aunt Chun had told her that every family runs into inconvenient times, so it's important to have some savings set aside. She agreed, so she decided to wait until after graduation to buy another car. Luckily, there was a bus stop right by the mall, so even without a car, it was easy to get around. There was always a bus available. She got off the bus and hurried toward the residence elevator. Lately, Aunt Chun and the neighbors had been helping take care of Xiao Yue, and sometimes his grandparents did too. The little guy was lively, looking better and growing taller, with a chubby, adorable face. She and Xue Huan were both busy, so she was grateful for all the help from Aunt Chun and the elders. But before she reached the elevator, she saw her older brother standing there, a cigarette dangling from his lips, looking lost and haggard. "Brother?" Zheng Xiaoyi called hesitantly, surprised to see him looking so worn out. Zheng Datong snapped out of it and forced a smile. "Xiaoyi, you're finally here." "What are you doing here?" she asked. I was waiting for you." Zheng Datong's eyes darted away. "I remembered you said you don't have class on Wednesday afternoons, so I figured you'd come home and I waited here for you." "Let's go up then. Have you been waiting long? Come up for some tea." "No need," he said quietly. I'll just talk to you here for a bit." She nodded. "Brother? What's wrong? Your dark circles are huge. Did you stay up late?" "Yeah." Zheng Datong frowned. "Young people can stay up late sometimes. The editor's been pushing for drafts, so I've been working overtime and not sleeping well." Zheng Xiaoyi felt a pang of concern. "Work is important, but your health matters more. Don't just focus on work. Get some rest when you can. Make up for lost sleep. Staying up late is really bad for you." "I know." He forced a smile, glancing around, then lowered his voice. "Xiaoyi, has Mom come to see you lately?" "No," she replied. "I was just about to ask you. By the way, how's Mom's health?" "Not so good." He looked away. "Her stomach's acting up again. She can't eat or sleep well." Zheng Xiaoyi frowned. What happened? Her surgery went well and she recovered nicely. Why is she unwell again? Did you take her to the doctor? What did they say? He shook his head. "I've been busy. I was planning to take her to the hospital tomorrow. You know how Mom is." She's not supposed to eat certain things, but she does anyway. In the summer, she loves popsicles. She doesn't eat regular meals, skips breakfast all the time, and eats at odd hours. That's not okay, Zheng Xiaoyi said sternly. Stomach problems need careful management. With her attitude, how can she get better? I told her 1,000 times not to eat cold things. Popsicles? She's just hurting herself. Skipping breakfast is bad for anyone, let alone someone with stomach issues. Why can't she take care of herself? I can't talk sense into her, Zheng Datong said irritably. Don't complain to me. I get a headache just hearing it. If you think you can do better, go talk to her yourself. She won't listen to you either. Zheng Xiaoyi sighed in frustration. I'll call her later. I'll take a day off tomorrow and take her to the hospital for a checkup. No need, he said. You're busy with classes and looking after Xiao Yue. Don't trouble yourself. I'll take her to the doctor and get her some medicine. Do you have time? She asked, looking at his exhausted face. You look like you're about to collapse. Don't worry. I'll be fine in a couple of days, he said. I'll handle it. It's not just about medicine, she said angrily. I've said it 1,000 times. Stomach problems are about daily care, not just taking pills. Even young people can't handle that kind of abuse, let alone someone who's already had stomach issues. You have to help her take her medicine and watch her diet. I know, he said quietly. Xiaoyi, I've been busy renovating the villa and I'm having some cash flow problems. If I take Mom to the doctor, it'll be another big expense. You have some money, right? Can you lend me some? Zheng Xiaoyi was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to ask for money. Brother, you're renovating the villa? Using the money Dad left you? Yes, he said. I'm planning to marry Xiaohong at the end of the year. I already promised, and Mom's happy about it. Once the villa is renovated, Xiaohong and I will get married and move in. That's good, she said. We used to worry about not having a wedding house, but now you have a big villa, so you and Mom can live there together. He grumbled. You don't know how much work it is. There's a ton of stuff to do. Renovations are so expensive, I've already spent tens of thousands and it still doesn't look like much. Then you should use cheaper materials, she said, though she didn't know much about it. Dad left you over 100,000. That's enough to buy 2 apartments. A villa is called a villa because it has to be high-end, he retorted. Besides, it's our wedding house. We might live there for the rest of our lives. How can we cut corners? So how much do you still need? She asked quietly. I haven't touched the money Dad left me. Then lend me 100,000. 100,000? She exclaimed. That much? You're going to spend it all on renovations? Yes, he said, sounding justified. You'll have a sister-in-law soon. Aren't you happy? Don't worry. Once I make some money, I'll pay you back quickly. She thought for a moment. 100,000 is a lot. Can I give you 50,000 first? I keep my money in different banks. I don't dare keep it all in one place. Fine, he said, smiling. 50,000 for now. When I'm ready to marry Xiaohong, I'll come back for the other 50. She didn't dare refuse. Her brother's wedding was a big deal for the family. Okay, I'll go upstairs and get my bank book. Go, he said. Hurry. Don't worry, I'll take Mom to the doctor tomorrow. After the new year, I'll get promoted and a higher salary. Once I have the money, I'll pay you back right away. Zheng Xiaoyi nodded. As autumn passed and winter arrived, the days grew colder. Since there were children and elderly at home, the heating was turned on early. In the evening, Xueling came home and supervised Renan and Yang Yang as they did their homework. Xiao Xin and Xiao Chong had started kindergarten, but they didn't have homework yet and couldn't even hold a pen. Every day they just sang and drew pictures. Xueling told them to go play in the hallway and not to disturb their 2 older brothers. But Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong soon found the wind outside too chilly, so after a while they ran back in. Zhao Xin! Zhao Chong! A voice called. The 2 little ones turned and saw She Huan walking over quickly with a briefcase. Uncle Huan! Uncle Huan! She Huan smiled and asked, Is Xiao Yue at your house? Their sister-in-law was about to give birth, and because her belly was so big, she'd been on bed rest lately. Their mother had been by her side, so she couldn't look after Xiao Yue. Recently, Xiao Yue had been staying with Aunt Chun and the neighbors, and sometimes even spent the night with Aunt Chun. Xiao Xin answered crisply, "He's here. Grandma is feeding him millet porridge." "Okay," Shuo Huan smiled. "Why aren't you two eating?" Xiao Chong grinned. "Because we're big now. We don't need grandma or grandma-in-law to feed us. We eat by ourselves." Shuo Huan ruffled their hair and led them inside. Xiao Yue had already finished eating and ran over, hugging his father's leg and calling daddy over and over. Shuo Huan let go of Xiao Chong and Xiao Xin and picked Xiao Yue up. The little guy was now fair, chubby, and much taller. "Daddy, I'm full." "Good boy." Shuo Huan smiled and greeted the elders. Papa Shui poked his head out of the kitchen and called, "Ah Huan, have you had dinner? Where's Xiao Yi?" "Not yet," Shuo Huan replied. "I just got off work. Xiao Yi has an elective class tonight, so she'll be back late." "Will there still be buses at night?" Mama Shui asked. "Do you need to pick her up?" "No need," Shuo Huan said. "Her class ends after 8 and the buses run until 10. She'll be fine." Liu Ying called out, "If Xiao Yi isn't coming back, you should eat here tonight. Ah Yuan bought some lamb this morning and I'm stewing it now. It's very nourishing and you've lost weight lately. Stay and have a couple of bowls." "All right," Shuo Huan agreed cheerfully. Xiao Xin and Xiao Chong went off to play chess, with Xiao Yue joining in, chattering away with his wrong moves. "Move here, that one." Xiao Xin and Xiao Chong were just beginners and didn't really know what they were doing, so the game was a mess. Shuo Huan watched and laughed. Just then, Xue Ling came over. Shuo Huan greeted her. "Sis, you've been getting off work early lately?" "Yes," Xue Ling replied. "The factory is running smoothly. I had 2 meetings this morning, then handed the work off to my team and came home by 4. If I don't keep an eye on these 2 rascals' homework, they'll just rush through it carelessly." Shuo Huan smiled. "Ranan's almost in middle school, right?" "He's already in 7th grade," Xue Ling said with a wry smile. "He's always distracted in class and his grades are always around 5th or 6th place. Never any improvement." "Don't worry," Shuo Huan said gently. "Boys are usually more restless and can't settle down. As long as he maintains his grades, there's plenty of room for improvement later." "I hope so," Xue Ling said, half laughing, half sighing. "All I can do is comfort myself like that." "How about Yang Yang? How are his grades?" Xue Huan asked. "They're about the same. Neither better nor worse," Xue Ling replied. Xue Huan leaned in and said quietly, "Sis, I wanted to ask you something." "Go ahead," Xue Ling said, raising an eyebrow. "What is it?" He lowered his voice. "It's like this. I wanted to ask if there's any space left in your Mingtian Tower that hasn't been rented out." "Just 2 floors left," Xue Ling replied. "A while ago, several tenants moved in, so now only the 3rd and 4th floors are available. The rest are taken. The 8th floor is rented to an ad agency, and the 9th through 12th are offices for a telecom company." "2 floors?" Shuo Huan asked. "How big are they?" "A little over 1,000 square meters each," Xue Ling said. "That's usable area." Xue Huan thought for a moment, then shook his head. "That probably isn't enough. Here's the thing. I have an old classmate from when I studied medicine abroad. After coming back, he worked as a doctor for 2 years, but realized he wasn't interested, so he started a pharmaceutical business. Now he wants to rent a factory on the outskirts of the capital to produce herbal detox capsules and granules." "A pharmaceutical factory?" Xue Ling shook her head. "That definitely wouldn't be enough space." "He asked me to help him look, and even invited me to invest. He already has a factory in the south, and it's very profitable. He wants to use my connections in the medical field here, and also wants to work with old friends, so he's offering me a big opportunity. Unfortunately, I don't have much capital right now. Sis, you know a lot of people. Can you help me find a factory for rent? Preferably something over a few dozen mu." "I have one," Xue Ling smiled. "No need to look. There's one on the outskirts, and it's ours." Xue Huan raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Where?" Xue Ling explained. "Over 10 years ago, Dad thought the garment business was booming, so he bought 2 more plots of land and built 2 branch factories. The second branch was always managed by your brother. Later, when the third branch got too busy, Dad took my advice and moved the machines to the main factory. then rented out the factory building. That land is in my name, so I signed the lease. The lease is up early next month and the current tenant doesn't want to renew because I'm raising the rent. We couldn't agree, so they're already moving out. The original contract was for 10 years, and she hadn't raised the rent once in all that time. But in those 10 years, land and property prices in the capital had doubled or tripled. If they wanted to renew, it would have to be at the new market rate. Since the tenant wasn't interested, she just let it go. The factory is still solid after all these years. Just needs a fresh coat of paint and it's good to go. The front is the factory, the back is a small warehouse, and there's some space behind that for expansion. Shehuan asked excitedly, "Is it big? How many mu?" "It wasn't huge at first, just over 10 mu," Xueling explained. "But later, I bought some land from a nearby redevelopment project. Altogether, it's over 20 mu now. But you can build up. There's a height limit of 20 meters. We could build several stories so space won't be an issue." Xuehuan was very interested. "I'll tell my friend and have him take a look." "Of course," Xueling said. "You can go any time. I'll take you." "If he doesn't like it, I'm planning to tear down the warehouse at Minghu and build a new large factory for rent. That warehouse was built in a hurry, and the land wasn't fully used. I plan to build a big factory on the other side of the lake across from the tower. Once that's done, there won't be much land left at Minghu. I'll leave some for green space, put up a fence by the lake, tidy up the environment, and add some fitness equipment to make a little park." Her father had left a lot of property, and she needed to manage and make the most of it, organizing what needed organizing, avoiding waste, and maximizing the use of space. The more Shehuan listened, the more interested he became. "The environment at Minghu is even better, and the transportation is convenient." "As long as there's no pollution," Sheling said. "Minghu may be small, but the scenery is nice. I only rent the tower as office space because I don't want to pollute the lake." The land by Minghu, except for a small piece given to Uncle Zheng, was all in her name. The environment there was beautiful and transportation convenient. She wasn't willing to make money at the expense of the environment. She simply didn't need to go that far. Juan, my finances are fine right now. I don't need to sacrifice the environment for profit. Once the environment is damaged, it's hard to restore. I can't even bear to cut down the trees by Minghu. I won't allow any polluting industries to move in there." Xuehuan thought for a moment and explained, "There shouldn't be any pollution sources. Wastewater treatment is a must. The wastewater will be piped into the city's sewage system, not discharged into Minghu." "We'll discuss it again once your old classmate has had a look," Sheling said quietly. "It'll take at least a few months to get everything ready. Even working overtime, it'll be 3 or 4 months at best." "I'll bring him to meet you in the next couple of days," Shehuan said quickly. "We'll take a close look at both places you mentioned." "No problem," Sheling nodded. Shehuan asked curiously, "Sis, didn't you rent out the place where you set up your company as a factory?" "Yes," Sheling explained. "But the tenant's business failed and they decided to end the lease. They moved out last month, and my eldest cousin is still watching over the place for me. The construction team I contacted won't be available until the end of this month, so we'll look into expansion plans then." After renting out the warehouse, she kept her eldest cousin on the payroll, having him patrol the Minghu area during the day. His office was moved to the first floor of the tower, working alongside the security staff. "My eldest cousin now earns 1,000 a month," Sheling explained. "Plus his retirement pension, his income is pretty good. My second cousin will retire next spring. He came to me recently asking for a job so he wouldn't be bored after retirement. I told him to help out as an accountant at the tower's property office, and he agreed." Shehuan couldn't help but laugh. "Looks like our whole family will be relying on you in the future, sis." "Don't be silly," Sheling laughed softly. "We all make money together. If you want to partner with someone and don't have enough funds, just come to me. Whether it's tens of thousands or even 1,000,000, it's no problem." They were family. Helping each other was only right. If she didn't have the ability, she might need their help one day. Now that she could help, she would do so without reservation. People who only think of themselves will eventually be dragged down by their own selfishness, even if others don't drag them down. The Xue family's ancestral teaching was that mutual support and unity are what keep a family prosperous. The ancestors knew what they were talking about. Thanks, sis, She Huan said happily. I'm just worried I'm not capable enough, and I don't have much time. If I really do partner up, I'll come to you for help. All right, Xue Ling nodded. Just then, Renan ran in calling, Mom, the phone in the living room is ringing. An old man is calling for you. Xue Ling stood up. An old man? Who is it? Renan shook his head. He sounded like an old man, but he didn't say who he was. Mom, you'd better go listen. He sounded really anxious. Xue Ling hurried over. Renan saw his younger siblings playing chess and immediately forgot about his homework, rushing over. Whose turn is it? Come on, Big Brother will help you. She Huan laughed, hooked an arm around the boy's neck and pulled him close. Renan, how tall are you now? In a few years you'll probably be taller than your uncle. Renan laughed. 160. Wow, She Huan exclaimed. Good kid. I was only 160 at 17. Not bad. While the family was lively and cheerful, Xue Ling's face grew serious on the other side. It turned out the call was from old Lu. She hadn't seen old Lu in years, and it had been over 2 years since Liu Xincheng left Minghu. In a city as big as the capital, unless you deliberately seek someone out, it's almost impossible to run into them by chance. Old Lu's voice was anxious and trembling as he pressed her for answers. Xiao Shue, tell me the truth. Wang Ting told me I might have misunderstood you, and I started to feel something was off. Earlier I got a call from the police. I nearly fainted. They said to be careful, she's involved in illegal DVD and VCD sales with over 5 million yuan involved, and she's been detained. My God, what happened to that child? I've already had my eldest son book plane tickets. We're flying to the capital first thing tomorrow. Old Lu was so anxious his thoughts were a mess, and his words were jumbled. Xue Ling sighed softly. She didn't need to hear every detail to guess what had happened. Old Lu, please don't panic. Take your time and tell me. I don't know what Xiao Lu told you before or what she might have said about me, but I can only say this. I do business legally and ethically. I don't make a single cent that would trouble my conscience. Xiao Lu is smart and bold, but she's too eager for quick success. I invested in a company that sold audio and videotapes. The company made a lot of money over the years, and most of it was thanks to Xiao Lu's efforts. To be honest, I was the sole investor. She only got a 10% share of the profits. At first, she was satisfied, but later she became unhappy. She felt she did more work but only got 10%. She also thought I was too conservative and wanted me to exploit legal loopholes and secretly sell pornographic tapes and VCDs. Those things are illegal but extremely profitable. 5 or 6 times the usual margin and very popular. But I refused. Xiao Lu argued with me about this many times, but I stuck to my principles and never agreed. At the end of that year, she fell out with me, quit, took her final share, and left. I haven't heard from her since. Before she left, she even warned me not to badmouth her to you. I was angry, but for your sake, I let it go. At that time, the market was quickly phasing out tapes, so I sold off the rest and rented out the place. Since then, I haven't seen Xiao Lu. You've been to the capital. You know how crowded it is. If you don't make an effort to meet, you'll never run into each other. You asked me to look after her, but I just couldn't. I tried to persuade her that making illegal money would never bring peace of mind, and that it's better to earn slowly and steadily. She laughed at me for being timid and stuck in my ways. Old Lu, I did my best. If I fell short, I hope you'll forgive me. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Then old Lu's choked voice came through. That unfilial girl. She told me you refused to work with her to make big money, that you wouldn't give her a chance, that you wouldn't invest in her big projects. She said you were ungrateful. That wretched girl. Xue Ling frowned. She hadn't expected Liu Xincheng to twist the truth like that. Thinking of how eager she'd been for quick success, Xue Ling quickly calmed her anger. Old Lu, she was just desperate to make money. Let's not talk about the past. Don't worry, just tell me exactly where she's being held. I'll go find a lawyer and contact the authorities right away. Old Lu explained that Liu Xincheng had been arrested by the police in XX district, but he didn't know the details yet. He and his eldest son would come to the capital tomorrow. All right, I understand, Xueling said. I know a well-known lawyer. I'll ask her to go with me to the police station to find out what's going on. Call my mobile later and keep in touch. Old Lu thanked her repeatedly and wrote down her number. Xueling hung up and hurried across the hall. Mom, save me a big bowl of porridge. I'll eat and then head out. Her mother and Liu Ying heard her from the kitchen and quickly served up porridge and half a bowl of lamb. Xueling rushed back, grabbed her phone and called Lawyer He. When she'd bought patents for the factory before, she'd specially asked someone to find a very famous lawyer, He Miao Miao. He Miao Miao was in her 30s, a year or two younger than Xueling. Despite her age, she was already one of the top legal experts in the capital, known for her sharp tongue and outstanding reputation in the field. To make sure the patent purchase went smoothly, Xueling had taken He Miao Miao with her to the U.S., and after more than half a month they'd successfully closed the deal. He Miao Miao was extremely professional and meticulous, so Xueling had a very good impression of her. Hello, is this He Miao Miao? This is Xueling? Hello, yes, this is she, Boss Xue. Hello, long time no see. Xueling got straight to the point. Sorry to bother you at work, Lawyer He. I have an old friend's daughter who's been detained at the XX District Police Station. I'd like you to come with me to find out what happened, what we need to do next, and to give us some detailed guidance. Of course, I'll go with you right away. Where are you? I'll meet you there. Xueling told her to wait for 10 minutes, then quickly ate and rushed out. You haven't even eaten the lamb, her mother scolded. It's been stewing all day, it's so nourishing. I left it out for you and you're not eating? What's so urgent that you have to go out in the dark? It's fine, her father said with a smile. She must be busy. Ah Yuan is back, let's eat. Ah Huan, come eat. Ah Huan agreed. Cheng Tianyuan washed his hands and came in. Renan, where's your mom? Her father explained. She said something urgent came up and she had to go out. She already had a bowl of millet porridge, so she won't go hungry. Cheng Tianyuan nodded and called Xue Huan to eat. Just then, Aunt Ju Achun arrived. Duo is eating. I've already finished, so I came to take Xiao Yue. Xue Huan quickly thanked her. Aunt Ju smiled. No need to thank me. I already discussed it with the elders. We eat early and take turns looking after Xiao Yue. Xiao Yue bounced along after Aunt Ju to the next apartment. Liu Ying laughed. That's the benefit of living close. Just a wall between us and we can hear each other. It's so convenient for you two. Just a few steps and you can drop the child off. Exactly, Xue Huan smiled. I used to think living close was nice, but after having Xiao Yue, I really appreciate it. Her father pointed across the hall. Lingling designed the 18th floor this way so the family could look after each other. Renan and the others are older now, and Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong don't need much care. We're not busy, so it's perfect to help with Xiao Yue. Last night I told your aunt. Now the kids are all in school or kindergarten. Mu Hai is still in Rongcheng, so it's just us old folks at home. Luckily we have Xiao Yue, or we'd be too lonely. Xue Huan understood his uncle was comforting him and felt both warm and touched. When your sister-in-law gives birth, things will get even busier. It's fine, his mother smiled. Just leave Xiao Yue with us. As long as you trust us, we'll take good care of him. Xue Huan grinned. You're the people I trust most. Everyone laughed. Cheng Tianyuan ate while watching the two little ones. Mom, did you finish drying Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong's old baby clothes? Yes, Liu Ying said. I washed and dried them a few days ago. I'll send them to Afang tomorrow. Earlier, I brought her some lamb soup. She drank 3 big bowls. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. His mother smiled. Your sister-in-law is so thoughtful. When Xiao Yue was born, the new clothes we bought were too big and stiff. This time she asked for Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong's old baby clothes. Just right. That's experience, her father laughed. With the first child, you're always flustered. By the second, you're much more prepared. Xue Huan seemed to remember something and said quietly, Yesterday, Dad brought a colleague from the OB/GYN department to check on your sister-in-law. The doctor said the baby is a bit big, so we need to be ready for a C-section. She's an older mom and her blood pressure has been high, so we have to be careful. Liu Ying looked worried. What should we do? Don't worry, his mother said. We'll do whatever the doctor says, whatever's safest. Exactly, Chung Tianyuan agreed. When Ling Ling had Zhao Chong, it was a C-section too. Her situation was even more complicated and dangerous, but in the end, both mother and children were fine. Ah Feng is only having one and her pregnancy has been stable. We should be confident. Ah, Yuan's right, her father smiled. We'll listen to the doctors. Everything will be fine. Liu Ying finally relaxed. After 10 at night, Xueling finally drove home. Chung Tianyuan had already sent the 4 kids to bed. The elders were asleep, and he was alone, watching TV in the living room. Xueling came in, rubbing her hands, chilled from the cold. The warmth inside made her shiver. Chung Tianyuan quickly got up and poured her a cup of hot water. Here, drink something to warm up. Xueling smiled. It wasn't cold in the car, but I didn't wear enough. Walking from the elevator, the wind was freezing. Chung Tianyuan frowned. It got colder this evening. Next time, bring an extra coat. Keep it in the car and put it on if you're cold. Don't catch a chill. I'll make you some ginger tea. No need, Xueling laughed. It was just a short walk, no big deal. Then take a hot shower, he said. Feeling chilly, Xueling went to shower. When she came out, she saw Chung Tianyuan had turned off the TV and was reading in bed. Just then, Xueling's phone rang. She quickly dried her hands and answered. Hello, old Lu? Yes, it's me. I took a lawyer to find out what happened. We just got home. The case involves a huge sum, nearly 10 million. The investigation is ongoing, but it's confirmed that Zhao Lu is the main culprit. The lawyer says things don't look good. The evidence is solid and the crime lasted over 2 years, with huge illegal profits. Even the best lawyer can't change the outcome. She'll definitely be sentenced to prison. That's what the lawyer said, and I have to be honest with you, so you can be prepared. Chung Tianyuan was dumbfounded as he listened from the side, staring at her in a daze. He only heard Xueling sigh and ask, What time is your flight tomorrow? I'll pick you up. By the way, the lawyer I recommended is very professional, one of the top lawyers in the capital. Her advice is very sound. I've already arranged for her to come with me tomorrow. I hope she can help you. No one knew what old Lu said, but Xueling lowered her eyes. Don't worry. I'll do my best to help. You're my old friend. No matter what Zhao Lu has said or done, I'll keep things separate and won't mix them up. All right, get some rest early. I'll pick you up at the airport around noon tomorrow. She then hung up the phone. Looking up, she saw Chung Tianyuan staring at her with a strange expression, so she forced a bitter smile. It's Xiao Liu, Liu Xincheng. For the past 2 years, she's been secretly producing and selling pornographic VCDs and DVDs. She was caught by the police and is now in custody. There are quite a few people involved and 2 are still on the run, so the case can't be closed yet. So serious? Chung Tianyuan asked. Can't it just be settled with a fine or something? Xueling gave a bitter smile. She made a fortune off a single supply chain. Not only did she get people to film, she also secretly produced the discs and sold them widely in rural areas. She won't admit how much she made, but the police have already found that tens of millions have gone through her accounts. According to lawyer He, this is a major crime. Conservatively, she'll get at least 10 years in prison. Chung Tianyuan's eyes widened in shock. That's serious? For someone who's always obeyed the law, such a heavy sentence is truly terrifying. Xueling nodded helplessly. Very serious. If it was just a small shop selling a few discs and the police found out, it would probably just be a warning and a fine. But her case is extremely serious. There's no way a fine of a couple thousand yuan would settle it. Chung Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, So what now? Xueling replied, There's really nothing I can do except help find a lawyer. Old Lu and his eldest son have already rushed to the provincial capital and will fly here early tomorrow morning. He said his daughter has sent a lot of money home over the years, but he never spent much of it. He thought she'd finally made it big. Who would have thought it was this kind of money? Old Lu has always worried about this daughter. First about her mediocre grades, then about her not following the rules and working at a newspaper. And later, when she made a name for herself and earned a lot of money, he worried because she still hadn't married. Now, with such a huge scandal, the old man will probably worry himself gray. Chung Tianyuan said quietly, "To think she's a well-educated college graduate. How could she do something criminal like this?" Sheling shook her head. "She tried to persuade me back then, but I firmly refused. Later, she argued with me, saying I was too rigid and that people who don't take shortcuts will never make big money. I was furious. When she insisted on leaving, I realized we were too different, so I quickly settled our accounts. She left at the end of that year and never contacted me again. If old Liu hadn't called me earlier, I wouldn't have known any of this." Chung Tianyuan asked, "Earlier, when you rushed out, was it to the police station to see her?" "Can't visit her yet," Xueling explained. "Lawyer He went in to see her and talked for a while, but Lawyer He said she refuses to confess and is evasive, hiding a lot. Lawyer He has handled all kinds of cases for over a decade and can read people well. She quickly guessed that Liu Xincheng might have committed even more crimes. Maybe, once the police finish investigating, it might not just be a 10-year sentence." Chung Tianyuan was terrified and couldn't help but say, "She's only in her 30s, right? If she gets locked up for 10 or 20 years, her life will be ruined. She'll be in her 50s when she gets out." Xueling gave a bitter smile. "If you take the wrong path and do the wrong thing, you have to face the consequences. She's not a child. She must have known what could happen. But she did it anyway, risking everything for huge profits, so she has to bear the consequences, even though those consequences are so heavy." Xueling said softly, "I don't dare tell old Liu too much. I'm afraid he won't be able to handle it. Children are everything to their parents. With something this big, how could he bear it?" Chung Tianyuan glanced at her and retorted, "He doesn't know now, but won't he find out tomorrow? The police can't keep it from him, can they?" "Not so soon," Xueling said. "It's the judge who sentences, not the police." Lawyer. "He told me that if Liu Xincheng doesn't cooperate and even hides things from her lawyer, she absolutely won't take the case because it's unwinnable. Xiao Lu's crime is serious, she's the main culprit, the scope is wide, and the impact is terrible. In such cases, at best you can plead for leniency, but there's not much to defend." Chung Tianyuan had some impression of this Lawyer He. She was young, but authoritative and confident, with intelligence shining in her eyes. If she doesn't take the case, Xiao Lu is in even more danger. You should try to persuade her to take it. But Xueling shook her head. "It's not that I don't want to help, but Xiao Lu is still stubborn, uncooperative, and hiding things. How can a lawyer help her like that?" "Could she have some unspeakable difficulties?" Chung Tianyuan asked. Xueling paused, then explained, "If she doesn't say, how would we know? All her accounts are frozen now. Unless she turns over all the money and confesses honestly, she might get a lighter sentence." Chung Tianyuan quickly said, "Then she needs to be persuaded." "If I get the chance, I'll definitely try," Xueling explained. "Tomorrow I'll go with old Liu and see if we can meet her. It was already night when we went today. Luckily, Lawyer He is familiar with the police, so she managed to arrange a private meeting." Chung Tianyuan clicked his tongue and shook his head bitterly. Such a promising young woman. How did she end up on such a path of no return? "It's the lure of money. She couldn't resist the temptation," Xueling explained. "She was too eager for quick success. She looks gentle on the outside, but she's wild at heart." Chung Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, "Old Liu isn't like that, is he? He seems like such a gentle, honest man." "Even dragons have 9 different sons," Xueling said with a bitter smile. "Let alone people. Xiao Lu was brave enough to leave a small county and come to the capital to make her way. That takes guts. But too much courage. Daring to do anything isn't a good thing. A real person knows what to do and what not to do. You must never touch things that are illegal or immoral." Chung Tianyuan nodded in agreement. "Yes, making that kind of money. Your conscience can't rest easy." "I think so too." Xueling sighed, snuggling into his arms and whispering, "I told her that before, but she wouldn't listen. In just over 2 years she made so much money. Illegal gains will never truly be hers." Chung Tianyuan gently patted her shoulder and said softly, "Money that's too easy to make is also easy to lose. and you have to pay the price. I'd rather earn less and have peace of mind, and not owe anyone anything. Xue Ling kissed his cheek. I'm tired. Let's sleep early. Cheng Tianyuan smiled dotingly, pulled the quilt over them, reached out to turn off the light, and slowly drifted off to sleep. As dawn was just breaking, Xue Ling got up. Yawning, she nudged Cheng Tianyuan, who was lying beside her. I have 2 meetings this morning. You'll have to take care of dropping off and picking up the kids. The weather had been cold lately, with occasional snow. The couple took turns taking the kids to and from school. Still half asleep, Cheng Tianyuan nodded. All right, you go ahead. I'll take care of the kids. Xue Ling quickly washed up, had breakfast, and headed straight to work. After a few meetings with the senior management, she returned to her office. At that moment, Xue Heng arrived, bringing the branch factory's accounts for the past period. Xue Ling asked, How's Afang doing these days? I went to see her the day before yesterday, but I probably won't have time yesterday or today. She's doing well, Xue Heng smiled. All the checkups are normal and the due date is at the end of the month. Seeing his beaming face, Xue Ling couldn't help but feel happy for him. You two have been married for so many years, and now you're finally expecting your first child. That's wonderful. Xue Heng let out a long sigh. Thank you, we finally made it. I hope it's a little girl, small, cute, just like Xiaoxin. But Afeng hopes for a boy. It doesn't matter, either is good. As long as the baby is healthy, that's all that matters. Xue Ling laughed. No worries. Try for a girl next time to fulfill your wish. After chatting about personal matters, they quickly got down to business. Xue Heng explained, The year-end orders are almost finished. I've already sent out the spring product designs, but the actual orders haven't come in yet. Looks like we'll be able to start the New Year holiday more than half a month early. That's fine. Xue Ling nodded with satisfaction. This year's denim orders have been completed very well, exceeding our expectations. We're an established denim factory after all, Xue Heng said. As long as we keep at it, there's still money to be made. We have a deep-rooted impression in our customers' minds, and that's enough to keep us going for a few more years. More or less, Xue Ling said. Let's keep it up next year. Don't slack off. Xue Heng seemed to remember something and said quietly, The main factory's advertising costs are over 200,000 yuan a month. Now that orders are increasing, should we stop the ads? I'm negotiating a new ad with the agency, Xue Ling said. We're reshooting and pushing the concept of more for the same price. 1 pack comes with 2 extra pieces. It's a big promotion. What? Xue Heng rolled his eyes. With so many orders, why do we need such a loss-making promotion? Xue Ling shook her head. It's not a loss. We're just using this opportunity to boost volume. As long as sales go up, we'll make it back quickly. The biggest risk for a product is disappearing from consumers' eyes and ears. We can't stop advertising and we have to keep updating it. It's too expensive, Xue Heng said with a wry smile. Can't you cut it down a bit? Xue Ling shook her head. The new year is coming and people will be stocking up. We have to launch the new ad and packaging before the holiday and make a splash. Xue Heng's face fell and he muttered, I know, but I don't have the final say. Forget it, I won't say anything more. You're the boss anyway. Xue Ling wasn't angry. She laughed instead. I know you want to save costs, but I have to remind you, right now, we need to build a good image with customers and make sure our product is top of mind before any competitors come out with something similar. We haven't really advertised our jeans for over a year, yet orders have stayed steady. That's because of the impression we've left with customers. All right. Xue Heng felt much better and said quietly, I'll just wait for the money to come in. Xue Ling explained, We need to take back the 3rd branch factory. I plan to renovate it and get it done before the new year. After the holiday, someone might come looking to rent it. Xue Heng was envious. You have so many properties to rent out. The rent alone is enough for you to spend for a year. I can't spend it all, Xue Ling said. Most of it goes back into investments and expanding the business. Xue Heng glanced around and said quietly, Ling, can you ask Afeng for me when you have time? I'm always worried she'll use my money for risky investments. Oh? Sheling asked. Invest in what? A couple of months ago, she applied for unpaid leave from the TV station saying she wanted to take care of her health and the baby. She didn't mention any investments. She did, Sheheng said with a wry smile. Months ago, she went out and bought a bunch of shop fronts through an agent, like a dozen or more in a row. Sheling frowned as soon as she heard this and said quietly, Investing in shop fronts is risky. Why did she suddenly want to do that? She never mentioned it to me. She won't even tell me, Sheheng said with a wry smile. She asked me to give her all the money I made, saying she'd invest it for me and turn small money into big money, and that I should just wait for the returns. How much did you give her? Sheling asked. Sheheng did a quick calculation. 70% of what I made with you over the past few years went into this, and I hardly spent the rest. I gave it all to her. Plus the recent profit share, it's 3 or 4 million yuan in total. Xueling knew Cheng Tianfang was stubborn and single-minded. Other than her eldest brother, no one could really persuade her. You spent 3 or 4 million on shop fronts? Sheheng wasn't sure. I asked her, and she said she bought more than 20 and also invested in stocks. If I ask too much, she gets mad and says I don't trust her. Now that she's pregnant and at home all day, her temper is short, so I don't dare upset her. I just let her do what she wants. When did she learn to play the stock market? Sheling said with a wry smile. A lot of people have tried to get me to trade stocks, but I don't know the field at all, so I don't dare invest a penny. The market is too complicated. Not everyone can handle it. I know, Xueheng said, holding his forehead, but I can't talk her out of it. Xueling shook her head. I can't either. At most, I'll quietly ask around for you. No, Xueheng blinked. You have to help me. Xueling couldn't help but ask, What, you need to borrow money? You don't even have pocket money left? Didn't you keep any for yourself? How could I not? Xueheng muttered. What man doesn't have a little stash? I have enough for daily expenses, but I need to keep some as a backup. If she loses it all, what then? Xueling raised an eyebrow. So? So when you calculate my year-end bonus, keep half for me and only give me the other half, Sheheng said quietly. You have so many accounts. Just transfer it to one of your private ones. If I need it, I'll come to you. Do this for all future bonuses, too. Only you and I know about this. No one else. You rascal, Sheling laughed. So you want me to help you keep a backup? Aren't you afraid I'll just take it for myself? Sheheng shrugged. I make my living with you. If you take a little more, I get less. My money comes from you anyway. If you want to take it, go ahead. I'm just meat on the chopping block for you and my wife to carve up. Sheling knew Cheng Tianfang wasn't reliable with money, and she didn't want her cousin's hard-earned money to go to waste. Investing is risky, so it's smart to keep a backup. We'll split the branch factory's profits fairly. After all these years, Afang knows about that money. The main sanitary pad factory hasn't distributed profits yet, so she has no idea about that. Don't worry, I'll keep 80% for you and give you 20%. Sheheng was startled and gave a wry smile. It's not good to hide too much. If I stash away too much private money and get caught, what then? Sheling rolled her eyes and said quietly, Does she even know how much your 10% stake in the main factory is worth? You can't even estimate it yourself, so how could she possibly know? Let me tell you, just 20% of your 10% share is easily over 1 million yuan. Xueheng's eyes widened in delight, and then he grinned. We made that much profit in just half a year? That's awesome! Sheling nodded. Orders skyrocketed in the second half of the year. The factory's been running 2 shifts day and night with products flying out the door. If we weren't making this much, with all the investments and over 20 million spent on patents, who knows how long it would take to earn it back? Xueheng clutched his chest and laughed exaggeratedly. No way! I'm too excited. I'm going to be a rich man. I can't process this all at once. Idiot, Sheling scolded calmly. No ambition. Sheheng clasped his hands together and said, I'll go home and tell Afang that the main factory just started turning a profit this half year, and getting 1 million is already not easy. There'll be more in the future. There definitely will be, Xueling said. So it's settled. You hand over 20% to Afang and the other 80% goes to me. Xueheng laughed and grabbed her arm. Come on, sis, stop joking. You have so much money. Do you really need my few million? That's hilarious. He only ever called her sis, so earnestly when he needed something. Xueling shook him off and snorted. Greed knows no bounds. Without a little bit of greed, how could anyone make tens of millions? Get out, get out. I have another meeting soon. Xueheng grinned and left with a spring in his step. Just then the secretary came in. President Xue, lawyer He is here. Xueling nodded and said warmly, Please entertain her for a bit. I'll try to finish this short meeting in 10 minutes. Oh, and assign a steady, reliable driver from the warehouse to me. Have him bring the company van to the front gate and wait for me. To accommodate important clients, the factory had bought an 8-seater van 2 months ago. The secretary nodded and hurried off. Xueling quickly held a meeting with a few team leaders, then returned to her office. Lawyer He Miao Miao was waiting, reviewing some files. Xueling apologized. Sorry to keep you waiting. Not at all. Lawyer He smiled. I have plenty of files to follow up on, so I'm just using the time to get organized. Xueling took a few quick sips of water, then set off with Hey Miao Miao. The van drove smoothly toward the airport, and the two women chatted quietly in the car. He Miao Miao said in a low voice, The police suspect Liu Xincheng is also involved in money laundering, helping 1 or 2 criminal organizations launder money. She didn't say anything last night and doesn't seem to trust me. If that's the case, I can't take this case. President Xue, you're a legitimate businesswoman always acting within the law, and you trust me. That's why we work so well together. I understand, Xueling said with a light laugh. You have to protect your reputation and standing in the industry. If she doesn't cooperate, she'll have to bear the consequences herself. To be honest, she's not my relative, just the daughter of an old friend. She used to work for me, but our values didn't align, so we stopped working together. She's insulted me and talked behind my back. I know she's not pure-hearted, but I never held it against her. I tried to advise her, but she wouldn't listen. Then why are you still helping her? Miao Miao raised an eyebrow. Xueling chuckled. Her father is my old friend. I can't just ignore his feelings. I'll still do my best. He Miao Miao had known Xueling for a while and knew she wasn't narrow-minded. Hearing this, she admired her even more. President Xue, you're truly kind-hearted. Xueling shook her head and glanced at her phone. Old Lu should be arriving soon. Driver, please go a little faster. Half an hour later, Xueling picked up old Lu and his eldest son. She hadn't seen old Lu in years. He looked much heavier and in good spirits. His son, about 30, was also short and stout, already sporting a beer belly at a young age, making him look older. Old Lu introduced, This is my eldest son, the one who'll take over my position, Liu Zhicheng. Liu Zhicheng quickly shook hands with Xueling and He Miao Miao. Old Lu gripped Xueling's hand, his eyes red, and said softly, Xiao Xue, I'm really sorry. Xueling shook her head and smiled gently. Don't say that. Come on, let's get in the car and talk on the way. The van was spacious and comfortable. Old Lu massaged his lower back and sat down carefully. I'm getting older every year, and my health is getting worse. Years ago, I could take the train to the capital, 3 days and 2 nights. Now, after just a 2-hour flight, my back can't take it. Xueling said softly, You still need to take care of your health. Xiao Xue, she's still in custody, right? Where is she? Old Lu asked anxiously. He, Miao Miao quickly answered. After hearing her, old Lu was so angry he started to cry. That wretch! Doing such disgusting things behind everyone's back? What was the point of all her schooling? No wonder she's been spending money so freely these years. She kept saying money was easy to make. Turns out she was up to all this shady business. Liu Zhicheng quickly tried to calm him. Dad, don't get too upset with my sister. Your high blood pressure is serious. You can't get too worked up. Sigh. Old Lu quickly turned to the lawyer. So what happens next? Is there any hope for her? She won't get the death penalty. He Miao Miao said honestly. But she's the main culprit and the amount involved is huge. Over 10 million yuan according to the investigation. Also, the police suspect she helped launder money for some criminal organizations, and that's still under close investigation. If that's true, she could be sentenced to 10 years or more. What? Old Lu's face went pale and he clutched his head. 10 years? Sheling quickly supported him and said softly, "Don't get too upset. That's the worst-case scenario. Lawyer, he hasn't finished. Let her finish." He Miao Miao said calmly, "If she confesses and cooperates and turns over her illegal gains, she could get a lighter sentence. But as for the money laundering—" "That can't be true," Old Lu said. "She wouldn't dare." Xueling glanced aside, not wanting to say anything. Liu Zhicheng, who seemed to understand his sister better, said quietly, "Dad, let's wait until we see her and ask her ourselves." "Yes, you all need to try to persuade her," the lawyer explained. "If she did it, she must confess and cooperate. If she doesn't, and the authorities uncover everything later, her punishment will only be worse." Liu Zhicheng seemed to remember something and asked, "What about her boyfriend? Is he okay?" He Miao Miao asked, "Who's her boyfriend? What's his name?" Liu Zhicheng replied, "His name is Gao Yang." He Miao Miao's eyes widened and her expression changed. "Are you sure it's Gao Yang? Spelled like this?" Liu Zhicheng saw her gesture and quickly nodded. He Miao Miao gave a bitter smile and explained, "Gao Yang is currently on the run abroad. The police are still searching for him." Xueling and Old Liu exchanged glances and asked, "Who is he?" He Miao Miao replied, "He's a minor leader in a criminal organization in the capital, involved in all sorts of scams and shady dealings. The organization Liu Xincheng is suspected of laundering money for is his." Everyone was shocked and deeply unsettled. By evening, gray clouds filled the sky and snowflakes began to fall. The company van slowly pulled away from the police station, the atmosphere inside heavy with tension. Old Lu let out a long, difficult sigh and spoke in a low voice. "Lawyer Hay, do you think... is there any other way?" They had seen her and exchanged a few words, but that stubborn girl just kept shaking her head blankly, refusing to answer any questions. He Miao Miao shook her head. "Sir, your daughter is so uncooperative, she won't even listen to your advice. I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do. She won't say a word, won't cooperate with the police or with me, just keeps shaking her head. I'm sorry, but I can't take on a case like this." Liu Zhicheng's eyes were red as he cursed quietly. "Why is she so stubborn? Dad, do you think maybe she has some secret she can't talk about?" "She's just looking for trouble," Old Lu said angrily. "Has she not thought about how serious the consequences are? If she gets 20 years, she'll be 50 when she gets out. What kind of future will she have then? Why won't she listen to reason? What on earth is she thinking?" Liu Zhicheng wiped away his tears and said nothing. He couldn't understand how his sister had become like this. No matter how he and his father tried to persuade her, or how the lawyer weighed the pros and cons, she just kept shaking her head, refusing to admit to her mistakes, just shaking her head from start to finish. She Ling sighed softly. "It's cold out. Old Lu, you must all be hungry. Let's find somewhere to have a hot meal and then get you settled in for the night." She then instructed the driver, "Head back to the mall." The driver acknowledged and turned toward the city center. He Miao Miao said quietly, "President Xue, I shouldn't trouble you any further. Just drop me off at the next intersection." "It's fine," Xueling replied. "It's snowing outside. Have a hot meal with us first, then I'll have the driver take you home. You've been running around with us all day in this cold weather. At least let me treat you to dinner." Knowing Xueling's generosity, He Miao Miao didn't refuse again, and nodded gratefully. Ronghua Mall was brightly lit, neon lights flashing. They got out of the car. Xueling called to the driver, "Come up and eat with us." "No, I'll grab something at the food street outside," the driver replied with a good-natured smile. "President Xue, I'll be back here in half an hour." Xueling smiled. "All right, keep the receipt and get reimbursed at the finance office tomorrow. It's cold. Make sure you eat something hot." The driver thanked her and hurried out of the parking lot. Ling led everyone up to the first floor by elevator and into the hotel restaurant. Manager, please arrange a nice big room for my two friends and get us a private dining room in the restaurant. Of course. The manager was as enthusiastic as ever, beaming. Dear guests, just leave your luggage at the front desk. We have plenty of private rooms. Please follow me. Boss Shui, I'll get you the warmest one. Ling smiled. All right, I'll leave it to you. Bring us some hot, nutritious dishes for my friends. No problem. The manager loved customers like Shui Ling, quickly seating them and instructing the kitchen to start preparing food. Old Lu looked around and asked, Xiao Shui, this looks different from when I was here before? Ling explained. The owner's done well. The hotel was renovated last year, including the restaurant. I just rent out the space and collect rent. I don't really pay much attention to the details. Old Lu nodded, giving an apologetic smile. Xiao Shui, we haven't kept in touch much these past few years. We've been busy all afternoon with that troublesome girl and haven't even had a chance to ask how you've been. I heard you're in the jeans business, right? Ling smiled. I did jeans for a few years, but started to shift last year. Now only one branch still does clothing. The main factory was restructured. We bought a small patent, set up a new production line, and now we make sanitary pads for women. Business has been steady and developing well these past few years. That's great, Old Lu said. Just this big mall alone is enough to live comfortably for a lifetime. He Miao Miao chimed in. That's not all. President She also invested in a building by Ming Lake called Mingshen Tower. It's a different kind of project from the mall, but also a big moneymaker. Old Lu clicked his tongue in admiration and said quietly, In just a little over 10 years, Xiao Shui, your career has really taken off. At the start of the year, Editor-in-Chief Yang came to see me. She's about to retire. We talked about our old colleagues from the newspaper, and when your name came up, everyone was full of admiration for you. Thank you, Shui Ling asked. Editor-in-Chief Lin is about to retire too, right? How is she? She's doing well, Old Lu replied. She won't retire until next year. Both her kids are working now, and the family's doing better every year. Shui Ling smiled. My husband and I are planning to go back to our hometown in Rongcheng for the new year. The kids are older now, so we want to take them back more often. Good. One should always remember their roots, Old Lu said warmly. Rongcheng has changed a lot in recent years. The riverside is bustling now, with lots of people living there. It's the liveliest new area in town. Your husband is from Chengjia Village, right? That area has improved a lot too. You should go back and visit more often. Ling nodded. My father-in-law went back to Chengjia Village a few months ago, tore down the old house and built a small villa. Liu Xiaoyu brought over 20 workers and worked for months. It's almost done. It's 3 stories with a big yard in front and should be ready to move in by the end of the year. Liu Xiaoyu had a lot of construction contacts in Rongcheng. He started with about 20 workers, and during renovations there were as many as 40. He was in charge of buying materials and organizing the work, driving back to the city every evening. He was very busy. Ling had sent over several 100,000 yuan, and Cheng Tianyuan had also sent 100,000. Liu Xiaoyu said it was about enough. Lately, they were connecting the electricity and installing Western-style fireplaces. There's no central heating in the south, so people in Chengjia Village still sleep on heated brick beds or burn wood and charcoal for warmth. Liu Xiaoyu had picked up a lot of city tricks in the capital, installing a small fireplace on every floor and even sent her photos. Cheng Tianyuan didn't really like it, but Shui Ling didn't mind. She said that since they'd asked someone to do the work, they should trust them completely. After all, they wouldn't be living there long, and as long as it was spacious and comfortable, it was fine. Liu Ying said she wanted to go back every winter and summer break and take the kids to learn about their roots. Shui Ling agreed and promised to go back with them every new year. Old Liu said, When you come back to Rongcheng, be sure to look me up. I plan to gather all our old colleagues for a meal so we can catch up and reconnect. All right, Shui Ling smiled. It's a deal. The manager and several waiters brought in the dishes, and everyone started eating. Shui Ling asked with concern, Xiao Liu, how's Liu Xing doing these days? He's great, Liu Zhicheng said, chewing on some meat. His daughter is already in high school. He's now the deputy director at the newspaper. Old Lu said quietly. That daughter. She's the one his second wife brought with her. All these years, he never had a child of his own. It's a pity. But he's come to terms with it. He still works at the photo studio on weekends, and he and Tongzi are still very close. Sheling nodded. I've kept in touch with Tongzi and his wife. They have 2 kids, a boy and a girl, and are living happily. Chen Lan and the others are still working at the photo studio. Tongzi is in charge of photography and developing photos, while Chen Lan and her mother-in-law take care of the children and watch over the shop. Xueling explained, I've given them all raises, every 2 years. But I'm really busy with my own business now and can't manage things so far away, so this trip back, I plan to transfer the business to Tongzi. If he doesn't want it, I'll just close it down. Old Lu nodded, understanding. You have so many businesses and they're all so big now, there's no need to bother with the small ones. Small money is still money, Sheling smiled, but it's just too far away, and I can't manage it well. It's better to let someone who really knows the business handle it. In a few days, I'll talk to Tongzi and his wife so they can be prepared. Old Lu couldn't help but ask, and those apartments you have in Wangjiang Yuan, are they all rented out now? Yes, Xueling explained. Mainly, a secretary named Xiao Chen and my husband's good friend Chen Min help me collect rent and handle various property matters. Old Lu chuckled. Xiao Shui, other people scrimp and save just to buy one apartment, but you have so many to rent out. That's really something. Xueling laughed too and asked, Old Lu, do you remember when I started working at the newspaper? The probation salary was 180 yuan, and I worked from dawn till dusk. At first I couldn't even afford a bicycle. I remember, Old Lu recalled. Everyone was struggling back then. In a blink, it's been more than 10 years and things have really changed. Not just in the big cities, even our small towns have changed. In recent years, everyone's life has gotten better and better. Now almost every family can afford to eat meat. Sheling teased. So you've gotten fatter too? Old Lu laughed heartily, but maybe thinking of his daughter, his smile faded. These past years, that girl sent a lot of money home, at least 100 or 200,000. I never spent any of it. My pension has gone up several times, each time by 100 or 2, so life is much easier now. I told her to think more about herself and not always worry about the family. As long as she's not married, her mother and I will always worry. Who knew things would turn out like this? Sigh. Sheling sighed too and said softly, Old Lu, you and Xiao Lu should stay here and rest. You'll need to keep trying to persuade her these next few days. If she confesses and pleads guilty, some of the charges might be reduced. She's still so young, her life is just beginning. It shouldn't wither away like this. Old Lu nodded firmly. I'll try my best to persuade her. Xiao Lu put down his chopsticks, his mouth greasy with food. I'll go talk to her every day. Meow Meow's eyes flickered and she said quietly, If she's willing to confess and cooperate, I'd be happy to take the case. Thank you, Old Lu smiled. Eat more. We'll have to trouble you these next few days. Meow Meow nodded. After dinner, Xueling saw Meow Meow downstairs, and the driver took her home. Then she arranged for Old Lu and Xiao Lu to settle in, took the elevator upstairs, and went home. It was cold, and the kids had gone to bed early. Father Xue and Xue Jilian were playing chess, while Mother Xue and Liu Ying were in a room knitting and chatting quietly. Cheng Tianyuan was boiling water in the kitchen. Sheling was tired, greeted everyone, and went across the hall. Cheng Tianyuan brought the kettle over too. Wife, do you want to take a bath? The water heater ran out after the kids used it, so I boiled 2 kettles for you. Sheling shook her head. I just feel a bit cold. Hearing her stuffy nose, Cheng Tianyuan immediately guessed she might have caught a cold. I'll make you some ginger tea. Sheling lazily snuggled into his arms and murmured, I'm full. I can't drink ginger tea right now. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. Ginger tea takes half an hour to make anyway. He gently pushed her away and went to the kitchen to wash and boil the ginger. When he came back, he found Xueling slumped on the sofa, lost in thought. Wife, What's wrong? Xueling gave a bitter, sad smile. Liu Xincheng might be too hurt. I don't know what's wrong with her. She won't answer any questions. The police say she's not cooperating at all. Lawyer? He tried to ask her privately, but she wouldn't answer. She just greeted old Liu and her brother, told them not to worry about her, then cried silently and said nothing. She looked completely hopeless, almost like she's given up on life. Cheng Tianyuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Doesn't she know how serious her crime is? Lawyer. He explained everything to her in detail. Xueling shook her head. Of course she knows. I think she must have suffered some blow and just gave up. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, so, what should we do? I don't know either, Xueling said softly. Let old Liu and the others keep trying to persuade her. Lawyer He will take them to visit and handle the process. Lawyer He is very well known in the legal world here. Entrusting her with the case is the right choice. Cheng Tianyuan came over and gently patted her back. Let it go. This is the path she chose. It has nothing to do with you. You don't need to feel guilty or sad. Xueling gave a bitter smile. I'm not really guilty, but I am sad. She's still so young with so many possibilities ahead. She's not married, hasn't had children. Her life was just beginning. Cheng Tianyuan stood up and pulled her up too. Go wash your face and soak your feet, drink some ginger tea and get to bed early. Xueling squinted and smiled. In this weather, the best thing is to curl up in bed. By the way, did the kids all get their thick quilts? Don't turn the heat up too high or they'll kick off the covers. Cheng Tianyuan replied, Yang Yang went to sleep with his brother. Xiao Xin is with Xiao Chong, so they'll be warmer together. Ha ha. Xueling couldn't help but laugh. Good thing we had enough kids. They can all snuggle together like a litter of piglets. Cheng Tianyuan was amused and teased. Are you calling yourself a mother pig? Xueling pinched the soft flesh at his waist. He couldn't help but laugh, then turned to pour her some hot water. Xueling watched his busy back, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Having someone by your side is a wonderful feeling, especially someone you love. Your mood can change so quickly. When you're happy, there's someone to share it with. When you're upset, someone to comfort you. When you're sad, someone to hold you while you cry. As you get older, there's less passion and excitement, but more daily companionship and deep affection. Maybe in another 10 or 20 years, only that affection will remain. But such companionship is irreplaceable. Like with dad and mom, or with your in-laws, they all need each other. Otherwise, life would be so lonely and dull. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. Cheng Tianyuan called from the bathroom. Wife, the hot water's ready. Come wash your face. Wait a sec, Xueling replied absent-mindedly, waiting for her call to go through. Soon, Lawyer He answered. Xueling apologized. Sorry to bother you so late. It's not late, Lawyer He replied. I just got home. President Xue, is there something you need to tell me? Xueling lowered her voice. Lawyer He, I have a guess. Just my personal suspicion. Could it be that Liu Xincheng broke up with her boyfriend and that's why she's so hopeless? That guy, the gang leader, Gao Yang. Lawyer. He thought for a moment. You mean? Xueling said quietly. Xiao Lu is very confident and flamboyant. She made so much money at such a young age, she must have been riding high. For her to be so hopeless now, it's probably because of her relationship. Maybe you could look into that man's situation and try to provoke her a little, see how she reacts. That might be the breakthrough. All right. After the cold front passed, the sun broke through the thick clouds and it gradually warmed up. Xueling was still busy from early morning until late at night. In the evenings, she spent time with her children, helping them with homework, playing chess, and reading, leaving her little time to pay attention to Liu Xincheng's situation. However, Lawyer He reported progress to her every day, so she was always well informed. Under the persuasion of her father and brother, and after hearing that Gao Yang had long since fled abroad, taking all the money from one of her accounts before he left, Liu Xincheng finally broke down, crying loudly for over half an hour before she relented. After getting a handle on the situation, lawyer He still wasn't optimistic. Not only had Liu Xincheng produced and sold a large quantity of pornographic VCDs and DVDs, she had also laundered money several times for Gao Yang's criminal organization, involving huge sums. Old Liu urged his daughter to confess and plead guilty in hopes of a lighter sentence. Liu Xincheng agreed, but said she didn't care anymore. Her heart was dead. She was completely disillusioned with the world, and it didn't matter how many years she spent in prison. Hearing this, old Liu and his son broke down in tears, devastated. Lawyer He explained that the case was still under investigation, and some of the suspects had not yet been apprehended. So Liu Xincheng would remain in custody for now, but she would continue to follow up on the case. The weather in the capital was cold and dry. Old Liu, already elderly and exhausted from days of running around in worry, soon fell ill. She Ling put work aside and drove to Ronghua Mall to visit old Liu and his son in their room. Liu Zhicheng opened the door, his round face full of anxiety. "Sister Xue, I think my dad's pretty bad off. He just started running a fever." Zhe Ling hurried in and saw old Liu's face flushed, looking very unwell. She called to him several times, but he barely responded. Liu Zhicheng explained, "He started feeling unwell the day before yesterday, sneezing and headaches. He's been toughing it out these past 2 days. I noticed he looked bad and told him not to go out, but he insisted." She Ling interrupted. "Xiaolu, we can't wait any longer. Let's get him to the hospital right away." Liu Zhicheng quickly grabbed his wallet and with She Ling's help, bundled his father up and carried him downstairs. She Ling opened the car door, helped old Liu get settled, and drove to the central hospital. After a flurry of activity in the emergency room, old Liu was admitted to a ward and put on an IV. The doctor explained, the patient caught a cold, which led to a cough and then a lung infection, causing a high fever. After the IV, he should wake up soon. Once the fever subsides, he can go home with some oral medication. "Thank you, doctor," Xue Ling said. An hour later, old Liu woke up. "Xiao Xue, I've troubled you again. I'm really sorry." Xue Ling shook her head and smiled. "No need to be so polite. Just focus on getting better." Old Liu sighed. "I'm getting old and useless. I didn't do anything and still managed to get sick. Really useless." "Don't say that," Xue Ling comforted him. "It's just that you're not used to the climate, and the capital's winter is harsh. Even I, a native, am afraid of the cold, let alone you, coming from the south. Once your fever's gone, you'll be fine." Old Liu looked at his son. "We've been away for over 10 days now. You can't keep taking leave from the newspaper. You're a manager. If you're gone too long, things could go wrong. You should head back in a day or two. I'll stay here." Liu Zhicheng was anxious. "Let's wait a few more days. Work is important, but I can't just leave my sister here." Old Liu shook his head. "Who knows how many years she'll be locked up? You can't stay here forever. You have the newspaper to run and your own family to take care of. Your wife and daughter are waiting at home, and your mother too." "Sigh. I'll stay here. You take care of things in Rongcheng." She Ling agreed with old Liu and explained. "Lawyer, he said this will be a long process. You need to divide responsibilities. You can't all stay here. Zhao Liu, you should go back to work and take care of your family. Your dad is retired and can stay here. Don't worry, I'll help look after him." Liu Zhicheng was grateful, but still worried. "Sister Xue, my dad doesn't know anyone in the capital, and hotels are expensive. If possible, could you help him find a comfortable apartment to rent? He'll be here for a while, and having a stable place to stay would be better." She Ling nodded. "I have plenty of apartments in the capital. I'll just assign one for your dad. No need to rent. Ronghua Mall is in the city center with a bus stop downstairs, so it's very convenient. He can stay in the apartment above mine. That way, I can look after him easily." Old Liu quickly said, "I should rent a place. Your apartments are all for rent. I can't keep taking advantage of you." "No need," She Ling laughed. "Do I look like I care about a little money? I told you, when you come to the capital, I'll take care of your food and lodging. If you won't let me feed you, at least let me provide a place to stay." She turned to Liu Zhicheng. "I'll have the property staff check which apartment is fully furnished and in good condition, and your dad can move in. Don't worry, there's heating, so he won't get cold. Liu Zhicheng quickly thanked her. She Ling was very efficient. The next day, she found a suitable apartment for old Lu. I've asked Brother Zongnan to send a few cleaners up, so it'll be ready this afternoon. I've also bought some daily necessities, bedding, and curtains at the mall, and workers will help set everything up. Old Lu was stunned. This afternoon, we can move in? Yes, Xue Ling explained. You can buy anything you need downstairs. The apartment is fully furnished. 2 beds, a sofa, a dining set, wallpapered walls. The property staff are always available, so I just sent a few up to clean. Once they're done, you can move in. Thank you, Sister Xue. Liu Zhicheng was moved to tears. Thank goodness for your help. I'll leave my dad in your care for now. I'll buy a train ticket tomorrow and head back to Rongcheng the day after. Safe travels, Xue Ling said with a smile. Before you go, just a reminder, there's no landline in the apartment, so it might not be easy to contact your dad. Cell phones aren't expensive these days. Buy a cheap one and teach your dad how to use it. Lawyer, he has a cell phone too, so she can always reach him. Okay. Liu Zhicheng agreed immediately. Xue Ling handed them the apartment keys. My cousin and his friends are going to Daming Lake to look at a factory site, so I'll excuse myself. I'll come up to see you after work. See you later? Go on, Old Lu waved. Liu Zhicheng watched Xue Ling enter the elevator before turning back to the room. Old Lu sighed. Xiao Xue is truly warm-hearted and kind. Your sister used to talk badly about her, even slandered her, but she's repaid evil with good. Not only running around to help your sister, but also taking care of us, spending her own money and effort. She's a really good person. Yeah, Liu Zhicheng said gratefully. I went to the hotel lobby this morning to settle our bill, but they said Sister Xue already paid for us and there's still a balance left. Old Lu said quietly. She's so generous and warm. We must always remember that. Keep track of how much she spent and pay her back in the future. She's already done enough for us. We can't let her spend her money and effort for nothing. Okay, Dad, Liu Zhicheng replied. The night wind was icy cold. Zheng Xiaoyi got off the bus and hurried into Ronghua Mall, taking the elevator straight to the 18th floor. As soon as she stepped out, she rushed to her door and fished out her keys. Hearing the noise, She Huan, who was reading the newspaper in the living room, quickly got up and opened the door. Zheng Xiaoyi smiled, put her keys back in her pocket, and slipped inside. Wow, it's freezing out there. She Huan made a shushing gesture and whispered with a smile. Zhao Yue is already asleep. I had dinner at Uncle's place, then brought him back. After drinking a little water and playing for a while, he fell asleep. Zheng Xiaoyi took off her coat, rubbed her hands, and went to the kitchen to wash up. She Huan poured her a bowl of soup and handed it over. This is chicken soup my mom made, with ginger to ward off the cold. Zheng Xiaoyi thanked him, nestled into his arms, and happily sipped the soup. She Huan smiled indulgently and reminded her, Don't spill the soup. I won't. Zheng Xiaoyi drank most of it and let out a long sigh. Final exams are coming up, everyone's really busy. Tonight was the last elective class and I've already handed in my research report. Starting next week, I won't have any more evening electives. She Huan nodded. Finish your exams quickly. There's still a lot to do after that. What's up? Zheng Xiaoyi asked. She Huan explained. My sister-in-law is about to give birth. Also, I heard from Uncle and Aunt that the whole family plans to go back to their hometown in the south for the new year. Uncle Muhai called and said the villa is almost finished. They're going back to celebrate moving in and to spend the new year there. Zheng Xiaoyi sounded envious. The weather in the south is so warm. I heard from Brother Ayuan that it used to snow in their hometown, but in recent years there's been hardly any snow. Last year, not even once. She Huan chuckled. The south is definitely warmer than here. My brother-in-law says it only gets cold for a few days, and as soon as the sun comes out, it warms up quickly. It's not like here, where it stays cold. Zheng Xiaoyi's eyes turned. How many days off do you get for the new year? She Huan shook his head. No need to ask. It won't be many. The hospital gives at most 3 days off, and my friend is opening a pharmaceutical factory here, so I'll have to help out soon. Didn't you say you hadn't found a factory site yet? Zheng Xiaoyi asked. She Huan smiled. It's settled today. Sister Ling built a company and warehouse by Ming Lake a few years ago. We went to see it today, and my friend said those places are perfect. He wants to rent them from Sister Shui Ling and expand. It's confirmed? That was fast, Zheng Xiaoyi asked. How big a place do you need? Very big. It stretches all the way to the side of your family's villa, She Huan explained. Zheng Xiaoyi nodded, then remembered something else. She Huan gently stroked her hair and said softly, Sister Ling is very cautious. She insisted my friend guarantee there won't be any pollution nearby and no noise near the villa. My friend's pharmaceutical line is imported, fully automated, with little noise. There are also wastewater treatment systems, so nothing will be dumped into Little Ming Lake. It all goes into the city's sewage system. Because of Sister Ling's insistence, my friend will have to spend an extra 100,000 or so to lay new pipes. Zheng Xiaoyi snorted lightly. Sister is thinking long-term. The environment around Ming Lake is beautiful. It can't be ruined. It won't be. A quarter of the area will be green space, She Huan explained. Sister Ling said she'll invest next year to renovate the area around Ming Lake and turn it into a small park. Zheng Xiaoyi smiled. By the way, did you go into my brother's villa? Was he there? She Huan shook his head. The outside is overgrown. Some weeds are as tall as a person. Inside, it's pitch black, full of stray cats and dogs. Sister Ling told me not to go near it, so I didn't. What? Zheng Xiaoyi couldn't believe it. How is that possible? My brother said he's been renovating for ages. His fiancée Xiao Hong agreed to marry him at the end of the year, so he scraped together money to renovate the villa for the wedding. She Huan raised an eyebrow skeptically. Are you sure? Of course, Zheng Xiaoyi said. That's what he told me. Absolutely true. She Huan slowly shook his head. He lied to you. Other than Sister Ling's Mingnian Tower and the warehouse, the only thing left by Ming Lake is your family's villa. Sister Ling pointed it out to me today. She said your father only built the shell and it still needs to be finished and a path laid out. She also said she'll help with landscaping when she renovates the area. That land belonged to Shui Ling, so she knew exactly what was going on. Zheng Xiaoyi's face paled and her eyes darted away. I'll ask my brother about it when I have time. Her brother had borrowed more than 100,000 from her over time, always saying it was for the villa renovation. If it wasn't for that, where did the money go? He had a steady job with a monthly salary of over 2,000, plus the tens of thousands their father left him. Where did it all go? She Huan moved his chin slightly. Finish your soup, take a bath, and get to bed early. Since his father-in-law passed away, he hadn't thought much of his brother-in-law. He'd overheard some conversations between the factory secretary Gong and the accountant, and knew his brother-in-law had secretly fiddled with the accounts at the sweater factory, taking Shi Ling's share. When it was discovered, his father-in-law found out, got so angry he fell ill and passed away. His brother-in-law's sneaky behavior was truly shameful. Zheng Xiaoyi nodded and went to the kitchen. She knew Shui Huan didn't think much of her mother or brother, so she didn't dare mention her brother borrowing money from her in secret. She had no idea what he was really doing with all that money. She was secretly worried. That night, Zheng Xiaoyi couldn't sleep, tossing and turning. The next morning, she hurried off to school. During her lunch break, she made a point to use the public phone to call Zheng Datong's office. You're looking for Zheng Datong? He's not here. He's been taking a lot of leave lately and hardly comes to work. May I ask who you are? Zheng Xiaoyi frowned. I'm his sister, his real sister. If you're really his sister, as a colleague, I think I should let you know. For the past 2 or 3 months, he's been taking constant leave and missing deadlines. The editor-in-chief is very unhappy. Today, the editor asked for his article, but he's on leave again. The editor was so angry, he said, no more leave will be approved, and if this keeps up, he'll be fired. What? Zheng Xiaoyi was shocked. He has family issues, that's why he had to take leave. Please put in a good word for him. I'll go find him right away and tell him to get back to work. I've worked with him for years and have already said all I can. But he can't keep this up. He's always absent, never meets deadlines, and doesn't go out to find news. I really suspect he's looking for another job and doesn't want this one anymore. Zheng Xiaoyi was furious but held her temper. Thank you. He'll be back at work soon. She hung up and quickly called her brother and mother's rental apartment. But the call wouldn't go through. A moment later, a low prompt sounded. Hello? The number you dialed has been deactivated. How could that be? Zheng Xiaoyi panicked, couldn't focus on class, told the class monitor, and hurriedly left campus to go to the apartment rented by Tang Hong and Zheng Datong. As soon as she started up the stairs, Zheng Xiaoyi was startled. At the stairwell, the doorway, the railings, and the wooden door, everything was splashed with red paint. On the door, several large, crooked red characters were scrawled, Zheng Datong, pay back the money. If you don't, you'll pay with your life. Zheng Xiaoyi instantly felt ice-cold all over. Something really had happened. She rushed forward, pounding on the door and shouting, Mom, big brother, Mom, big brother! After a while, the door across the hall opened. A plump old lady glared at her impatiently and said gruffly, What are you yelling for in the middle of the day? You woke everyone up from their nap, really? Zheng Xiaoyi bowed apologetically and said softly, Sorry, Auntie. I'm here to look for my mom and brother. I was so shocked to see this I got worried something happened to them and couldn't help shouting. The old lady snorted. What could have happened? That mother and son are both hopeless gamblers. They care more about money than their lives. Every day loan sharks come here yelling for repayment. The whole building is fed up. A few days ago the landlord came and threw all their stuff out. Wouldn't let them live here anymore. Hopeless gamblers? Zheng Xiaoyi felt a chill run through her. She asked in a daze, Then where did they go? How should I know? The old lady snapped. You'd better leave too. They don't live here anymore, so you should go as well. With red eyes, Zheng Xiaoyi hurried downstairs. She searched the area for a long time but found no trace of them. The capital was so big, a sea of people. Unless they contacted her, where could she even start looking? Suddenly she remembered something. She flagged down a taxi and gave the address of XX High School. 20 minutes later, she found Zheng Duoduo's class. Zheng Duoduo was already a senior in high school, busy with classes every day. He came out of the classroom puzzled. Sis, what are you doing here? Recently, it was always Xue Huan who picked up Xiao Yue after work, so Zheng Xiaoyi hadn't seen Zheng Duoduo for days. She pulled her brother into a corner and lowered her voice. Duoduo, has Big Brother come to see you lately? Duoduo resented their mother and ignored her, but his big brother had grown up with him. Even though he was angry with him, they still kept in touch. Zheng Duoduo's eyes flickered, and he nodded. These past 2 months, yes. Zheng Xiaoyi couldn't help asking, What did he want? Did he say anything? Duoduo pursed his lips. Why are you asking? He always waits for me downstairs at home, never comes to school. The same place? Zheng Xiaoyi immediately guessed the truth, her head spinning. Sis! Duoduo quickly supported her. What's wrong? You look terrible. He glanced at the radiator in the corner, pulled off his coat and wrapped it around his sister, letting her lean against the heater. Zheng Xiaoyi's eyes were blank, tears streaming down her face. Sis! Duoduo asked in alarm. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Brother-in-law? No way, he's a real gentleman. Always so kind to you, he'd never hurt you. Zheng Xiaoyi choked out, Duoduo, Big Brother borrowed money from you, didn't he? You have to tell me, this is really important. He probably told you not to say anything, but we've both been tricked. So you have to tell me the truth. Yes, Duoduo murmured. He said not to tell anyone, but he did borrow money from me. After their father died, Duoduo inherited over 100,000. He was old enough to open a bank account, so the money was in his name. Big Brother borrowed money from me 4 times, a total of 120,000, Duoduo explained. Now I only have a little over 20,000 left. He said he needed the money to renovate the villa by Ming Lake for his wedding at the end of the year. He said weddings cost a lot, and I had to help him. He promised to pay me back when he had money. Zheng Xiaoyi was furious and heartbroken. He told me the same thing, but the villa by Ming Lake hasn't been renovated at all. What? Duoduo's eyes widened. How is that possible? He said he was renovating. Zheng Xiaoyi wiped her tears and told him about her conversation with Xue Huan the night before, and about searching for their brother and mother. They probably went gambling, and they didn't just borrow from us. They borrowed from loan sharks, too. The landlord kicked them out, and the door and railings were splashed with red paint, demanding repayment. Duoduo was dumbfounded. After a while, the siblings went to check the villa by Ming Lake and found it just as Xue Huan had said, overgrown with weeds, pitch black inside, nothing but bare cement walls and bricks. Duoduo cursed. Damn it, it's all lies. They're both hopeless gamblers. All they do is lie. Zheng Xiaoyi choked out. He borrowed all my money, too. There's only about 2,000 left. I don't even dare tell Ah Huan. Let's go find them, Duoduo shouted. Zheng Xiaoyi looked up helplessly. Where? Other than here in that rental, where else could they go? Duoduo, no longer a child, quickly calmed down. He knows I still have money. When he's desperate, he'll come to me again. When that happens, I'll stall him and call you so we can confront him together. Zheng Xiaoyi shook her head, crying. I heard he's barely going to work now. His boss is really unhappy. He's always taking leave. He doesn't care about work anymore, Duoduo sneered. He's just like Mom now, always thinking about spending and gambling. Zheng Xiaoyi was utterly disappointed. This is a dead end. Is something wrong with his head? Mom nearly ruined the family with gambling before. He knows that. How could he follow in her footsteps? Isn't it obvious? Tang Hong must have encouraged him, Duoduo snorted. Of course. He's an idiot too. Looking at the desolate villa, inside and out, Zheng Xiaoyi couldn't help but remember her father's dreams at the dinner table. Dad used to say he wanted to build a big villa, 3 stories high, each floor with 4 rooms and a hall. He wanted a big yard with osmanthus trees outside and fruits and vegetables inside. He and Aunt Chun would live downstairs, taking care of meals and the garden. The young people could live with them or have their own space. They'd help with the kids and always have hot meals ready after work. Dad said he and Aunt Chun would be the center, and even if everyone spread out, they'd always be the heart of the family, living happily together. But only a few months after Dad passed, the family had already fallen apart. Not only had the people scattered, but the money was gone too. Zheng Xiaoyi couldn't help but sob. Duoduo's eyes were red as he sighed and helped her away. Sis, don't cry. Crying won't help or change anything. Don't worry, we still have Auntie. The siblings slowly left, heading outside. The cold wind blew, sending leaves swirling and bending the wild grass. The western sun hung low in the sky, no longer the brilliant red of the past, just a faint blush, dulled by the winter chill. It was truly cold. They thought they'd have to wait a few days, but unexpectedly, Zheng Daitong showed up the very next day, Saturday at noon. Duoduo, you still have some money, right? He forced a big smile and lowered his voice. The villa renovation is almost done, just needs a bit more to finish. Lend me the rest of your money, will you? Don't worry, I'll pay you back next year when I make some money. Duoduo, carrying his backpack and bundled up in a thick coat, looked at him with a calm gaze. I just finished an exam this morning. I'm a bit tired. Big brother, it's been a long time since you, me, and Sis were together. Today's Saturday. Zheng Datong was momentarily stunned, then shook his head and smiled. I've been busy with deadlines lately, and I have to go to the station this afternoon. Next time, let's have hot pot together. My treat. Duoduo stared at him and snorted coldly. We haven't eaten together in months. Busy? So busy you can't spare even one meal? Dad's been gone for months. Have you ever cared about me or Sis? Have you asked how Sis is doing in school? Who's looking after Zhao Yue? Have you asked about my grades? When my mock exams are? When the college entrance exam is? Every time you come, it's just to borrow money. Can't you show a little care for us? Zheng Datong gave an awkward laugh. It's my fault. All right, let's have hot pot for lunch. It's cold, hot pot is perfect. Okay, Duo turned. I'll go upstairs and get sis. Wait here. Zheng Datong nodded, looking a bit nervous, glancing around constantly. A moment later, Zheng Xiaoyi and Duo came down. Zheng Xiaoyi looked pale and Duo still had his backpack on. Zheng Datong quickly winked at his sister as if warning her not to say anything. Let's go have hot pot at the place in the back. What do you want, beef or lamb? Zheng Xiaoyi said nothing. Duo said loudly, I want beef! The three of them went into the beef hot pot restaurant. Duo got a small private room and ordered 3 bottles of soda. Seeing his sister's bad mood, Zheng Datong grew worried. While Duo wasn't looking, he nudged his sister's foot and whispered, What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Duo doesn't know about our private matters. He's busy with school, don't tell him too much and add to his burden. Zheng Xiaoyi sneered, Oh? So you do care about your brother? These past 4 or 5 months you only show up to borrow money. When have you ever cared about us? Zheng Datong was embarrassed. I've been busy. Work, the villa renovation, getting ready for the wedding. I really haven't had time. It's my fault. Once things settle down, I'll take you both out more during the new year. Duo pretended not to hear, just kept dipping beef and eating. Sis, you eat too. Zheng Xiaoyi couldn't eat at all. Zheng Datong ate with his brother. Maybe he was too hungry. He ate quickly, wolfing down big mouthfuls. Duo glanced at him. What? How long's it been since you ate? You look like you're starving. Zheng Datong gave a sheepish smile. I got up late and skipped breakfast. Mom's been busy, hasn't cooked much meat for me. I haven't tasted meat in days. Oh, Duo snorted. That's rough. Aunt Chun makes me food every day. Egg pancakes and millet porridge for breakfast, lunch boxes with chicken legs, fried eggs, and veggies for school. Dinner is braised pork, rice cakes, and zongzi. She's always making something good for me. Zheng Datong's eyes flickered. As long as she treats you well? But Mom is our real mom. I won't turn my back on her. When I have time during the new year, I'll bring her to see you. She's your mom, Duo said coldly. I stopped recognizing her long ago. She's not my mom. You keep following her, you'll end up just like her. Zheng Datong was displeased. What kind of talk is that? Show some respect. Duo snorted and kept eating. Zheng Datong called, Xiaoyi, you eat too. Here, have some of this tender meat. I can't eat. Zheng Xiaoyi's face was grim. I already know everything. Zheng Datong's chopsticks paused, his face showing fear, eyes darting. Know what? Zheng Xiaoyi sneered. What else? You and Mom got kicked out by the landlord because you borrowed from loan sharks, racked up huge gambling debts, and can't pay them back, so you're hiding. I also know you took all of Duo's money. He only has 20,000 left. I know the villa was never renovated. It's overgrown with weeds. I know I only have a few thousand left in my account. The hundreds of thousands Dad left me is down to a few thousand. Zheng Datong's eyes widened in shock, then fell, his chopsticks trembling. It's just temporary. Bang! A loud noise. Duo suddenly slammed his chopsticks on the table, face cold and voice sharp. Temporary? You and that old woman gambled, don't care about work, and gambled away all the money Dad left you. You even stole money from Sister Shu Ling at the factory. You made Dad so angry he died. And then you blew all the money he left us. What kind of son are you? What kind of big brother? All you do is lie. Are you even human? Zheng Xiaoyi sobbed quietly. Zheng Datong's face went pale, then red, finally putting down his chopsticks and lowering his head. I won a lot at first, but I got greedy and kept losing. Get lost, Duo shouted. Our family already fell apart once. You still haven't learned. How long are you and your mom going to drag us down? Huh? Zheng Xiaoyi choked out. How much do you owe now? Where are you and Mom living? When will you stop lying to us? Don't you feel ashamed, tricking your own brother and sister? Zheng Datong's eyes were red, lips trembling, but he couldn't speak for a long time. Duo snorted. Dad left the three of us over 400,000. You gambled it all away. When it's time to visit Dad's grave next year, how will you face him? At this, Zheng Datong broke down in tears. I let Dad down. And you too. What's the use of saying that now? Zheng Xiaoyi cried. What's really going on? Tell us the truth. Zheng Datong sobbed. Don't ask. Anyway, I won't drag you down. You two go on with your lives. I'll take care of Mom. Duo sneered. Not drag us down? Easy for you to say. Dad left that money for my education and you gambled it away. That's not dragging me down. Can you guarantee the loan sharks won't come splash paint at Ronghua Mall? Did you sell the villa? No, Zheng Datong shouted irritably. Don't talk nonsense. The villa doesn't have a deed or land certificate. How could I sell it? Duo snorted. You could sell it. Ask Sister Shui Ling. She told you before any sale has to go through her. She's rich. Maybe she'd buy it outright. Zheng Datong was stung by his brother's sarcasm, his face burning. I'm done eating. You two finish. We'll talk later. He stood up to leave. But Duo grabbed him and, with a swing, punched him hard in the face. Ah! Zheng Datong cried out in pain, shouting, What are you doing, you little brat? Zheng Xiaoyi was frightened and hurried forward to pull her brother away. Duo, stop it! Big brother, Duo, let go! The three siblings scuffled, shouting and pulling at each other, quickly drawing the attention of the restaurant staff. What's going on in here? Why are you fighting while eating? Please, young man, young lady, we're just a small business. We can't handle this kind of trouble. Please have some mercy. Zheng Xiaoyi quickly apologized in a low voice. They're brothers, just got a bit talkative after drinking. It's nothing, really. Seeing things calm down, the staff left. Zheng Xiaoyi quickly closed the door and scolded, Enough! Haven't you embarrassed yourselves enough? Duo snorted. I'm not the gambler. What do I have to be embarrassed about? Zheng Datong, who had fallen to the floor, got up, hair disheveled, a bruise already forming at the corner of his mouth, looking utterly miserable. He was panting, his face ashen. Zheng Xiaoyi rushed over, helping him up and into a chair. She was soft-hearted. Though she'd been furious, seeing her brother like this, her anger vanished, replaced by worry. Big brother, are you okay? Where does it hurt? Zheng Datong glared at his brother. Duo glared right back, unafraid. If I were Dad, I'd beat you to death. You made him so sad and disappointed. You've let me and Sis down even more. Hearing this, Zheng Datong seemed stunned, his eyes reddening as tears silently fell. He really had messed up. Badly. But even if he wanted to turn back now, it was too late. He got up and tried to leave, but Zheng Xiaoyi grabbed his arm, crying, Big brother, wake up! When Mom gambled before, the whole family fell apart. Back then, at least, we still had Dad. Now you're gambling and we have nothing left. Dad's gone. The money he left us is gone. What more do you want? What more? Zheng Datong froze, tears streaming down his face. Xiaoyi, Duo, I'm sorry. Duo was crying too, shouting, What's the use of sorry? Can Dad come back? Can the money you lost come back? Zheng Datong shook his head, sobbing. Xiaoyi cried hard, pleading, Don't be like this. You're still young. You still have a proper job. If you turn back now, it's not too late. Big brother, a prodigal who returns is worth more than gold. Please, stop and wake up. Zheng Datong hugged his sister, crying, I'm sorry. I lied to you both. Xiaoyi sobbed, wiped her tears, and choked out, What's really going on with you and Mom? What's the situation now? Zheng Datong hesitated, not daring to speak. Duo, angry, shouted, What time is it? You're still hiding things from us. We're family. If something happens to you, do you think we can just walk away? Tell us the truth. We'll find someone to help. Zheng Datong lowered his eyes and said quietly, I was going to borrow the rest of Duo's money, then take Mom and sneak out of the country. What? Xiaoyi's eyes widened. You owe that much? Yeah, Datong muttered. The money Dad left me, we gambled it all away. At first, we won over $500,000. Mom and I were so happy. Then we kept losing. Lost it all. I borrowed from you, from friends and colleagues, then from loan sharks. $300,000. The interest is so high we can't pay it back. Mom even borrowed another 200,000 behind my back and lost it all. I don't even know how much we owe now. Mom and I are hiding under a bridge in the east of the city, burning wood at night to keep warm. The loan shark said if we don't pay soon, they'll cut off our hands. We were planning to sneak onto a boat to the south, then stow away abroad. Xiao Yi and Duo were dumbfounded. So, not counting Dad's inheritance, you owe at least 500,000 or 600,000? Da Tong said shamefully. More than that. The siblings were stunned, unable to react. They were still students. Where could they possibly find that much money? Hundreds of thousands. It was an astronomical sum. Daitong choked out. I can't stay in the capital anymore. Mom can't either. If we stay, the loan sharks will kill us. I lost so much gambling, I went crazy. I don't even know how much I lost. Those people are vicious. If we don't pay soon, they'll cripple me and Mom, Xiao Yi cried, clutching her brother's arm. How did it come to this? How? Duo took a deep breath. Call the police. We have to call the police. No, we can't. Datong was terrified, face pale. Gambling is a crime. I'll go to jail. Besides, we signed and fingerprinted all the IOUs. So what? Duo said. At most, you and Mom will spend half a month in jail. You broke the law, you do the time, so what? That's what it means to take responsibility. The police will help with the debts. We'll figure out how to pay later. Right, Xiao Yi nodded. At least you and Mom will be safe, not hunted down. Sneaking abroad is too dangerous. If something happens, you could die at sea. And even if you make it, you'll be deported. Don't think it'll be better abroad. You'll be strangers and survival will be even harder. No, Daitong said fearfully. If they find out we called the police, they'll come after us. You don't know how ruthless they are. They'll break our hands and feet, even cut off our fingers. Xiao Yi trembled in fear, at a loss. Then what do? Maybe we can borrow money, or let's sell the villa. And the apartment Dad left me. Maybe that'll be enough? Da Tong's eyes lit up. Unless we sell to Sister Shui Ling, the villa is on her land and the apartment is in her mall. She's got money, she could pay us quickly. No, Duo protested. That villa was Dad's gift to you. Sis, that's your dowry. Da Tong lowered his eyes. Forget it. Let's keep it. I can't drag you down anymore. Whatever money you have left, lend it to me and Mom so we can escape. We'll go south, then sneak abroad. No, Xiao Yi shook her head. It's too dangerous. You're risking your lives. She turned to Duo, pleading. What Dad left us is precious, but nothing is more precious than life. If something happens to Mom and Big Brother, we'll never be at peace. We're family. We can't just watch them die. Duo sighed irritably. Enough. Let's ask Sister Shui Ling for help. Let's go home. Auntie needs to know about this too. She's our stepmom. She has a right to know. Okay. Xiao Yi nodded. Shui Ling was busy as always. Last night she went upstairs to check on old Lu and ended up chatting for over 2 hours. She slept in a bit this morning, rushed to the main factory for work, had lunch in the cafeteria, and then returned to her office to go over the accounts. Halfway through, she received a call from Sister Chun. She almost never called, so Shui Ling guessed something urgent must have happened. Ju Achun was indeed anxious, saying she couldn't explain clearly over the phone and hoped Shui Ling could come home. There was an emergency that needed her help. All right, Shui Ling said without pressing for details. I'll be there in half an hour. She hung up, called her secretary, and asked to postpone the afternoon executive meeting to 10 a.m. the next day. It's the end of the year. Some orders are tight on time. Keep a close eye on things. Also, we may need overtime. Arrange for capable workers to do night shifts and make sure they're paid at the capital's wage standard. The factory cafeteria should provide them with an extra late-night meal. Understood, the secretary replied. Shui Ling put on her coat. I'm heading home and probably won't be back this afternoon. Call my mobile if anything comes up. She hurried off, driving back to the city. In the past 2 years, the number of cars in the capital had doubled and traffic jams were common. Luckily, the rush hour had passed, so she made it to the mall parking lot smoothly. After getting out, she saw several security guards in the lounge watching TV and laughing. Shui Ling looked around and saw no one on duty. She said nothing, took the elevator, and called Liao Zhongyan. asking him to remind everyone not to slack off during work hours. Liao Zhongyan agreed. There are a lot more cars in the parking lot these days. Over 100 from residents alone. We really need to make sure the guards stay at their posts. Cars can get stolen, and we especially worry about valuables inside. Xie Ling thought for a moment and said, "Take some money from the property management fees and buy more surveillance cameras tomorrow. Try to cover every corner, no blind spots. The mall is getting busier, so our management can't slack off." "Absolutely," Liao Zhongyan agreed. "I'll get on it right away." Xie Ling thanked him and hung up. By now, she'd exited the elevator and was standing at the door. As she put her phone away, she heard crying nearby. There were only a few households on the 18th floor, all family. She hurried toward the sound. The kids were all at school, so the house was quiet. Her parents and mother-in-law were probably napping, but the iron door next door was half open. "Xiao Yi, stop crying," Zhu Achun's voice said. "If you wake Xiao Yue, it'll be bad. He needs a 3-hour nap every day or he gets cranky." Xie Ling pulled the door open and knocked. Soon, Duo opened the door. Xie Ling immediately noticed his red eyes and grew suspicious. She peeked in and saw Zheng Deitong curled up on the sofa, with Zhu Achun and Zheng Xiaoyi on the other side, both wiping away tears. "Ling, you're finally here," Duo said angrily. "My family, looks like it's falling apart again." Xie Ling was stunned, not quite processing it. "What happened? What's going on?" Zheng Xiaoyi sat up and grabbed her hand, quickly explaining everything. Ling, what should we do now? My brother and mom don't even have a place to stay. They want to sneak south and stow away. I won't allow it. The money's gone, but we can't just throw our lives away." Xie Ling frowned. Seeing Zheng Datong hanging his head, she almost lost her temper, nearly cursing him out. But she thought better of it. After all, he wasn't related to her by blood, and at 26 or 27, he was no child. Scolding or hitting him probably wouldn't help. Why waste her breath? "How much do you owe exactly? You need to give a number so we can figure out what to do. I don't deal much with shady people, but I know loan shark interest piles up fast. If the principal is big, the interest can be terrifying." Everyone looked at Zheng Datong. He shrank back, clearly ashamed, and finally muttered a number. "Now, it's probably about 1 million. "What?" Duo exclaimed. "Wasn't it 500,000? Zheng Datong said quietly. "It was over 700,000, but it's been more than a month. With the interest, it's definitely around that now." Zhu Achun was anxious, wringing her hands. "Madame, do you know anyone who could help lower the interest? We can pay some, but if the interest stays this high, we'll never manage." Zheng Deitong swallowed and said, Ling, could you buy the villa and the land? I really have nowhere else to turn." Xie Ling frowned. "That was your father's legacy. Don't sell unless you absolutely have to. Who did you borrow from? Give me the names. I'll see if I can find someone to help lower the interest." Zheng Datong gave the names. Xie Ling nodded and stood up. "I'll go ask around. Don't go anywhere. The mall has security downstairs. They won't dare come up and cause trouble." With that, she hurried out. Zheng Datong's eyes flickered as he looked at his sister. "Mom's still waiting for me under the bridge. Go get her. If I'm not there and the debt collectors find her, she could be in danger." Zheng Xiaoyi hesitated and looked at Zhu Achun. "Auntie, go," Zhu Achun said gently. "Safety first." Duo didn't look happy but said nothing. No matter how bad she was still his birth mother. He couldn't just let her die. Hearing Zhu Achun's approval, Zheng Xiaoyi hurried out. Zhu Achun stood up. Duo, come help me get the guest room ready for your mom." "Okay," Duo replied, following her in. Zheng Datong sat on the sofa, looking at the cozy apartment he'd lived in for years, at the spotless surroundings and the warm air, and couldn't help but remember the family's happy days. Before he knew it, tears streamed down his face. How did it come to this? His father had such high hopes for him, put him through school and college, even found him a great job. But he'd thrown it all away, led astray by his mother into gambling. He used to hate his mother's gambling, which emptied the family and gave his father a heart attack, leaving them homeless. It was Lingling and brother Aiwan who fixed up this apartment, bought furniture, and helped them settle into a new home. Later, as his father's health improved and the two factories recovered, things got better. His father bought this apartment from Xueling, happily telling the three siblings they'd start over here, each forging their own future. Then Aunt Chun and Titu joined the family. From then on, the house was always clean, meals were delicious, and the dinner table was full of laughter and happiness. But now, it was all gone. The family had been ruined once by his mother's gambling, and now again by his own. Xueling sought out Sixth Master and another friend, probing for information for over 2 hours before Sixth Master got back to her first. Boss Xue? It's old Six. The guys over there said Zheng Datong borrowed twice, totaling about 700,000. With a few months' interest, it's already over 1 million. But he has another debt, gambling losses, about 300,000. Plus, his mom has 2 IOUs with thumbprints, totaling nearly 3 million. Xueling frowned. Are you sure? That much? I asked carefully. That's what they said. Xueling asked him to act as a go-between, to see if the interest could be reduced. But Sixth Master explained, that kid's not trustworthy. He's run off several times. To be honest, those guys make their dirty money this way. They won't go easy. Since the day before yesterday, they've said the same thing. If they catch him, they'll break his legs first. Xueling gave a bitter smile. Sixth Master, let me be honest. His name is Zheng Datong, son of Uncle Zheng, Zheng Sanyuan. What? Old Zheng's son? The eldest? How did he raise a son like that? Of all things, gambling, the root of all evil. Xueling sighed. His mother, Tang Hong, is a notorious gambler, you've probably heard. The eldest son's been with her these past years, and you know what they say about bad company? After Uncle Zheng died, he gambled even more. I wasn't close, so I didn't know. Only today, when he came to Ronghua Mall, did I find out he'd already tricked his siblings out of their money. All of old Zheng's inheritance is nearly gone. What a damn wastrel! Old Zheng was such a good man. How could he have a son like this? I watched him work so hard to build a business in the capital, never wasting a penny, always frugal and generous. He was a real good guy. Xueling sighed. Don't be sad, Sixth Master. The most important thing now is to ask you to plead for his life. See if they'll spare his legs, and try to reduce the interest. I'll buy the villa from him, lend him some more, and try to fill the gap. For old Zheng and for you, Boss Xue, I'll run my legs off if I have to. Don't worry, I'll do my best to plead for him. Xueling thanked him repeatedly, then drove back to the mall. Zheng Xiaoyi explained that she'd already brought her mother back. She was living under a bridge, starving, filthy, and freezing. She caught a cold. I gave her some medicine, and now she's sleeping in my brother's room. Xueling felt no sympathy, glancing at the anxious Jua Chun and the worried Duo Duo. All of you, come here. I need to tell you the truth. Zheng Xiaoyi turned pale with fright. 3 million? That much? Duo Duo's eyes turned red with rage. Bastard! Even now he's lying to us. I'm going to kick him out right now. Ju Achun quickly held him back, crying, Don't! Duo Duo, don't be rash! Now's the time to find a solution, not fight among ourselves. Zheng Xiaoyi burst into tears, sobbing, Where can we find that much money? Xueling frowned and said quietly, Xiaoyi, this isn't a small matter. It's already evening. When Ah Huan gets home, you need to tell him. Zheng Xiaoyi cried harder, ashamed and helpless. I know, Xueling explained. Uncle Zheng's old friend, Sixth Master, is already helping to pull strings, pleading with the casino and loan sharks to see if they'll reduce the interest. If you don't pay soon, your brother's legs are at real risk. Duo Duo collapsed into Ju Achun's arms, sobbing. Auntie, don't help him. Kick them both out. I don't have a mother or a brother like that. I hate them. Dad must be turning in his grave. Ju Achun wept, gently patting his head. Don't say that. Don't think like that. Your dad's gone, but you still have Auntie. You're my child, and I'll protect you. Duo Duo cried and cried. Xueling's eyes reddened, and she coughed softly. Don't worry, I'll help too. That night, no one in the family slept. Xie's father sighed, staring out the dark window, muttering, "Old Zheng, how did it come to this? How did Datong turn out like this?" Xue Huan, though angry, calmed down and went to his big brother to borrow money. Xie Heng said all his money was with Cheng Tianfang, invested in stocks, but he had some stashed with Xue Ling and would quietly ask her for it. Chen and Xue Zhilan told Xiao Yi they'd saved about 100,000 over the years, and she could use it for the emergency. After all, it was her birth mother and brother. They couldn't just stand by. Zheng Xiao Yi cried her heart out, only able to say thank you. Zhu Achun told Xue Ling that the inheritance Zheng Sanyuan left her, over 100,000, should be used to help pay the debt. She was also willing to sell the apartment she and Duo owned, just to get through this crisis. As long as Datong truly repents and never goes back to his old ways, then the money and the house are worth it. Xue Ling said nothing, only told them to wait for news. The next morning, Sixth Master arrived. His hat was still frosted, his face drawn. Clearly he hadn't slept all night. Xue Ling quickly poured him hot water. Sixth Master thanked her. "No rush. I spent all night pleading with people. And finally the casino and loan shark bosses agreed to cut 300,000 off, so at least 2.7 million, but it has to be paid within 3 days and it must be cash." Xue Ling frowned. "That soon?" "Yes," Sixth Master said quietly. "The casino didn't even count interest. That's already a favor. That kid and his mom gambled and borrowed, and there are still some small debts not included. They've been hiding, not showing their faces. The fact they're willing to settle it all at once is already a blessing." "I understand." Xue Ling nodded. A while later she took Sixth Master to see Zheng Datong and the others. Xue Huan took the day off to stay with Xiao Yi. Xie's father was up early, anxious for news. Sixth Master gave Zheng Datong a fierce scolding. He didn't dare talk back, just hung his head and cried. Tang Hong hid in the corner, not daring to show her face. Xie's father listened, his head aching, sighing helplessly. Zhu Achun choked up. "Madam, all we can do now is scrape together enough to fill this huge hole. Sanyuan left some assets, but selling them quickly means we'll get a poor price, and time is so short. We need your help." Zheng Datong said quietly, "Lingling, the villa and land are in your name. Can you buy them from us?" Everyone looked at Xue Ling, waiting for her answer. "I can." Xue Ling nodded slowly. "When Uncle Zheng and I invested in that land, he put in 1 million. Later, I swapped him some land by Ming Lake and added more as compensation. At market price, it's gone up by about 1/3. I'm willing to buy it for 2 million. I hope the rest of the money will teach you the meaning of lesson." Zheng Datong, eyes red, nodded. "Thank you." Zhu Achun wiped her tears and said softly, "Madam, this apartment was meant for Duo. The other one I have is unlivable, but I'm willing to sell it to help out. Also, the money Sanyuan left me, I haven't spent it. Together with what I've earned, I can put together 150,000 to add in." Zheng Datong quickly said, "No, Auntie, that's your only property. I can't take it." Zhu Achun choked up. "Don't say that. We're family. There's no need to keep things separate." She turned to Xue Ling. "Madam, selling to anyone else now would mean a bad price. I know Director Liao's property office sometimes helps with apartment sales. Could you buy it? We'll never forget your kindness." "No need," Xue Ling sighed. "I'll cover the rest. When you're able, pay me back." "No," Duo shook his head. "It's too much. How long would it take us to earn that much? Lingling, sell my apartment too. Sell them together." Zheng Xiaoyi took out a bankbook and handed it to Xue Ling. "Lingling, here's 150,000. Ah Huan and my in-laws scraped it together. It's not much, but it's all we have. I hope it helps." Xue Ling nodded and took the bankbook. Zhu Achun had already brought out her apartment deed and a sales contract, choking up. "Madame, add it in. Duo's apartment can't be sold, but mine is just sitting there, so it might as well help." Xue Ling still refused. "If you give up all your money, you'll have nothing left but that apartment. We already have 2.3 million. There's no need." Right, She's father said gently. Chun, put it away. I'll cover the rest. Old Zheng was my brother. I can't just ignore his kids. No, no, Ju Chun shook her head. That's your retirement money. We can't take it. Madam, please, for all these years of friendship, just do this for me. Duo sobbed, hugging Ju Chun's arm. Xie Ling, eyes red, said softly, If you can't take my dad's money, you still have me. Don't be like this. Everyone else turned away, eyes red. Ju Chun explained, I already asked Director Liao. Recently, a similar apartment upstairs sold for 280,000. She handed all the documents to Xue Ling. Just take it. You've already helped so much. We can't ask for more. San Yuan was lucky to have a niece like you. Thank you, thank you. Xue Ling had no choice but to accept. All right. I'll have old Liao handle the transfer tomorrow. If it's sold for 280,000, I'll give you 300,000. I'll get the money this afternoon so it'll be ready soon. That brings us to 2.6 million. I'll cover the last 100,000, She's father said calmly. Xue Ling nodded. All right, you can do it. No. Zheng Xiaoyi looked to Xue Huan for help. Xue Huan took her hand and said to Xue Ling, Sis, that's their retirement money. We really can't take it. I borrowed money from my brother. We'll cover the last 100,000. No need, Xue's father scolded. You need your money for your wife in Zhaoyue. You're on a salary. How long would it take to save 100,000? I was a wealthy man in the capital, after all. No one dared accept, shaking their heads. But Xue Ling had already agreed. If my dad says it's fine, then it's fine. Uncle! Zheng Datong cried. Xue's father sighed. Datong, after this disaster, your family is at rock bottom. Your father's barely cold in his grave and you've squandered everything. I hope you truly change. Life doesn't always give second chances. Sixth Master puffed on his pipe and sighed. You're lucky, kid. Your dad's gone, but he left you a lot, especially all these relatives and friends. Think about it. What friends do you have? What skills? Zheng Datong broke down in tears. Once things were settled, Xue Ling called 2 bank managers to arrange to withdraw 2.4 million in cash. Xue's father wanted to go too, but Xue Ling stopped him. It's freezing out. No need for you to go. Your money and mine, what's the difference? You can pay me back next time you're at the bank. Xue's father chuckled quietly. Over the years, except for the occasional trip, his daughter and son-in-law had handled everything. He'd barely touched his retirement money. Xue's mother urged, Go on, let Ayuan and Ahuan help carry it, so much money. Be careful. Got it, Xue Ling replied. The next day, Sixth Master brought Zheng Datong, along with Cheng Tianyuan, Xue Huan, and Duo, to pay off the gambling and loan shark debts. When the IOUs were torn up, Zheng Datong wept like a child. Previously, the casino people had gone to the TV station looking for Zheng Datong, angrily demanding his boss hand him over, scaring the boss badly. The boss immediately reported to higher-ups and fired Zheng Datong. The reason? Poor personal conduct, bad morals, lack of responsibility, and a terrible influence. After investigation, it was found that Zheng Datong had worked less than half the time in the past 3 months, always on leave or absent, and was known to be addicted to gambling. He was immediately dismissed. She Kong wanted to plead for him, but after hearing the reasons, decided not to help. Later, Xue Huan tried to ask her for help, even going to her home. Cousin, sorry to come so suddenly. Is there really no way to turn this around? Xue Kong invited him in and made coffee. We're family, so I'll be honest. Huan, it's not that I don't want to help. Even if I did and he stayed, he'd have no chance for promotion. This mistake is too big. If he stays, his record will show a major demerit. With a stain like that, he'll never get a good position. Even if he truly repents, there's no future. And he's not exactly a top talent, so it's even less likely. Xue Huan sighed and nodded. Cousin, I understand. Xue Kong said gently, You work in a unit too, so I don't need to explain. He's your brother-in-law, and I was the one who got him into the TV station, so I do care. But as the saying goes, a setback can be a blessing. Any situation can become an opportunity. Juan, I can try to recommend him to a TV station in the south. As for his record, I'll do my best to make it a transfer, not a demerit. Huan's eyes lit up with joy. Which TV station in the south? Kong smiled. Cheng. He has experience at the capital's TV station, and with my recommendation he should get a good position, better than now. But you'll need to discuss it with him because it could mean spending most of his life there. Huan nodded eagerly. Great, I'll go talk to him right away. Xiangcheng? Zheng Datong was stunned. That far? Yes, Huan explained. Xiangcheng is also a provincial capital and it's a pretty good place. By plane, it's about 2 hours. By train, a little over a day and a night. That far? Zheng Xiaoyi swallowed nervously. Huan summarized what Kong had said, analyzing, "This is a brand new opportunity, a chance to start over. Cousin said she can only help you this much. In my opinion, it's a really great chance." Tang Hong off to the side frowned and muttered, "It's too far. The capital is the best, no other place can compare." Huan's face was cold. He ignored her. Zheng Xiaoyi's eyes flickered, and she quickly said, "It is a bit far, but Big Brother can still come back during holidays, and Jiangcheng is a major city in China. It won't be bad." Huan said calmly, "It's up to you. But cousin said you can't wait too long. There's a vacancy there now, and her friend is holding it for you. They're only doing it as a favor to her, but she can't make things difficult for them." "I'll go," Zheng Datong said firmly. "What?" Tang Hong cried. "Datong, that's too far. The capital is the best. Are you crazy?" Zheng Datong shook his head. "My reputation here is already ruined. There's no future for me in this industry in the capital. I need to start over somewhere else. For the deputy station chief to offer me such a big opportunity, I'm deeply grateful. How could I not seize it?" "Good," Huan said. "It's your decision. If you're sure, call cousin." "Okay." Zheng Datong nodded gratefully. "Thank you." Zheng Xiaoyi also thought it was a good decision and explained to Tang Hong, "Mom, it's better for Big Brother to have a fresh start in Xiangcheng than to try to find a new job here." "Then, what about me?" Tang Hong started to cry. Zheng Datong said, "Mom, come with me to Xiangcheng, but you can't gamble anymore, or I'll cut ties with you." Tang Hong wiped her tears and nodded quickly. At that moment, Zhu Achun poked her head out of the kitchen and called warmly, "Everyone, come eat." Duo was setting the table and called out, "Dinner's ready!" He saw Zhu Achun sweating from her work and quickly rolled up his sleeves to help her, gently wiping her brow. "Auntie, let me do this. You take a break." Zhu Achun smiled. "It's fine. Auntie's not tired." Tang Hong watched their interaction, her eyes filling with tears. Her younger son wouldn't even speak to her, but was so filial to Zhu Achun. She used to be angry, always thinking Zhu Achun had bewitched her son, cursing her in secret. But this time, Zhu Achun had agreed to let her and her eldest son move in, serving them good food every day. What surprised her even more was that Zhu Achun had put together all the money San Yuan left her, plus her own savings, to help pay off the gambling debts, and was even willing to sell her only apartment. No wonder her younger son respected and loved her so much. Huan didn't stay for dinner. He said warmly to Zhu Achun, "Auntie, Uncle and Brother Ayuan asked me over for old hen soup. I'll go keep Xiaoyue company and bring him home later." Zhu Achun didn't try to keep him, smiling. "All right, go keep Xiaoyue company." Zheng Xiaoyi knew he didn't like her mother and didn't want to eat with her, so she just smiled. "You eat with Xiaoyue first. I'll come home after I finish." Huan nodded and left. 3 days later, Zheng Datong packed his things and took Tang Hong south by train. Before leaving, he made a point to thank Xue Jilan and her husband for their help, promising to pay them back as soon as possible. Then he went to say goodbye to Xue's father. Xue's father sighed and told him to take care and work hard, never to go astray again. Then he took out 2,000 yuan and pressed it into his hand. Zheng Datong didn't dare accept, shaking his head. She's father said quietly, "Take it so you can settle in. I've known you since you were a kid. You're like a son to me. Datong, you've always been a good kid. Don't let me down again." Zheng Datong choked up and nodded. Finally, he asked Zhu Achun to take care of his younger brother, then left with his mother. 5 days later, he called to say they'd settled in Xiangcheng and that the work environment was good. He liked it. Zhu Achun told him to take care of himself and his mother, then hung up. After that, she went downstairs to find Liao Zhongyan, hoping to keep working as a cleaner at the mall. Liao Zhongyan, knowing a bit about her family's troubles, agreed without hesitation. Every morning, Zhu Achun made breakfast, then went downstairs to work. In the evening, she hurried out to buy groceries and cooked dinner for Duoduo. At first, Duoduo didn't know. It wasn't until Sunday, when he didn't have class, that he found out Zhu Achun was cleaning downstairs. With red eyes, he said, "Auntie, I'll quit school and work to support you." Lately, there had been less food and meat at home. Auntie was scrimping, always saving the meat for him. He guessed the money had gone to pay debts and that things were tight. He just hadn't realized they were so broke, and that Auntie was secretly working. "Silly child." Zhu Achun smiled. "You have to study hard, or you'll let your dad and Auntie down. Auntie's got nothing to do at home anyway, can't just waste my life. This job is close to home so I can look after the house." Zheng Sanyuan hadn't been educated, so he always wanted his 3 kids to study hard, go to college, and get stable jobs. He was gone, but she was determined to help Duoduo finish school and go to college. Duoduo asked, "Auntie, is it hard work?" "Not at all," Zhu Achun said. "It's just sweeping and mopping, very easy. Auntie's still young, this is nothing. Cleaning is work too. Labor is honorable, so don't look down on it." "I don't," Duoduo choked up. "I'll help on holidays." "Silly boy," Zhu Achun said gently. "What I want most is for you to study hard and get into a good college." Duoduo wiped his tears and nodded hard. A few days later, Cheng Tianfang had stomach pains, and everyone rushed her to the hospital. After half a day, she had a C-section and gave birth to a baby girl. Everyone was overjoyed. Xue Heng was so moved when he saw the baby that he cried like a child. Xue Zhilan was also moved to tears, saying the family finally had a girl, and immediately named her Xue Han, hoping she'd grow up to be cultured and have inner strength. Everyone loved the name. Zhao Yue clapped and jumped, saying he was a big brother now. Cheng Tianfang stayed in the hospital for a week, with Chen and Liu Ying helping take care of her. Xue's parents looked after Xiao Yue at home, and Cheng Tianyuan made chicken soup and stews for the hospital. Except for important meetings, Xue Heng stayed at the hospital with his wife and daughter. Zheng Xiaoyi was busy preparing for finals, out early and home late every day. Xue Huan was also busy, juggling hospital work and helping his friend with the pharmaceutical factory paperwork, running around every day. They were all so busy, and the weather was cold, so Xiao Yue was mostly with Xue's parents, sometimes even sleeping over at their place. Because Xue Zhilan was involved in an orthopedic research project, he had been extremely busy for over a year, working during the day, writing papers at night, and hardly spending any time at home. He felt guilty for not being able to help take care of his grandson. Whenever he rushed home, he always made sure to come over to hug Xiao Yue and play chess or chat with Xue's father. He was very grateful to his cousin and cousin-in-law for helping with Xiao Yue, apologizing. "Xiao Yi has classes, Ah Huan has work. The young couple are both so busy. If it weren't for you two, I wouldn't know where to send the child. I just can't trust daycare centers." "What are you saying?" Xue's father replied warmly. "At daycare, 2 teachers look after a dozen kids. Your aunt and I only have to care for 1. Who could do better than us?" Of course no one could. Xue Zhilan was deeply grateful and explained, "Ah Fang will be discharged soon and things will only get busier. My mother-in-law is helping over there, so there's definitely more chores here. If there's ever a problem, please let me know. I'll take leave and come back right away." Xue's father shook his head. "You're not retired yet. Focus on your work. It's a good opportunity to achieve something before retirement. Your aunt and I have nothing to do at home, so looking after Xiao Yue is easy. Besides, Ranran and Yang Yang are older now. They can help watch Xiao Yue too. Little helpers, Xue Zhilan laughed. A colleague went abroad and brought me a box of cookies. I brought it over. Let's give it to the kids later. Good. Xue's father didn't stand on ceremony. Go do your work. It's almost New Year's. Xiaoxin and Xiaochong's kindergarten is already on break. Ranran still has exams, but the two boys will be off in 2 days. Muhai called and said the villa is all ready. Lately, Liu Xiaoyu and he have been helping clean inside and out. Ah Yuan's old friend Chen Min has also been helping, buying furniture and daily necessities. Once the kids are on break, we'll fly south first. Xue Zhilan asked, Will my mother-in-law go south too? Yes, Xue's father explained. It's their first new house back home. According to their tradition, they need to move in and worship their ancestors, so it'll be busy for a while. Ah Yuan has to help too. Xue Zhilan looked a bit troubled. Ah Fang will be in confinement. Never mind. Let my mother-in-law go south with you. I'll have Ah Heng find a suitable nanny, and with my wife at home, we should be able to take care of Ah Fang. Confinement needs to be done properly. Can't be careless. All right, Xue's father said quietly. The old couple have been apart for over half a year. They miss each other. We'll be back after the new year, so you just manage for now. Ha ha, Xue Zhilan said apologetically. Not at all. This is our side's responsibility. Luckily, my mother-in-law is helping at the hospital, or we'd be overwhelmed already. Cheng Tianfang was finally discharged, and everyone hurried to bring her home. Little Han was chubby and adorable, loved by all. Xue Heng saw that both his mother and mother-in-law had lost weight and looked tired, so he discussed with Cheng Tianfang and then went to a big agency to find a nanny. Cheng Tianfang lay lazily on the bed, half propped on a pillow. It's all your daughter's fault. That little one loves to stay up late. My mom and your mom haven't slept well these past few nights. Xue Heng said softly. She's just a baby. She doesn't know about staying up late. She's new to the world, confused and lost, and needs time to adjust. It's okay. We'll get a nanny to help so both moms can rest. Cheng Tianfang grumbled. My incision still hurts. Xue Heng coaxed. You've worked hard, my dear wife. The doctor said it'll take at least a month to recover. It's a big cut. Of course it hurts. You're the hero of our family, and I'll be grateful for life. Cheng Tianfang giggled and pointed at the TV. Turn it on for me. No, Xue Heng said softly. Mom said you watched too much TV this afternoon. Your eyes are getting blurry. Cheng Tianfang quickly shook her head. I'm fine now. Then how about the computer? Bring it to my bedside. Okay. Xue Heng couldn't refuse, so he moved the monitor over. Cheng Tianfang giggled. The stocks I bought have all gone up these days. I'm so happy. Xue Heng forced a smile. As long as you're happy. When they dropped, she'd get worked up. When they rose, she'd get worked up. He never cared much for stocks. Unless you're a professional, it's not much different from gambling. But since his wife liked it, he didn't say anything. As long as she was happy, he wouldn't interfere. Luckily, he'd left some money with Xue Ling. Chen came in with a bowl of chicken soup, smiling. Ah Fang, drink it while it's hot. Cheng Tianfang took it and asked, Mom, where's my mom? Chen explained. She said she felt dizzy and went to lie down. Xue Heng quickly said, Mom had major surgery. She can't be careless. If she feels dizzy, let her rest and don't let her get too tired. Cheng Tianfang regretted. I shouldn't have let her run around the hospital these days. Xue Heng smiled wryly. She was so happy about little Han's birth. If she didn't go to the hospital, she wouldn't be satisfied. Chen wiped her hands and smiled. Xiao Yi finished her exam today and slipped on the snowy road coming home. Ah Huan just called. He's taking her to get her ankle checked. It's really swollen. Is it serious? Xue Heng frowned. Do you need me to help? No, Chen said. Ah Huan didn't ask for help. You just take care of things here. It's been snowing for days and a lot of places are icy. Everyone needs to be careful. Who's like Xiao Yi? Cheng Tianfang snorted. She can't sit still. Falling was just a matter of time. Chen was a bit embarrassed and didn't know what to say, so she left with the dishes. Xue Heng glanced at Cheng Tianfang and said quietly, "That was harsh. Xiao Yi has to go to school every day. How is that can't sit still? She studies during the day and takes care of Xiao Yue at night. She works hard too. She leaves her son with your parents all the time. Chen helps her a lot too," Cheng Tianfang grumbled. "Without their help, I'd like to see how she manages school. Your brother is unlucky, always dragged down by her. And with a mother and brother like that..." Xue Heng's face darkened. "Husband and wife are a team. Don't talk about being dragged down. Even Huan doesn't think that way, and you shouldn't either. Besides, none of this is Xiao Yi's fault." Cheng Tianfang huffed. "Your parents gave all their savings to her. Don't think I don't know." "You?" Xue Heng couldn't help but get angry. "That was for an emergency. Lingling, who's just a friend, helped with hundreds of thousands. And we're family. Besides, you and I didn't have to pay anything. Since we didn't help, we shouldn't complain. Aren't your parents' savings supposed to be split between us?" Cheng Tianfang said self-righteously. "You and Huan are both their sons. Splitting it is normal." "It's normal," Xue Heng shrugged. "But I don't need it. I make 100 times what Huan does. Why would I need half my parents' money? It's their money. They can spend it however they want." Cheng Tianfang didn't see it that way. She snorted. "Us having money is our business. How your parents give out money is another matter. They have 2 sons, so they should treat both fairly." All right, Xue Heng, still a bit angry, said quietly. "Let's not be petty, especially since we didn't pay a cent. Huan wouldn't dare ask me for money. Look at your sister-in-law. She helped out with hundreds of thousands without hesitation. If the money hadn't come in time, those loan sharks wouldn't have let Zheng Datong off. In other words, that money was life-saving. When it comes to family, you help if you can. My parents did it to help Xiao Yi." "My sister-in-law is rich. Can you compare to her?" Cheng Tianfang huffed. "Your income is only 1/10 of hers. You get 1/10 from the branch factory, 1/10 from the main factory. She has so many buildings and apartments to rent out. Can you compare? She can spend her money however she wants, but your money is my money, and I don't agree to you spending it however you like." Got it. Xue Heng suppressed his irritation and said quietly, "Don't get upset. You're still in confinement. Let's drop it and not bring it up again." Cheng Tianfang glared at him, turned away, and stared at the monitor, not wanting to talk anymore. Xue Heng, not in the mood to stay, saw his daughter sleeping soundly and went to the living room. Just then, he saw his brother outside, seemingly carrying Xiao Yi on his back. He quickly called out, "Mom! Huan and Xiao Yi are back." Chen, who was in the kitchen, rushed out, and together with Xue Heng, hurried to open the door. They saw Xue Huan opening the door next door, while Xiao Yi leaned on the doorframe, her foot wrapped up like a zongzi, slightly raised. Chen exclaimed, "Oh my, Xiao Yi, how did you get so badly hurt?" Xue Huan and Xiao Yi turned around. Xiao Yi gave a wry smile. "Mom, I didn't expect it. It's pretty bad. The ground was icy, I was walking too fast, and I twisted my ankle when I fell." Chen hurried to help her. Xue Huan explained helplessly, "She strained her ligaments. Luckily the bone's fine, but the ligament injury is pretty bad. It'll take at least half a month to heal." He opened the door and quickly turned on the heat and lights. Xue Heng also went to help Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi managed a smile. "Thanks, Mom. Thanks, brother." The two of them helped her to the sofa. Xue Huan took off his coat and asked, "Brother, did sister-in-law get discharged today? Sorry, I was too busy to help pick her and little Han up." "No worries," Xue Heng said. "There were plenty of us, we didn't need you. Xiao Yi, are your finals over?" "Finished this morning," Xiao Yi said with a wry smile. "Then this bad luck happened in the afternoon." Chen quickly brought 2 cups of water, handed one to her younger son, and hurried over. "Xiao Yi, have some to warm up. The roads are slippery in the snow. Be careful next time. At least you didn't break any bones, so it could be worse." Xue Heng looked at his mother and said, "Mom, the nanny's coming tomorrow. With a nanny there, you should spend more time here with Xiao Yi. Huan has to work every day, and Xiao Yue is still little. You'll need to help more." "No," Xiao Yi said apologetically. "I already called Auntie. She'll come take care of me. Sister-in-law is in confinement. Mom can't leave her. Chen was torn. She loved both her children. I'll bring meals over for Xiao Yi. The rest of the time I should stay there. Confinement is different from usual. It needs extra care. That's enough, Xiao Yi said. If you can bring me meals, that's more than enough. It's just my foot. My hands are fine. She Huan nodded. Right, let's do that. Xiao Yue will stay with uncle and aunt, so we'll have to trouble them a bit longer. Mom, you handle Xiao Yi's meals and I'll try to come home early to help in the evenings. Chen quickly agreed. She Heng noticed his brother had lost weight lately and felt a pang of concern, pulling him aside. How busy have you been? Any progress with the pharmaceutical factory? She Huan gave a wry smile. It's much more complicated than I thought, but luckily my friend has experience. Every day it's running around for this permit or that one. Really exhausting. I figure the final paperwork won't be done until next summer. The factory site is set and I've already paid the initial rent to Lingling. After the new year, when the weather's better, construction will start. Lingling also wants to fix up the villa my father-in-law built and rent it out for a restaurant and small supermarket. She says with Mingchen Building having hundreds of people working every day and the factory bringing in more workers, a supermarket and restaurant will definitely make money. Xue Heng laughed. She really knows how to make money. No surprise. Ah, Huan, are you sure you want to invest with your friend? I have a little money stashed with Lingling, only she and I know. If you need it, just ask her. His brother was on a salary, with little left after supporting his family. After Xiao Yi's family ran into trouble, his savings were wiped out. Now he wasn't even sure if he could make ends meet, let alone invest in a big business. No need, Xue Huan said. Lingling is willing to lend me money. I plan to borrow 10 million from her, which should get me a 10% stake. She Heng was stunned. The pharmaceutical factory needs that much investment? Yeah, Xue Huan explained. The initial estimate is 200 million, maybe more. I'm putting in money and effort, and my friend promised me a 10% share. She Heng smiled wryly. Brother, I don't have that much. Maybe 3 or 4 million at most. If you ever need it, just get it from Lingling. Don't tell anyone, not even Mom and Dad. This is my private stash, and your sister-in-law can never know. We're brothers. If you need help, of course I'll support you. She Huan chuckled and patted his brother's shoulder. Thanks. The brothers shared a smile. A while later, Zhu Achun arrived. She said she'd take care of Xiao Yi's meals and would come by morning and evening to help clean. She Huan felt bad. Auntie, you work during the day. You shouldn't tire yourself out. Zhu Achun smiled and shook her head. It's just sweeping and mopping, not tiring at all. Afang is in confinement, so your mom shouldn't be too busy. You go to work, I'll help with Xiao Yi and Xiao Yue. Thank you, Auntie, Xue Huan said gratefully. Zhu Achun brought a plastic bag. I made zongzi at lunch. These 8 are for you. Ah Huan, go heat them up. I'm making millet porridge now. Eat the zongzi first, and when the porridge is ready, I'll have Duo bring it over. Xiao Yi smiled. Auntie's zongzi are the best. Honey, go heat them up. Later, the couple ate the zongzi, both feeling content. 5 minutes later, Duo brought over 2 big bowls of millet porridge. Auntie asked me to bring a hot water bottle. Put it under your feet. It'll help the swelling go down. Xiao Yi thanked him and took it. Duo didn't stay, hurrying back to do his homework. Xue Huan sipped the porridge and laughed. Now I finally understand why Lingling wanted all 3 families to live together. Xiao Yi smiled sweetly and nodded. 2 days later, Ranran and Yang were on break. Cheng Muhai called to urge everyone to head south soon. Liu Ying told him to wait until Afang had been home for half a month before she'd feel comfortable going back. Cheng Muhai had no choice but to agree, saying everything was ready. He said, Amin has been coming over almost every day lately. All the furniture and such were bought by him and Liu Xiaoyu. Liu Xiaoyu said it's all European style. I think it looks beautiful. Liu Ying told him, he works in renovation and construction, so it's best to listen to him. Cheng Muhai continued, it's been freezing these days. Changja and I sleep on the 2nd floor of the villa at night. There's something called a fireplace. Just light a few logs and it gets really warm. Liu Xiaoj said burning charcoal isn't safe, so we stay in the small room and burn good wood. Amin bought us a space heater too, so it's warm at night. Liu Ying asked, "Is everything cleaned up?" "All clean," Cheng Muhai explained. Liu Xiaoyu brought 12 people and they cleaned for 2 days and nights. Chang Ji and I helped, and Amin helped too. Liu Ying clicked her tongue and couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought the old house could be renovated? I can't wait to see it. By the way, what are the villagers saying? They're talking a lot. Cheng Muhai laughed. They all say our house is so fancy, like a villa on TV. People come to see it every day. The village economy has gotten better these years. Lots of people have built new houses, but ours is the first real villa with a garden. Liu Xiaoyu got a designer, dozens of workers worked hard, and everyone was amazed. Ha ha ha. Liu Ying felt proud. That's thanks to Ayuan and Lingling making money. Otherwise, how could you afford to build like that? I heard from Ayuan that Lingling has sent over 1 million already. Liu Xiaoyu told me too, Cheng Muhai said with a wry smile. It's really expensive, but so beautiful. You'll see when you get here. I'm not exaggerating. You won't even recognize it as the old place. Ha, Liu Ying chuckled. All right, just remember not to catch cold. You and Changge eat well, do your work, and stay inside in the mornings and evenings. Don't get chilled. Okay. Cheng Muhai hung up. Liu Ying happily wiped her hands and went to the kitchen. She's mother was slicing ginger, explaining, "The soup is a bit fishy. Ginger helps." Okay. Liu Ying seemed to remember something and muttered, Heng's mom has been so busy lately. The nanny isn't very good, just holds the baby all day and isn't diligent. Fang complains about everything, says her mother-in-law does a better job. I scolded her. Is it easy for us? We have to take care of the baby, do housework, and look after her during confinement. And Zhao Yi sprained her ankle, so she can't help. We can't let her mother-in-law get exhausted. I really gave her a piece of my mind. She deserved it, Shua's mother laughed. Once she thinks it through, it'll be fine. Your sister-in-law really has been busy. She took care of Afang during her whole pregnancy, running around all the time. It's not easy. The nanny is paid to work, but she'll never treat the housework as her own. She'll do the bare minimum, drag things out, and leave as soon as her time's up. She doesn't care if people think she's diligent or not. Liu Ying stirred the soup and said, Exactly. So we can't expect too much. I see Afang can get out of bed now, so I told her to move around more. But she just watches TV and uses the computer all day, telling me she's making money investing. It drives me crazy. Young people make money differently than we did, Shia's mother said with a smile. Don't worry about it. Let her be. Luckily, Achan is helping Xiao Yi, so it's not too busy. Liu Ying said, In 5 days we'll go back to Rongcheng. Good, Shia's mother reminded. Let Ayuan buy the tickets. He's going back with us, right? Of course, Liu Ying said. The new house needs to be moved into. There's a lot to arrange. He has to help. Shia's mother nodded. I'll ask Lingling tonight to come with us. After the move-in, she can come back if she wants. We and the kids will stay in the south. Aren't we going to South Island too? Liu Ying asked. Shia's mother smiled. Yes. But you all need to get settled first. Then we'll go together. At the end of the year, we'll go back to Cheng's village for New Year. All right, Liu Ying laughed. The kids have been waiting forever. Shia's mother's eyes softened, and she said quietly, Yingjie, I have to tell you, Zhao Yi's ligament injury will take at least half a month to heal. Zhao Yue is still little and runs around all day. Achan has to work downstairs, and Duoduo is busy with classes and tutoring, so he can't look after Zhao Yue. Huan is also busy, coming home late every night. After talking with Lingling's dad, we decided to take Xiao Yue with us. All right, Liu Ying nodded. He's almost 2, can eat and drink by himself, and has older siblings to play with. He's not hard to look after. Shua's mother laughed. Then it's settled. When Chen and Xiao Yi heard the news, they were a bit uneasy. Xiao Yue is still so little, and he's going so far. First to Rongcheng, then to South Island. But Xue Huan and Xue Zhilan both agreed. That boy is close to uncle and aunt now. He probably can't be without them. When Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong were just over 2, they went everywhere with them, saw a lot, and grew up brave. The older kids can help look after him, so there's nothing to worry about. Right. Zhao Yue will go with them. She Huan smiled wryly. Zhao Yi's foot isn't healed. She'll probably need crutches for New Year. With uncle and aunt looking after Zhao Yue, I'm relieved. But we really owe them so much. Xue Jilan snorted. Just remember to be filial to uncle and aunt. They treat Zhao Yue like their own grandson. You must always remember this kindness. A drop of kindness should be repaid 1,000-fold, let alone such a great favor. Xue Huan and Xiao Yi nodded quickly. The Chung family was a bit upset about everyone going back to the village. Mom, I'm still in confinement. Why is everyone leaving? Liu Ying shook her head. If I hadn't insisted on staying a few more days, we'd have flown back today. Your dad checked the calendar. Next Wednesday is the best day this year, so we want to move in then. Moving in is a big deal, so your brother and sister-in-law have to go too. Chung Tianfang pouted. I haven't been back in years. Enough, Liu Ying said. We'll go again next summer. Now that the house is built, we'll go back often. There'll be plenty of chances for you to visit. What are you worried about? When she heard even Xiao Yue was going, Chung Tianfang grumbled again. Who is he to our family? If anyone should go back, it should be my daughter Han visiting her grandparents. Xiao Yi is really something. She never takes care of her own child, always leaves him with her mother-in-law or now with uncle and aunt. Enough already. Ever since her in-laws gave their savings to Xiao Yi, she'd felt resentful, thinking they were unfair and favored Xiao Yi. Don't be petty, Liu Ying said in a low voice. We're all family. Why be so particular? Honestly, you're getting more petty as you get older. He's just a little kid. How much can he eat or take up? Zhao Yue is adorable, and your dad and I love him. Zhao Yi will be interning in a year, and she has to study and take care of her child. It's not easy. With everyone living together, we help each other. Why be so stingy? Chung Tianfang pursed her lips and didn't dare say more. Xie Ling and Chung Tianyuan planned to take the whole family south, so they hurried to book plane tickets first and then contacted Ahu in the provincial capital. Ahu said it was no problem. He would rent another car and take them all back to Rongcheng together. Chung Tianyuan laughed and said, Why not just rent a minibus? We can go back ourselves. The roads are good now and it only takes 2 hours to get to Rongcheng. If we detour to Chengjia village, it'll take another half hour. That's no trouble at all, Ahu replied. Your family villa is having a housewarming. How could I not come to celebrate? Chung Tianyuan explained, Aren't you busy at the end of the year? I'm just worried about delaying your work. Not busy, Ahu sighed. Business hasn't been great lately. I've hired quite a few people to help, so even if I leave for a week or two, there's nothing to worry about. Chung Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? Which part isn't doing well? Ahu was still sticking to his old business of clothing wholesale and had added some sanitary pad wholesale as well. The warehouse was still next to the old clothing market. He explained, Clothing isn't doing so well. The sanitary pads your sister-in-law sells are doing pretty well, but we can never get enough stock. The clothing business has really been bad in the second half of this year. The whole market is like this, it's not just me. Chung Chenyuan said, If it's the whole industry, then there's no one to blame. Just take it easy for a while. People can't always be tense, right? Ahu agreed. My mom stayed with Amin for a while. The kids are on holiday now, so I was planning to send them over to keep her company. Since you're coming, let's go back together. All right, Chung Tianyuan chuckled. I've been busy too. I hired an accountant and 2 drivers, so I'm not as busy now. The accountant handles most things. I can leave for 10 days or half a month without a problem. My wife is the busy one these days, working overtime, but she'll make time to come. Ahu couldn't help but ask, Is your wife investing in some new project again? No, Chung Tianyuan explained. She's already busy enough. She said she wants to slow down for the next few years. During the winter and summer holidays, she always makes time for the kids and the elders. She's planning to come back to Rongcheng with us for a few days. The factory shuts down for the new year, and she'll fly to the southern island to vacation with the kids. Ahu laughed. That's the way. Your wife makes so much money she could stop investing and still have enough to spend for a couple of lifetimes. Chung Tianyuan chatted with him for a while longer before hanging up. At that moment, Zhao Xin poked her head out and asked quietly, "Dad, where are my brothers?" Cheng Tianyuan raised his eyebrows and replied, "I don't know. I think they were playing chess inside just now." Zhao Xin shook her head, made a shushing gesture, and whispered, "We already decided to play hide and seek. They told me to hide, but I waited for ages and no one came to find me." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled and explained, "They probably couldn't find you, so they gave up." Zhao Xin seemed to remember something, opened the door, and ran out. A moment later, a little girl's indignant voice came from across the hall. "You're eating my chips, that's too much!" The boys all burst out laughing. Cheng Tianyuan ignored them and went back to his room to pack. Winters in Rongcheng aren't as cold as here, and usually only last a few days before the temperature rises again and it gets sunny and warm. But here in the capital, there's central heating, so after staying indoors for a while, you forget how long and cold the winters are here. According to Chen Min, the weather over there has been warmer in recent years, winters are shorter, and it snows less. Last winter it only snowed once, and it was just a light dusting. Even so, they still needed to bring more coats and sweaters, because there's no heating over there. His wife had become more sensitive to the cold in the past 2 years, much more than before. Probably because she was getting older and her circulation wasn't as good, so she especially feared the cold in winter. Luckily, life was better now. They had cars to get around and heating at home. Halfway through packing, the door opened and a chubby head poked in. "Dad?" Cheng Tianyuan didn't even turn around. "What is it?" Only his second son spoke to him in that tone. This kid had grown taller this year, and a lot chubbier too. He was half a head shorter than his older brother, but weighed more by over 10 pounds. Yang had always been chubby, even as a baby, and he'd never lost his baby fat, even after hitting puberty in the last couple of years. He grinned and flopped onto the bed, whispering, "Dad, I want to discuss something with you." In front of his kids, especially the boys, Cheng Tianyuan had started playing the role of the strict father, rarely smiling. "What is it? Tell me clearly." Shui Yang rolled his eyes and muttered, Me and my brother, plus Xiaochong and Xiaoxin, decided we want to buy a computer." Cheng Tianyuan kept packing and replied calmly, "You want to buy one? Sure, go ahead." Shui Yang grinned and rubbed his fingers together. "But we don't have any money. Dad, a computer is an essential tool for making money in the 21st century. Letting kids use computers early means they get a head start." Cheng Tianyuan nodded and asked, "There are only a few days left until the 21st century. Is starting a few days early really going to make a difference? Isn't it a bit late? Is there still a chance?" Yang shrank his head and grinned sheepishly. "Every day counts, right? There are 24 hours in a day. That's hundreds of hours. Dad, opportunities are earned. We've thought about it and we have to try. You've always valued our education and have high hopes for us. We can't let you down." Cheng Tianyuan curled his lips and snorted. "I do value it. Yes, I have high hopes for you, but all you give me is disappointment. Your brother's grades are out. He's 11th in his class and about 100th in the whole grade. Yours aren't out yet, but do you think you'll do better than him?" Yang's chubby face was all smiles. "Not too confident, but I still have hope. Dad, you're a businessman. You should understand this. In business, you have to invest first. As long as the investment is right, the returns will come sooner or later. You and Mom never spend money on us, so there's no investment. Without investment, how can you expect big returns? Computers are expensive, but they're great learning tools. Our textbooks now come with VCDs, and we need a computer to play them." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled and asked, "Your mom and I don't spend money on you? What do you eat every day? What do you use? What do you wear? Huh? You've grown up so much and never brought a penny into this house. Let me ask you, did you grow up out of thin air all these years? Did you live on air? Tell me?" Yang. After a moment, he laughed awkwardly and quickly corrected himself. "No, that's not what I meant. Dad, I mean extra investment. On top of food, clothing, and shelter, more investment in our education and development. You know, everyone's talking about quality education now, about improving all aspects of ourselves. That takes more tools, and a computer is an essential one. Cheng Tianyuan nodded with a half smile. I've heard computers are great, can do calculations and even connect to the internet by phone. Your mom's office has too, I've seen them. They're pretty nice. Yang rubbed his hands together and grinned. Dad, so when will you buy one for us? I heard there are New Year sales and lots of discounts. Oh, and there are 2 or 3 computer stores right downstairs. Without even looking up, Cheng Tianyuan asked, Do you know how much one costs? About 3,000 or so, Xue Yang replied in a low voice. Cheng Tianyuan asked again, And are you sure you'll know how to use it? Xue Yang lowered his head and muttered, Once we buy it, we'll figure it out. I heard from Big Brother that as long as you tap the keyboard a few times, you'll understand a lot. Cheng Tianyuan laughed and countered, So, you want to spend a few thousand yuan on something just to mess around with? You have to put in to get a return, Xue Yang wheedled. Cheng Tianyuan still shook his head. The boy put on a pitiful smile. Dad, please? Are you really willing to let your kids fall behind? If we lose out at the starting line, do you think that's good? It's not good, Cheng Tianyuan answered honestly. Xue Yang's eyes widened and he grinned with delight. But his dad had another trick up his sleeve. If you want to buy one, you have to learn first. Your mom already discussed this with me. She said you and your brother can go to a computer training class outside. It lasts about a month. After you've learned for a month, we'll buy one for you, and you'll have to keep learning after that. Really? Xue Yang asked. But I heard those classes are expensive too. Dad, are you really willing to pay? I am, Cheng Tianyuan said. Didn't you say it yourself? I care most about your education. No investment, no return. Xue Yang grinned. Cheng Tianyuan explained, Tomorrow I'll take you and your brother to sign up. I heard the class starts on the 5th day of the new year, and you'll study until school starts. After that, it's weekend classes. Wow! Yang's eyes widened. Dad, you already checked all this out? Did you investigate thoroughly? Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. Your mom went to ask. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom, Xue Yang shouted happily. Long live Mom! Cheng Tianyuan grabbed his arm and said, Your mom said you have to do chores at home during the holidays. You and your brother sweep the floor first, then mop. Okay, Xue Yang agreed. Cheng Tianyuan reminded him, Remember, don't get the mop too wet. The drier, the better. Got it. Next door, Zheng Duoduo was busy working on test papers, his pen moving quickly. After a while, a voice called from the kitchen. Duo, time to eat. Zheng Duoduo answered, tossed his pen aside, and ran to the kitchen. Auntie, what's for lunch? I'm so hungry. Zhu Achun smiled. Rice. Auntie made your favorite braised chicken drumstick rice. Yay! Zheng Duoduo cheered. Finally, chicken drumsticks! He quickly grabbed a drumstick and ate happily. Zhu Achun said softly, Don't eat too fast, slow down. The family had to save money now, so she usually only bought meat for 1 meal a day, not daring to buy more. University tuition was expensive, and her salary had to be saved for Duoduo's fees next year. All the household expenses now depended on the money she earned knitting at night. The money I make from knitting will be paid at the end of the year. Then I'll buy you a few big drumsticks to make up for it. Zheng Duoduo quickly shook his head and mumbled, No need. I'm fine with rice and vegetables. Too many drumsticks aren't good. I'm afraid I'll get fat. Zhu Achun gave him a look and said softly, Don't say that. You're too skinny. Then she put another drumstick on his rice and added 2 big chopsticks of vegetables. Duoduo, after you finish eating, rest for a bit. I'm going to bring food to your sister. Okay, Zheng Duoduo replied. Zhu Achun soon left. Zheng Duoduo looked up unintentionally and watched her thin figure at the door, squinting his eyes. Auntie, you've gotten so much thinner. The next moment, tears welled up in his eyes. He took a deep breath and quickly wiped them away. In the past 6 months, Auntie had lost a lot of weight. Especially recently, she worked as a cleaner downstairs during the day, took care of the family's meals, looked after his sister with a sprained ankle, and knitted at night to earn money, sometimes staying up until 1 or 2 in the morning. Even though life was so hard, she never complained or said she was tired, always wearing a gentle smile. He was determined to study hard and get into the best university to repay Auntie. This winter break, he would start working too, working during the day, studying at night. No matter how much he earned, it would help lighten Auntie's burden a little. In the evening, Xueling came home early. Her father was watching TV with the kids, and her mother was busy in the kitchen. She changed into a different coat and took the elevator upstairs. A while later, she rang old Lu's doorbell. Soon, old Lu opened the door. "Oh, Xiaoxue, have you eaten? Come in. I'm having noodles. I'll share some with you. Come on." Xueling shook her head and smoothly made up a little lie. "No, I'm already full. There are a lot of elders and kids at home, so sometimes we eat dinner a bit early." She went in and cleaned the place up. On the table was a bowl of plain noodles. Apart from a green onion, there wasn't a bit of meat. Old Lu hurriedly said, "Sit down. I'll boil water and make you some tea." "No need," Xueling said softly. "You keep eating. Noodles aren't good if they get soggy. I just came to check on you." Old Lu smiled. "I'm fine. Really." Xueling said gently, "Lawyer He Miao Miao came to see me this afternoon and we talked a lot. From the looks of it, there are still several people on the run in this case, so it won't be closed anytime soon. Old Lu, it's almost the end of the year. Do you want to go home for the new year and come back after?" "No need." Old Lu sighed softly. She needs me here in the capital. I go see her every few days. The case isn't closed yet, and Lawyer He has found some contacts, so we can see her from time to time and talk for a bit. Lately, she keeps saying she's scared, and every time she sees me, she cries. When a child is like this, how can a parent not feel heartbroken? Her mother still doesn't know the details. I don't dare tell her, and my son doesn't dare either. We just say there's trouble with the business and we have to wait for the police to investigate. Her mother is scared too and keeps asking me, but I can only brush her off and say we have to wait for the results. She has rheumatism in her legs and can't get around easily, so I really don't dare tell her the truth." Xueling sighed and asked, "So, you're planning to stay here for the new year?" "Yeah," old Lu explained. "Round-trip tickets are too expensive, and that money is enough for me to have a good new year here. My eldest and youngest sons might come after the holiday. If I stay here, it'll help put her mind at ease." Xueling nodded and said gently, "Then take care of yourself. The weather's been getting cold lately, so be careful when you go out." "Okay." Old Lu ate his noodles and said, "I bought a pair of big boots. They're really warm. Things in the capital are different, but they're so expensive." Xueling smiled and explained, "The cost of living is higher in the capital, and prices are steeper. Our family villa in Chengjia village is finished, and we're moving in next week. The whole family is going south to celebrate. The kids have never been back to our hometown, so we have to take them to see it." "That's how it should be," old Lu said with a big smile. "Congratulations," Xueling explained. "I can only stay there for 2 or 3 days. It's the busiest time of year, so I can't be away for long. When the factory shuts down, I'll fly south to be with my family. When I get back, I'll come see you again." Old Lu was full of envy. A family reunion is the best, the happiest thing. Treasure it. Seeing the tears in his eyes, Xueling didn't dare stay any longer. She said she'd bring him some local specialties from Rongcheng to enjoy, then quickly took her leave. When Xueling got home, she found the whole family already gathered around the dining table. Ran Ran and Yang Yang were helping to clear the dishes. Cheng Tianyuan was stir-frying the last dish. Xue's mom was feeding Xiao Yue, and Xue's dad was serving rice. Xiao Xin and Xiao Chong were waiting nearby, each taking a small bowl and placing it on the table. When the kids saw her, they all called out happily, "Mom, time to eat." Looking at the warm scene before her, Xueling smiled lovingly. "All right, I'll go wash my hands." She took off her coat, washed her hands, and found her seat. Xiao Yue grinned at Xueling and said brightly, "Auntie, I have cake." Xueling chuckled and asked, "Where did you get cake?" Xiao Yue replied, "From the cake shop. It's yummy."
Upon hearing this, Xiao Xin put her hands on her hips and huffed, "That's not your cake. I already told you, the cakes in the shop belong to the shop, not to us. Just because you see them doesn't mean they're yours. That's wrong. Understand?" Xiao Yue pouted pitifully and said in a small voice, "I want cake." Zhe Ling glanced at her daughter and said gently, "Your little brother is still young. Don't raise your voice at him. If he does something wrong, we need to explain it to him patiently, not scold him fiercely." Xiao Xin pouted, a little upset, but didn't dare say anything more. She just looked at her dad with a wronged expression. Cheng Tianyuan pretended not to notice. As he brought the dishes to the table, he said, "Mom's right. Your brother is still little and doesn't understand much. You can teach him, but you can't yell at him." Seeing that no one was taking her side, Xiao Xin had to fall silent. Xue Ling looked at Xiao Yue and said, "If you like cake, we'll buy you one for your birthday and let you eat as much as you want then." Yang Yang grinned. "When it's your birthday, your parents will buy you cake. But your birthday's not until February, so you'll have to wait another month or two." Hearing this, Xiao Yue's face fell in disappointment, and he didn't even want his porridge anymore. Xue's mom coaxed, "Eat your porridge. When the cake shop opens tomorrow, Grandma will buy you some." "It's open now," Xiao Yue muttered. Xue Ling laughed and said, "But it's too late now. Eating cake at night isn't good. There's too much cream, and if you eat too much at night, you'll turn into a chubby boy." All the kids laughed and teased, "Chubby boy, chubby boy." Xiao Yue's face turned red. Looking around, he finally gave up. His brothers and sisters all said being chubby was ugly, and none of them wanted to be chubby. He didn't want to be chubby either, worried that no one would like him. She's dad smiled. "All right, let's eat." Cheng Tianyuan wiped his hands, picked up his chopsticks, and put a piece of chicken in Xue Ling's bowl. "Try this. It's white-cut chicken. I just learned how to make it. The soy sauce has a bit of oil and garlic, specially made for this dish." Xue Ling took a bite and nodded quickly. Delicious. It tastes just like authentic white-cut chicken." Cheng Tianyuan added a few tender pieces for his in-laws. The kids ate heartily. Yang Yang grabbed a big drumstick and ate with great joy. Xue Ling glanced at the big plate of chicken and couldn't help asking, "Is this more than one chicken? Why are there so many wings and drumsticks?" Cheng Tianyuan laughed and explained, "I cook too. I took the meat off for Afang to make chicken porridge." "It's really tasty," Xue's dad said warmly. "You should keep making it when you have time. The kids all love it." Cheng Tianyuan agreed right away. Ran was already almost as tall as his mom. At 15 or 16, he had a huge appetite, eating meat piece after piece with great enthusiasm. Xiao Chong also had a big appetite, always eating more than Xiao Xin. Xiao Xin was a bit picky, especially not fond of vegetables. So at every meal, Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan paid special attention, always adding extra vegetables to her bowl. After Xiao Yue was full, he would still sit at the table eating some more vegetables and meat. "Gigi, you're not eating your veggies again?" Xiao Xin quickly covered her bowl and muttered, "Shut up, don't talk nonsense, I'm eating them." Xue Ling glared at her and said quietly, "You don't eat your veggies and still dare to threaten others? Be careful or you'll get no meat and only veggies every day." Xiao Xin didn't dare act up anymore and lowered her head to eat her vegetables. Cheng Tianyuan said, Ran and Yang Yang have already signed up for the beginner computer class. It starts on the 5th day of the new year and goes until the Lantern Festival. After that, weekend classes are in the afternoon, and the fees are paid separately. Xue Ling nodded. "Afternoon is fine. They're old enough now, no need for naps." "Mom!" Yang Yang looked up, his mouth greasy from eating, and asked, "When are you going to buy us a computer? The teacher said it's best to have one at home so we can practice while we learn. That way we'll get twice the results with half the effort."